Imagine one day you are suddenly bound to a system, and the system tells you, 3 days later, you will be transported back to the ancient world. What will be your first thought? A precious sword that can cut through iron like mud? Or perhaps a Barrett sniper rifle that can take down enemies with a single shot? Or maybe bring along a complete set of weapon manufacturing blueprints and go straight to ancient times to launch an industrial-level, dimensional reducing attack? But if you're just an ordinary person, you might buy a sharper chainsaw at most. It looks impressive, but once the power goes out, it's instantly reduced to a pile of scrap metal. If you're rich, you might be able to acquire some rifles and ammunition, allowing you to live a carefree life for a while in ancient times. But what if you were a billionaire and the system gave you unlimited storage space? My name is Lee Chingji, and I am a top internet celebrity with over 100 million followers and a net worth of 10 billion yuan. From the moment the system notified me, I didn't hesitate at all and immediately started frantically stockpiling goods. Books, technical materials, various tools, crop seeds, medicines, medical equipment, power generation devices, daily necessities. I stuffed everything I could buy into my storage space. On the last day, I decided to go all out. First, I'd do a bunch of $0 shopping at the port, then head to the warehouse in America for a big heist. AKs, Desert Eagles, all kinds of ammunition and equipment were piled into the storage space, box after box. By the time I stopped, it was no longer just simple supplies. It was practically a mobile arms factory. At that moment, the system notification finally sounded. Ding, time travel countdown 1 minute. Please wait in a safe location. Immediately afterward, cold numbers began to jump. 9, 8, 7, 3, 2. A few seconds later, a flash of light appeared, and I vanished instantly. The next moment, a new prompt appeared. Host, please fill in the country name and era name. I was completely dumbfounded, unable to open my eyes, speak, or move my body, as if trapped in some kind of spatial rift. But 2 blank spaces clearly appeared in my mind, so I simply filled in Han and Hanggu at random. The system immediately responded. Host, Li Chengji Dynasty, Han Era, Hanggu, Territory, Ningguda Prefecture, Annual Revenue, 9,527 taels of silver, concubines, none, offspring, none, national fortune, 2. Seeing that glaring national fortune 2, my heart sank. Once the national fortune reaches 0, it means the country is destroyed and its people perish. When I opened my eyes again, I was lying in an antique-style room. I sat up abruptly, checked my surroundings, and subconsciously took out a pack of cigarettes from my storage compartment, lit it, took a deep drag, and couldn't help but smile. I've struck gold. I'm the emperor now. I was already a top figure in modern society, standing at the pinnacle of wealth and fame at a young age. I indulged in pleasure for 5 years, experiencing everything that was possible. Now, suddenly, I've transmigrated and become an emperor. I feel like I've won everything I could possibly want. However, before I could even rejoice for long, the system prompted me again. The host will merge with the memories of Li Chengji, the former crown prince of the Great Xia dynasty, and take his place. The next second, a flood of unfamiliar memories poured into my mind, and I felt a splitting headache. Once the memories were fully integrated, I was completely bewildered. What emperor? I'm just a deposed crown prince. It turns out that this is the Great Xia dynasty, which has never appeared in history, and my current identity is just a Han king who has been demoted to the frontier. Worse still, the original owner of this body had a terrible reputation. He was unruly and mischievous from a young age, and as an adult he became even more idle and domineering, relying on his status as the empress's son to act arrogantly and tyrannically. He even did some outrageous things on the dragon throne when he was young, completely ruining his reputation. He could have easily remained the crown prince, but after the empress's death, he lost his patron and various scandals were unearthed. Impeachments were constant in the court, and even the old emperor couldn't suppress them. Ultimately, on his wedding day, he went to a brothel, got drunk, fell into a latrine, and became mentally impaired. Things had escalated to this point, and the old emperor was powerless to reverse the situation. He could only depose the crown prince, exile him to the harsh and desolate Ningguda, and bestow upon him the title of Prince of Han. Logically, a prince should still be able to live a carefree life in his own region, but the problem was he was an idiot and had become a mere figurehead. Having only been in my fiefdom for a month, the power of the royal court has already been stripped away. On the surface, I am still the Prince of Han, but in reality, I am being held under house arrest in a secluded courtyard under the guise of protection, reduced to a complete puppet. No wonder the system shows the nation's fortune is only 2, nearing collapse. As I pondered the system's purpose, I was suddenly interrupted by a soft moan. I then realized that a woman was lying in bed. I lifted the quilt and saw a young girl in a pink gauze dress, fast asleep, her face exquisitely beautiful and her figure captivating. I quickly recognized her. Her name was Junjun, the late empress's personal maid, who was not only intelligent but also exceptionally skilled. But at this moment, she was unconscious and unresponsive no matter how I called to her, which was clearly something was wrong. Just then, voices came from outside the door. Haha, Xiao Wu, you did a great job. Once I've had my fill of playing, I'll waive this year's head tax for you. Another voice immediately responded obsequiously. Don't worry, Tiger, the dosage is sufficient. She's absolutely unable to move now. Upon hearing this, my face instantly darkened. This so-called Tiger Lord was none other than Li Hu, the son of the chief steward of the prince's mansion. Relying on his father's power, he acted tyrannically in the mansion and even set his sights on Jinjin. That beast, he actually dared to drug me. I clenched my fists, my anger surging. I instinctively reached for the pistol I carried with me, secretly calculating, I don't know much about the martial arts system in this world, but for now, I have no choice but to fight head-on. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open. A burly man with a face full of scars walked in. It was Li Hu. He glanced at me, completely ignoring me, and instead stared at Jinjin on the bed, his gaze growing increasingly intense. That idiot's eyes are acting strange today, he muttered, then walked directly to the bedside. In his eyes, this prince was nothing more than a fool to be manipulated, posing no threat whatsoever. The thought of the woman he was about to win over filled him with increasing excitement. She was someone who had originally had the potential to become the crown prince's concubine, or even a noble consort. The more he thought about it, the more thrilled he became, and the more lewd his smile grew. His lust was insatiable, utterly repulsive. Right before my eyes, he rushed to the bed, his expression lewd, his eyes filled with lust. He completely ignored me, sitting beside him, his gaze fixed solely on the sleeping Jinjin. I watched coldly, inwardly scoffing. The original owner of this body, a prince, lived like air. It made things easier for me. As Li Hu walked, he tugged at his clothes, cursing wildly. You filthy woman, it's your good fortune to serve me. His words were extremely vulgar. Jinjin on the bed remained fast asleep, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. She instinctively hugged my leg and murmured, Your Highness, you must take good care of yourself. These words completely ignited Li Hu's anger. His face instantly contorted into a ferocious rage as he roared. Still thinking about that idiot? His tone was vicious. Once I'm done with you, I'll sell you into the brothel. My heart sank. The memories I inherited made it clear to me of his evil deeds. Most of the maids he had abused were sold off, but Jinjin had always protected the original owner of this body. From childhood to adulthood, she had always stayed by the original owner's side. Especially after the original owner became mentally impaired, everyone in the mansion treated him coldly and even bullied him wantonly, but only she remained steadfast, saving every penny to take care of him and shielding him from humiliation. If it weren't for her, the original owner would have died long ago. That's why I absolutely cannot allow anything to happen to her. Just as I was about to take action, a system notification suddenly sounded in my mind. The hegemon of the world system has issued a mission. 4 options appeared. Yield to gain grain, aid the tyrant to gain horses, cripple Li Hu to gain the Imperial Guard, or directly kill him to gain national fortune. The reward seemed tempting, but I didn't hesitate at all. I would never use Jinjin to exchange for anything. Li Hu had already reached the bedside, his clothes disheveled, even having torn his belt, revealing his shameful state. I quietly pulled out my Glock, aimed it at his groin, my eyes cold, without the slightest hesitation. Bayu! A muffled sound, the bullet hitting him precisely. Li Hu screamed and fell to the ground, writhing and convulsing in pain, howling incessantly. His face was filled with horror as he roared, You idiot! What have you done? I ignored him and looked at the system panel. Option 3 complete, Jinui account credited. A thought flashed through my mind, and my gaze fell on the last item. If I kill him now, can I still obtain the national fortune? I slowly rose, my eyes as cold as ice. Li Hu, terrified by my gaze, couldn't help but ask in a trembling voice, "You've recovered?" I silently summoned the Imperial Guards, while remaining outwardly calm. I had already decided that this man must die, but I needed to ensure everything went perfectly before I acted. Lihu scrambled toward the door in terror, threatening, "My father is the chief secretary, and this entire prince's mansion belongs to us. If you dare kill me, you're dead." I sneered. How absurd that a prince would be threatened by a servant. I said calmly, "If you die, your whole family will go down with you." As soon as I finished speaking, I raised my gun again. Bayu! A bullet pierced his abdomen, and blood gushed out. Lihu was still struggling. Bayu! A second shot pierced his chest, and he was on the verge of death. Bayu! A third shot hit him squarely in the face, killing him instantly. The stench of blood filled the entire room in an instant. A system notification sounded. Mission complete. National fortune +1. At the same time, panicked shouts came from outside the door, and a servant cried out in terror, "The prince has gone mad. Someone come quickly." Urgent footsteps approached rapidly, indicating that the guards would arrive soon, and the situation instantly became tense. I remained calm and unhurried. The Imperial Guards were already in position. I quickly changed my gear and protective gear, replenished my ammunition, and made all the necessary preparations. Then I lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, suppressed the discomfort of my first kill, sat back down in my chair, gripped my pistol, and silently stared at the doorway. Cigarettes are indeed a good thing. The smoke slid down my throat into my lungs, and although the heat was pungent, it miraculously suppressed the restlessness in my heart. The shock of being transported to a strange world, and the bloody scene of killing someone with my own hands, slowly subsided between a few puffs of cigarette smoke. I leaned back in my carved pearwood chair, toying with my Glock cigarette, now fitted with a silencer. Those few soft poof sounds had taken Lihu's life, but his dying screams had clearly alerted the entire palace. Thinking of this, I stubbed out my cigarette, my gaze gradually hardening and sharpening. I knew very well that what I was about to face was the group of people who had taken control of the palace while I was feigning madness these past few months. When I looked up again, my gaze was no longer unfocused, but sharp as a knife. Now that I was here, I would never again be that foolish prince who could be manipulated at will. At the very least, this palace must be under my control. Just then, the system notification sounded again. Ding! The Conquest of the World system has issued a mission. Completely take control of the prince's mansion, 0/5. The virtual panel flashed by, and before I could take a closer look, the door was kicked open with a bang, wood chips flew everywhere, and a group of servants rushed in with sticks. These people all had fierce expressions, clearly used to bullying others. Immediately afterward, a richly dressed old woman entered, surrounded by the crowd. She was Li Hu's mother, Madame Yang. Originally a servant, she relied on her husband Li Song's status to rule the prince's mansion with absolute authority, effectively becoming the mistress of the house. As soon as Yang entered the door, she was furious. With her hands on her hips, she shouted in a high-pitched voice, "A bunch of useless trash. You can't even keep an eye on an idiot? And you dare to hurt my son? Grab him here and break his legs first." Her tone was harsh and grating, and she didn't take me seriously at all. I remained seated, glancing at them and realizing they were just ordinary servants, without even decent weapons. A sense of unease settled in my mind. I raised my hand and fired 2 shots, barely audible, yet killing 2 of the servants who charged at me instantly. Blood splattered everywhere, and before the 2 could even react, they collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Madame Yang, her face deathly pale, screamed, What kind of hidden weapon did you use?" Everyone was stunned by the scene. They had never seen such a bizarre and deadly method. I slowly stood up, the muzzle of my gun sweeping across the crowd, my voice low and cold. "Anyone who takes another step forward dies." Those words silenced everyone in the room. Yang, however, remained hidden in the back, shouting menacingly, "He only has one hidden weapon. Attack him all at once." Lured by the hefty reward, Ada and his 2 companions charged forward, attempting to ambush them. I sneered and pulled the trigger again, and 2 men fell to the ground. Only Ada remained frozen in place, drenched in cold sweat, too afraid to move. "Aren't you afraid of death?" I asked with a hint of mockery. Everyone then realized that I was no longer the foolish prince. Ada managed to speak. "Your Highness, you've recovered?" The others also showed expressions of horror. I smiled faintly. I'm all better now, but you seem rather unhappy. These words made Yang's heart sink. She instantly understood that what she had done before, if investigated, would be a capital offense. She was trying to figure out how to gloss over the situation when a scream interrupted her. A maid discovered Li Hu's body behind the pillar and was terrified. Madame Yang rushed over and, upon confirming her son's death, collapsed on the spot, wailing, "My son, I will avenge you." Then she turned to me, her eyes filled with utter madness. She immediately ordered, "The Prince of Han has gone mad. Seize him." But the servants hesitated, partly out of fear of death, and even more so out of fear of harming the prince. Seeing this, Lady Yang pulled out a silver note and held it up high. "Kill him 1,000 taels, the rest 100 taels." With such a generous reward, morale began to waver. The servants' eyes turned red, and they surrounded the area again, while people outside kept pouring in, and the scene instantly spiraled out of control. Watching all this, the chill in my eyes intensified. This woman intended to silence them on the spot. But I didn't retreat. Instead, I stepped forward, raised my Glock, and coldly pointed it at the crowd. Facing this group, driven by greed, my killing intent was no longer concealed. Bayo, 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 dull sounds rang out one after another as I pulled the trigger repeatedly. The servants, who were no more than 10 feet away, hadn't even reacted before their chests exploded in blood, and they all fell onto the bluestone slabs. The silenced gunshot was too faint, which only fueled the desperate men's Zhaoxing Xinli, a sense of Zhaoxing, a feeling of getting away with something. I frowned, decisively switched to my AK, steadied the gun with my left hand, pressed the butt against my abdomen, and pulled the trigger sharply. Rat-a-tat-tat. The dense gunfire exploded like thunder, tongues of fire spitting out bullets that swept across the crowd. The servants in the front row screamed and fell, some dying instantly, others groaning with broken legs, blood spreading along the cracks in the stones, resembling a scene of carnage. In a short time, half of the 40 or 50 men had fallen. I stopped. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and blood, making me frown slightly. Although these men were completely defenseless, the sight was still unsettling. I changed the magazine, the crisp sound particularly jarring in the deathly silence. Then I straightened up and said coldly, "I am Li Chengji, the eldest son of the emperor. Even if I am deposed, I am still a prince." I scanned the crowd, my voice cold and forceful. "This is my fiefdom. Once you enter my palace, your life and death are in my hands. If you dare take another step forward, I will show no mercy." I raised my AK and sneered, "You have already witnessed the power of this hidden weapon. Killing you is like crushing ants. Don't even think about escaping with your lives. Assassinating a member of the royal family is the same crime as treason, punishable by the extermination of 9 generations of your family." As soon as I finished speaking, everyone turned pale and their legs trembled. No amount of reward money could compare to their lives, let alone the fact that it would implicate their entire clan. For a moment, no one dared to step forward. After calming everyone down, I softened my tone slightly. "My previous mental illness has not yet been cured, so I will not pursue any past matters. Most of you were coerced, and from this day forward, that is all forgiven." I continued, "But from now on, you must behave yourselves. If you harbor any disloyalty, you will be killed. If you do not wish to stay, you may leave on your own." The crowd was stunned at first, then overjoyed, and they all knelt down and kowtowed, shouting their loyalty. I nodded slightly, then turned my gaze to Yang Shi behind me, my eyes suddenly turning cold. "Seize her, throw her in jail, and interrogate her severely," I ordered. Several servants immediately stood up and surrounded Yang. Yang was shocked and furious, and threatened in a shrill voice, "I am a palace servant of the prince's mansion. My husband is Chief Secretary Li Song. How dare you touch me?" But at this moment, no one dared to be afraid, and they simply held her down and dragged her away. The courtyard quickly returned to its bustling state. The body was dragged away, the bloodstains washed away, but the stench lingered. I didn't want to stay any longer, so I turned and picked up the unconscious Jinjin, preparing to leave. Led by a maid, I made my way through the prince's mansion. Wherever I went, everyone knelt down to pay their respects. News of the massacre had spread throughout the entire mansion, and no one dared to show the slightest disrespect. Back in my chambers, I gently placed Jinjin on the bed and tucked her in. Then, my gaze fell on the system panel as I checked my own situation. The mission showed progress, but the nation's fortune value was only 5 points, and it would decrease by 1 point every 12 hours. In other words, I could only hold out for a maximum of 5 more days. I tried to contact the system, but received no response. I could only conclude that the most urgent task was to completely control the prince's mansion, or I would surely die. Just then, a hurried shout came from outside the door. "Your Highness, it's me, Yifan." The voice was excited and urgent. I went over and opened the door, only to see Yifan looking emaciated and dressed in tattered clothes. Memories flooded back. He had been my study companion, remaining loyal even after I was dismissed from my studies, only to be relegated to the lowest of jobs. "Xiaofan, you've had a tough time these past few months." I patted his shoulder. Yifan's eyes reddened, and he choked up, saying, "It's a great blessing that His Highness has recovered." I didn't say much, but asked directly, "What's Li Song's condition now? Why did the prince's mansion end up like this?" My expression had become serious. Yifan gritted his teeth and recounted everything that had happened over the past few months. Li Song had long since taken control of the prince's mansion, installing his cronies and completely sidelining me. Not only that, he had also sold off farmland and shops, sharing the spoils with powerful clans, emptying the prince's mansion's coffers, leaving only an empty shell. Even worse, he used the name of the Prince of Han to levy exorbitant taxes, causing the people's tax burden to skyrocket several times over, leading to widespread resentment. Yet, all the blame fell on me. At the end, Yifan's face was filled with anger and resentment. "Your Highness, the people outside are all cursing you for being incompetent and tyrannical, all because of that treacherous villain." Hearing these words, my heart sank, as if struck by a heavy hammer. Throughout history, countless dynasties have fallen due to popular discontent. Once the people can no longer survive, the rules are no longer followed. A dozen or so people can start a rebellion. If martial artists were to fuel the flames, even the gun in my hand might not be able to protect me. I suppressed my anger and gritted my teeth, cursing, "Water can carry a boat, but can also capsize it. That damn Li Song." Then I stared at Yifan and asked, "Does he have any martial artists under his command?" Yifan nodded. "Yes, about 10 or so at the entry level." I breathed a slight sigh of relief. But then he added that the other side had dozens of servants and was colluding with the prefect, their influence almost spreading throughout Ninguda. Yifan became more and more nervous as he spoke, and couldn't help but ask, "Your Highness, what if he's desperate and decides to fight his way back to the palace?" I lit a cigarette and said calmly, "It's not a possibility, it's a certainty. He'll most likely come back to kill me." Upon hearing this, Yifan's face turned deathly pale. He frantically looked around, as if an assassin might appear at any moment. I patted his shoulder and calmly analyzed, "If these crimes are reported, he'll be dead for sure. Since he's going to die anyway, he might as well take a gamble." Yifan immediately realized what I meant, his voice trembling. "Would he strike first, kill you to silence you, and then stage the scene?" I nodded. A normal person would choose that. Yifan grew increasingly panicked. He knew very well that as long as Li Song made a move, even if he fabricated a crime, he would still have a sliver of hope. Rather than waiting to be executed, the other party would definitely take the risk. He looked at me, his eyes filled with shock. This prince, who once only knew how to enjoy himself, was now so calm and meticulous. I stubbed out my cigarette, stood up, and said in a deep voice, "Go, summon the commander of the guards." Although the guards were not fully staffed, they were still the strongest force in the prince's mansion. If used properly, dealing with Li Song wouldn't be difficult. As for the embroidered uniform guard, I planned to keep them as a secret trump card. Soon after, Yifan brought a middle-aged military officer. The man was clad in armor and exuded a fierce aura. Upon meeting me, he knelt on one knee and said, "This humble general, Lu Wuming, greets your highness." I coldly questioned him. "Just now, the prince's mansion was attacked, and you, as the commander of the guards, did nothing. What is your punishment?" Lu Wuming's expression changed drastically, and he kowtowed heavily, saying, "This humble general deserves to die 1,000 deaths." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly drew his sword and raised it high above his head to plead guilty. My heart tightened, and I instinctively became wary, thinking he was going to assassinate me. Then I realized that he was going to atone for his sins with his death. I quickly realized something was amiss. This man hadn't actually defected to Li Song. He was simply being suppressed. I softened my tone slightly. You won't die so easily. I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourself. Immediately mobilize the guards, seal off the palace, and establish a triple defense line. No one is allowed to approach. I thought he would carry out the order immediately, but Lu Wuming remained kneeling, sword raised high, gritting his teeth as he said, "This humble general is unable to obey." My eyes instantly turned cold. What? Are you trying to force me to do it myself? Lu Wuming quickly looked up, looking troubled. Your Highness, do you really not know? Lu Wuming looked up at me, his expression complex and helpless. He suppressed his emotions and told me that although the guards were my private army, each soldier had a family to support. More than 4 months had passed, and not a single penny of pay had been paid. Originally, there were 5,000 men, but now only 800 remained. His voice trembled noticeably as he said this. These 800 brothers are starving and freezing, and they're almost out of rations. I have no face to let them continue to risk their lives. The atmosphere in the room immediately became heavy with unease. After hearing this, my face instantly turned ugly, and I couldn't help but curse under my breath. I knew very well that the guard command was the only force I could rely on now. If even they were to fall, I, the Prince of Han, would be nothing but an empty shell, completely at the mercy of others. I suppressed my anger and ordered in a deep voice, Yi Fan, go to the treasury and see how much silver is left. After saying that, I secretly checked my personal treasury, which still contained 50,000 taels of silver that I had brought from the modern world. Then, I looked at Lu Wuming and asked seriously, if I said that I was completely unaware of the embezzlement of military pay, would you believe me? Lu Wuming was speechless for a moment and could only lower his head in silence. After all orders were stamped with the seal of the prince's mansion, and he could only obey orders. At this moment, Yi Fan rushed back, sweating profusely, and reported, Your Highness, there are only 800 taels left in the treasury. Upon hearing this number, both men present were stunned. You must understand, they thought, I brought 500,000 taels with me, and now there's hardly any left. I slammed my hand on the table, my eyes blazing with murderous intent. Li Song deserves to die? What else is there? Tell me all at once. Yi Fan added through gritted teeth. The seal of the prince's mansion is also in Li Song's hands. Without the seal, the accountant can't possibly withdraw money. Hearing this, I finally understood. Not only had my savings been emptied, but even the seal of authority, a symbol of power, had been taken away, rendering me completely powerless. I took a deep breath and turned to Lu Wuming, asking how much military pay is owed in total now. Lu Wuming replied in a low voice, 3 taels per person per month, 9 taels for 4 months, and 7,200 taels for 800 people. Your Highness, we are not greedy, but we are really about to run out of food. His tone was full of helplessness and shame. Yi Fan was also anxious. Your Highness, even if we get back the seal, the silver in the treasury won't be enough. Once the guard bureau collapses, I will have no one to rely on, and my situation will only become more dangerous. I gestured for them to wait a moment, then turned and went into the inner hall. A short while later, I came out carrying a heavy wooden box, which I opened directly. Inside, it was neatly filled with gleaming silver. Here is 10,000 taels, I said firmly. First, pay the outstanding military pay, and then distribute the rest to the brothers as an apology for me. I spoke frankly, taking the responsibility upon myself. Lu Wuming was stunned. He had thought I was incompetent and even unwilling to pay salaries, but now he saw with his own eyes that I had taken out such a large sum of money when the treasury was empty, and my attitude was so sincere. Yi Fan couldn't help but ask, Your Highness, where did this silver come from? I was prepared, and my expression turned slightly somber. This is the last bit of wealth left by my mother, I explained. Before her death, the Empress had hidden this silver in a hidden compartment in her wardrobe, just in case something happened to me in the future. This 10,000 taels was my last life-saving money. Yi Fan immediately knelt down, his voice trembling. Your Highness, this money cannot be touched. I coldly retorted, the soldiers are starving to death. Not using this money would truly be a betrayal of the Empress Dowager's kindness. These words deeply moved Lu Wuming. He He recalled the late empress's virtuous reputation, and looking at me before him, he was deeply shaken. I looked at him, my tone firm. I will never let my soldiers go hungry again. This is the most basic bottom line. If I cannot even do this, I have no reason to be a prince. Thump. Lu Wuming knelt down heavily, his voice choked with emotion. This humble general thanks your highness on behalf of the 800 soldiers. We are willing to die for your highness. His attitude changed completely at this moment. I waved my hand, saying, don't make a fuss about this. Select elite guards to infiltrate the palace and protect us secretly. The situation was still unclear, so I had to keep a low profile. Yifan immediately accepted the order and withdrew. After the two left, the palace fell silent again. I lit a cigarette and pondered the current situation when I suddenly noticed a brocade box on the table. Upon opening it, I found an imperial edict inside. I read it carefully, and then I realized that the old emperor's decision to depose the crown prince was not a real conviction, but rather a pretext of insufficient ability. This preserved his reputation, left him a way out, and even granted him the title of King of Han, giving him ample face. After reading it, I couldn't help but sigh softly. The old man still has feelings after all. It's just a pity that the original owner was foolish and couldn't appreciate his good intentions at all. Just then, the system notification sounded. Ding, mission completed, national fortune +2. My eyes brightened slightly. At least now, I had a little more security for survival. Meanwhile, inside the Li residence in the city, Li Song's face was ashen. After hearing his subordinate's report, he smashed a teacup. What did you say? That mad king regained his senses and even killed my son. The constable knelt on the ground, trembling. Yes, sir, he had fire-breathing, hidden weapons. We couldn't stop him at all. Young master who died on the spot. Li Song's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He gritted his teeth and growled. So this is Li Chengji. He killed my son and harmed my men. I will make you pay for this in blood. Go to the accounting office and collect your reward. Li Song waved away the servants and paced back and forth in the study, looking irritable. The light and shadows outside the window were dappled. He frowned and muttered to himself. How could he have suddenly recovered? His fingertips caressed the jade pendant, but he couldn't suppress the unease in his heart. He clearly remembered how, after the deposed crown prince was demoted, he had schemed and plotted to secure the position of chief secretary of the prince of Han's residence. When he first arrived at the residence, everything went smoothly. I was utterly foolish, allowing him to secretly embezzle and scheme against me without any reaction. But now that I had suddenly regained my senses, it threw him into turmoil. What Li Song truly feared was not his son's death, nor his wife's imprisonment, but the crimes he had committed over the past few months, embezzling wages, seizing land, and colluding with the prefect to weaken the guards. If these were exposed, they would be enough to cost him his head. The more he thought about it, the colder his heart became, and cold sweat almost soaked through his clothes. He stood still, staring at the painting on the wall, his mind racing as he considered his escape route. Escape? He was unwilling. The vast tracts of land and property belonging to the prince's estate were still in his hands, benefits he had acquired by stepping on countless others. To relinquish them would be tantamount to ruining his future. Not fighting means certain death, but fighting offers a glimmer of hope. Li Song's eyes hardened, and he finally made up his mind. He immediately went out and shouted, Mr. Fong. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark shadow flashed by, and a middle-aged man with an ordinary face but a sharp aura was already standing beside him. This man was Fong Wenda, a third-rank martial artist and Li Song's greatest asset. Take everyone and come with me to the Prince of Han's residence, Li Song ordered in a deep voice. Fong Wenda nodded and quickly gathered more than 10 martial artists and dozens of servants, and they set off in a grand procession. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the gates of the Prince of Han's mansion. The gates were tightly shut, appearing dilapidated and deserted, with no guards in sight. Li Song, seeing this, felt relieved, inwardly sneering. The guards had long been tricked and transferred away by him, and the mansion was now nothing but an empty shell. During this time, he deliberately cut off the guards' monthly pay and colluded with the prefect to send them to their deaths on the border. Of the original 5,000 guards, only a handful remained. Thinking of this, he felt even more confident, and a hint of smugness appeared on his face. As several servants were about to knock on the door, Fong Wenda shouted, What are you knocking for? Kick it. Two martial artists immediately stepped forward and attacked, kicking the door open with a loud bang, sending splinters flying. The servants in the mansion turned pale with fright and dared not move. Li Song ignored him and led his men straight to the palace. The hall was filled with the fragrance of sandalwood. I sat upright on a soft couch, my expression calm, as if I were resting with my eyes closed. The surroundings were eerily quiet. At this moment, Yi Fan stepped forward and angrily rebuked Li Song. Trespassing into the prince's palace is a capital offense. Li Song was slightly taken aback when he saw him, but he didn't take it to heart and casually retorted, I heard there were assassins, so I came to protect your majesty. These distorted and fabricated words made Yi Fan's face turn red with anger, but he was helpless for the moment. Li Song was too lazy to pay attention to him anymore, and his gaze fell on me. He saw that I was calm and composed, playing with a black object in my hand, which made him feel a little wary. But remembering that Fong Wenda was right beside him, he regained his composure and said casually, Your Highness looks quite well. As soon as he finished speaking, I slowly opened my eyes, my gaze sharp, my voice calm, yet carrying an air of authority. Chief Secretary Li, why do you not kneel before me? These words struck like a thunderbolt. Li Song's expression changed drastically. His pupils contracted slightly, and a chill ran through him. Where was the trace of his former idiocy in this person? He was finally certain that he had truly recovered. Your humble servant Li Song greets the Prince of Han. Li Song bowed his head, but his knees remained perfectly still, his attitude utterly perfunctory. He glanced at me out of the corner of his eye as I sat on the soft couch, clearly still not taking me, a prince, seriously. I lightly tapped the black box with my fingertips and coldly asked, Chief Secretary Li, do you know what kneeling and bowing means? My tone suddenly turned cold. To prostrate oneself is to show the utmost respect, which is a grave offense punishable by death. After I finished speaking, Li Song's expression changed slightly. He cursed inwardly, but still forced a smile. Why must your highness be so particular about etiquette? There are many affairs in the manor, so there is no need to be too concerned about these formalities. I gave him no room to maneuver, simply uttering, kneel or die. My tone was calm, yet sharp as a knife. Li Song's face instantly darkened, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. He decided to tear off the mask of civility, shouting fiercely, The prince's madness is not cured. Guards restrained the prince. No sooner had he finished speaking than dozens of black-clad warriors, swords drawn, surrounded me, their killing intent palpable. Seeing this, Yi Fan immediately stepped in front of me and angrily rebuked, Li Song, how dare you use force in the prince's residence? Are you plotting a rebellion? Li Song sneered, I am merely protecting my lord. How could this be considered a rebellion? Yi Fan angrily retorted, Bullshit. The prince has long been awake. You are plotting to murder the prince. Your entire family should be executed. Li Song laughed loudly. Who can report this to the court? I'm in charge of this prince's mansion now. If I say he's crazy, then he's crazy. His arrogance reached its peak. I remained calmly seated, my gaze sweeping across the room, and the strength information of everyone present appeared in my mind. Li Song, ordinary person, Fong Wenda, rank 3 martial artist. The rest were all rank 1 martial artists. The situation instantly became clear, and I felt even more at ease, simply tapping the black box in my hand lightly. Seeing my silence, Li Song's tone shifted to a combination of threats and inducements. If your highness continues to play dumb, I will guarantee you a lifetime of wealth and honor. Otherwise, don't blame me for showing no mercy. I smiled slightly and said calmly, Then I choose you die. The words had barely left his lips when a whoosh pierced the air. Immediately afterward, thunderous footsteps echoed as dozens of heavily armored guards surged from the shadows, surrounding Li Song and his men. Arrows rained down from rooftops and walls, their tips aimed directly at the group, a deadly aura palpable. This humble general, Lu Wuming, leads his personal guards to protect your highness. Please give the order. An armored general knelt on one knee, his imposing presence like a mountain. Fong Wenda's face turned deathly pale, and he stammered, a 5th-rank martial artist. At this moment, Li Song completely panicked. He finally realized that it was all a trap. I had laid a deadly snare, just waiting for him to fall into it. Unfortunately, It was too late for him to wake up. I didn't bother with any more words and gave the order directly. Except for Li Song, everyone else, execute them all. Lu Wuming responded instantly, his spear flashing like lightning as he charged straight at Fong Wenda. His personal guards advanced in formation, their coordinated attacks creating an overwhelming force in an instant. The sounds of clashing swords and screams filled the air, and in moments, all the warriors brought by Li Song were slaughtered, their blood flowing freely on the ground. Corpses littered the palace floor, and the air reeked of blood. Li Song, pinned to the ground, was terrified and repeatedly kowtowed, begging for mercy. "Your Highness, spare my life. I'll return all my property. Please spare my life." My expression was cold. Take him to prison and interrogate him thoroughly, leaving no stone unturned. Then I added, search him to prevent suicide. His life will be used to recover the prince's property. Lu Wuming obeyed and dragged the man away. The mess was quickly cleaned up, and Lu Wuming looked at me with more respect. This prince, who had once been rumored to be absurd and incompetent, was now calm and ruthless, clearly having been hiding his true strength. "Your Highness, should we recall the personal guards from other regions?" Lu Wuming asked tentatively. I nodded. "Recall them all, and make up for every penny of the owed military pay." Upon hearing this, both Yi Fan and Lu Wuming were taken aback. The military pay for several thousand personal guards often amounts to tens of thousands of taels of silver. Now that the prince's mansion is empty, where would he get so much money? I just smiled faintly and said, "Silver is not lacking. It is readily available." I immediately ordered, surround the Li residence, arrest all family members and confidants, confiscate all property. Then I looked at Yi Fan. "You're in charge of registering and listing everything. Not a single penny can be missed." My tone was decisive, without the slightest hesitation. In my view, there was only one fastest way to raise money: confiscate property. And Li Song's house was a ready-made treasury. Ding congratulations to the host for completing the mission. 3/5, national fortune value +4. Current national fortune, 11. The notification sound faded, and the hall was already empty. I rubbed my temples. The continuous changes had left me exhausted. But now that I controlled more than half of the prince's palace, I had finally stabilized the situation for the time being. I went into the inner room. Jinjin was still fast asleep, her breathing steady but slightly sluggish. I frowned and whispered, the drug was quite strong. Then I took a sleeping mat and pillow from another bed, spread them out simply, and fell asleep immediately. When I woke up again, the sun was high in the sky, and sunlight streamed in through the window. I instinctively reached for my phone, then paused for a moment before remembering that I was in another world. I took my phone out of my spatial storage to check the time and realized that I had slept for more than 10 hours. "Your Highness, you're awake?" Jinjin was sitting by the bed, combing her hair. She was somewhat surprised to see the glowing object in my hand, but she didn't ask any questions and simply stood there with her head bowed. I responded with a faint sound. I lit a cigarette, leaned against the headboard, and slowly exhaled the smoke, gradually regaining my senses. Jinjin watched in a daze, but still dared not utter a sound. I told her to fetch water to prepare for washing up. After she left, I took out my toiletries and quickly tidied myself up. For me, simply rushing through something like this was unacceptable. Once I was ready, I realized that the royal robes were extremely elaborate, so I had to call Jinjin in to help. The girl moved gently and cautiously, straightening my clothes and fastening my jade belt, each touch done with utmost care. I observed this, but said nothing. This fear was not something that could be changed overnight. After dressing properly, I stepped out of the palace. The palace had resumed its normal operation, and everyone bowed to me upon seeing me. The front courtyard was even more lively, with dozens of servants constantly moving wooden crates, piling them up all over the yard. Yi Fan was leading his men to register the items, giving instructions while cursing, "Be gentle. These all belong to His Highness." Clearly, these were all valuables confiscated from Li Song's residence. I went closer to take a look and found there were at least 30 or 40 boxes. I looked through the ledger and found that it was very detailed, with all kinds of records, including house deeds, land deeds, calligraphy and paintings, and antiques, and the quantity was quite astonishing. "Did you copy all of these?" I asked. Yi Fan replied respectfully, his excitement barely concealed. I nodded, but quickly realized something was amiss. The quantity of these items was far less than the original assets of the prince's mansion. I once owned 90,000 mu of land, so why do I only have this much left? My tone gradually turned cold. Yi Fan's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "The rest were all sold off at low prices to various powerful families." He handed over the list, which prominently featured the four major families: Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Wu. These people had not only bought land, but also received considerable free benefits, clearly indicating that they had long been deeply involved with Li Song. After reading it, I wasn't angry. I simply said, seeking profit is the norm, but we need to investigate who the mastermind is. Then, I ordered Lu Wuming to be summoned. Lu Wuming arrived quickly and knelt on one knee to receive my orders. I stated bluntly, "Get Li Song to talk within 3 days. I want all the evidence." My tone left no room for argument. Lu Wuming agreed on the spot and turned to leave. I continued to look through the ledgers, but found a crucial problem. There were almost no records of cash in the ledgers. I looked up and asked how much silver was confiscated in total. Yi Fan checked the accounts and replied, "Less than 9,000 taels, not much even including loose silver." My face instantly darkened. "You see, we brought a full 500,000 taels of silver with us, and now only this little bit remains." I couldn't help but curse under my breath, a murderous intent rising within me. This Li Song has probably swallowed everything he could. Yi Fan, his face flushed with anger, hurriedly reported, "Your Highness, we found out. Li Song secretly sent most of the cash back to his old residence in the capital." My expression instantly darkened. The power dynamics in the capital are complex. Once the money is in the hands of the authorities, it's almost impossible to recover it. This money is essentially gone. Yi Fan tentatively suggested, "How about we ask the Imperial Clan Court to confiscate his house in the capital and bring the money back?" This was indeed the safest option. However, I shook my head and rejected the idea, because I knew in my heart that once the Imperial Clan Court was involved, this matter would no longer be a family affair, but would become a laughingstock known throughout the city. I was once the crown prince, but now I have to rely on my elders to recover the wealth embezzled by my subordinates. If word of this gets back to the capital, my brothers will surely ridicule me. Money is important, but face is equally important. Besides, I have my own resources. I don't necessarily need that money to turn my life around. I rubbed my temples, already having made up my mind. The supplies in the warehouse could be exchanged for money. As long as I stayed alive and stabilized the situation, earning silver in the future wouldn't be difficult. Losing a few 100,000 taels wasn't a big deal. As long as the foundation remained, I could earn it back sooner or later. But Yi Fan was anxious. "Your Highness, there are only a few thousand taels of silver left in the manor. We still have to support the soldiers and pay their salaries. We can only last for 3 months at most. If we don't recover the money as soon as possible, that money will really be gone. Supporting the soldiers is extremely expensive. 5,000 soldiers cost tens of thousands of taels of silver per month. Add to that the expenses of the manor, and it simply won't last long." I pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, "What businesses are most profitable in Ningguda now, and who are doing them?" Yi Fan thought for a moment and replied that the area was originally a prosperous commercial center, but it gradually declined due to war. Now, the profitable businesses are basically monopolized by a few powerful clans. He continued, saying that Li Song had already established connections with these powerful families, receiving 1,300 taels of silver monthly from the Yu Lion alone, and 3,200 taels from the Yihong courtyard, and that was only for a 10% stake. I was immediately shocked when I heard this. To receive so much from just a tenth of the shares shows that these two businesses are incredibly profitable. I quickly realized that the key wasn't what we did, but that there was still a market for it. As long as there's a market, I'll find a way to make money. I quickly found my direction. Compared to directly engaging in restaurants and brothels, I needed a platform that could quickly deliver goods. Various time travel scenarios flashed through my mind: soap, alcohol, daily necessities, and with my status as a prince, many businesses could be conducted legitimately. Thinking of this, I immediately gave the order: Yi Fan, in my name, send invitations to all the powerful families related to Li Song. I will be hosting a banquet at the Yihong courtyard in 3 days, and they must all attend. Yi Fan immediately accepted the order and turned to make the arrangements. The study fell silent again. I closed my eyes and began to consider the resources in the warehouse, thinking about the fastest way to make money. Just then, Jinjin came in with tea, gently stood behind me, and began to massage my shoulders. Her technique was skillful, and her strength was just right. I quickly relaxed and chuckled softly. Your skills are getting better and better. As I spoke, I pulled her into my arms. Jinjin gasped and fell into my embrace. A soft, warm embrace enveloped me, a delicate fragrance wafting in my nostrils. Jinjin looked up, cautiously asking, Your Highness, have you truly recovered? I gently patted her, smiling but saying nothing. Jinjin's cheeks flushed instantly, her shyness barely concealed. You little rascal. I looked down at her slightly flushed cheeks, my tone teasing. I'm back to normal. Isn't that good? Yes, of course it's good. She nodded hurriedly, her eyes instantly reddening, her voice choked with sobs. I've been burning incense and praying to Buddha every day, hoping that His Highness would recover. Now he's really better. Before she could finish speaking, she threw herself into my arms and couldn't help but cry. I was momentarily stunned. I've never lacked women in my life, but most of those so-called feelings were nothing more than a pursuit of my status and money. She was different. Her dependence on and care for me were genuine and heartfelt. She was brought into the palace by the Empress at a young age and practically watched me grow up. Nominally a maid, she was actually my closest person. Especially during the time I was mentally impaired, it was she who desperately protected me, allowing me to retain the last shred of my dignity. My heart was filled with mixed emotions. I gently patted her back, my tone unusually soft. Don't cry, I'm all better now. I remember everything you've done for me these past few days, and I will never mistreat you in the future. These words were a rare promise to me. In the past, I would casually utter sweet words without ever taking them seriously, but this time, they were much more earnest. Just then, she suddenly gasped, broke free from my embrace, and took several steps back. Her face flushed crimson. She had lost control of her emotions for a moment, and now, having regained her composure, she felt too ashamed to look up. Looking at her like this, I couldn't help but laugh. This girl is simple-minded. Her emotions are all written on her face, which actually makes her more pleasing to the eye. After a moment, she composed herself and stood behind me again, gently massaging me. She asked in a low voice, Your Highness, how did you save me last night? I then briefly recounted the events, from her falling into a coma after taking the medicine, to my waking up and killing Li Hu, and then shocking everyone. I explained everything clearly. She was both angry and anxious. When she heard that Li Hu had been killed, she couldn't help but clench her fists in relief. But when she heard that Li Song had led his men in, her face turned worried. Your Highness is so amazing. You actually knew all this. Her eyes were full of admiration, but she quickly lowered her head and blamed herself. It's all my fault for fainting. Otherwise, I would have been able to protect Your Highness. I deliberately put on a stern face and gently patted her. What, in your eyes, am I that useless? She was startled and quickly knelt down. Your Highness, please forgive me, I misspoke. She looked flustered, afraid of angering me. As she knelt, her clothes were slightly disheveled, and her curves were faintly revealed. I was stunned for a moment, and a strange feeling arose in my heart. She noticed my gaze, her face flushed red, and she whispered, Your Highness. Her voice was so soft, it was almost inaudible. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat ambiguous. I stopped trying to suppress it, took a step forward, and picked her up, my tone playful. You've got some nerve, daring to say I'm no good. You must be punished. After saying that, I carried her, who was too ashamed to look up, and walked straight into the inner room. At that very moment, a system notification sounded. Ding, the host has taken Jinjin as a concubine, national fortune plus 500. I did hear the system notification, but I had no time to pay attention to it. The sight of her before me made my mind slightly unsettled. Her cheeks flushed under my gaze, and she looked somewhat apprehensive, asking softly, Your Highness, am I an unlucky omen? I chuckled softly and reached out to gently pinch the tip of her nose. Silly girl, I love you just the way you are. You're a treasure sent from heaven. Upon hearing this, her eyes lit up instantly. After confirming I wasn't joking, her face flushed even more, and she whispered, I beg Your Highness to cherish me. I consider myself a seasoned player in matters of the heart, and I thought handling a novice like her would be a piece of cake. But once we started, I discovered that she was surprisingly healthy and had a strong sense of control. With a little guidance, she could keep up with the pace, which quickly put me at a disadvantage. In no time, I was completely defeated. Half an hour later, I leaned against the headboard, lit a cigarette, and slowly calmed my breathing. A sense of helplessness arose in my heart. This time, I had truly lost completely. In contrast, she, though it was her first time, appeared perfectly normal, showing almost no signs of fatigue. She quickly dressed, then fetched warm water, and carefully helped me get ready. As I enjoyed this moment, I secretly resolved, I must learn martial arts as soon as possible, or I wouldn't even be able to save face. After everything was over, I checked the system panel. Host, Lichengji, Territory, Ningguda Prefecture, Annual Revenue, 9,527 taels. Concubine, Yuzhenja National Fortune, 511. The current mission has also progressed to 3/5. To my surprise, simply accepting her as a concubine directly increased the nation's fortune by 500 points. I was overjoyed. This was equivalent to gaining myself more than a year. I clicked on her information. Name, Yuzhenjin, age, 19, realm, rank 4, loyalty, 100. Seeing this, I learned her full name and couldn't help but sigh that this girl was far more complex than I had imagined. I wanted to stay a little longer, but she was too shy to look up. She quickly packed everything up and left the room, as if fleeing. I watched her retreating figure, smiled helplessly, straightened my robes, and went to the study. In my study, I began to plan my next steps, especially how to quickly bring soap and spirits to market and recoup my investment. Just then, a voice came from outside the door. Your Highness, Prefect Zhao of Ningguda requests an audience. I paused slightly. This prefect had never visited before. His sudden arrival clearly indicated ulterior motives. I composed myself and rose to go to the main hall. Inside, Zhao Qishou had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing me, he bowed respectfully. This humble official greets Your Highness, the Prince of Han. His manners were impeccable. I responded indifferently, my tone neither warm nor cold, and directly asked him the purpose of his visit. Zhao Qishou smiled and said he had come to offer congratulations, and even had 2 chests of silver brought out, totaling 2,000 taels. I remained polite on the surface, but inwardly I sneered, gesturing for him to accept the silver before exchanging a few casual pleasantries. Soon, he changed the subject, probing, I heard that Li Song, the chief secretary of the prince's residence, has been imprisoned. May I ask why? As soon as he said this, the atmosphere became tense. I already had a judgment in my mind, and immediately said in a cold voice, this person is incredibly audacious, daring to lead men to break into the mansion and attempt an assassination. I recounted the events with a slight embellishment, and then asked, according to the law, what should be his punishment? Zhao Qishou immediately displayed shock and anger, repeatedly condemning Li Song as deserving of death, his attitude changing drastically. But then, he proposed that the man should be transferred to the prefectural government for trial. He spoke with high-sounding words, but his true purpose was clear. He wanted someone. I sneered inwardly. This prefect had come to my door today with gifts simply to try and get Li Song out of my hands. I raised my hand and waved it, my tone indifferent. No need to trouble Lord Zhao. Although Li Song holds an official position, he is still a retainer of this king. I will handle this matter myself. I was polite on the surface, but a coldness had already appeared in my eyes. I have other uses for this man, so naturally I will not hand him over. Zhao Qishou's face stiffened, clearly not expecting me to refuse. His heart tightened. What he truly worried about were the secrets Li Song possessed that involved the Zhao family. If they fell into my hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue trying. He forced a smile again, bowed, and said, Your Highness is busy with many affairs. There is no need for you to personally handle such a trivial matter. I am willing to take charge of the investigation and will certainly give Your Highness an explanation. As soon as he finished speaking, my expression turned completely cold. Lord Zhao, you are the younger brother of the Zhao family patriarch, aren't you? I asked calmly. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly replied. The next moment, my tone turned icy. Li Song has close ties with the Zhao family. Now you're so eager to get people. Could it be that your Zhao family was involved in the assassination attempt on me? These words struck him like a thunderbolt. He was so frightened that he knelt down on the spot and kowtowed repeatedly. Absolutely not. The Zhao family has been clean for generations and would never dare to harm your highness. He was covered in cold sweat and desperately tried to distance himself from the situation. He was filled with remorse. He had only intended to silence them and settle the matter, but he hadn't expected to be accused of treason. Such a charge would mean the extermination of his entire clan, a burden he couldn't bear, and he could only beg for mercy. Seeing his expression, I softened slightly and calmly ordered, "Serve tea." A maid brought in the tea, but the atmosphere became even more oppressive. Zhao Qishou dared not linger any longer, immediately rose to take his leave, bowed, and hurriedly departed the prince's residence. Before leaving, I casually said, "I'm hosting a banquet at the Yihong courtyard tonight. Remember to come." He quickly agreed, but didn't dare to stop walking. He walked briskly until he left the palace before he breathed a sigh of relief. As he settled into the sedan chair, he glanced back at the stone lions in front of the prince's mansion. The fear on his face gradually faded, replaced by gloom and resentment. He gritted his teeth and said, "Return to the mansion." When dinner time came and the food was served, I couldn't help but frown. There were more than a dozen dishes, but almost all of them were just watery soup with not a trace of oil. Even the rice was coarse and dark, making it completely unappetizing. I muttered to myself, "Is this what a prince eats?" The woman next to me asked cautiously, "Is your highness not to your liking?" I suppressed my grumbling and stood up. "Take me to the kitchen." When I got to the kitchen, I was speechless. Although the place was large and there were quite a few people, the cooking methods were extremely limited, with only boiling and steaming as options, and the seasonings were just salt and soy sauce. There wasn't even the most basic stir-fry. Looking at the simple stove, I already had an idea. Since I wanted to control the prince's mansion, I might as well start with the food. So I told her to boil water and went back to my study to draw up the blueprints for the earthen stove. Soon, the hot water arrived. But instead of starting immediately, I took out 2 buckets of pickled cabbage and beef noodles, poured in boiling water, and started preparing them. Even in modern times, I still have a special fondness for this dish. Steam rose, and a fragrance quickly filled the entire study. This rich aroma was particularly alluring in this era. Even she couldn't resist moving closer, her eyes shining. She gently sniffed and couldn't help but ask, "Your Highness, what is this? It smells so good." Instant noodles might not be worth much these days, but their flavor is incredibly potent. Even if I were worth billions, I'd still have a bowl every now and then to satisfy my craving. I chuckled as I took out sausages, braised eggs, and braised pig trotters from my spatial storage, adding toppings as I pleased. I skillfully opened the 2 buckets of instant noodles, divided the seasoning packets, and stuffed them in, then placed the pig's trotters in half beside the buckets. Steam rose, and the aroma grew even stronger. In a short while, I also scribbled a simple diagram on a piece of paper. "Come and have some noodles," I called out. She was already drawn in by the aroma, her eyes fixed on me. Taking the instant noodles, she took a sniff, and a satisfied look immediately appeared on her face as she carefully picked up a few noodles. I waved my hand and said, "Eat by yourselves, 1 serving each. No need to feed you anymore." As I spoke, I started eating the noodles with gusto. Seeing this, she couldn't resist taking a bite, and her eyes lit up instantly. The noodles were chewy, and the broth was delicious. She turned around and started eating heartily, her cheeks bulging, unable to stop. Then she tried the ham sausage and braised egg, her face beaming with even more delight. She had eaten delicacies at the Crown Prince's residence before, but at this moment, nothing felt as satisfying as this simple bowl of instant noodles. Soon, she finished the entire bowl. I looked at her and smiled. "Are you full?" She nodded, blushing. I took out a lollipop and handed it to her. "Try this." She carefully unwrapped it, put it in her mouth, and the sweetness instantly filled her mouth. She was so surprised that she exclaimed repeatedly, "So sweet, even better than white sugar." She couldn't help but ask where it came from. I made up a reason on the spot, saying that I received my skills from a deity in a dream. She actually believed me without a doubt, her eyes full of admiration, and she clung to my arm, pouting, "Can I still eat this afterward?" I smiled and said, "It depends on how you do." She immediately nodded seriously, indicating that she would definitely serve her well. The atmosphere immediately relaxed. Soon after, I asked Ifan to come over and give him the blueprints to find craftsmen to build the stove and cookware. My plan was to gradually transform modern materials into things usable in this era. Within 2 days, News of my regaining consciousness had spread throughout Ninguda, and the major families secretly sent people to monitor the prince's residence. When Lu Wuming came to report, his expression was clearly grave. I don't care about those things. I'm more concerned with how to monetize resources, establish a stable income, and prepare for future plans. All the major families also replied, indicating they would attend a banquet. In the study, I lay leisurely, eating grapes with my head on her lap. She peeled them while gently massaging me, her expression tender. This fruit is extremely expensive here, costing 1 tael of silver per pound. It's practically a luxury for ordinary people, but I don't care. She was completely satisfied. In her eyes, I had not only returned to normal, but had also become increasingly mysterious and powerful, always able to come up with all sorts of novel and delicious foods. She thought to herself, if the late empress were still alive, she would be very pleased to see me now. Just as the atmosphere was becoming increasingly ambiguous, a guard outside the door whispered, "Your Highness, General Lu requests an audience." I opened my eyes and let him in. I knew in my heart that his visit this time was most likely because there had been a result in Li Song's case. Sure enough, Lu Wuming strode in, clad in armor, holding a stack of confessions in her hands, her expression furious. "Your Highness, Li Song's crimes over the past few months have been fully investigated, and this is his confession." She took it and handed it to me. I looked through it for a moment, my face gradually darkening. The Zhao family, the Sun family. I murmured the names, my eyes cold. The confessions showed that these two powerful families were Li Song's backers. I had expected the Zhao family to get involved, but the Sun family's involvement surprised me. Although Ninguda is remote, it has advantages in trade, and the 4 major families of Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Wu have been entrenched in it for many years, wielding considerable power. The Sun family, in particular, has served in the military for generations and has influence in major fortresses, posing a threat no less significant than that of the Zhao family. Lu Wuming said angrily, "Your Highness, as long as you give the order, I will immediately lead my troops to raze these 2 families to the ground." In his view, with the confession in hand, he could take action with a perfectly legitimate reason. I raised my hand to stop them. No rush. I saw it clearly. A single confession wouldn't be enough to bring down these centuries-old families. More realistically, the prince's forces were too weak. The guards numbered only 800, far too few to confront them head-on. These powerful families have numerous private armies, often numbering in the tens of thousands. Coupled with their control over land and wealth, they have long since become behemoths. I understand that the most important thing now is not to turn against them, but to accumulate strength. I already have a plan. First, convert resources into silver, then expand our military strength. Only with troops in hand can we have confidence in everything. As for firearms, I don't plan to reveal them easily for now. We can only advance slowly. Afterwards, I handed the confession to Yi Fan and casually instructed, find someone to forge a copy and include the Qian family, the Wu family, the Wang family, and the Zhu family. Make it look convincing. These families are the most powerful and influential families in the city. My goal is simple. If we're going to make a move, we can't just focus on 2 companies. We need to stir up the whole mess to pave the way for future plans. Meanwhile, inside the Zhao family mansion, a gentle breeze caressed the lakeside pavilion. Zhao Qixio and the family head, Zhao Ziqian, sat facing each other, sipping tea in a leisurely atmosphere. Zhao Qixio hesitated for a moment. The Prince of Han is hosting a banquet tonight. Are we really going? Zhao Ziqian smiled faintly. Of course we're going. He's a prince. It would be disrespectful not to go. He then asked, is that kid's illness really cured? Zhao Qixio nodded, his expression serious. Not only is he cured, but he's also quite a character, definitely not the spoiled brat he's been rumored to be. Zhao Ziqian sneered, unconcerned. No matter how powerful he is, he's just a useless crown prince. He has no money or connections. If he wants to survive in Ninguda, he'll have to come begging to us sooner or later. As he spoke, a calculating glint flashed in his eyes. Tonight, I'll see what tricks he can pull. Chapter 022 Head, Shoulders, and the Girl's Space. The Prince of Han's mansion. Jinjin was carefully adjusting Li Chengji's clothes. He was wearing an ordinary blue long gown. The material was luxurious, but the color was plain. Li Chengji's skin was delicate and fair, which complemented his blue robe and made his handsome features stand out even more. His long hair was tied back with a plain jade hairpin, with a few strands hanging down his neck and swaying slightly in the wind. He had the noble air of a refined young master, which was completely different from his usual slovenly appearance. In particular, the faint fragrance emanating from him was refreshing and elegant, a far cry from the usual stench of sweat and grime. Just now, Li Chengji soaked in the bathhouse for more than an hour. Jinjin took the exfoliating scrubber and a rough bath towel and carefully wiped his body. As the thick layer of dirt was scrubbed off, Jinjin felt as if his highness had become a pound lighter. The bathroom was filled with steam, and warm water washed over his shoulders. Li Qingji squinted comfortably, and then asked Jinjin to prepare a large tub of hot water so he could thoroughly wash his waist-length hair. He casually took out a bottle of shampoo from his personal storage compartment. It was Head Shoulders, which has always been effective at removing dandruff, but it's a bit too irritating. His long hair hadn't been properly groomed in a long time. As a martial artist, Jinjin possessed great strength, and her fingers deftly moved through his hair, kneading and massaging his scalp with even pressure. Even after half an hour, she didn't feel tired at all. If Li Qingji were to wash himself, he would probably be exhausted and out of breath. Even so, he used half a bottle of Head Shoulders just to wash his hair the first time, which shows how dirty his hair used to be. But in this era of scarce medical resources and inconvenient bathing, most people's hair is not much better. Wow, this smells so good, Your Highness. Jinjin held the half-empty shampoo bottle, brought it close to her nose, and sniffed it lightly, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Here, open that bag. Li Qingji raised his chin and pointed to a plain cloth bag in the corner. Yes, this is for washing your hair from now on. Just use the same method you use to wash my hair. This is soap for washing your face. Use it to wash your face before bed, and then rinse it with clean water. He naturally wanted the people around him to be clean and fragrant. After all, Jinjin was his closest person. Thank you, Your Highness. Jinjin happily took the cloth bag, carefully tucking it into her bosom, her face beaming with joy. There is no harm without comparison. Jinjin had never thought her hair and body were dirty before, but after spending an hour scrubbing Li Chengji's body and half an hour washing his hair this afternoon, and witnessing the stark difference before and after, she realized that this was true cleanliness. Today is the third day. The day Li Chengji had previously agreed to host a banquet for several powerful and influential families in Inguda Prefecture. His purpose this time was to discuss business, not to put on airs as a prince. Therefore, he did not wear the python robe that symbolized his status. Even Lu Wuming and the personal guards behind him changed into ordinary long gowns and took off their wartime armor, looking no different from ordinary attendants. However, he had already sent out those 10 Imperial guards to hide in the surrounding area. Regardless of the circumstances, this safety issue absolutely cannot be ignored. You only have one life. Don't kill yourself. Your Highness, why are we going so solemnly? Jinjin asked curiously, blinking her big, watery eyes. These past few days, the prince has been writing and painting in the mansion and has never mentioned going out. But today he suddenly wants to go out and even specially asked General Lu to arrange dozens of skilled men to guard the outer perimeter. He also brought more than a dozen elite guards with him, making the defenses very tight. Naturally, we'll go to a place where people can have fun and be carefree, a place every man likes to go. Tonight, we'll go to the brothel. Li Chengji's lips curled into a playful smile, his tone tinged with teasing. In modern times, Li Chengji runs a bar and spends his free time there. With his handsome appearance and abundant wealth, he has always been highly sought after there. Whoever he takes a fancy to, he can invite them directly to a private room for pleasure. He has always been open and honest, never hiding his desires, which others take for granted. Whether it was a Zhu or Ms. Chung, he openly admitted that he was attracted to their bodies and lust after their beauty. The Grand View Garden? Jinjin repeated it in a low voice, her eyes flashing suddenly as she quickly realized. Wasn't that the famous brothel in the city? Instantly, her face flushed bright red, like a ripe apple, a faint hint of resentment rising in her eyes. She pouted slightly and muttered softly, Your Highness, I only got my period today, and I've been serving you well all this time. Why can't you wait even a day? She felt a little wronged. Before her period, she had always served His Highness with utmost care. Why did the prince have to go to a brothel to seek pleasure now? Your Highness, could you please not go? Jinjin tugged at Li Chengji's sleeve and shook it gently, her tone pleading, I can't serve you now. How about I choose a few women of good character to serve your highness? The people in the Ihong courtyard are a mixed bag. It's too dirty. Although she felt a little resentful, Zhenjin was not jealous, let alone envious. As Li Chengji's closest maid, she was only concerned about the safety of his highness. Even if she wanted a woman to accompany her, she should find someone with a clean background and a known history. How could she go to brothel? More importantly, your highness really must not go to brothels anymore. Haven't the lessons learned from the past been profound enough? It was because he got drunk from drinking and carousing, slipped and fell into a latrine, and hit a rock that he became mentally impaired and even lost his high position as crown prince. If word gets to his majesty that he went to a brothel again, he will surely be furious. Don't worry, I'm only here today to discuss some matters. I have no interest in those vulgar women. Li Chengji patted the back of her hand, his tone gentle and reassuring. He suddenly changed the subject, as if he had remembered something, and joked, "By the way, is that girl's space any good?" Upon hearing this, Zhenjin's cheeks instantly turned bright red, her head bowed low, almost touching her chest, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. For some reason, His Highness suddenly gave her a package of clean white things today, and even showed her how to use a thin piece of fabric that she had never seen before. It turned out to be a woman's underwear. Zhenjin was used to wearing loose boxer briefs, and had never seen such close-fitting clothes that didn't even cover her buttocks. I was so embarrassed that my cheeks burned, and I wished I could disappear into the ground. But Li Chengji insisted that she try it, so she had no choice but to blush and take the clothes and girl's space into her room to change. The menstrual pads she used to use were made of a piece of red cloth wrapped with wood ash. They were heavy, not breathable, and often leaked. Therefore, during her period, she would wear several layers of undergarments and move as little as possible for fear of embarrassing herself. But after switching into the girl's space given to her by the prince, she felt light as a feather and was not affected at all. She had checked it before going out, and there was not a single leak. It's so good, so easy to use. It's absolutely amazing. Zhenjin looked up at Li Chengji with eyes full of admiration, her gaze sparkling. Your Highness, did you make this too? Some of them are made by me, but this girl's space is not. Li Chengji smiled mysteriously. It was bestowed upon me by the gods. I'm just giving it to you to use. That's because your Highness is so amazing, Zhenjin said immediately, her tone incredibly sincere. The gods would only bestow such wonderful things upon someone as capable as your Highness. You're quite the flatterer, Li Chengji said, pinching her flushed cheek with a smile. I'm just telling the truth. Zhenjin stuck out her tongue, her eyes full of innocent charm. From being well-behaved and cautious on the first day, to being intimate with Li Chengji and amazed by his various amazing methods in the past 2 days, Zhenjin has become much more lively. The distance between them has gradually disappeared, and now she even dares to joke with him. She hesitated for a moment, her eyes filled with trepidation, and whispered, Your Highness, wherever you go, I'll follow you, okay? She was afraid that this request would displease Li Chengji. In the past, when His Highness visited brothels, she had wanted to follow him, but he had scolded her and told her to get out, saying that her presence would spoil the fun. If she had been with His Highness back then, he certainly wouldn't have gotten drunk and fallen into the latrine, nor would he have been mentally impaired for so long, even losing his position as crown prince. This matter has always left Zhenjin with a sense of guilt. Sure, Li Chengji nodded nonchalantly, his tone relaxed and showing no displeasure. If you want to come, then come. Zhenjin never expected it to go so smoothly, and immediately sat down behind Li Chengji with a happy smile. About the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The car slowed down and came to a stop. Li Chengji lifted the small curtain next to the carriage. They probably arrived. This Ihong courtyard truly lives up to its reputation as the largest brothel in Ningguda Prefecture. In ancient times, once it got dark, it was practically pitch black. Even on the streets, there were only scattered lights. But here it is brightly lit, bustling with people, and filled with traffic. Previously, when the carriage was in motion, the noise from the wheels and hooves made people ignore the sounds outside. Now that it has stopped, you can hear some sounds very clearly. Grandpa, come and play. Sir, we have a few new ones here. None of them have opened yet. Oh, Mr. Wong, you've finally arrived. Our Ningning has been missing you for days. She hasn't been able to eat or drink, and she's even lost weight. Oh, Master Wong, judging by your momentum, you must have been dominating the gambling den today, right? That's good, that's good. Come on, I'll have them help you relax today. Oh, sir, it's obvious you're not from around here. You're asking which one of our girls is the best. Every girl in our Ihong courtyard is the best. How do I describe this sound? It's very familiar. It's like it's appeared in my mind countless times. Going home, the thought suddenly popped into Li Chengji's mind, startling him. What does it mean to go home? I am completely innocent and have never come here. Okay? It must be that guy from before, that old lecher. All he does is hang out in brothels. He even managed to seduce the crown prince. Damn it. Is it worth it for just 2 ounces of meat? 2 slices of meat? Chapter 023, Zhao Jianghan. I never expected that even after this guy left and his soul changed, he still had this obsession in his heart. That was absolutely wrong. I like to see what kind of place it is that makes you linger there so much. I, the king, will give you my critique. How should I put it? Standing at the entrance of this brothel, you can smell a faint aroma of wine, as well as a unique fragrance. This fragrance has the scent of rouge, but also some other unique notes. Perhaps you possess a unique charm that emanates from all the graceful women who come and go. How to describe the natural fragrance of a woman's body? In the past, it really was something that everyone had. When Li Chengji was in school, around junior high, he lived at school, and his classmates were all teenagers. Those female classmates had a unique fragrance. They didn't have any cosmetics. After all, everyone was poor back then. Studying in the countryside, it was good enough to have enough to eat in the millennium. Back then, female classmates would at most use some creams like Yishuang. The scent on her body is just wonderful. It's a pity that he was too poor when he was in junior high school and didn't have the chance to taste it. After he started working and became a big internet celebrity, he became rich and had sex with all kinds of women. But I just couldn't taste that unique feminine fragrance that I smelled back in junior high school. I never expected that upon arriving in this strange world, I would smell that familiar fragrance just by standing at the entrance. Damn it, I was just cursing others, and now I'm like this myself. Li Chengji suppressed the agitation in his heart. He was here tonight to discuss business, not to go out and have fun. He wasn't qualified to go out and have fun yet. Safety is the most important thing right now, and establishing a foothold in this world as quickly as possible is also crucial. Young master, please come in. Although Li Chengji kept a low profile, his ostentatious display still drew everyone's attention. Although they were dressed in ordinary clothes, the fabric of the clothes looked extraordinary. He had a face as beautiful as jade and was accompanied by dozens of guards. The madam, of course, immediately came forward to greet her. Li Chengji had a rule when he did things. If he was hosting a dinner party, he would arrive early and prepare the venue. Even though he is now a prince, he remains the same. He arrived half an hour earlier than the agreed time. On one hand, he was tidying up, and on the other hand, he wanted to get a feel for the surrounding environment beforehand. He was extremely curious about this famous brothel, especially after the flutter in his heart he had just felt. Wait a moment. A figure staggered and blocked their way. He was a wealthy young man in his early 20s, dressed in a fine shoe brocade robe embroidered with intricate cloud patterns. He wore a lustrous white jade belt around his waist, with a pigeon blood ruby inlaid at the buckle and a palm-sized Titian jade pendant hanging below it, which made a crisp clinking sound when he walked. His cheeks were flushed red, his brows reeked of alcohol, and his steps were unsteady, swaying as he walked, clearly having drunk quite a bit of strong liquor. He drunkenly reached out and patted Li Chengji on the shoulder. Lu Wuming reacted extremely quickly, twisting his body like a raccoon dog and instantly blocking Li Chengji's path, his palm, reeking of alcohol, slamming heavily onto Li's shoulder. The drunkard seemed unaware that he had photographed the wrong person. He didn't even glance at Lu Wuming, his head swaying left and right, his cloudy eyes fixed on Jinjin on his left. It lit up instantly, and undisguised greed surged in its bloodshot pupils. This chick's got some hot stuff. The drunkard's lips curled into a lewd smile. Little girl, you're a newcomer at the brothel, right? He let out a burp, the strong smell of alcohol hitting you. Come on, follow me, I'll buy your virginity. As he spoke, he rummaged around in his pocket for a while, pulled out a thick stack of silver notes, and casually tossed them aside, the notes falling like snowflakes to the feet of the madam beside him. The madam, dressed in a gaudy red silk dress and with her face heavily made up, was smiling broadly as she approached. Upon seeing this, she froze on the spot. After doing all this, the drunkard impatiently stretched out his arms to hug Jinjin's waist, his movements skillful and fluid, clearly indicating that he had done it countless times. Jinjin's face instantly turned ashen. Her delicate features were filled with frost, and anger surged in her eyes. What kind of lecherous scoundrel is this, daring to be so insolent? Just as that greasy, groping hand was about to touch her clothes, Jinjin's body twisted as lightly as a willow catkin. With just a simple side turn, the hands brushed past the hem of her skirt and missed their target. Oh, a little beauty! Han was stunned for a moment, clearly not expecting this woman to be so agile. He narrowed his drunken eyes, stretched out his right index finger, and pointed it little by little in Jinjin's direction, his lewd smile growing even wider. So naughty. My uncle likes it. I hate dead fish the most. Come on, let's go back to the room. If you serve them well, you'll be richly rewarded. The drunkard was clearly more intrigued by Jinjin's resistance. Jinjin was already pure and refined, like a secluded orchid in a valley. Coupled with her years of martial arts training, she had a slender and upright figure with smooth and beautiful lines. Under Li Chengji's care these past 2 days, she had gained an indescribable charm between her brows. Her skin was as smooth as jade and radiant. Even the strands of hair hanging down by her temples had an alluring luster, making the drunkard drool with desire and wishing he could pounce on her and take a big bite. The companions following the drunkard were all richly dressed young men. They all noticed Jinjin at that moment. Their eyes lit up instantly, and they couldn't help but give the drunkard a thumbs up, their tone full of envy. Brother Zhao, you truly have a keen eye. I spotted such a masterpiece among all these people at a glance. As soon as he finished speaking, several young people who had been chatting nearby were also attracted over. They gathered around, staring intently at Jinjin with amazement and greed on their faces, and started discussing among themselves. Brother Zhao, you've drunk so much, you must be feeling a bit weak, right? A fat young master rubbed his hands together and chuckled. Why don't you let me have it, and I'll give you an extra 100 taels. It's like nobody's broke. Little beauty, come with me later. I'll give you an extra 500 taels, and I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury. The madam standing nearby felt a sudden pang of unease upon seeing this. She had just seen that Li Chengji had an extraordinary bearing, and that although his clothes were simple, they could not hide his noble air. She was worried that he was some well-known young master and wanted to go up and advise this young master Zhao to restrain himself. But before she could speak, the young master in the blue robe casually shoved her aside, and she staggered to the side. The madam tried to step forward to dissuade her, but 2 tall guards dressed in black immediately stepped forward, blocking her from the left and right, and coldly reprimanded, "Don't spoil our young master's mood, understand? So what if she's not a girl from your courtyard?" The guard crossed his arms and spoke arrogantly. "Being chosen by our young master is her good fortune." The moment the 2 guards spoke, the surrounding crowd erupted in uproar. My God, what are they trying to do? They dare to forcibly abduct girls who aren't from the brothel. Shoo, keep your voice down. Didn't you see clearly? That's Zhao Jianghan, the second young master of the Zhao family. Does he care who the woman he's set his sights on is? That's true. With the Zhao family's wealth and power, what kind of woman can't they buy? The man next to this girl may have an impressive presence, but that's all he is. No matter how powerful he is, he can't beat the Zhao family. What a pity. Such a beauty is going to be ruined soon. These young masters are having a wild time. It's definitely not going to be enjoyed by one person alone. Don't feel sorry for her. Isn't it all her own fault? She's so beautiful. Why didn't she stay quietly in her room and hide away? Instead, she had to come out and flaunt herself in public. Now it's too late to regret it. The surrounding chatter reached Li Chengji's ears like buzzing flies. He raised an eyebrow slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. This scene was somewhat familiar, and this person was actually from the Zhao family. I don't know if he's Zhao Qixio's son or Zhao Zichen's son. However, whether it was the head of the family's son or the prefect's son, they certainly had the capital to be arrogant and do evil in Nguda Prefecture, and ordinary people simply couldn't afford to offend them. But that's someone else. Jinjin won't tolerate this kind of lecher. Seeing the undisguised lewdness and wickedness on the other person's face made her even angrier, and her chest heaved violently. Seeing Zhao Jianghan lecherously lunging at her again, reeking of alcohol and disgusting saliva, Jinjin's eyes flashed with cold light. Showing no mercy, she twisted her waist and kicked out with her right leg like a cannonball. Bang! With a muffled thud, Zhao Jianghan's 200-pound obese body flew backwards several meters like a kite with a broken string, crashing into a crowd of onlookers and street-side tables along the way. The sounds of shattering dishes and gasps from the crowd rose and fell. With a piercing scream, Zhao Jianghan convulsed in pain, his forehead instantly covered with large beads of sweat, and his face turned ashen. "You bitch! How dare you hit me?" Zhao Jianghan thrashed about on the ground several times, but couldn't get up. His eyes were filled with disbelief, rage, and humiliation. Upon seeing this, two guards dressed in black rushed over and, with one on each side, managed to lift him up. Zhao Jianghan was panting heavily, his chest heaving violently, and his angry shouts echoed throughout the entire street like a broken gong. He had tried martial arts before, but he was too lazy and couldn't endure hardship, so he gave up after only a few days. However, the Zhao family was incredibly wealthy, and they fed him all sorts of rare medicinal herbs and nourishing dishes as if they were free, which forcibly built up his brute strength, allowing him to step into the threshold of martial arts and become a first-rank martial artist. Although this first-rank martial artist is considered the lowest level by true martial arts experts, he is at least 500 to 600 genes stronger than ordinary people, and his body is also much more robust. Jinjin's kick made him wince in pain, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. "Grab her! This bitch dares to resist. Just wait until I teach you a lesson, and show you what happens when you disobey me." In Nguda Prefecture, the Zhao family wields immense power, and Zhao Jianghan has always been a man who acts with impunity. A woman he sets his sights on only needs to beckon with a finger, and she will invariably undress and lie obediently in front of him. But today, to be kicked flying in front of everyone, how could he possibly tolerate such a humiliating disgrace? He planned that once he caught Jinjin, he would first vent his anger on her, and then sell her to the brothel, a den of iniquity, so that she would become a lowly slut who would be ridden and trampled by thousands, suffering all kinds of torment in the world. Only then could he quell the hatred in his heart. Just as several guards from the Zhao family surrounded Jinjin, Li Chengji, who was standing not far behind her, had a slight smile on his lips. He couldn't help but want to take out the Glock from his personal storage compartment. These reckless fools in front of us, and that arrogant young master of the Zhao family, all deserve to die. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on Li Chengji's woman, even if the king of heaven himself came, he couldn't save them. However, the killing intent in Li Chengji's eyes subsided slightly the next second. His fingers stopped, and he put the Glock back into the depths of the warehouse. He was a prince, the former crown prince. Even now that he has become a deposed crown prince and been demoted to Nguda Prefecture, he is still the most influential of the vassal kings. It is not appropriate for him to kill someone in public. Lu Wuming. Exist. Lu Wuming's response was concise. Li Chengji had already given instructions that he would be out in plain clothes tonight. Unless Li Chengji gives the order, he will never leave Li Chengji's side by even 2 inches. Break his legs. Yes. Li Chengji did not want to kill anyone directly here. Killing someone was a small matter to him, but if it affected his reputation and subsequent plans, then it would be a loss. First, break his legs and teach this arrogant fool a lesson. Then, when the night is quiet, arrange for Lu Wuming to secretly take his life without anyone knowing. After receiving the order, Lu Wuming strode forward. Each step he took on the bluestone slabs produced a deep and powerful sound, as if striking the hearts of everyone present. He was a soldier who had truly crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, having participated in several fierce battles. His hands were stained with the blood of at least 100 dead souls, and he carried a genuine and chilling killing intent. In addition, with his profound cultivation as a 5th-grade martial artist, every step he took made the surrounding air seem to freeze, which was awe-inspiring and chilling. What do you want to do? Zhao Jianghan was so frightened by the murderous aura emanating from Lu Wuming that he retreated repeatedly, his previous arrogance vanishing without a trace. No, don't come any closer. My father is Zhao Ziqian. My second uncle is the prefect of Nguda Prefecture. If you dare to lay a hand on me, my father and second uncle will never let you go. You're dead. He didn't know why an unprecedented fear welled up in his heart. The feeling that he was about to die at any moment made him feel cold all over. Cold sweat had soaked through his brocade clothes and trickled down his spine. He could only do his best to invoke the names of his father and second uncle. And my father, Zhang Er? Upon hearing this old-fashioned and ridiculous way to save one's life, Li Qingji couldn't help but curl his lip and mutter something under his breath. Click! A crisp sound of bones breaking. Lu Wuming seemed to have completely ignored Zhao Zhanghan's threat and the gazes of the surrounding crowd. He swung his long sword, wrapped in black cloth and still in its scabbard, forward with lightning speed. Although Zhao Zhanghan was a first-rank martial artist, he had no right to dodge in the face of the absolute strength of Lu Wuming, a fifth-rank martial artist. Before he could even see the other person's movements, he felt a sharp pain in his calf, as if he had been hit hard by a heavy hammer, followed by a clear sound of bones breaking. Lu Wuming remained expressionless, sheathed his sword, and then swung it fiercely again. Click! Another ear-piercing sound of bones breaking. In the blink of an eye, before the onlookers could fully react, Zhao Zhanghan's two lower legs had been broken. He let out a scream, a shrill and agonizing sound. Everyone watching was stunned by the scene. It was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Is this young man insane? He actually dared to lay a hand on the Zhao family head's precious son and even broke both of his legs. That's practically suicide. What kind of family is the Zhao family? They are one of the top super powerful clans in Ningguta Prefecture. Not only did his family own a full 20 acres of fertile farmland, but they also maintained a private army of 30,000 well-equipped soldiers, making their power so great that they could influence the entire region. To put it bluntly, even the prefect of Ningguta Prefecture would have to give the Zhao family some face when they met them, and would not dare to offend them easily. This young man broke Zhao Zhanghan's leg in public today. How could the Zhao family possibly let this go? Chapter 24, I'm determined to win this over. Even Jesus can't stop me. That's what I, the king, say. Young master, tell your men to stop. This is the second young master of the Zhao family. Two seasoned brothel regulars squeezed to the front and cautiously offered their advice. His father is Zhao Ziqian, the current head of the Zhao family, and his second uncle is the prefect of Ningguta Prefecture. If you keep making a scene like this, you might not be able to leave the prefecture alive today. Yes, stop it right now. If this keeps going, someone will really die, and no one can take responsibility for that. Li Qingji stood with his hands behind his back, a cold smile playing on his lips. There was no fear in his eyes, and his voice, though clear, carried a chilling edge. So what if his father is the head of the Zhao family? Does this mean that the Zhao family can act recklessly and domineeringly in public? Does the Zhao family have the right to be so lawless and disregard the law? Is there any law left in Ningguta Prefecture? Is there any law to follow? If not, then today I will uphold the law. His words were firm and resolute. His gaze swept over the few wicked servants still groaning on the ground, and he said in a deep voice, Lu Wuming, arrest all those guys who are stirring up trouble and making a fuss, and break their legs. Li Qingji knew in his heart that his impulsive actions were inappropriate. If they had taken these people away first, or dealt with them slowly afterward using some tricks, they wouldn't have ended up tearing off the mask of civility and completely clashing with a powerful family like the Zhao family. But he refused. These people usually rely on their family power to bully and oppress the villagers and commit all sorts of evil deeds. They should have been properly disciplined long ago. If it weren't for the fact that they were on the street and Li Qingji was mindful of the onlookers, he would have wanted to kill these people on the spot. Judging from their arrogant and domineering manner, they must have done a lot of bad things in the past, and they deserve to die. He transmigrated to this chaotic world and secretly prepared for so long, not so that he would shrink back and scheme before acting when faced with trouble. Living like that would be too cowardly. Even though acting this way now will greatly increase the trouble later, at least I feel happy and not frustrated. Yes, Your Highness. Upon receiving the order, Lu Wuming immediately responded and strode towards the gossiping men like an arrow, his steps steady and his eyes sharp as an eagle's. Have mercy! Have mercy! The madam, who had just been shoved aside and thrown to the ground by Lu Wuming, finally came to her senses. Her hair was disheveled, her skirt was covered in dust, and she scrambled toward them, her voice shrill like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her face filled with terror. It's commonplace for the young master of the Zhao family to bully others near the Yihong courtyard, and nobody dares to interfere. But today, the young master of the Zhao family had his leg broken, which is no small matter. The madam was so frightened that her legs went weak, she broke out in a cold sweat, and the back of her clothes was soaked. She knew in her heart that if young master Zhao really lost his life here, she would probably have to die here as well. Young master, please be merciful and spare them. The madam staggered and stood in front of the trembling young masters, her arms outstretched to protect them. As soon as she finished speaking, a large group of servants dressed in short jackets and carrying sticks rushed over. They stood behind the madam with fierce expressions, forming a human wall and glaring at Lu Wuming. Lu Wuming frowned slightly. If he wanted to continue, he would have to get past these servants first. He did not act on his own initiative, but slowly turned his head and looked at Li Chengji, waiting for further instructions. Seeing this, the madam immediately turned her gaze to Li Chengji, her tone carrying a subtle threat, and said in a deep voice, "Young master, you don't want things to get this ugly, do you? Are we the ones making trouble?" Li Chengji suddenly laughed upon hearing this, but his smile was full of sarcasm. He was the one who started it by harassing my maid. If it weren't for that, would I have attacked him for no reason? He provoked me first, and I was just teaching him a lesson. What's wrong with that? How come you're blaming me? The madam was fully aware of the whole story. But the other party was the young master of the Zhao family, and she had to protect him no matter what. If the Zhao family took their anger out on her, her brothel would be out of business, and even her life would be in danger. But at this moment, more and more people gathered around, whispering and pointing, making her feel uncomfortable. Moreover, Li Chengji's subordinate is clearly a skilled martial artist. If they were to force their way in, her thugs might not be able to gain the upper hand. After much deliberation, the madam decided it was best to stall for time until the Zhao family arrived, at which point everything would be much easier. Her face darkened, and she stared at Li Chengji with hostility, raising her voice as she said, "Young master, don't think that just because your subordinates are martial artists, you can act with impunity. Let me tell you, causing trouble in my Yihong courtyard will not end well. No matter how high your rank is, it won't matter here. You should know that this building belongs to the prestigious Prince Han. If you're not afraid of dying, then go ahead and try." That's true. When Li Song invested in Yihong courtyard, he used the official seal of the Prince of Han's mansion, so everyone in the courtyard was convinced that it was the Prince of Han's property. In this border region of Ningguta Prefecture, martial artists or wandering knights occasionally come here to cause trouble. At such times, the madam would bring up the name of the King of Han. Even if the other party wasn't afraid, they would inevitably feel apprehensive, and it would be easier for both sides to save face during subsequent negotiations, and the matter would usually be dropped. The rumors of the Prince of Han's mental instability were no secret among the various powerful families in Ningguta Prefecture, so they didn't take the Prince of Han's mansion seriously at all. However, these ordinary people and wandering knights were unaware of these inside stories. Upon hearing that the property belonged to the former crown prince or the current prince, they would invariably become more restrained. After all, unless one truly possessed extraordinary abilities, no one dared to easily challenge imperial power. So at this moment, the madam once again resorted to her trump card, bringing up the King of Han in an attempt to intimidate this arrogant young man. After saying that, the madam proudly raised her head, her chin slightly lifted, looking arrogant and fearless. Even the thugs from the brothel behind her straightened their backs, their eyes full of provocation, as if to say, "Why don't you kneel down and beg for mercy? When the Zhao family arrives, you'll be in for a world of hurt. Otherwise, when the prince finds out, you won't even know how you died." However, things didn't go as the madam had predicted. Ha 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 ha! When people find something utterly absurd or speechless, they often can't help but laugh. Li Chengji was like that at this moment. He laughed so hard he was doubled over, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He had expected the madam to bring up local powerful families like the Zhao, Wu, Wang, and Sun families to put pressure on him, but to his utter surprise, she actually brought in the Prince of Han. The maid Jinjin, who was standing to the side, also covered her mouth and laughed foolishly, her eyes full of mockery. Upon seeing this, the smug look on the madam's face froze instantly, and she immediately flew into a rage. "You ignorant brat! How dare you so disrespect the King of Han's prestige? Since you won't give me face, then don't blame her for being impolite. She immediately raised her hand, about to order the thugs behind her to step forward and capture this arrogant brat. But at that moment, Li Chengji suddenly stopped smiling, the mockery on his face vanishing without a trace. His eyes were as cold as a frozen pool, as sharp as a knife, staring intently at the madam, and he said, word by word, with resounding force, "I've got my hands on these beasts, and even Jesus can't save them. That's what I say." "What? This king?" The crowd erupted in a frenzy, with whispers growing louder and louder. "This kid actually calls himself this king?" Chapter 25, This humble subject pays homage to His Highness the Prince of Han. The madam's angry expression froze instantly, but the corners of her mouth still held the angry curve from before. She was completely bewildered by the words Jesus that the man had just uttered, but two words struck her like thunder. This king? Throughout Ningguda Prefecture, from powerful families to commoners, everyone knows that only one person is qualified to call himself this king. That is the Prince of Han, who has been demoted to this place. Could it be that he is that man? The madam's heart pounded, and cold sweat instantly broke out on her palms. Just as she was about to confirm something more carefully, a loud, clear voice suddenly rang out from outside the brothel, piercing through the noisy crowd. "Master, Zhao has arrived." The sound was like a thunderclap from a clear sky, instantly drawing everyone's attention, and they all turned to look at the carved wooden door of the Yihong courtyard. In this Ningguda Prefecture city, the only person who could be called Master Zhao is Zhao Ziqian, the head of the Zhao family, one of the four great families. This Master Zhao is a powerful figure in the city, so powerful that the ground trembles when he stomps his feet. Ordinary people don't even dare to breathe loudly when they see him. The madam was taken aback at first, but her previous panic vanished instantly. She quickly tidied her disheveled hair and dusty skirt, and hurried towards the door to greet him, muttering, "Oh dear, it's Master Zhao himself. I'm so sorry for not greeting you properly. Please forgive me." A huge weight was finally lifted from her heart, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Just now I was worried that this young master in front of me was really the king of Han, and that I couldn't stop him at all. Now that Master Zhao has arrived, everything is settled. The young master of the Zhao family has already had his leg broken. If the other young masters also suffer the same fate, she will surely lose her life. With Zhao Ziqian around, even if something really terrible happens, she won't have to take responsibility. At this moment, Zhao Jianghan, lying on the ground, had both legs completely broken. The blood from his wounds stained the bluestone slab beneath him. He was in so much pain that he was convulsing all over, his forehead covered with beads of cold sweat, and his teeth were grinding together. Hearing his father's voice, he grasped at a straw, bursting into a piercing cry and shouting at the door. "Father, save me. They broke my leg. It hurts so much. Father." His voice was hoarse and shrill. Zhao Ziqian, standing at the entrance, was dressed in a dark blue brocade robe with a jade belt around his waist. His face was dignified. He had just stepped to the door and was about to ask the madam who came to greet him if the Prince of Han and his party had arrived when he suddenly heard his son's familiar yet tragic cries for help coming from inside the courtyard. His expression changed drastically in an instant. His steady steps abruptly halted, and his eyes suddenly turned sharp as knives. He asked in a deep voice, "What happened inside?" The madam trembled at his sudden stern tone. Her fawning smile froze on her face. She lowered her head, nervously twisting her skirt with her hands, and stammered, unable to utter a complete sentence. This master." Seeing her evasive manner, Zhao Ziqian felt a strong sense of unease and knew that things were definitely not simple. Without asking any more questions, he pushed aside the two guards who tried to stop him and strode into the main hall of the Yihong courtyard. He had only taken a few steps and entered the hall when the sight before him caused his pupils to shrink and his blood to freeze instantly. His precious son, Zhao Jianghan, whom he had spoiled since childhood, was lying in a pool of blood, his clothes soaked in blood, his hair disheveled and plastered to his forehead, his face contorted with pain and rage, desperately pleading for help. The bloodstains on the ground stretched out in a horrifying manner, and Zhao Ziqian was even somewhat dazed for a moment, unable to believe that the person lying on the ground like a stray dog was his beloved son. It wasn't until he heard that piercing cry of "Father, save me," again that he fully snapped out of his daze, and a surge of overwhelming rage erupted from his chest. "Who is it?" Zhao Ziqian roared suddenly, his voice so loud that the beams and pillars in the hall seemed to tremble slightly. His son, Zhao Ziqian's son, was beaten into this state in this city where his Zhao family held absolute power, and even in the Yihong courtyard where his family had a stake. This isn't just hitting his son, it's slapping Zhao Ziqian in the face and challenging the authority of the entire Zhao family. Zhao Ziqian's face was ashen. His eyes were so cold they could freeze a person to death, and his sharp gaze swept over the guards and thugs of the Yihong courtyard standing beside him. When his terrifying gaze swept over them, they trembled with fear, lowered their heads, and dared not even breathe, let alone utter a sound. Finally, his gaze fell on the madam who had followed him in, his eyes carrying an intense, almost tangible pressure. The madam's legs went weak under his gaze, her body trembled uncontrollably, and her knees buckled, almost causing her to kneel down. Just as she was about to beg for mercy and explain, a nonchalant, slightly mocking voice came from beside her. Zhao Ziqian, the head of the Zhao family, right? What a magnificent presence he certainly is. Zhao Ziqian then noticed Li Chengji standing next to him. He was dressed in a moon-white brocade robe with a tall and straight figure, a handsome face, and a calm expression. Zhao Ziqian was filled with rage at the thought of his son being beaten, and he had no time to investigate Li Chengji's background. His face was so ashen that it was almost dripping with water, and he questioned him through gritted teeth. "Did you hit my son?" Li Chengji slightly curled the corners of his lips, revealing a faint smile, and nodded slowly, his tone as calm as if he were talking about a trivial matter. "You beast! How dare you harass my personal maid in public? I'm merely giving him a little punishment to teach him that some things can't be said lightly." He paused, looked directly at Zhao Ziqian, a hint of imperceptible pressure in his eyes, and asked calmly, "What? Mr. Zhao, do you have a problem with this?" The word beast was like adding fuel to the fire, instantly igniting the anger in Zhao Ziqian's heart. He was so angry that he was trembling all over. He was about to raise his hand to signal the guards behind him to step forward and take down this arrogant brat. But just then, two words from Li Chengji's words flashed through his mind like lightning. "This king? My maidservant, is it me?" Zhao Ziqian abruptly stopped, his brows furrowed, and he pondered for 2 or 3 seconds. He suddenly remembered that today's banquet was hosted by His Highness the Prince of Han, who invited them, members of prominent families, to attend. This young man before me is actually calling himself this king. Could it be that the one who injured my son is the king of Han? These heads of noble families had long lost any sense of awe for Li Chengji, because they had heard that he was mentally challenged and had been demoted to this place without even royal guards. Naturally, they never thought of taking the initiative to pay their respects to this fallen prince. Therefore, they did not know Li Chengji at all. Thinking of this, Zhao Ziqian quickly raised his head and carefully examined Li Chengji. When his gaze swept over the small Han character badges embroidered on the chests of the guards behind Li Chengji, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his suspicions were instantly confirmed. It really is His Highness the Prince of Han. At this moment, Zhao Jianghan, who was still lying on the ground, became anxious when he saw his father arrive. He just stood there questioning him, but did not let the guards make a move. He suppressed his suicidal thoughts, reached out and clung tightly to Zhao Ziqian's leg, crying his heart out with a heart-wrenching, piercing sob. "Father, it was him. He's the one who ordered the beating. Both my legs are crippled. I'm a cripple now. Father, I only have my eye on one of his maids. I've already said I'm willing to trade 3 or 5 beauties for him, but he just won't. He was unwilling, fine, but he even had his men beat me so badly, breaking my legs. Father, what's the point of me living? I might as well be dead. Father, just give me a quick death." As he cried out, he secretly glanced up, his bloodshot, lifeless eyes fixed on Li Chengji, filled with resentment and bitterness. "You bastard! Weren't you so arrogant just now? Now that my dad's here, let's see how cocky you are. Why don't you even dare to say a word?" If it weren't for the large crowd of onlookers and the need to save face for the Zhao family, Zhao Jianghan would have wanted to order his father to have the guards drag this kid out and behead him to vent his anger. The more pitiful and exaggerated Zhao Jianghan's crying became, the uglier Zhao Ziqian's face became, with veins throbbing on his forehead. He felt the strange looks from those around him and saw the increasingly cold expression on Li Chengji's face. His anger and frustration intertwined, and he finally couldn't hold back any longer. Smack! Zhao Ziqian suddenly kicked Zhao Jianghan, sending him rolling several steps before he crashed heavily to the ground. Zhao Jianghan groaned in pain, and his crying stopped abruptly. "You idiot! Shut the hell up!" Zhao Ziqian rebuked angrily. Zhao Jianghan was kicked until he was dizzy and disoriented. Despite the excruciating pain, he looked at his father with a blank and confused expression. He didn't understand why his father not only didn't help him get revenge, but also beat him. He was about to ask a question when he saw Zhao Ziqian suddenly turn around, kneel down in front of Li Chengji with a thump, head bowed, his tone extremely respectful. "This humble subject, Zhao Ziqian, pays his respects to your highness, the Prince of Han." Chapter 26, Zhao Ziqian. Zhao Jianghan was completely dumbfounded. "I just got kicked, and my head is still buzzing." His father, Zhao Ziqian, was the dignified head of the Zhao family, a powerful figure in Ningguta Prefecture who held absolute power. Even the prefect had to treat him with utmost respect and regard him as an honored guest. The man who had been his mentor since childhood, the idol he dreamed of inheriting and who would one day command the winds and rains, was now kneeling on both knees, respectfully prostrating himself before a young man who looked to be no more than 20 years old. "Dad, what are you doing?" Zhao Jianghan clutched his chest and struggled to get up from the ground. Zhao Ziqian whirled around, grabbed his son's hair, and yelled, "You beast! Are you blind? This is His Highness the Prince of Han. Why aren't you kneeling down and paying your respects? Han, King of Han." These two words exploded in Zhao Jianghan's mind like a thunderclap. His eyes went vacant for a moment. His pupils contracted sharply, and his gaze unconsciously drifted to the timid but beautiful maid behind the young man, Xinxin. If he were the Prince of Han, then wouldn't my attempt to forcibly take this maid back to my residence to serve me in bed have been? Thinking of this, a chill ran from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. Zhao Jianghan was so frightened that his whole body went limp, and his calves trembled like leaves. The excruciating pain from his broken leg seemed to be diluted by this extreme fear. Ignoring the scrapes and pain from his fractured bones, he knelt beside his father, his forehead touching the ground, stammering, "This humble commoner, Zhao Jianghan, pays homage to His Highness the Prince of Han." As soon as he finished speaking, the summer palace fell into a deathly silence. The servants, pimps, and the few spoiled young men who had come with Zhao Jianghan, as well as the madam with her hands on her hips, were all terrified and turned pale. With a series of thumps, a dense mass of people knelt down, shouting in unison, "Greetings, Your Highness the Prince of Han." To be honest, this scene gave Li Chengji goosebumps all over his body, not because of discomfort, but because of an indescribable pleasure. In the past, when he was scrolling through short videos, he would often see leaders wearing executive jackets. As soon as they stepped into the office, the originally noisy room would instantly become quiet. Everyone would stand up and stare intently at him as he walked step by step to the head seat. Only when he raised his hand and gently pressed down did everyone dare to sit down cautiously. The surge of hormones that comes with power is something no form of entertainment can replace. At this moment, he was surrounded by a sea of kneeling people, all bowing and scraping before him. This feeling of being high above and holding the honor and disgrace of others in his hands was even more intense than the scene in the video, so wonderful that he almost squinted his eyes. This was his first official appearance before the people of Ningguta Prefecture as the Prince of Han. The subsequent handling of the situation had to be appropriate, both to establish his authority and to avoid giving others grounds for criticism. He cleared his throat, his voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority. "Get up." "Thank you, Your Highness." Everyone responded in unison, carefully stood up, took 2 steps back, lowered their heads, dare not look up or even breathe, and the only sound in the large courtyard was their slightly rapid breathing. But Zhao Ziqian, Zhao Jianghan, and those arrogant and domineering playboys, along with the glamorous madam and several stewards and servants, remained kneeling on the spot, their bodies stiff, not daring to move an inch. Li Chengji's gaze fell on Zhao Ziqian, his tone indifferent yet carrying a hint of scrutiny. "Patriarch Zhao, you haven't answered what I just said." Zhao Ziqian's heart tightened, and he quickly recalled the situation just now. The Prince of Han had asked him if he had any objections to disciplining his unworthy son. He bowed his head deeply, his forehead almost touching the ground, his expression extremely humble, his voice respectful without a trace of his usual arrogance. Your Highness is right. This humble subject has long neglected to discipline his juniors, which has allowed this beast to become so audacious as to dare to harass those around your Highness. He deserves to die. Your Highness has only broken his leg, which is already an extraordinary act of mercy. This humble subject is eternally grateful and thanks your Highness for sparing his life. Having said that, he suddenly turned his head, glared fiercely at Zhao Jianghan beside him, and scolded, "You beast! Hurry up and thank the prince for his magnanimity." Zhao Ziqian's face was full of humility and fear, as if he truly accepted the king of Han's decision. But no one noticed that beneath his lowered eyelids, his usually sharp eyes were filled with an intense, unyielding gloom. This humble subject thanks your Highness. Thank you for sparing my life. Zhao Jiang'an was in so much pain that cold sweat poured down his forehead, but he dared not utter a single complaint. He kowtowed repeatedly, his forehead hitting the bluestone slab with a dull thud. Seeing the father and son so obedient, Li Qingji felt a strange sense of loss. He was actually secretly hoping that the father and son would jump up and fight back, and preferably even utter some wild words of cursing. That way, he would have a good reason to take the opportunity to teach the Zhao family a lesson and make a name for himself in Ningguta Prefecture. Unexpectedly, Zhao Ziqian was incredibly patient and had a terrifyingly deep cunning. Since Patriarch Zhao has said so, then we'll let it go this time for your sake. Li Qingji's tone was calm, revealing neither joy nor anger. If I find that your Zhao family members are unrestrained and dare to challenge the dignity of the prince's palace again, I will execute them without mercy. Having not found an opportunity to lash out, Li Qingji didn't want to waste any more time with them. He turned to Jinjin behind him and said gently, "Let's go," before leading her straight to the innermost private room of the Yihong courtyard. As for Zhao Jianghan's 2 broken legs and those arrogant young masters and opportunistic madams, there's no rush. We can deal with them slowly. The main event tonight is discussing matters with the heads of those families. The private room had been cleaned up and the carved wooden window was open, allowing one to smell the faint fragrance of flowers from the courtyard outside. Knowing that it was ordered by the king of Han, the table was already filled with exquisite delicacies, steaming hot, fragrant, and dazzling. The heads of the Qian, Sun, Wu, Ding, Wang, and Su families had been waiting in the private room for quite some time. They were all dressed in brocade robes and had an extraordinary bearing, but their faces all carried a somewhat complicated expression. They heard everything that happened outside the summer palace through the doors and windows. So when Li Qingji walked into the private room with an air of authority, followed by Zhao Ziqian with a complicated expression, the heads of the families in the room exchanged glances, their expressions becoming meaningful. "Greetings, Your Highness the Prince of Han." Everyone stood up and bowed respectfully to Li Qingji. "Please excuse the formalities, everyone, and have a seat." Li Qingji waved his hand and walked straight to the main seat to sit down, with Jinjin standing quietly behind him. After some polite greetings, everyone took their seats in turn. The majesty of imperial power is never something that ordinary people can easily challenge. The man before them was, after all, a prince of the current dynasty. Although he had lost power in the capital and was sent to Ningguta Prefecture, a remote place, to be a vassal king, his power base was not yet stable. He looked like a leisurely prince, but he still held great power in his fiefdom. These aristocratic families had to be polite to him on the surface and dared not be negligent in the slightest. After several rounds of drinks and several dishes, the atmosphere at the table gradually became more harmonious. However, Li Qingji didn't feel much of a difference when drinking the wine at the banquet. It lacked the richness and mellowness of modern baijiu. Although the dishes on the table were exquisite, he had no appetite for them. He was just putting on an act and going through the motions. After drinking another cup of wine, Li Qingji put down his cup, glanced at the heads of the families present, a faint smile appearing on his lips, and asked, "Do you all know why I am hosting this banquet at the Yihong courtyard today?" Upon hearing this, the heads of the families put down their wine cups, clasped their hands, and shook their heads respectfully, saying, "We hope your Highness will enlighten us." Li Qingji picked up his teacup, took a small sip, and spoke calmly yet sharply. "You should all have received the news these past 2 days, right? My chief secretary, Li Song, has been audacious enough to attempt to assassinate me. He paused, his gaze slowly sweeping across the faces of the crowd, observing the changes in their expressions. Besides attempting to assassinate me, this scoundrel has also been using my name to engage in numerous embezzlement activities in Ngura Prefecture over the past few months. For example, this brothel and a restaurant outside the city. It seems that he was the one who ran it with you all, right? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the family heads changed slightly, and they immediately understood. Chapter 27, Why Must I Change It? They immediately stood up, their faces filled with fear and grievance, and began to explain, Your Highness, we are innocent. Yes, Your Highness. Back then, Chief Secretary Li held the seal of the prince's residence, and said he had full authority to handle all affairs of the prince's residence. How could we dare to disobey? These businesses were previously operated independently, without interfering with each other. But Chief Secretary Li, in the name of the prince, demanded that we cooperate within the city, saying that it would integrate resources and achieve mutual benefit. Out of respect for the prince, we reluctantly closed our own businesses and jointly invested in establishing this Ihong courtyard and restaurant. If it weren't for the official seal of the prince's palace as proof, we wouldn't dare to act like this even if we had 100 lives. Your Highness, please understand. We truly had no idea. He was using Your Highness's name for personal gain. This group of people, one after another, tried to absolve themselves of all responsibility, as if they were truly victims deceived by Li Song. Li Qingji sat in the main seat, listening quietly without the slightest sign of anger on his face, having long anticipated their response. After everyone had finished speaking, he slowly opened his mouth, his tone still calm, but hitting the nail on the head. Since it is jointly operated in my name, why are the monthly dividends not sent to the prince's account office, but instead all sent to Chief Secretary Li's residence? This one sentence left the family heads, who had been talking nonstop just moments before, speechless, their expressions turning somewhat awkward, unsure how to explain themselves. How could they not know that Li Song was using the name of the Prince of Han as a pretext? However, Li Song offered generous terms, and the profits they could receive were far greater than when they operated alone. Therefore, they tacitly saw through it, but didn't say anything, and willingly cooperated. At this moment, Li Qingji exposed it in public, and the private room instantly fell into a deathly silence, the atmosphere extremely awkward. Li Qingji held his teacup, looking at everyone with a half-smile. After a long while, Zhao Ziqian was the first to react. He stood up, his face bearing a perfectly measured expression of shame and self-reproach. He bowed to Li Qingji and slowly explained, Please allow me, Your Highness, to explain. Regarding the joint venture, we did inquire with Chief Secretary Li in detail at the time. He only said that Your Highness was unwell and had been recuperating at home, unable to attend to such trivial matters, and that he was in full charge of all affairs. Therefore, whether it was any problems we encountered on a daily basis or the monthly dividends, we could only send them to Chief Secretary Li's residence for him to handle. He paused, his face showing even more shame, his tone full of regret. We all thought that Chief Secretary Li would honestly hand over these dividends to the prince's mansion. Who would have thought that this fellow would be so audacious as to embezzle the prince's money? He deserves to die. It was truly our negligence at the time that prevented us from noticing the suspicious circumstances. Please forgive us, Your Highness, Zhao Ziqian said, bowing again. Yes, Your Highness, we were all deceived by that scoundrel Li Song. If we had known earlier that he dared to embezzle the prince's share of the profits, we certainly would not have cooperated with him, much less forgiven him. With Zhao Ziqian taking the lead, the remaining family heads also reacted one after another, and hurriedly echoed him, each with an expression of indignation and regret on their faces, as if they had really suffered a great injustice. Li Xingji's naratin warli. They were all seasoned veterans, and their ability to shift blame was first-rate, especially Zhao Ziqian, who could maintain such a flawless facade despite harboring resentment in his heart. However, he came here tonight not to cause them any trouble, nor is now the time to cause them any trouble. After listening to everyone's explanations, Li Qingji slowly nodded, his tone softening slightly, and said in agreement, I know that you have all been deceived by that fellow. If I were really going to blame you, I wouldn't have specially invited you to a banquet tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, he changed the subject, his eyes instantly becoming sharp. Any misunderstandings can be cleared up. I'm not such a petty person. It's just that the cooperation between Yihong Courtyard and the restaurant was arranged by Li Song under the guise of deceiving me, so the details of the cooperation are naturally invalid. Since everyone is here today, it's a good opportunity to renegotiate and revise the previous agreement. This is Li Chengji's real purpose today. When Li Song used his name to cooperate, he only left the prince's mansion with 10% of the shares. This was practically treating him like a beggar. He already knew that the brothel and restaurant were very profitable, but after arriving, he realized how successful the business was and how large the scale was, far exceeding his expectations. He had originally planned to use this banquet to discuss other collaborations and sell the modern goods he had brought. Now that he knew about this conflict of interest, he naturally had no reason to give up easily. As soon as Li Chengji finished speaking, the expressions of the family heads in the private room changed immediately. They instantly realized that the prince had not set up this banquet to settle accounts with Li Song at all, but rather to take advantage of the profits of the Yihong Courtyard and the restaurant. He wanted to redistribute the profits, or even seize this lucrative business for himself. How can this be allowed? The faces of the family heads instantly turned grim, and they all tried to dissuade him. Your Highness, this is probably inappropriate. Yes, Your Highness. We all signed and sealed a contract back then, clearly stating how much each family contributed and what percentage of the shares we held. It's all written down in black and white. How can we just change it like that? To facilitate this cooperation, we not only shut down our original profitable businesses, but also invested a lot of manpower, resources, and money. Just building this brothel and restaurant took a lot of effort. The amount of effort we put in is much more than what is written in the contract. Your Highness is wise. Although Li Song deceived you, we have not treated the prince's mansion unfairly in this cooperation. The prince's mansion's initial investment was indeed only 10%, and we did not deduct a single penny from it. The heads of the families argued vehemently, their faces flushed. Li Chengji sat in the main seat, his expression remaining calm. He knew perfectly well that, based on the original investment ratio, it was perfectly reasonable for the prince's mansion to hold 10% of shares. In addition, with the cooperation agreement in hand, it was neither reasonable nor ethical for him to propose changing the percentage now. But Li Chengji didn't come here today to reason with them. His smile gradually faded, his eyes slowly turning cold as he said, "What if I, the king, must change the proportions today?" Upon hearing this, the private room fell into an instant silence. Everyone looked at each other, their faces filled with shock and embarrassment. Yes, the man before us is a dignified prince. The entire Ningguda prefecture was his fiefdom. Although they were powerful and wealthy families in Ningguda prefecture, with assets and land holdings far exceeding those of the newly appointed and unstable prince, it would be tantamount to throwing an egg against a rock if they were to confront the imperial power head-on. Even though this Prince of Han has lost power in the capital and is being ostracized, and will most likely only be a leisurely prince in the future, he is still a prince and holds the power of life and death over his fiefdom. They can suppress and compete for profits in secret, but who dares to openly oppose imperial power? For a moment, the heads of the families in the private room fell silent, their faces grim and their hearts heavy. It seems we have no choice but to concede these benefits today. Just then, Zhao Ziqian slowly raised his head, his face already calm. He bowed to Li Chengji, his tone respectful, yet carrying a hint of barely perceptible sharpness. Your Highness is a prince, and the entire Ningguda prefecture is your territory. If your Highness insists on changing the contract by relying on your status as a prince, we commoners are of little influence and naturally dare not disobey in the slightest. He paused here, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, and his tone became meaningful. But if this matter gets out, how will the world view the prince? How will they view the laws and credibility of the court? Upon hearing this, the other family heads in the private room immediately brightened up, as if they had grasped a lifeline. They stood up and bowed to Li Chengji in agreement. Brother Zhao is absolutely right. I urge your Highness to reconsider. Chapter 28, Who's in favor? Who's opposed? I hope your Highness will reconsider. Qian Xingyang, the head of the Qian family, suddenly stood up. He was already in his 60s, with graying temples, but he still stood up straight. His body, which had been immersed in military affairs for many years, carried an inescapable aura of killing. At this moment, his deep eyes stared directly at Li Chengji, who was seated above him, without any politeness, and his tone was firm. Our emperor loves his people like his own children and cares for them. He has strictly ordered our officials and members of the royal family to compete with the people for profit. Where does your highness's behavior today place the emperor's decree? Li Chengji thought to himself. They're all seasoned veterans who have been in the underworld for many years. They're all sharp-tongued and witty. Everyone's reasons were grand and righteous, fully embodying orthodox morality. In this way, he would appear to be the villain who plunders and steals. His gaze swept over Zhao Ziqian, who stood calmly beside him, and then looked at Qian Qingyang, who exuded righteousness and had a burning gaze. He couldn't help but give the two of them a thumbs up in his heart. No wonder the Zhao and Qian families have been able to firmly occupy a place in Ningguda Prefecture and become top-tier families. One invokes the opinions of the people to occupy the high ground of public opinion. The other invokes the golden words of the current emperor to hold the legal basis. What they said sounded grand and righteous. Li Xingji snaratinwarli. What did he mean by not competing with the common people for profit? What kind of common people were you, these powerful and influential families? It is you behemoths who have been entrenched in this territory for many years who are truly competing with the people for profit and exploiting them. However, he had expected that since these old guys dared to contradict him to his face, they were determined not to give up their vested interests. Fortunately, he already had a plan in mind. If plan A doesn't work, then switch to plan B. Li Chengji smiled gently and gestured for the two men to sit down and talk. Don't be in such a hurry, gentlemen. I'm not the kind of person who is unreasonable, much less one who would force others to seek personal gain. If you really do not wish to redistribute the shares of the industry, then I will not force you. He paused, his fingertips gently stroking the jade pendant hanging from his waist, his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable weight. However, in a few days, the newly appointed chief secretary of the prince's mansion will personally come to your residence to invite you all for a brief chat. Please do not leave the prefecture's territory casually these few days, lest the chief secretary be unable to find you and cause some unnecessary trouble. If we really can't find them, the soldiers of the guard are always cautious. If they're not careful, they might surround your residences, which could attract crowds and cause a riot, which would be bad. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the hall changed drastically, and the previously calm atmosphere instantly became tense. What exactly does this new chief secretary want with us? One of the family heads couldn't help but ask, his voice trembling slightly. To surround the mansion just because you can't find the person? Your Highness, isn't that a bit too much? Another family head frowned, his tone full of surprise and doubt. I hope your Highness will enlighten me on what important matter requires such a large-scale mobilization. Everyone echoed his sentiments, their anxious gazes fixed on Li Chengji. Although these powerful families held considerable influence in Ningguda Prefecture, the prince held the power of life and death within his fiefdom. If he were truly determined to cause trouble, they wouldn't dare to confront him directly. Even Zhao Ziqian and Qian Qingyang, who had been calm and composed, frowned and a hint of seriousness flashed in their eyes. It's nothing serious. Li Chengji picked up the Bodhi beads on the table and slowly twirled them, the beads clinking together with a clear, crisp sound that was particularly distinct in the quiet hall. It's that audacious Li song from before. Knowing his sins were grave, he wrote me a letter of apology. It detailed all the foolish things he had done recently, each and every one of them vividly remembered. At this point, he paused slightly, glanced at everyone, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Coincidentally, at the end of this letter of apology, he also listed a list of people who had made private deals with him or who he had bribed. Even more coincidentally, the name of every person present is clearly written on it. How is that possible? What? That's impossible. A chorus of gasps erupted in the hall. Several family heads abruptly stood up from their seats, staring at Li Chengji in disbelief and terror, their bodies even swaying slightly. Why not? Li Chengji sneered and waved his hand at Jinjin beside him. I brought this letter of apology with me today. If you don't believe me, you can take a look for yourselves. Upon hearing this, everyone leaned forward, their eyes eagerly fixed on Jinjin. Jinjin stepped forward, holding a sheet of Xian paper in her hands. She slowly unfolded it, held it high, and let everyone see it carefully. Several family heads hurriedly stepped forward, crowding around the Xian paper, their eyes fixed on the words on it. The letter of confession was indeed signed by Li Song himself. It detailed his various crimes of embezzlement, abuse of power, and corruption. At the end of the document, the names of each of them were clearly listed, with neat handwriting. Everyone was stunned, frozen in place, their faces drained of color, leaving only deathly paleness. Li Qingji sat upright in the seat of honor, calmly observing the scene before him, his eyes undisturbed. He knew perfectly well that the Ding, Wang, Zhu, and Su families were merely second-rate families in Ningguda Prefecture, far inferior to the four great families of Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Wu in terms of wealth and power. Their panic at this moment was genuinely due to being terrified by the forged list. Their names were not on the real letter of apology. He had added them on purpose. The collusion between the Zhao and Qian families and Li Song was already a foregone conclusion, and this list was solid evidence of their crimes. Your Highness, I'm innocent. The head of the Su family, his hair graying, was so frightened that his legs went weak. He hurriedly bowed to Li Qingji and explained, his voice trembling with tears, Your Highness, I only had a few business dealings with Li Song, and we have no other relationship. I could never be the mastermind behind this. I beg Your Highness to investigate. Yes, Your Highness. The head of the Zhu family also wailed, hurriedly stepping forward to echo. Our Zhu family's business has been painstakingly built up over generations, and we have always been honest and upright. We would never collude with a traitor like Li Song. We beg Your Highness to see the truth and restore our Zhu family's innocence. Li Qingji didn't even lift his eyelids, completely ignoring the heads of these second-rate families, and his gaze landed precisely on Zhao Ziqian and Qian Xingyang. Zhao Ziqian felt his right eye twitching, and alarm bells went off in his mind. He came today only to find out what the newly appointed prince was up to, but he never expected that the other party would be so well prepared. First, he put forward the demand to redistribute the shares, and after being rejected, he immediately produced this fatal letter of apology. However, he quickly forced himself to calm down. This letter of apology was ultimately just Li Song's one-sided confession, without any solid evidence, so there was still room for maneuver. Zhao Ziqian took a deep breath, straightened his back, and bowed, saying, Your Highness, this must be Li Song making baseless accusations when he's at his wit's end. We have only had ordinary business dealings with Li Song, and we have no personal relationship with him. As for the assassination attempt on Your Highness, we have never heard of it and know nothing about it. I hope Your Highness will investigate thoroughly and not be deceived by this villain. Qian Xingyang immediately echoed, feigning composure. Yes, Your Highness. We have never met Your Highness before, nor do we have any grudges against you. How could we possibly have the malicious intention to assassinate Your Highness? This must be a despicable trick by that scoundrel Li Song before his death, trying to drag us down with him to create discord between Your Highness and us, and to keep you from having peace. Your Highness, please don't fall for his trap. These two old guys certainly know how to talk. Li Qingji sneered inwardly, but his face remained calm and composed as he slowly nodded. Actually, I also know that Li Song's plot to rebel and assassinate me has nothing to do with you. I never expected that he would be so audacious as to suddenly try to kill me. The situation that day was too dangerous, and I almost became a victim of his blade. He changed the subject, his gaze sweeping over the suddenly tense faces of the crowd, and said in a calm tone, Assassination of a prince, such a shocking case. I think the prefect of Ningguda Prefecture might not be able to handle it. So I'm wondering whether I should report this matter directly to the Imperial Clan Court, or transfer it to the Ministry of Justice for them to thoroughly investigate. What are your thoughts? What? Should we report this to the Imperial Clan Court or the Ministry of Justice? Upon hearing this, everyone was struck dumb, as if by a thunderbolt, and their faces turned even paler. Although Prince Li Qingji was once the deposed crown prince, and his power base in the capital had been shaken, he was still of royal blood. The assassination of a prince was a matter of national pride and could be considered a major, earth-shattering case. The royal family and the current emperor will certainly not sit idly by and will inevitably send a large number of people to Ningguda Prefecture to conduct a thorough investigation. The relationship between Zhao Ziqian and Qian Xingyang, which had been maintained for so long, completely collapsed at this moment, leaving them with nothing but endless panic. If the investigation team from Beijing is indeed alerted, a bloody storm will surely rage throughout Ningguda Prefecture. Everyone who has had even the slightest connection with Li Song will be taken away for investigation. None will be spared. The Zhao and Qin families, in particular, have a long-standing and deep-rooted partnership with Li Song and will be the focus of the investigation. Assassinating a prince is a crime equivalent to treason, a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations of one's family. If there is even the slightest doubt or even the tiniest piece of evidence, the imperial court may execute them without hesitation. At that time, not only will they be the heads of powerful families in Ningguta Prefecture, but even the prefect of the prefecture will be stripped of their titles and punished. They originally thought that with this unsubstantiated letter of apology, even if it was reported to the prefectural government, with Zhao Ziqian's younger brother, Zhao Qixio, the prefect, the matter could be minimized and resolved peacefully. But if Li Chengji reports this to the capital, the people sent from above are not someone they can easily control. Li Chengji continued to leisurely play with the Bodhi beads in his hand, calmly looking at the various expressions on the faces of the people in front of him, and said indifferently, "Gentlemen, what do you say?" Zhao Ziqian glanced deeply at Li Chengji, who was seated at the head of the table, and a profound sense of powerlessness welled up in his heart. In the end, he overestimated himself and underestimated the deposed crown prince who had been demoted to Ningguta Prefecture. The enemy had laid a trap, with each step meticulously planned and linked together, leaving him nowhere to hide. He sighed softly, finally admitting defeat, and cupped his hands, saying, "This humble subject understands your highness's meaning and agrees with your highness's previous proposal to redistribute the shares of the industry." Seeing this, Qian Xingyang dared not hesitate any longer and immediately echoed, "This humble subject also agrees with your highness's proposal." The heads of the Sun and Wu families exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. The heads of second-tier families, such as the Su and Zhu families, were overjoyed and quickly said, "We also think that what your highness said earlier makes a lot of sense, and we are willing to agree to the redistribution of shares." Yes, redistribution is excellent. The Zhu family head quickly echoed, fearing that delaying would bring trouble. Li Chengji then stood up with satisfaction, his gaze slowly sweeping over everyone in the hall, and said loudly, "I am by no means a bandit who seizes by force. If any of you are unwilling, you may speak up frankly, and I will absolutely not force you." "Your Highness is too kind," the crowd quickly replied in unison. "It is our honor to cooperate with your Highness, and we are naturally willing to do so without the slightest reluctance." Seeing that these old foxes had finally relented, Li Chengji smiled sincerely and gestured for everyone to sit down again. "Since that's the case, then this time the shares of the industry will be redistributed. I will take 50%, and the remaining 50% will be divided equally among you all." His sharp gaze swept over the crowd, and he asked in a deep voice, "Who agrees? Who disagrees?" The sudden increase from a 10% stake to a 50% stake sent a chill down Zhao Ziqian's spine, and he couldn't help but gasp. The Zhao family had invested the most and held the largest share in these industries. Now that Li Chengji alone had taken 50%, the Zhao family would undoubtedly suffer the greatest loss. Li Chengji keenly sensed his hesitation, a half-smile playing on his lips as he looked at Zhao Ziqian. "Patriarch Zhao, are you unwilling?" He paused, his tone calm, yet tinged with amusement. "I remember Li Song telling me before that he often drinks and chats with Zhao Jianghan, the young master of the Zhao family, and they're quite close. It seems that there's a private room that the young master, Zhao, always reserves at the Yihong courtyard in the city. Is that true?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziqian trembled, his legs quivered slightly, and his face drained of color. He quickly cupped his hands in a respectful gesture, saying, "This humble subject believes that your highness's 50% stake is perfectly reasonable." The other family heads looked at Zhao Ziqian with disdain in their eyes, but they had no choice but to nod in agreement. Soon, a new contract was drafted. Li Chengji was the first to pick up a brush, sign his name on the contract, and affix the bright red seal of the prince's mansion. According to the previous agreement, a 10% share would receive a monthly dividend of 4,500 taels of silver. Now that he owns 50% of the shares, he receives 25,000 taels of silver in dividends every month. It should be noted that the average person in Ningguta Prefecture earns only about 10 taels of silver a year. The third-class servants in the prince's mansion receive far better treatment than those outside, earning at most 2 taels of silver per month. Even the prince's personal guards only receive 3 taels of silver per month. This 25,000 taels of silver is enough to pay the monthly salary of 7,500 guards. This gives an idea of just how much wealth these powerful families have accumulated over the years. It wouldn't be surprising if they maintained a private army of 40 or 50,000 men. Chapter 29, Reclaiming the Land and Shops. Li Qingji suddenly seemed to remember something and addressed everyone present. Oh, by the way, Li Song must have sold you quite a few fields and shops recently, right? You didn't know before, but now you should know. He sold all of these to you behind my back. Li Qingji didn't continue, but who among those present could understand? Although they were extremely reluctant, they had no choice but to reluctantly give it up. Yes, we will return all the land deeds and house deeds to the prince. In fact, even if Li Qingji hadn't said those words, intelligent people wouldn't have dared to leave those lands and shops behind. They need to sever all ties with Li Song as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the higher-ups decide to settle scores one day, none of them will escape. Forget about returning it. Li Qingji waved his hand. I've never been one to take advantage of others. Whatever you paid for before, I'll buy it back exactly as it was. Thank you, Your Highness. The people present quickly expressed their gratitude. As for Zhao Ziqian, Qin Qingyang, and the other 3, it was even more disgusting than swallowing flies. They had no way to deal with it. Of the many fields and shops that Li Song sold off at rock-bottom prices, the 4 major families bought the most, and at much lower prices than others. These were all fatty meats that had already gone into your mouth, and now you have to spit them all out. How can you say you don't feel anything at all? The shops were recovered, the farmland was recovered, and the Yihong courtyard and Yueli were also acquired with a 50% stake. Today can be described as a great victory. Li Qingji didn't have time to waste on their arguments. But when he stepped out of the brothel, he found the streets outside were packed with people. The news of Prince Han's arrival at Yihong courtyard has spread far and wide, and people from the surrounding area have flocked there. Everyone wanted to meet this king of Han. Li Qingji was about to show off when he suddenly heard people around him talking. So he's the king of Han. He looks fair-skinned and handsome. How could he be so ruthless? Yes, it's outrageous. They charge each person a head tax of 1 tael of silver as soon as we arrive. We used to rent land from these landlords and pay 70% of our harvest each year, barely enough to survive. Now they have to pay a head tax too. How are we supposed to live? That's right, it's too difficult. Not only is there a head tax, but we also have a commercial tax, which has been increased by 30%. Also, we often use horse-drawn carts to transport goods, and now they're making us pay road maintenance fees. It's really impossible to do business now. This prince is really too much. He makes it impossible for us to live, but he goes to brothels to enjoy himself. Are you all tired of living? That's a prince. How dare you talk about him like that? Do you think we can still survive? Hearing the surrounding chatter, Li Qingji frowned deeply. This Li Song really was an expert in all sorts of exorbitant taxes and levies. He did make money, but he ended up taking all the blame. Explanation is useless at this point. We need to come up with a solution that can make up for it as quickly as possible. Having lived in modern society for so long, Li Qingji understands better than anyone that water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it when they can no longer survive. And someone might actually shout, "Are kings and nobles born with a special destiny?" Among the crowd was a fair-skinned young man who, listening to everyone's discussion, asked curiously, "Old man, is the one walking at the very front the Prince of Han?" Yes, it was him. I heard him call himself as king just now, and everyone there knelt down, even the Zhao family head and the others. Upon hearing the old man's words, the young man's big eyes lit up, and he carefully observed Li Qingji, who was walking at the front. He then blended into the crowd and caught up with Li Qingji's carriage. On the carriage back to the prince's mansion, Jinjin asked, somewhat puzzled, "Your Highness, since you know that the 4 great families are colluding with Li Song, why don't you just hand over the evidence to the imperial clan court? Assassinating your Highness is a serious crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations of your family. How can you let them off so easily?" Jinjin said angrily while giving Li Qingji a massage. She was unconscious at the time and had no idea that Li Song would later attempt to assassinate Li Qingji. Her mission was to protect Li Qingji. She has seriously neglected her duty. "You silly girl, you've thought of this. How could I not have? If we hand these things over, they probably won't even look at them, let alone do anything with them." "How could that be? They wouldn't dare not take the assassination attempt on the prince seriously, would they? Jinjin asked, looking puzzled. Li Qingji reached out and patted Jinjin's round and perky breasts. Sure enough, the bigger the place, the smaller the brain. Oh, your highness, please tell me quickly. Li Qingji played with it as he spoke slowly. You know I am the deposed crown prince. Who will care about me if something happens to me? And then there are my brothers. They'd love for me to die here. How could they possibly care about my affairs? They certainly wouldn't bother to find out who did these things. They just want more people to kill me, and even hope to find the people who want to kill me and cooperate with them through this incident. Although I'm crippled, I was once the crown prince, and I still pose a threat to them. At this point, a cold glint flashed in Li Qingji's eyes. A hint of murderous intent had emerged from his earlier reverie, which had been focused on the toy in his hand. Even Li Song's audacity was partly due to their efforts. How is this possible? You are, after all. Jinjin gasped. She only spoke halfway before realizing that the brotherhood among the royal family was far too shallow. Throughout history, in the struggle for the throne, not only brotherhood, but even father-son or husband-wife relationships were rendered useless. But if Li Song really has the support of those people, wouldn't His Highness be in great danger in the future? Thinking about this, Jinjin became a little worried. Seeing the young woman's absent-minded look, Li Qingji patted her large breasts. Don't worry, I was just saying that casually. It's not that exaggerated. I'm already in such a miserable state. How could they care about me? The matters that Li Song confessed could not possibly have been handed over to the Ministry of Justice or the Imperial Clan Court. Others may be shameless, but Li Qingji still has his pride. In his own territory, his own fiefdom, and his own palace, he was almost killed by his own subordinates. If this got out, it would be a huge joke. Therefore, family matters are resolved at home. The evidence we have today is nothing more than something those families use to manipulate things. But I didn't expect to have such a great harvest today. The monthly dividend of over 20,000 yuan is the most basic working capital. With this money, we can quickly distribute the products and generate a steady stream of income. Then we can expand the guard division to its full capacity. Having soldiers at our disposal will give us a real sense of security. Ningguta Prefecture is on the border, so it can't possibly be very safe. Just then, the 10 Imperial Guards hidden all around emitted a unique voice. This was a voice only Li Qingji and his group understood. It roughly meant that someone was following them. Li Qingji's heart tightened, and before he could react, Lu Wuming, who was riding a horse next to the sedan chair, also whispered something. Your Highness, someone is following us. His Imperial Guard was only a third-rank official, yet he discovered it even earlier than Lu Wuming. Chapter 30 Han Weiwei, the pretty girl with a curvy figure and silver fir tree. How many people? Can you handle it? Li Qingji asked, even though he already knew the answer. There was only one person. We caught up with him as soon as we left the brothel. It won't be difficult to catch him. They followed us after we left the brothel. Are Zhao Zishuan and the others still not satisfied? Capture them alive. Yes. Lu Wuming leaped lightly and darted onto the roof. Little Jinjin, can you beat that guy who came with us? When Lu Wuming reported this earlier, Jinjin didn't show any surprise at all, which clearly meant that the little girl had already figured it out. Jin thought about it carefully. I don't know, but it should be about the same. Our Jinjin is amazing. Why did she keep begging for mercy last night? Oh, Your Highness, you're so naughty. What's wrong with it? Every gun is broken. They were flirting inside when a series of crackling sounds came from not far away outside. The sound stopped shortly afterward. Finally, Lu Wuming's voice came through. Your Highness, the thief has been captured. Good, bring it back. Yes. Your Highness, what is this? It tastes so good. Jinjin's mouth was stuffed full, and she almost rolled her eyes. Li Qingji held up the large bowl. Remember to look at me when you eat in the future. Wah! Jinjin nodded immediately. Without hesitation, he grabbed all the white rabbit candies that Li Qingji was holding in his hands and stuffed them into his clothes. Prince Han's mansion. Li Qingji enjoyed Jinjin's massage, glancing at the fair-skinned young man who refused to kneel down. All right, let's talk standing up. Li Qingji waved his hand, signaling Lu Wuming not to force him to kneel down. He didn't care much about it. Most importantly, Li Qingji knew at first glance that this fair-skinned young man was not sent by Zhao Ziqian and his group. If those old foxes are going to send someone to hunt him down, they should at least send someone shrewd and experienced. In the shadows, when you're not paying attention, they stab you in the back. Why would they send over such a fair-skinned young man, especially one dressed so conspicuously? Although she was dressed in men's clothing and her hair was tied up, her chest was bulging, and anyone who wasn't stupid could tell that she was a woman. She was wearing a silver outfit, with a belt adorned with jade buckles around her waist, which accentuated her slender waist. Her buttocks were also the type that Li Chunji liked, perky and shapely. She's a pretty girl in a silver shirt with a perky bottom. If someone like that could become an assassin, it would be absolutely laughable. He probably doesn't know how to conceal himself yet. Otherwise Jinjin, his imperial guards, and Lu Wuming wouldn't have all discovered him. What is your purpose in following me? Who sent you? Han Weiwei held her head high, looking dignified and awe-inspiring. A prince like you, who only cares about his own pleasure and doesn't treat the people like human beings, deserves to be killed by all of us righteous people of the martial world. Why would you need people to send you? Well, seeing the beautiful young woman in a silver shirt with her shapely buttocks, now a prisoner bound hand and foot, still looking so righteous, Li Qingji laughed. Speechless. In truth, Han Weiwei was speechless. Last month I went down the mountains secretly. Since Ningguda Prefecture was the closest, it was my first stop. Who would have thought that after arriving here, I would hear many people cursing the king of Han for disregarding the people's suffering and plundering their wealth, calling him a complete tyrant. She investigated and found that there were indeed new poll taxes, various commercial taxes, toll fees, road maintenance fees, and so on. This inspired Han Weiwei, who possessed a chivalrous heart, to kill this tyrannical king and rid the people of this scourge. So when he heard that Li Chengji had come to Yihong courtyard, he immediately followed. Who would have thought that they would be discovered and arrested after walking only a short distance? Even though he was about the same level as that guard, he just couldn't beat him. Upon hearing someone insult their prince, Jinjin was the first to stand up. How dare you slander his highness? Lu Wuming also kicked Han Weiwei in the shin. Kneel down, do not be rude. The kick only caused Han Weiwei to stagger slightly. She did not kneel down. Li Chengji patted Jinjin's little hand and laughed. It's all right, let her talk. Having read countless martial arts novels and spent over 1,000 hours on the Tomato novel app, I naturally understand that this female knight-errant is most likely a complete novice. Having just entered the world of martial arts, he already had the idea of eliminating evil for the people. Did you watch The Legend of the Condor Heroes? Or Ode to Gallantry? You're thinking of becoming a chivalrous knight-errant? What's wrong with your brain? What Legend of the Condor Heroes? What Ode to Gallantry? Li Chengji had just mentioned it casually, but suddenly it occurred to him. This thing definitely doesn't exist in this world, and I even brought materials, books, and even the original text, and more than one of them. This thing has the lowest cost, but the profit is incredible. After all, in ancient times, people had very few things to do after meals, especially ordinary people. It seems I'll have to keep a bookstore for myself. That's all for later. Li Chengji needs to deal with the immediate situation first. Your little girl doesn't even understand this, yet she wants to be a hero. Han Weiwei looked at Li Chengji with a blank expression and some disbelief. How did you know I'm not a man? She knew she had spent a long time getting ready, without applying rouge, combing her hair, or carrying anything, and she was even wearing men's clothes and walking with her head held high and chest out. How could she still be discovered? She didn't understand. On the road, people always called him young hero, and no one called him heroine. How did this foolish king find out? Li Chengji was speechless. He pointed to the two lumps. Have you ever seen a man with such exaggerated pectoral muscles? Huh? Han Weiwei didn't understand at first glance, but when she looked down following his finger, she realized what he meant and immediately blushed. You are not only a foolish king, you are also a lecherous thief, a rogue, shameless, vulgar, and lewd. With a scream, he seemed ready to rush over and kill Li Chengji. However, his hands and feet were bound, and before he could move, Lu Wuming grabbed the rope. So all she could do was curse. All you can do is curse others. You're shameless. You're vulgar. You're a lecher. If Li Chengji hadn't stopped him, Lu Wuming, who was standing nearby, would probably have slashed him with his sword immediately. He remained calm. You know, in modern times, Li Chengji is the granddaddy of scumbags. Being called a rogue, vulgar, and shameless is actually a compliment to him, isn't it? Remember, you can call me a rogue and a lecher, and I admit it. I am indeed a lecher, loving all the beautiful women in the world, but Li Qingji put away his smile and said, word by word, if you say that I am a foolish king who only cares about his own enjoyment and doesn't care about the lives of the people, then you are slandering me. Are you even a man? You dare to do it, but not admit it? Go out on the street and ask them. Of course, you have to cover your face so no one can see your stinking face. Ask them if you're really a tyrant. Has the poll tax increased since you came? Has the commercial tax increased a lot? Many people can't even get enough to eat and have to sell their children to pay the taxes. Indeed, there are more poll taxes, more commercial taxes, more road maintenance fees, more toll fees, more gate fees. But what do these have to do with me? It's not like I did them. How shameless. You did it, but don't dare to admit it. Li Qingji stood up and took 2 steps forward. You can go to the prison now and ask Li Song, who is currently imprisoned. 3 days ago, he was the chief secretary of the prince's mansion, the person in charge of all affairs of the prince's mansion. Why should I ask him? Ask him and you'll understand who did these things. Also, find out if anyone has seen me personally give the orders. Who gave those orders? Li Qingji became increasingly serious as he spoke. If you had inquired carefully 3 days ago, you would have known that I had suffered from a mental illness and needed to be served while eating and sleeping. How could I have had the energy to care about these things? Everything that happened before was just that chief secretary using my name to line his own pocket. It might not be true. Maybe it's a scapegoat you've put forward. Han Weiwei was stunned for a while. She seemed to have heard of this King Han before. He was stupid. How could he be so greedy? But after thinking for a while, she suddenly said, if it was really me who did it, why would I waste my breath arguing with you here? I'll just kill you and be done with it. Upon hearing this, Han Weiwei's eyes lit up. What do you mean? You're not going to kill me. You didn't believe me? I'll give you a chance to investigate, but we have to make a bet. If your investigation reveals that I am indeed a foolish king, then you can beat or kill me as you please. If what I'm saying is true, then you'll have to. How could Li Qingji possibly miss such a stunning beauty? Chapter 31, Can the System Still Glitch? Okay, you said it yourself. Han Weiwei raised her little head. Li Qingji waved to Lu Wuming, who immediately understood and untied Han Weiwei. I keep my word. Furthermore, regarding my chief secretary Li Song, I will publicize all his crimes and have him beheaded at the city gate. I will personally oversee the execution to clear my name. All previous decrees issued by Li Song in the name of the prince's mansion are hereby cancelled, to give the people of Ningguta Prefecture an explanation. I believe you will see things more clearly then. Anyway, this is something that has to be done, and I'll also kidnap a girl while I'm at it. Alright, then I'll wait and see. Han Weiwei, now freed from her restraints, puffed out her chest proudly. I hope that the heroine will keep her promise when the time comes. Han Weiwei looked at Lu Wuming, who had taken 2 steps back, and then at Li Qingji, who was sitting in the armchair enjoying a massage from a maid. She asked again, somewhat incredulously, I'm really leaving now. Li Qingji waved his hand. Seeing this, Han Weiwei lightly leaped over the wall. Just kidding. Even if he's a member of the martial arts world, he knows that assassinating a prince is a serious crime. Only a fool would stay here if others were willing to let him go. Your Highness, aren't you afraid that this person will renege on their promise later? Jinjin asked curiously. Lu Wuming, standing to the side, also looked on with curiosity. People in the martial arts world talk about keeping their promises every day, but how many of them can actually do it? This woman's cultivation is quite good, and her moves are extraordinary. She must be from a reputable sect. She must be unhappy to be in our hands today. If we release her, she might seek revenge. Li Qingji said frankly, if he doesn't want to acknowledge it, then he doesn't. I never intended for him to acknowledge it anyway, so there's no loss if he doesn't come. If he does come, then I'll have one more person of despicable character. As for whether he'll be unhappy, what does that have to do with me? Anyway, I didn't beat him or arrest him. If anyone's going to hate someone, it'll be you. Lu Wuming pursed his lips, thinking to himself, when you said that her pectoral muscles were exaggerated, this little girl was quite angry. Whether she grabbed him or not is not important. That's what she was angry about. Li Qingji's attitude was always the same. If he could accept something, he would. If he couldn't, he wouldn't dwell on it. Although this young woman claimed to be there to assassinate him, she was clearly a novice, and a righteous one at that, having just come down from the mountain. He had no intention of killing her, and Li Qingji never thought of taking her life. By the way, General Lu, you just said that your cultivation level is insufficient, but your skills are extraordinary. Could you give me a general overview of your martial arts cultivation level? I've been reading Jin Yang's novels since I was a child. The different realms of thought in his novels aren't as distinct, but the realms in Tomato novels are very clearly defined. I just don't know what this world is really like. All he knew was that Yu Zhenjin was a 4th-rank official. Lu Wuming explained, martial arts cultivation is divided into 1st rank as the entry level and 9th rank as the highest. Anyone who can reach the 9th rank can become an unparalleled expert who dominates a region. The woman just now had a 4th rank cultivation. Li Xingji Nudda. Previously, the system could see the cultivation levels of Li Song and the people he brought. For some reason, he couldn't see the little girl. Lu Wuming was a 5th rank official, Zhenjin was a 4th rank official, and Li Qingji himself. If I were to learn martial arts, how long do you think it would take me to reach the 5th rank? Li Qingji thought to himself, I should at least reach the 5th rank first. A 5th rank position is only considered average among so many. It shouldn't be too difficult. But who would have thought? Lu Wuming said without hesitation, Your Highness, that's probably very difficult. Except for those with exceptional talent. One must start learning martial arts from a young age. Your Highness is already an adult, has lost your young body, and your meridians are fully formed. If you want to learn martial arts, there's basically no chance left. At most, you can forcefully accumulate various precious medicinal herbs to reach the advanced level. Li Xing? Okay, he just had a sudden whim. Back in his study, a figure quickly appeared behind him. He was a member of the Imperial Guard. Reporting to Master, all the spies and informants within the prince's palace have been eliminated. Okay. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing mission 4/5, national fortune value +6. Current national fortune, 517. Current task, complete control of the prince's palace, April 5th. Reporting to Master, all the evidence against Li Song has been collected. Okay, sure. Arrange for someone to kill Zhao Jianghan quietly. Li Qingji then issued an order to the embroidered uniform guard. Anyone who dares to harass my woman must die. There were too many people around at the time, and it was inconvenient to do it in front of everyone. I will have to make arrangements after I get back. Yes, Master. Then, everything returned to calm. Ding, the hegemon of the world system, has issued a mission. Option 1. Remain silent and allow the other party to harass your woman. Reward, 100,000 gene of rice. Option 2. Assist Zhao Jianghan in violating your beloved concubine. Reward, 1 million caddies of rice. Option 3. Anyone who dares to harass your woman must be laughed at and beaten up. The reward is 10 Imperial Guards. Martial Arts Realm Rank 3. Option 4. Kill Zhao Jianghan. Reward, 50 points of national fortune. Ding, Zhao Jianghan is severely injured. Option 3 is complete. Reward, 10 Imperial Guards, already distributed and can be claimed at any time. Li Qingji was stunned for a moment. What does that mean? System, are you stuck? Hello, host. Due to the incomplete main quest, subsequent side quests cannot be displayed. Li Qingji remained silent. Just like in the games he used to play. If there was a big task that he couldn't complete, he couldn't accept the next task or claim the reward. But once the big task was completed, the next task was completed instantly. Remove all the Imperial Guards and put them in the study. Li Qingji silently recited it. Then, 10 people appeared silently in the study. Li Qingji took out a series of items from the warehouse and laid them on the ground. Each of the 20 men was equipped with a stab-proof vest, a riot shield, a Glock pistol with 3 magazines and 10,000 rounds of ammunition, an AK with 3 magazines and 10,000 rounds of ammunition per person, 10 hand grenades, 5 stun grenades, 2 smoke grenades, helmets, level 3 armor, daggers, rebar, long strips, compressed biscuits. Li Qingji dared not give these things to Lu Wuming for the time being, much less assign them to his personal guards, because he still couldn't completely trust them. But these Imperial Guards were different. They were his personal henchmen. Li Qingji must arm them to the teeth. Here are the instructions. Go back and study them carefully. Find a remote mountain forest to practice. If you run out of bullets, just let me know. Li Qingji took out a tablet and saved the recorded disassembly process and usage instructions for the pistol on it. Yes, Master. With these things, they should be able to carry out assassinations much more easily. On the other side, the Zhao residence. Zhao Jianghan lay on the bed, his legs a bloody mess. Several doctors were carefully treating his wounds. and there was a martial artist using his internal energy to help him regulate his breathing. Even so, Zhao Jianghan was still screaming in pain. This king of Han is really asking for death. She's just a maid. I flirted with her a couple of times, and she dared to break my leg. Who does he think he is? He's just a deposed prince who has been completely banished from the capital and exiled to this border region where he'll die sooner or later. Yet he's still acting so arrogant. Father, second uncle, you must avenge me. My leg is broken. Chapter 32 Trick. My dear son, don't worry. Your leg will definitely be healed. These two doctors are renowned physicians from far and wide, and moreover, these two great masters will personally use their internal energy to help you reconnect your bones and meridians. The mother, Madame Qian, sat by the bed, looking at her son's legs wrapped in blood-soaked white cloth, his face pale and covered in cold sweat. His heart felt as if it were being ripped out. Even if it costs us all the gold and silver in the family, and we have to sell everything we own, I will still heal your leg. Don't worry. Ms. Qian added another sentence, her eyes filled with tenderness. Thank you, mother. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. Zhao Jianghan lay paralyzed on the bed, his body curled up and trembling uncontrollably, his voice hoarse from screaming, his cries heart-wrenching. Father Zhao Ziqian stood by the bed, his face ashen and his eyes bloodshot, churning with fury. His chest heaved violently, clearly enraged. The Zhao family has ruled Mingguta Prefecture for decades, always high and mighty. Why have they ever suffered such a humiliating disgrace? Not only did they publicly humiliate the Zhao family, but they also dared to break his only son's leg bone. This was simply disrespectful to Zhao Ziqian. But Zhao Jianghan's cries grew more and more shrill, further irritating him. He suddenly frowned and angrily rebuked, "Stop crying. Whose fault is this? It's all your own. You're good for nothing, just running around causing trouble. You're lecherous and immoral, always trying to seduce pretty girls. Don't you have enough maids and concubines in your room? If you hadn't been lustful and actively provoked others, why would anyone bother you?" Now that Prince Li Chengji has regained his senses and Li Song has been arrested again, the situation in Ningguta Prefecture has changed. The younger brother was still trying to get Li Song back and destroy the evidence of collusion and treason, but at this critical juncture, his own son caused such a huge disaster, giving the Prince of Han a handle to use against them, and giving others an opportunity to target the Zhao family. Zhao Ziqian grew angrier the more he thought about it, a surge of anger rising in his chest. He immediately flung his sleeves, turned around, and stormed out of the room, striding into the courtyard. The night was deep, and a few lanterns hung in the courtyard, casting a dim yellow glow that made the courtyard half bright and half dark. Zhao Qixio, dressed in the official robes of a prefect, sat upright at the stone table, slowly brewing and drinking tea, but his brows and eyes concealed a hint of melancholy. Zhao Qixio had naturally heard about everything that happened at the brothel tonight, and he knew in his heart that this time they had failed. The father and son exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of regret in each other's eyes. They had to admit that they had underestimated the seemingly down-on-his-luck, but actually shrewd and calculating king of Han. "Uncle, father, we've already let him take half the shares of the Yihong courtyard in the inn, but are we supposed to return all the land and shops we bought from him to him intact?" A voice filled with resentment and anger rang out. It was Zhao Jitong, who was standing behind Zhao Qixio. Zhao Qixio's eldest son's face was full of reluctance. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziqian sighed heavily, his face full of worry, his brows furrowed into a deep frown. The Zhao family was willing to cooperate with Li Song for two reasons. First, they wanted to use this ambitious and impetuous young man to completely weaken the Prince of Han's power in Ningguta Prefecture and make the Prince of Han's mansion an empty shell. Secondly, they coveted the tens of thousands of acres of fertile land and dozens of bustling shops under the control of the King of Han. Li Song, that kid, was determined to become a powerful figure in Ningguta Prefecture. In order to curry favor with the Zhao family, he was extremely sensible. He sold them his land and shops at almost 1/10 of their original price. They thought they had gotten a great deal, but who would have thought that in just one day, their months of careful planning would all come to naught? Ji Tong, Li Chengji is holding Li Song's handwritten letter of apology. If he reports this to the court, none of us in the Zhao family will survive. So we have no choice but to return these properties and shops to him. Zhao Qixio put down his teacup, the bottom of which tapped on the stone table with a soft thud, his face grim. But Zhao Qixio's tone suddenly shifted, a shadowy glint in his eyes. These material possessions aren't the most important thing. It's a good thing that Li Chengji is greedy. His meticulous planning and step-by-step schemes only prove his selfishness and greed. He only cares about profit. But he doesn't realize that if his Han Prince's mansion wants to establish itself and survive in Ningguda Prefecture, these assets alone are useless. The richer and more high-profile he is now, the faster he'll die. Because he had already lost the hearts of the people. Zhao Jitong was completely confused and asked with a puzzled look, "Father, what do you mean by that?" Zhao Ziqian, who was standing to the side, suddenly had a flash in his eyes, as if he instantly understood the trick. The worry on his face dissipated, and even the corners of his tight mouth relaxed a lot. A sinister smile appeared in his eyes. As the old saying goes, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Zhao Qixio picked up his teacup, took a sip, and spoke leisurely, his voice carrying a hint of confidence. Only when the hearts of the people are with you can the country be secure forever. This Prince of Han, Li Chengji, has only been in Ningguda Prefecture for a few months, yet he has already caused unrest and widespread discontent among the people. It can be said that every ordinary citizen in Ningguda Prefecture hates him to the bone. The more flamboyant he is now, the more he holds onto his vast wealth, the more he will bring trouble upon himself. He won't live much longer. Just wait and see. He won't be able to cause trouble for long. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jitong had a sudden flash of inspiration and instantly understood. He was overjoyed and slapped his thigh hard, exclaiming, "Father, I see. I understand." Yes. After the Prince of Han took control of Ningguda Prefecture, the Prince of Han's palace issued a series of harsh decrees. Not only did he increase the poll tax, but he also imposed various commercial taxes, road maintenance fees, toll fees, and other fees, which were exploited at every level, making it difficult for the people to breathe. Every citizen in the prefecture hated the Prince of Han with a passion, and their hearts were filled with resentment. If they just give it a little push and stir things up, they can instantly make these desperate and unbearable people rise up and attack them en masse. Zhao Ziqian's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he immediately ordered in a deep voice, "Second brother, you are the prefect of Ningguda Prefecture, and all the taxes of this prefecture are under your jurisdiction. In the coming days, you will have your yamen runners and constables go to the homes of the people in each prefecture and county to collect the poll tax, and make sure that all merchants pay their commercial taxes. Take more people with you, be assertive, be ruthless, and make it clear to them that this is the order of the Prince of Han. If they dare to delay or refuse to pay, it will be no different from rebellion, and they will be killed without exception. In Jitong, you'll have to work a little harder these next few days. The tens of thousands of acres of land we bought from the Prince of Han have already been rented out to tenants in various places. Originally, we were collecting 70% of the rent, but tomorrow you'll go and inform them one by one to raise the rent to 80%. Tell them that the Prince of Han has imposed heavy taxes on the Zhao family, and that the Zhao family really can't survive anymore. So we have no choice but to increase the rent and pass the pressure on to the tenants. As for the Qian, Sunwu, Ding, Wang, and Zhu families, these local powerful families, I will personally go and talk to them and persuade them to join me in this effort." At this point, Zhao Ziqian's lips curled into a sinister smile. As long as we all join forces and ignite the anger in the hearts of these lowly people, I don't believe they won't dare to rebel. Then, let's see if this Li Chengji will still be alive. By the end, Zhao Ziqian could no longer contain his excitement and chuckled softly. "Brother, you're brilliant. This plan is excellent." Zhao Qixio clapped his hands in admiration. "Uncle is brilliant. This will surely make Li Chengji die without a burial place." Zhao Jitong quickly echoed, his face full of excitement. The three sat around in the courtyard, their faces beaming with smug smiles, as if they could already foresee Li Chengji being attacked by the people and beheaded. Unbeknownst to them, in the shadows outside the courtyard, amidst the swaying shadows of the trees and the inky darkness, 5 or 6 tall, imposing men in black were lurking in the shadows, their eyes fixed on the 3 people in the courtyard like those of hawks, listening intently to every word of their conversation. One of them turned his head slightly and whispered to his companion, "Go back quickly and report the situation here to the master word for word." The rest of us will stay here and wait for the best opportunity to assassinate Zhao Jianghan. Yes, the man in black responded softly. His figure flickered, and he disappeared into the night like a ghost, vanishing in an instant. Chapter 33, Making Money from the Rich. There's something else. Zhao Ziqian suddenly remembered something else, looked at his younger brother Zhao Qixio, and carefully gave him instructions. When you send people down to collect taxes, be very careful. Don't let that prefect find out. That old guy is a blockhead and won't listen to reason. You can't reason with him at all. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qixio immediately nodded emphatically. Brother, don't worry. The prefect is very busy on weekdays. At most, he checks the government office's accounts every month as usual. He basically never asks about the specific matters below. Now, the people in the government office are basically only my confidants. He certainly wouldn't know about such a small matter. Wei Zhixing, the prefect of Ningguda Prefecture, is 51 years old this year. This man was known for his integrity and incorruptibility as an official. Amidst the complex web of power factions in Ningguda Prefecture, he remained steadfast in his integrity, never taking sides or forming friendly relations with any faction. He always considered himself a disciple of the emperor and dedicated himself to bringing benefits to the people. Over the years, although he has not been able to make Ningguda Prefecture prosperous and bustling, he has steadily guarded the border, ensuring that no major turmoil has ever occurred in the area. Whether it was the local powerful families like the Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Wu families or other small and humble households, they had all extended olive branches to this prefect countless times. But in the end, they were all driven away by this stubborn old man who wouldn't listen to reason. Collecting various taxes in advance is not a big deal, but it's not insignificant either. If the stubborn old man who can't tolerate any wrongdoing finds out, Zhao Qixio will be in big trouble. Ding, mission complete. Zhao Jianghan has been killed. National fortune value plus 50 points. Total value 567. Li Qingji was standing in the courtyard of the Prince of Han's mansion, watching the craftsmen renovate the mansion's buildings, when he clearly heard the system's notification sound. He glanced up at the busy craftsman, then lowered his eyes to check the system panel in his mind. Host, Li Qingji. Dynasty name, Han. Reign title, Hanwu. Territory, Ningguda Prefecture, 470,700 square kilometers. Annual income, 9,527 taels of silver. Concubine, 1 Yuzhinjin. Offspring, none. National fortune, 567. There was still no further explanation about the national fortune value on the panel. Li Qingji looked at it for a moment and then stopped paying attention to it. In the past 2 days, the top families of Ningguda Prefecture, such as the Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Wu families, as well as second-rate families like the Ding, Wang, Zhu, and Su families, have all put aside their usual arrogance and have successively arranged for their stewards to respectfully deliver the land deeds and land contracts to the Prince of Han's residence. The fertile fields and shops that they had seized by trickery and force were all returned. Li Qingji checked the contracts they had bought from Li Song one by one and paid the exact amount. Li Song had been forced to sell these properties very cheaply, so even if he bought them all back, it wouldn't have cost him much money. Yi Fan carefully tallied all the accounts, then bowed to Li Qingji and reported that the total amount spent was only 7 or 8,000 taels of silver. It's worth noting that this involved the reclamation of approximately 30,000 mu of fertile farmland, over a dozen bustling shops along the street, and 2 exquisite residences. At this price, it's already an extremely good deal. Li Qingji did not delve into whether the exact amounts were accurate. He simply waved his hand and handed over all the accounting verification work to Yi Fan. Yi Fan, select 2 of the largest shops on the main street and have them tidy up as soon as possible, making sure they are clean and orderly. Li Qingji sat on the Nanma chair in his study and beckoned Yi Fan. Yi Fan strode forward, bowed, and asked softly with a hint of doubt on his face, "Your Highness, what kind of business do you intend to do with these 2 shops?" This. Li Qingji looked up, pointed to the table, and then slowly pushed out 2 white jade porcelain jars from under the table and placed them in front of Yi Fan. Inside the porcelain jar were white sugar and refined salt, respectively. Yi Fan didn't react for a moment, only noticing that the contents of the 2 porcelain jars looked similar, both being crystal clear, snow white, and gleaming with a delicate luster. He hesitated before stepping forward, first bending down slightly to smell the porcelain jar gently, his face full of confusion, then carefully pinching a little bit with each hand and putting it in his mouth to taste. In an instant, Yi Fan's eyes lit up, his pupils contracted slightly, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Is this candy? How can candy be made so crystal clear, without even a trace of impurity? He held the candy between his fingers, his voice full of shock. Then, he quickly tasted the contents of another porcelain jar, and was stunned when he tasted the delicate saltiness on his tongue. It's refined salt? Yi Fan froze on the spot, his eyes filled with disbelief. Sugar and refined salt were not rare items in the Crown Prince's residence before, and he had seen them quite often. But the refined salt of the past was never so white and delicate. It was mostly mixed with some impurities and tasted slightly bitter. And the sugar of the past was never so white either, and its taste was far less sweet and pure. Yes. Li Qingji nodded calmly, looking at Yi Fan's shocked expression. His personal warehouse was filled with countless goods of all kinds, and some items were even in extremely large quantities. However, most of the items in the warehouse are not suitable for sale at this time. Take grain, for example. If he were to take the grain out of his warehouse and sell it now, he could do so at a very low price. However, this approach would easily allow powerful families to buy it up and hoard it. In the end, ordinary people would still not be able to buy grain at a fair price, and the goal of benefiting the people would not be achieved at all. Therefore, he had a clear plan in mind. He could first sell some expensive and rare items that ordinary people did not need for the time being, and make a lot of money from these wealthy families. Then he could use this money to continue recruiting soldiers and horses, fill his personal guard with 3 battalions, and equip the soldiers with fine armor, handy weapons, swords, strong horses, and so on, and train the troops into a truly combat-ready elite force. Then he can sell whatever he wants without having to worry about powerful families interfering. Your Highness, what price do you intend to set for these 2 items? Yi Fan suppressed the doubts surging in his heart, but ultimately did not ask where the prince had obtained such rare items. He suppressed his shock and only respectfully inquired about the price. White sugar, 100 taels per caddy. Li Chengji raised his eyes, his tone calm, each word clear. Refined salt, 50 taels per caddy. It should be noted that in Ningguda Prefecture, 1 tael of silver could be exchanged for 1,000 copper coins, which is 1 string of cash. 1 string of cash could buy 5 shur, 50 dough, of rice, demonstrating its strong purchasing power. 5 shur of rice is equivalent to more than 500 jin in modern terms. In other words, a pound of ordinary rice here now costs less than 2 coins. Don't get hung up on the price of this rice. It's fictional. For ease of remembering, I'll assume that 1 jin, 500 grams, of ordinary rice costs about 2 yuan, which in ancient times would be about 2 won, 0.5 yuan. 1 liang, 50 grams, of silver in ancient times was equivalent to about 1,000 yuan. Based on this calculation, 1 pound of white sugar can be exchanged for 50,000 pounds of rice, and 1 pound of refined salt can be exchanged for 25,000 pounds of rice. Such a price is unthinkable for ordinary people. They simply cannot afford it. But for these wealthy and powerful families, it was just a matter of the price being a little high. It wasn't that they couldn't afford it. Upon hearing the 2 prices, Yi Fan's body trembled violently, and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes again. However, he quickly calmed down and, after careful consideration, immediately agreed. For aristocratic and powerful families, it was indeed just a matter of being expensive. Yes, Your Highness, I will take care of it immediately. Yi Fan bowed and accepted the order, his tone respectful. Lu Wuming, Li Chengji called out, his voice carrying through the doors and windows of the study. Your subordinate is here. Lu Wuming's voice rang out immediately from outside. He then strode into the study, bowed, and asked, What are your orders, Your Highness? Send 10 elite soldiers, fully armed, to guard those 2 shops. They must be on high alert, and there must be no mishaps, Li Chengji said in a deep voice. Yes, Your Highness. Lu Wuming clasped his hands in acceptance of the order, his voice firm and clear. He then turned and quickly retreated to arrange the guarding of the shop. Chapter 34, Prefect Wei Jixing. Just as Yi Fan left, news came from outside that the governor of Ningguda Prefecture was requesting an audience. This prefect requests an audience. Li Qingji was somewhat surprised, as he had no recollection of this prefect at all. However, because of these powerful families, as well as Zhao Qixio and his group, he didn't have a good impression of this regional official. His visit today is probably like a weasel offering New Year's greetings to a chicken. As Li Chengji had predicted, when he arrived at the front hall and met the prefect, his face remained gloomy, as if he were filled with bitterness and resentment. He was about 60 years old, with gray hair and a solemn expression. The maids beside him all had their heads down and dared not move. Upon seeing Li Chengji approach, he stood up, bowed slightly, and greeted him in a neutral tone. Your Highness, the reason I am visiting you today is regarding the case of Li Song, the former chief secretary of the Prince of Han's residence. Li Song has been detained by Your Highness for several days now, and the interrogation should be nearly over. According to the laws of our dynasty, I also need to know the details of the case, review it again, and report it to the court. Li Chengji took a few steps forward, looked the man up and down carefully, and asked softly, Lord Wei, have I ever offended you before? I've never met you before, so how can I offend you? Have you ever criticized me before? I mean, a few months ago when I was still the crown prince. How could a lowly official in a remote border region be qualified to participate in the crown prince's important affairs? Li Chengji nodded. Then why did you look so unpleasant when you saw me? Wei Zhixing kept his head down, devoid of any emotion, and continued, when I handle official business, I never let personal feelings interfere. I've only come here today to understand the details of Li Song's case. Another stubborn and unpleasant old man. Seeing this, Li Chengji was too lazy to talk to him anymore. He called Jinjin over, gave him a copy of all the documents related to Li Song's case, and asked Lu Wuming to bring Li Song out of the prison. This time, however, the documents are the most original ones, without the additions from those powerful families. They simply contain all the crimes committed in Li Song's case. After receiving the document, Wei Zhixing remained silent and carefully examined it. During this process, several important time points were also checked in detail with Lu Wuming. After confirming that everything was correct, he prepared to take people back for further interrogation to verify that the confession and plea for forgiveness were accurate. As he was about to leave, Li Chengji stepped forward and gave him a few words of advice. Lord Wei, I must be present to witness the execution. At this point, Li Chengji's expression became much more serious. Therefore, this person must not die in your prefectural prison. He must be beheaded in front of all the people outside the city. Do you understand what I mean, Lord Wei? Li Chengji wasn't just making things up. This was actually the most important step he could take to win back the hearts of the people. Li Song's death was necessary as a prelude for a series of actions. If Li Song dies in prison, the stage will be gone, and how will the opera be performed? Wei Zhixing's face immediately darkened further. He raised his head and said with great dissatisfaction, Your Highness, what do you mean by that? Even if a criminal deserves to die 1,000 deaths, whether by being torn apart by 5 horses or by slow slicing, he should die in the execution ground. How could he possibly die in my prison? Your Highness, you don't think I'm plotting anything like deliberately causing someone to die in prison, do you? I have served as an official for 40 years and am a disciple of the Emperor. In every word and deed, I have strictly adhered to the ironclad rules of the current Emperor. Although I have not made any great achievements, I have never acted recklessly, embezzled, or perverted the law. Li Chengji was stunned by this impassioned speech. All I did was give a few instructions. Is such a strong reaction really necessary? It's pointless to talk to this kind of person. Li Chengji could only wave his hand and say, Lord Wei, there's no need to get agitated. I just want to offer a word of advice. At the same time, I also had some doubts. Is this person truly an honest official? Or is he not aligned with Zhao Qixio? Seeing that Li Chengji didn't seem to be really giving him a warning, Wei Zhixing cupped his hands in greeting and prepared to leave the palace with Li Song. He had only taken a few steps when he stopped, turned his head, and for the first time looked up to meet Li Chengji's eyes. Now that your Highness has regained your senses, you should manage your fiefdom properly on behalf of the Emperor and guard the borders of the country. You must not indulge in pleasure as you have in the past and disregard the lives of the people. Ningguda Prefecture is a border prefecture with many mountains, dense forests, and miasma, no fertile land, and constant harassment from neighboring countries. In addition, with various taxes being levied, the people's lives are on the verge of collapse. If your Highness has any mercy from His Majesty, you should give the people of Ningguda Prefecture a chance to live. If your Highness is displeased with my presumptuous words, you may report this to the court and punish me for my impudence. After a passionate speech, Wei Zhixing left after saying, just those few words. It's quite normal that the old man had a cold expression towards Li Qingji. On the one hand, this was his true nature. He was never one to flatter or fawn. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the prefect of this most desolate place. He seemed to be a high-ranking official, a second-rank official, but he was vastly different from his colleagues. On the other hand, he genuinely looked down on Li Qingji. He looked down on Li Qingji ever since he was the crown prince. Not to mention that after arriving in Ngada Prefecture, there were increases in poll tax, commercial tax, road toll tax, road maintenance tax, and gate fees. During this process, he visited Li Qingji many times, hoping to persuade him not to arbitrarily increase taxes, but without exception, he was not even allowed to enter the door. Although he was the highest-ranking official in the state, he had no right to refuse the decrees of this vassal king and could only watch as the people of the state suffered and ran around in agony. This was the first time he had entered the gates of the Prince of Han's residence and met Li Qingji after dozens of attempts to gain an audience. It's perfectly normal to be unhappy with Li Qingji now. Chapter 35, The Night, Li Song. A prince who doesn't care about the people doesn't deserve Wei Zhixing's respect. Watching the old man walk away with his head held high, and recalling his words, Li Qingji smiled. He understood why the prefect looked down on him. It's all because of the lousy and disgusting things he did in the past, and the lousy and disgusting things Li Song did in his name after he arrived here. He wasn't angry, nor did he try to explain. Judge by actions, not words. Before long, he will understand, and Li Qingji will give an explanation to the entire Ngada Prefecture. Li Song handed the case over to Wei Zhixing, believing that with his abilities, it wouldn't take long to interrogate him and find out what happened. However, sentencing someone to death is not so quick. Even within the prefecture, it takes 2 or 3 days. Nothing particularly special happened in the past 2 or 3 days, except that Li Qingji's first shop opened. Although only 2 products are sold. But these 2 are definitely killer weapons. Sales on the first day were only SOSO. We sold 10 jin of sugar and 20 jin of salt. Total turnover, 2,000 taels. Sales were average, but the turnover was quite considerable. This turnover already exceeds that of 90% of the shops on this street. Moreover, only 5 or 6 people went to Li Qingji's shop to make purchases today. When Yi Fan returned after calculating the accounts, he was beaming with excitement. He had just gotten 2,000 taels of silver. Li Qingji was even happier. In a modern city, 10 jin of white sugar and 20 jin of salt could be obtained for just a few dozen yuan. In ancient times, it was worth 2,000 taels of silver. Roughly converted, 2,000 taels of silver in modern times is equivalent to 2 million in purchasing power. How many of your former guards can you contact? Currently, the revenue is enough to support part of the military pay. As time goes on, he can display more and more items, and the profits will definitely become more and more outrageous. So Li Qingji asked Lu Wuming. I think we can get in touch with them about 70 to 80% of the time, Lu Wuming replied quickly. If you can contact all the guards you previously had, then do so immediately. Any outstanding military pay will be paid in full. If any of them are willing to remain in my guard, then everyone's pay will increase by 1 tael, Li Qingji said. Thank you, Your Highness. Lu Wuming was overjoyed. Originally, each person owed 3 taels, but after 3 months, the debt became 9 taels. As long as they could make contact, the debt could be paid in full. This was incredibly good news for the guards who had previously served them. 9 taels of silver is enough for an ordinary person to live on for a year. Not to mention, the pay of all their personal guards has increased by 1 tael. Take a look at this, Li Qingji said, taking out a handwritten manual he had made himself. The Personal Guard's Handbook. Its original name was Militia Military Training Manual and Friend of Dual-Use Military and Civilian Talents. Li Qingji copied it again, removing anything that didn't conform to ancient texts, and tried to paraphrase it in simple and easy-to-understand language. Lu Wuming took it and quickly flipped through it, his brows furrowed. He didn't quite understand what Li Qingji meant, but he didn't refute it. He planned to go back and study it in detail before making a decision. Wow, Your Highness, what is this? It smells so good. It's so delicious. After Lu Wuming left, Li Qingji went to the kitchen and began cooking his first meal there. He used to cook vegetarian food, like instant noodles and braised dishes. Today, the kitchen renovation is complete, and he even has an iron wok. He's going to cook some stir-fries now. I didn't make anything too complicated. I just made braised pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and eggplant with minced meat. After the 3 dishes were cooked, Junjun took a bite and was completely captivated by their delicious aroma. This is called scrambled eggs with tomatoes, this is called braised pork, and this is called eggplant with minced meat. What is a tomato? None of those people have ever eaten one. And what kind of meat is this braised pork? It smells so good. This is called eggplant. Tomatoes and eggplants are not available here. The pork for braised pork belly is available, but it's not castrated, so it will taste a bit fishy and sour and not very tasty. Li Qingji did not continue to explain. When he starts planting tomatoes and eggplants and raises his first batch of castrated pigs, Junjun will understand. Oh, and you could add a shot of chicken bouillon. Li Qingji had an idea. He would add another item to his shop. Chicken bouillon. He has too many of these in his warehouse. The tentative price is 10 taels and half a catty, and 1 catty is 20 taels. They were also sold to those aristocratic and powerful families. Meanwhile, the case handling process on Prefect Wei Zhixing's side was very fast. Li Song had already been severely tortured by Lu Wuming and had already endured a lot of torment. He had said everything he needed to say, so when he arrived at the prefect's prison, he did not resist at all. He did not want to suffer again, so he honestly repeated everything again and answered all kinds of questions very cooperatively. So in one day, all his files and records, including the charges against him, were completed. Wei Zhixing was sentenced to immediate execution for crimes including assassinating a prince, abusing his power for personal gain, embezzlement, and murder. Including his wife, son, and confidants, there were about 10 people in total. Wei Zhixing affixed his official seal and also informed Li Qingji. A notice was posted to notify the entire state. The execution will take place tomorrow at 1 to 3 p.m. outside the city gate, on the official road south of the outer gate. In the past 2 days, Li Qingji has started teaching his 20 Imperial Guard about firearms and how to coordinate with their teammates. He demonstrated each of the dishes to Junjun. Minced pork with eggplant, shredded potatoes with pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, scrambled eggs with green peppers, scrambled eggs with green peppers, braised pork, and braised chicken. Junjun is a martial arts practitioner. She can remember something after seeing it once, and after practicing it a few times, she can get the hang of it. He would prepare the vegetables and side dishes for Junjun in advance, and she would then cook them. Li Qingji planned to demonstrate all the dishes he knew how to cook. As for the ones he didn't know, he'd deal with them later. He brought many books, including how to cook, how to braise, how to marinate, and so on. I believe I will be able to train Junjun soon. Then Junjun will train a dozen or so people. Once he has all the dishes, he plans to open a restaurant, serving mostly the dishes currently available here, and then adding his own later. This is believed to be a quick way to make money. However, there's no rush. It's just his initial plan. After all, growing these vegetables and training these people are not things that can be done in a short time. Li Qingji is now selling some expensive, luxury items to make money first. Only after recruiting more people, until they're absolutely strong or their lives are no longer in danger, should we proceed with these matters. Time flew by, and it was past 1 p.m. on the second day. Li Qingji glanced at the clock. It was just past 1 p.m., and it would soon be the hour of Wei, 1 to 3 p.m. He prepared to set off. The execution ground on the official road outside the south gate was crowded with ordinary people. It had been a long time since any executions had been carried out, and given that this person was the chief steward of the prince's residence, everyone who knew the news and could come rushed over. The governor has arrived, dressed in the robes of a second-rank official. Wei Zhixing, protected by a group of constables, walked up to the desk. Bring it up. Wei Zhixing waved his hand. The one who brought the criminal is Li Song. Soon, a person wearing a prison uniform whose color was no longer recognizable was brought up. This person was none other than Li Song. At this point, Li Song was no longer as spirited as he had been a few days earlier. He looked listless, his face was pale, and his eyes were vacant. As he was led to the execution platform, the onlookers began to discuss the matter. This guy is the chief clerk. I heard he's a high-ranking official, a fifth-rank official, which is several ranks higher than a county magistrate. I never thought he'd be beheaded today. This person is innocent. Such a good person was actually beheaded. Why do you say that, brother? Didn't you see the notice? It says that he assassinated the prince, which is the same as assassinating the king of Han. So he was sentenced to death. You know, Anyone who dares to kill this tyrannical king is definitely a chivalrous person. He must be a good person. It must be that the tyrannical king was assassinated, and he harbored resentment and wanted to cut off his head. Brother, now that you put it that way, I think Li Song is a good person, but that Prince of Han is really too wicked. He doesn't treat us like human beings at all. Just because he dared to assassinate the king of Han, he is definitely a chivalrous hero. Chapter 36, its name is Jiao Chan, right? That's right. That Prince Han is really wicked. Have you been getting tax collecting requests over there these past few days? Several groups of Yamen runners have come to my house already. Damn it. They're saying they want to collect next year's commercial tax, business tax, and poll tax in advance. Business is so tough these days. My noodle shop barely makes any money. It's hard to even make ends meet, and now I have to pay so much tax. How am I supposed to survive? No matter how I explain it to them, it's no use. They say it's Prince Han's order, and if we don't pay, it's tantamount to treason. My family is the same. Last year was a bumper harvest. We paid 70% of the rent and only had 30% of the grain left over. We were hoping that our family of 5 would have enough to eat this year, but then we were hit with an extra head tax. 5 people in the family. That's 5 taels of silver. How am I supposed to pay that? Isn't this going to kill us? Isn't this going to force us to sell our children? Which house did you rent from? I rented from the Zhao family. Originally, I had to pay 70%, but now I have to pay 80% or 90%. I heard it's all because of this Prince Han. If this continues, none of us will survive. Let Prince Han stay in Ningguda Prefecture alone. Everyone, please keep your voices down. If the people from the Prince of Han's mansion hear us, we might be sentenced to immediate execution. For a moment, everyone fell silent and dared not discuss it any further. At this moment, Zhao Ziqian, Zhao Qixio, Qin Qingyang, the Sun family, the Wu family, the Ding family, the Su family, and others all arrived at the execution ground. Especially the members of the 4 great families of Zhao, Qin, Sun, and Wu, couldn't help but smile when they heard the people's discussions. Zhao Qixio said in a low voice, "Brother is a brilliant strategist. In just 3 days, the resentment of these lowly people towards the Prince of Han has almost reached its peak." Zhao Ziqian smiled slightly. It's still early. Let's wait a while longer. Once these lowly people have no way to survive, that will be the day of death for this high and mighty king of Han. Then all we major families need to do is watch the show from here and see how this Prince of Han dies. After they finished speaking, they looked at each other and smiled. The powerful and influential families who came today weren't there to watch the show. They were afraid that Li Song might say something outrageous and implicate them, and they wouldn't be able to explain themselves if they weren't present. On the execution platform, Wei Zhixin glanced at the table. It would be almost 11 p.m. Thinking back to a few days ago at the Prince of Han's residence, the Prince of Han specifically mentioned that he would be going to the execution ground today. Wei Zhixin waited patiently. However, if the execution did not occur by the appointed time, he would certainly carry out the execution immediately. Just then, a loud shout came from outside the execution ground. The King of Han has arrived. The sound wasn't loud, but could be heard in every corner of the execution ground. Everyone present couldn't help but look towards the official road outside the execution ground. Hundreds of armored soldiers, each carrying a long spear, marched toward them in perfect unison. Lu Wuming had only received the personal guard manual 3 days ago. On the first day, he studied it carefully and was greatly shocked. The next day, according to the manual, the 800 guards are divided into 8 squads. Each squad has a captain. It starts with the first step, standing at attention and marching in formation. Although only a dozen or so of these 800 people reached the realm of martial arts, the rest were all trained regular soldiers with excellent physical fitness. They were able to quickly get into the zone when standing at attention and marching. In just 2 days, he's already walking quite similarly to his father. At the very least, they can walk in a roughly uniform manner. 300 or 400 people walking together in perfect unison. That's more impressive than 1,000 people. Everyone present was amazed by this unique way of marching. They also quickly retreated, making way for a wide road. Among these personal guards, Li Chengji rode a tall horse, wearing a python robe, and slowly walked towards the execution ground. To his left was the beautiful and charming Jinjin, who already possessed a certain elegance. To his right was Lu Wuming, who was serious and vigilant. He was riding a tall, magnificent horse. This horse has quite a history. Upon arriving here, Li Qingji wanted to bring out his electric scooter, tricycle, or off-road vehicle several times, but he refrained from doing so. When you lack the strength, it's best to adapt to local customs. So he asked Lu Wuming to find him a good horse. Your Highness, this horse can travel 1,000 miles a day. I bought it from a foreigner for 3,000 taels of silver. When Lu Wuming led the horse in, Jinjin exclaimed, "What a fine horse! This horse is absolutely gorgeous. Your Highness, please give this horse a name." Li Qingji had no appreciation for horses. He just thought this big black horse was very beautiful. He wondered if he should follow the example of the second master and name it Red Hair. He had heard a very famous article when he was in school called The Death of Red Hair. Suddenly, he thought of something really funny and burst out laughing. Jinjin looked at him with some confusion. "Your Highness, what are you laughing at?" Li Qingji suppressed a laugh and said, "Jinjin, I've thought of a very good name. Let's call her Diaochan. If modern people were here, they would probably understand his humor. If someone asks you, 'Where's your Diaochan?' then I can confidently answer, 'My Diaochan is on my waist.'" Jinjin frowned slightly. "Your Highness, is there any story behind this?" Li Qingji shook his head. "There's no particular story behind it. It's just used to describe her as beautiful." "Okay." Jinjin nodded. Li Qingji patted the beautiful black horse and said, "Remember, from now on your name will be Diaochan." At that moment, the horse raised its head and neighed, then lowered its head and nuzzled Li Qingji, seemingly very fond of the name. Li Qingji began learning to ride a horse that very day. Because Diaochan recognized him, there was no difficult process in riding. At most, he couldn't ride too fast. Strolling leisurely like today was a piece of cake. Dressed in a python robe, with hundreds of personal guards clearing the way, riding tall horses, and with that resounding announcement of the arrival of the King of Han. Even ordinary people who had never met Li Qingji knew that the person who came was the master of Ningguta Prefecture. King of Han. Chapter 30. What Jinjin likes to hear. This is the King of Han. He looks so young and handsome. I never expected him to be so bad. You really can't judge a book by its cover. The onlookers were buzzing with discussion. The merchants and tenants who had been criticizing Han Wang earlier all took 2 steps back and dared not curse anymore. Of course, some were bolder and didn't back down, but they didn't continue to curse either. They just stared intently at the other person. If it weren't for the hundreds of armored guards on the outer perimeter, many people who had been driven to the brink would probably have tried to go up and fight. Li Qingji also noticed that many people were itching to get their teeth out at the sight of him. He felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, he had told Lu Wuming to bring half of his personal guards with him this time, and that they should be fully armed. Otherwise, with so few men, he might not have been able to keep the situation under control. When Li Qingji arrived at the execution ground, Wei Zhixing, regardless of whether he liked or disliked the prince, was the first to kneel down and pay his respects. Wei Zhixing pays his respects to your highness. Subsequently, whether they were officials, members of powerful families, or ordinary citizens, everyone present immediately knelt down. Greetings, your highness. Ningguta Prefecture is located on the border of the Great Xia dynasty. It has been affected by war for many years, which has led to the extremely fierce local people. There were more than a dozen people present who stood there straight, glaring at Li Qingji with their heads held high, refusing to kneel. At this moment, everyone in the audience knelt down, and these dozen or so people standing there looked extremely out of place. Seeing this, Lu Wuming was about to rush into the crowd and capture these people, but Li Qingji waved his hand, indicating that he should stop. Anyway, these people are cursing Li Qingji, not his ancestor. And what's wrong with a few insults? Countless people have called him a scumbag before. His statement, "Money is for women to see, not for women to use," can be sworn in but not posted on social media, completely broke down the defenses of many gold diggers and young women. I have no idea how many women are cursing him. There were far more of them than those present, and their insults were far more offensive. Even many of his brothers criticized him, but that's one thing. It just serves as a wake-up call for some people. If some people keep pretending to be asleep, then there's no point in doing so. Now, is also the time for Li Qingji to know that this is not the time to worry about these things, and he will be able to restore his reputation sooner or later. Get up, all of you. Li Qingji raised his hand. Thank you, your highness, everyone said in unison, then stood up and their eyes fell on Li Qingji. Everyone present was extremely curious about what this mad king, who disregarded the lives of ordinary people, was doing here today. Among the crowd, there was a fair-skinned young man with exaggerated pectoral muscles, staring at Li Chengji. He muttered in a low voice, looking somewhat annoyed. This heroine will see today what you really want to do. I'd like to see what you can come up with to explain yourself. At this moment, Zhao Ziqian and Zhao Qixio, the two brothers, looked at each other with suspicion as they stood beside the execution platform. What is this person doing at the execution ground? You wouldn't be thinking of using Li's song as a pretext to continue targeting our families, would you? Not only Zhao Ziqian and Zhao Qixio, but also the Qin family and their relatives were somewhat uneasy. I have a feeling that something bad will happen when this person comes here. They came today with bodyguards, some of whom were even martial artists. One family brought 4 or 5 others, making a total of 30 or 40 martial artists present. If we go all out, we can definitely produce amazing results in this small execution ground. However, with so many people around, including Prefect Wei Zhixing and hundreds of personal guards surrounding them, it's not certain that they could break through the guards' defenses if they all charged at once. Especially Lu Wuming. These people were very familiar with Lu Wuming's combat strength. With him around, their sneak attacks would definitely not be effective. At this moment, on the execution platform, Wei Zhixing looked at Li Chengji with puzzlement. Your Highness, the details of the crimes committed by the criminal Li Song have been submitted to the prince's residence. What brings your Highness here today? Governor Wei, please continue with your business. My visit today will not interfere with your official duties. There is still a moment before 11 p.m., so I would like to take this opportunity to say a few words to the people of Ningguo. I wonder if you, Lord Wei, could do me this favor. Please proceed, Your Highness. Although Wei Zhixing was puzzled, he still took 2 steps back and gave the front platform to Li Chengji. Li Chengji stepped forward and stood at the highest point of the entire execution ground. Looking at the densely packed people of Ningguo around him, his expression changed from a smile to a serious one in an instant. In modern times, Li Chengji has met many people, organized many offline events, and even spent millions in bars. Therefore, he doesn't experience stage fright in many situations. But standing on this stage, I felt a sudden tremor in my heart. Just now, sitting on a tall horse, he saw many scenes that he could never have seen before. Yes, these people all looked terrible. They were thin, with sallow complexions, and few of them had any sparkle in their eyes. The men were generally estimated to be under 1.7 meters tall, and the women were between 1.5 and 1.6 meters tall. Only 1/3 of people should be over 1.7 meters tall, but even then, they are skinny and stick-like. Their clothes were all black, and 90% of them had torn or damaged clothes. Right next to the stands at the execution ground, there was a row of people from aristocratic families. Their clothes were clean and bright, and the bodyguards and guards behind them were also well-dressed. Even Wei Zhixing, who had initially stood at the highest point, was only slightly cleaner in his clothes. His official robes were clearly worn for a long time. They were faded from washing, and the embroidery had some tears, making them look very old. This is what it was like in ancient times. As the saying goes, clothing comes first when it comes to food, shelter, and transportation. Fortunately, it's only the end of May, and the weather is starting to get warmer, so wearing such light clothes isn't a problem. Li Chengji's personal warehouse contained a large quantity of clothes, enough to easily provide a set of clothes for every single person in the entire Ningguo prefecture. But this only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause, and besides, these clothes can't be taken out yet. It's too unconventional. We must address both the symptoms and the root cause. Upon arriving here, Li Chengji's expression became much more solemn. He took out a large megaphone from his personal storage compartment. Lift. I imagine you are all very curious as to what I have come here for today. I'll keep this brief so as not to interfere with Lord Wei's official business. I have 2 matters to attend to today. The first thing is to apologize to all the people of Great Xia in Ningguo Prefecture. After speaking, Li Chengji took a step back, raised his arms and clasped his hands in a fist, and bowed deeply to everyone present. Moment. The entire room fell silent. Everyone was stunned. A prince of all people actually apologized to them, and he even bowed deeply in full view of everyone. Everyone was stunned, looking at Li Chengji on the highest platform with some bewilderment. No, they all looked around and saw the shock in the eyes of the people next to them. They really thought they were seeing things. Zhao Ziqian, Zhao Qixio, Qian Xingyang, and others were also dumbfounded. A prince, who was once the crown prince, actually bowed and apologized to a group of lowly commoners. The Great Xia dynasty lasted for over 500 years. This has never happened before. Furthermore, there has never been any record of it since ancient times. Let's not even talk about a prince. For a powerful and influential family like Zhao Qixio, asking them to apologize to a commoner prince is worse than killing them. Li Qingji came from the modern era, and he couldn't understand the influence of imperial power on these people. What does it mean when a ruler commands his subject to die, and the subject has no choice but to die? They just couldn't understand how this prince, who they thought was very good at scheming, could do such a thing. Not to mention Zhao Qixio and the others. Even Junjin, Lu Wuming, and Yi Fan were completely bewildered, staring at Li Chengji in confusion. Lu Wuming quickly took 2 steps back, retreating directly behind Li Chengji. Seeing this, Yi Fan quickly gave Junjin a look, and the two of them took a few steps back, also retreating behind Li Chengji. Junjin is doing a little better. She's been spending a lot of time with Li Chengji these past few days, and they've become very close. She's changed quite a bit. For example, there was one time when Li Chengji suddenly changed positions. Junjin was terrified and quickly withdrew, kneeling on the ground trembling. It took Li Chengji a while to calm Junjin down. I gradually came to understand that this kind of thing wasn't so outrageous. On several occasions, she even took the initiative. To be honest, it feels pretty good to be in control of myself. Chapter 31. We've wrongly accused the prince. Therefore, Junjin wasn't so afraid of Li Chengji bowing down to her. She was just a little surprised. Your Highness, this is unacceptable. You are a prince. How can you bow and apologize to us? This is against human ethics and moral principles. Your Highness, you mustn't do this. Your Highness, you are of noble birth. You are too kind to us. Your Highness, you mustn't. Several elderly men with graying hair present immediately became excited. They immediately stepped forward, and it was clear that these individuals were quite prestigious. As they continued walking, many younger members of the family carefully supported them. As they walked forward, they suddenly knelt down on the ground with a thud. His trembling body knelt down, as if he were afraid it would fall apart. After kneeling down, he kept kowtowing, unable to accept such a grand gesture from Li Chengji. These are respected elders in the area, and they have come here to jointly request an audience with Governor Wei Zhixing. Some of them were still old scholars. He wanted to see Wei Zhixing so that he could persuade the King of Han to see if taxes could be reduced and some taxes collected under various pretexts. Give the people some time to calm down. After all, they had just suffered a Manchu raid last year, and this year most people might not even be able to afford food, let alone all sorts of miscellaneous taxes. Unexpectedly, today, I not only met Wei Zhixing, but also the culprit, the King of Han. What surprised them even more was that the King of Han actually bowed and apologized to them. These common people, everyone present could be said to deeply resent the King of Han. I'll take every opportunity to criticize this guy. He's incompetent and tyrannical. However, the long-standing concept of imperial hierarchy has been deeply ingrained in everyone's bones. In any case, they could not bear the prince bowing and apologizing. The tenants, who were originally furious and hot-blooded and unwilling to kneel down, even wanting to rush up and fight Li Chengji to the death. At this moment, most of the anger on their faces and the resentment in their eyes disappeared with a smile. Li Chengji already knew the identities of the first few elderly men who knelt down, but he hadn't expected the effect to be so good. This went much more smoothly than he had expected. Li Chengji looked ashamed. Gentlemen, you are unaware of this. Li Chengji sighed deeply and said with great frustration, I believe some of you have heard that before I came here, I fell and was injured, which caused me to become mentally impaired. So after arriving here, I have been recuperating and I am in a daze and mentally impaired. I cannot even take care of myself, let alone handle any political affairs. If I were just recuperating like this and not disturbing you all, I wouldn't be so annoyed. Who would have thought it was this traitor? Li Chengji pointed to Li Song, who was being forced to kneel on the ground by soldiers, and angrily rebuked him. Li Song is the chief secretary sent by the royal family to assist me, and he controls all the power in the palace. After he arrived here, he and his wife, through deception and various pretexts, embezzled all the treasures, money, land and shops of the prince's mansion, and sold some of them at low prices to bribe other wealthy families, attempting to become another new wealthy family in the area. That's all? This trader isn't satisfied yet. He's using my name to create all sorts of taxes. If I hadn't recovered my composure a few days ago, I probably would have died at his hands. Fortunately, Li Chengji was clever. Before setting off, he searched his personal storage room and found the loudspeaker. Therefore, he doesn't need to shout hysterically when he speaks. He only needs to speak with full emotion and in a normal tone, and his words will be heard by everyone present. This thing is very easy to use. Many products are pre-charged before leaving the factory, so even if they're not fully charged, they can still be used for an hour or two without any problem. When Li Chengji first took it out, the crowd was somewhat puzzled, but when he did, their voices became much louder. Everyone assumed this was an exclusive item for royalty. After all, it was an ingenious and unusual device that ordinary people had never seen before, which was quite normal. After Li Chengji finished speaking, the entire execution ground erupted in chaos. Is that so? My God, we've been blaming the wrong person all along. It turns out that the one who created so many exorbitant taxes is this traitor Li Song. I knew it. I've never seen the Prince of Han before. My house is right across from the Prince of Han's mansion. My noodle shop isn't big, but it's right across from it, only a few dozen feet away. I can see all the people coming and going from the mansion clearly. I've never seen the Prince of Han. If the Prince of Han were really such a bad person, he wouldn't just stay in the mansion all day. He must have been sick and recuperating before. This Li Song is too wicked. He actually dared to issue decrees without the knowledge of the king of Han. This traitor is utterly despicable. Li Song deserves to die for being able to come up with so many exorbitant taxes and levies. He even tried to murder the king of Han. Even being torn apart by 5 horses wouldn't be enough to atone for his sins. Their entire family must be exterminated. Lord Wei, please don't just execute Li Song with one stroke. That would be too lenient on him. Oh my God, we've been completely wrong about the prince all this time. He's been ill the whole time, and he just recovered. He came to explain the situation and even bowed to apologize to us. I even cursed at him just now. I deserve to die. Wah, I've studied the classics for decades, and yet I've doubted the prince. I've truly wasted my time and knowledge. I deserve to die. Chapter 31, the 9-character mantra of the Hongwu Emperor. No one expected that these things would happen, and they had been misunderstanding the prince for the past few months. The heinous scoundrel who had been making their lives miserable was kneeling on the execution platform. Looking down at the people's reactions, Li Chengji knew that they probably already believed him halfway. He then continued, his expression solemn and his tone sincere. No matter what, all of these things came from the Prince of Han's residence. Although they were stolen by the traitor Li Song, the Prince of Han's residence bears responsibility. My dereliction of duty has caused you to suffer so much from exorbitant taxes. Therefore, I must apologize to everyone, and indeed to everyone in Ningguda. I am sorry. It is my dereliction of duty that has caused you to suffer. He bowed once again. Those who still harbored a trace of hostility towards Li Chengji at that moment completely let go of it. The elderly men and scholars in front were deeply moved and cried uncontrollably. Those old men were all trembling. Your Highness, please don't say that. They are all traitors like Li Song. They took advantage of your illness to deceive the emperor, line their own pockets, and commit all sorts of evil deeds. How can you attribute all those evil deeds to your Highness? Your Highness, although I'm not well educated, I understand the meaning of ignorance is no excuse. All of this has nothing to do with your Highness, so please don't blame yourself so much. Your Highness, please don't blame yourself. The atmosphere was harmonious, and Li Chengji breathed a long sigh of relief. A good start is half the battle, and he had taken the first step in the right direction. That makes things much easier. Just then, suddenly, several sharp voices rang out from the crowd. Your Highness, your eloquent speech was truly beautiful. You've done the deed, and now you've said the nice things, but what has changed? In the end, everyone is still suffering. As you said, now that you've caught this traitor, why continue to collect all these taxes? In fact, in the last few days, we've had even more constables sent to our village to collect taxes than before. That's right, Your Highness. If you really didn't intend to collect so much tax, you should have abolished the previous tax decrees. But these past few days, not only have they not been abolished, but the collection efforts have increased. Some even demand payment for the next 3 years in advance. If they don't pay, it's considered a violation of Your Highness's royal decree. You have one face in public and another in private. Which one is your true face? Several people stepped out from the crowd. There were 2 men with weathered faces, dressed in coarse cloth, who looked like tenant farmers who toiled in the fields year-round. There were 2 men in silver robes who were in slightly better condition. Judging from their attire, they were probably owners of small shops. In the past few days, officials have come to their door to collect various taxes for the coming year. They can't do anything without money. If they don't have money, they'll just move all sorts of things around. They move grain, ironware, and all sorts of things that could be turned into money. Several of the shops that were moved are now completely empty. What did you say? Li Chengji's face darkened. Li Song had already been imprisoned for 2 days, and then for another 2 days by Wei Zhixing. He should be in jail for the next few days. Who arranged for the collection of various taxes from these tenants and merchants. And why was it done in the name of the King of Han? Li Chengji immediately turned his gaze to Wei Zhixing, who was standing beside him, and asked in a cold voice, Lord Wei, was this arranged by you? At that moment, I didn't even think about saving face for anyone. Besides himself, Li Chengji only had the governor's side to rely on. Wei Zhixing was the highest-ranking official in Ningguda Prefecture. Even though Li Chengji felt that given Wei Zhixing's personality, it was absolutely impossible for him to do such things, since it had happened, it must be because one of his subordinates was deceiving him. Indeed, this was the case. Wei Zhixing's face turned ashen upon hearing the news. There were even officials going to collect next year's taxes, and he, the prefect, was completely unaware of it. Your Highness, please forgive me. Please give me some time. I will definitely investigate thoroughly and give Your Highness and the people a satisfactory explanation, Wei Zhixing said with shame. Li Xingji nodded. He knew that Wei Zhixing was probably being deceived as well, and all he needed was for Wei Zhixing to express his stance at this moment. Then Li Chengji looked at the people who had just stood up. You didn't see it. I knew nothing about this matter. But rest assured, Lord Wei said he will definitely investigate and make a decision for you. Actually, when Wei Zhixing said he would give an explanation, those people weren't so angry anymore. Although they didn't know much about this prince and might not necessarily believe him, they still trusted Prefect Wei Zhixing completely. Beside the execution ground, Zhao Ziqian and the heads of several other families looked somewhat flustered, especially Zhao Qixio. My calves were trembling a little. The others were the ones who came up with ideas and made arrangements, while Zhao Qixio was the one who carried them out. All the servants and officials he dispatched were appointed by him and obeyed his orders. In order to provoke the anger of these lowly people, he deliberately picked a few thugs to mingle among them these past few days. Once they arrive, let them use their methods to thoroughly provoke these lowly people. Therefore, the effect is very significant. Many people hate the King of Han to the core. These things must not be known to Wei Zhixing. Given Wei Zhixing's stubborn nature, he's doomed. Zhao Qixio never expected that these lowly people would come to this execution ground and even file a complaint here. Brother, what should we do now? Zhao Qixio asked Zhao Ziqian in a low voice, his face pale with fright and at a loss. If Wei Zhixing found out that this was his order, he might not even be able to keep his position as prefect, let alone save his life. Zhao Ziqian stared coldly at Li Chengji on the highest platform of the execution ground, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his somewhat cloudy old eyes. Li Chengji raised his hand and gestured. The entire venue gradually quieted down. He picked up the megaphone again and spoke. Now that we've explained what happened earlier, let's move on to the second thing. These gentlemen just asked me, since I was misled and now that things have been restored, then this tax should be abolished. That's a good point, and that's what I want to make clear to you now. Listen carefully. From this moment on, all the decrees previously issued from the Prince's Palace in Ningguda Prefecture are hereby abolished. Furthermore, to express my apology for the suffering caused by my fault, I hereby grant a 1-year tax exemption. During this year, you will not need to pay any taxes, and after 1 year, taxes will be significantly reduced. As for how much the tax will be reduced, I cannot determine it yet, but I can assure you, it's at least 70% less than before. The specific details will be announced a year from now, once I have a clear plan. The room fell silent upon hearing this. They couldn't help but turn to look at the people next to them, all trying to make sure they hadn't misheard. Having heard that the prince had no intention of arbitrarily collecting taxes, they thought that they would be very satisfied if the prince could abolish all kinds of taxes. As for the various taxes levied before, those were the normal amounts collected by the imperial court over the years. Unexpectedly, the prince directly exempted all taxes. Not only did the prince receive less than the imperial court, but he was also exempted from taxes for a year. As for the goal of completing 70% of the work a year from now, they can't think that far ahead. They only know that this year they can finally catch their breath and at least won't starve to death. Thank you, Your Highness. May Your Highness live 1,000 years. It's unclear who shouted first, but then all the people present knelt down and excitedly shouted, "Long live the King of Han." Outside the execution ground, along the main road outside the city, and as news of the event reached the city, everyone inside knelt in worship. They knelt and thanked the prince, shouting, "Long live the prince." Seeing such a shocking scene, Li Chengji's heart raced, and at the same time, he felt a great deal of sorrow. He was born in the 1990s in modern times. Although life was tough when I was a child, living in the countryside, at least I was able to have enough to eat. Many of my friends are also from rural areas. Their income is average after they start working, but they are able to make ends meet. They have complete freedom to eat large amounts of meat and fish. Even afterwards, people were saying they wanted to lose weight every day. They naturally couldn't understand what it was like to not have enough to eat or wear. Li Qingji only wanted to salvage his reputation so that he could completely rule Ningguda Prefecture. They would then start doing business to make money and recruit employees. Then use the 9 true words of the Hongwu Emperor. Build high walls, store up plenty of grain. Chapter 32, A Strong Team is Essential. Seeing this scene, Li Qingji's eyes welled up slightly. Then look at the people kneeling on the ground, filled with gratitude. He realized something. Call it responsibility. Living in the 21st century and having received a good education, he has always maintained a bottom line. Be strict with yourself and treat others kindly. At least it doesn't harm anyone. When you are able, you should help more people. In the past, there was no such thing as going hungry or freezing to death. He used his money to help young women who wanted to improve themselves. Now, he needs to find someone else. At this moment, on the high platform of the execution ground, Wei Zhixing stood behind, looking at Li Chengji's tall and straight back, his heart filled with horror. Is this still the Han King he has always despised? Regardless of the King of Han's character or why he came to his fiefdom. However, based on Wei Zhixing's understanding of the vassal kings who arrived in their fiefdoms after reaching adulthood, he knew that they only wanted to be carefree kings who had no worries about history, and they didn't care about the lives of the people in their fiefdoms at all. In order to maintain their extravagant lifestyle, they would do everything they could to increase all kinds of exorbitant taxes and levies on the people in their fiefdoms. And in front of him was a once infamous deposed crown prince. They actually exempted all the people from taxes for a year. Judging from his appearance, it's probably not a lie to say that 70% will be removed a year later. Li Qingji raised his hand again to signal everyone to be quiet. This time, the crowd quieted down much faster than before. Li Qingji raised the megaphone and continued speaking. Gentlemen, the Han Prince's mansion still owns nearly 20,000 mu of farmland. People in Ningguda Prefecture who do not own land or whose able-bodied members have spare capacity can rent farmland from the Han Prince's mansion. Perhaps it was because Li Chengji had just answered their questions directly. The tenant who had questioned them earlier, standing at the front, asked again, "Your Highness, how much is your land rent?" Li Chengji raised one finger. 1/10. After he finished speaking, the whole room erupted in a clamor, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over a hot pan. It's in an uproar. What did you say? Did the prince just say 1/10? Yes, I heard 10% as well. We didn't mishear. Your Highness is a living bodhisattva. This is utter madness. A 10% rent reduction is practically equivalent to a year's tax exemption. It's important to know that the farmland they're currently leasing is at least 60% of the land. More unscrupulous wealthy families account for 70% to 80%. Those who usually pride themselves on being upright and honest people, such as scholars, great Confucian scholars, famous figures, and celebrities, are people with a good reputation. Their rent must be at least 50% of their income per year. This is still a fantastic opportunity. Countless people are begging and scrambling to rent these lands. Because if you have 50% of the income, as long as the weather is good, It will definitely be enough to pay the rent, support your family, and you might even have some leftover. This is the best landlord for ordinary people. But now, the prince's mansion has achieved a 10% success rate. This is a number they never dared to dream of before. Seeing everyone's happy and excited expressions, Li Chengji was also very pleased. Living in modern times, he could not engage in the exploitation of those landlords. Most importantly, Li Chengji has all sorts of ways to make money. He could even sell 1/10 of the things in his personal warehouse and live a carefree life, not to mention the knowledge in his head. There are plenty of ways to make money. There's no need to exploit these poor people. To be honest, the fastest way to make money in ancient times was to confiscate property. With money, they recruited soldiers and began confiscating property. How many of these gentry and wealthy families had a conscience? They were killed and their property confiscated. They were not innocent at all. If Emperor Chongzhen had truly trustworthy military power back then, and had confiscated all the wealth and power of his father-in-law and the powerful families in the capital, he would have had a real chance to rebuild his power. After all, when Li Zicheng stormed in, he seized tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of taels of silver, as well as countless jewels. This amount is more than enough to cover military expenses. Li Chengji had previously considered selling the farmland that these major families had returned to these farmers at a lower price. In this way, the land is directly in their hands, and whatever crops they plant and harvest is theirs. But I soon realized that this was unrealistic. In feudal dynasties, land annexation was extremely serious. Only by keeping land under state control and prohibiting private ownership can land consolidation be limited to the greatest extent possible. Therefore, the most effective way is to gather all these farmlands into his own hands and then rent them to these farmers at the lowest possible price. He just needs to become the biggest landlord. A 10% rent? To call that renting is a joke. It's practically free. Li Chengji raised his hand again to signal everyone to be quiet. One last thing. The border region of Ningguda Prefecture has been harassed by barbarians for many years, so we must strengthen ourselves. Starting today, the prince's palace will begin recruiting soldiers. The first batch of recruits will consist of 5,000 men. Those recruited will undergo a month of special training. After a month, those who pass the test can stay and officially become personal guards of the Prince of Han's mansion, receiving a monthly salary of 6 taels of silver. Even if you don't pass the test after a month, you will still receive your allowance during this month, which is the same as after you become a full-fledged employee. It's 6 taels of silver, which is compensation for your hard training during this month. Specific details will be posted at the Prince of Han's residence tomorrow, and recruitment will also begin directly. Those interested in joining the army can go directly to the entrance of the Prince of Han's residence tomorrow to line up and wait to register. This is General Liu, the commander of the Han Prince's personal guards. He will be in charge of all recruitment efforts from now on. Li Chengji's core objective was to recruit soldiers and build his own personal army. An army capable of winning battles. Chapter 33 Han Weiwei Panicked, 2 in 1 chapter. Li Chengji had already discussed the need to increase his personal guards and recruit new soldiers with Lu Wuming. Lu Wuming stated that he had sufficient manpower under his command, and if reinforcements were needed, he would be able to make proper arrangements and train the new recruits well. In particular, the personal guard manual that Li Chengji handed him made him more and more shocked, and his eyes opened more and more as he read it. He had been in the army for many years and had never thought that there could be such a method to train soldiers. After flipping through a few pages, he was convinced that if he trained according to the manual, the soldiers' combat effectiveness would be greatly improved. This can be seen from the fact that when the crowd set off from the Prince of Han's residence and marched all the way to the execution ground on the main road outside the city, the people along the way stopped to watch, their eyes fixed on the marching soldiers, their eyes filled with awe. Every soldier stood ramrod straight, chest held high, their steps perfectly synchronized, each footstep making a deep yet powerful sound on the bluestone pavement. Their military bearing was impeccable, their presence commanding respect. Anyone who saw it would know that the training effect of that personal guard manual had reached its peak. Originally, the guards of the Prince of Han's mansion consisted of 3 teams, each with 5,000 men. Now, only 800 men remain. It is estimated that more than 10,000 men need to be recruited to complete the organization. However, Li Sunqi did not rush things. He first set a recruitment quota of 5,000 people, intending to increase the quota as appropriate after observing the training results. For Li Chengji himself, the more personal guards the better. He wished he could have 100,000 personal guards. Isn't it just about using money to support an army and spending money to build an elite force? As long as you find a way to make money, this little difficulty is nothing. The current 800 personal guards are barely enough to serve as a deterrent when they are deployed in the city. However, if any trouble really breaks out in the city, these few hundred men will be a drop in the ocean and simply not enough. Political power grows out of the barrel of a gun. Only when he has a strong armed force can he truly feel at ease. Without a strong military force to rely on, even if he amasses a fortune in the future, he will ultimately only be working for others' benefit and may even meet a tragic end due to the exposure of his wealth. As for the 1-month training and testing required after recruiting new soldiers, this was a rule specifically set by Li Sung-ki based on his experience in training soldiers in modern times. According to the usual recruitment policy of the Great Xia dynasty, whenever there was a shortage of soldiers, the government would directly go to the countryside and mountain villages to recruit able-bodied men, only caring about making enough people, but never caring about the quality of the soldiers. Such a hastily assembled team, though seemingly large in number, is actually utterly useless, with terrifyingly low combat effectiveness. Li Sung-ji wanted troops, but he wanted elite troops, fierce troops, a highly capable and victorious force. After all, this is the border, bordering the fierce and warlike nomadic peoples. It is only the beginning of summer, and the vegetation is lush, so the border is still peaceful. But once autumn comes and the vegetation turns yellow, the soldiers of those nomadic peoples will ride fast horses to the border to harass and sweep through, burning, killing, looting, and committing all kinds of atrocities. Without a strong military presence, the Prince of Han's residence, with its princely status and accumulated wealth, would likely become their first target for raids. As for whether the capital city would be dissatisfied or wary of his large-scale recruitment of soldiers on the border, Li Chengji simply didn't care. When he becomes powerful enough, whether the people of the capital are happy or not will be up to them to say. You have deposed me from my position as crown prince. Now I'm only recruiting soldiers to save my life. Do I still have to be at your mercy? That's a joke. Survival is the most important thing right now. When the ordinary people below first heard that Li Chengji was recruiting new soldiers, their first reaction was displeasure. The goodwill they had developed because of Li Chengji's previous actions vanished in an instant. But when they heard that they would receive 6 taels of silver a month after joining the army, the resistance in everyone's eyes was instantly replaced by excitement, and their faces were full of disbelief. In those days, after deducting all sorts of exorbitant taxes and levies, the net income of ordinary people was only about 10 taels of silver a year, which averaged out to barely 1 tael of silver a month. Even those with a special skill, such as accountants who can do accounting, tailors who can make clothes, or weavers who can weave cloth, can only earn 2 taels of silver a month. Becoming a personal guard in the Prince of Han's palace meant receiving 6 taels of silver per month, totaling 72 taels per year. This income was equivalent to the hard-earned earnings of an ordinary person over 4 or 5 years, or even 6 or 7 years. Moreover, the current Prince Li Chengji is diligent in his duties, loves his people, and is renowned for his wisdom. To serve as a soldier under such a prince is not only a way to earn a generous salary, but also a very respectable thing. This caused an immediate uproar among the young men below, who shouted at the top of their lungs to sign up, their voices rising and falling, making one's eardrums vibrate. Count me in! Count me in! The King of Han is so wise, I am willing to give my life for him. Aren't you a scholar? You've studied hard for decades. Why are you suddenly thinking of joining the army? An elderly man with white hair and beard leaned on a cane, looking at the scholar with curiosity and doubt in his eyes. The scholar opened his mouth, but before he could answer, someone next to him laughed and answered for him. He's been taking the exam for so many years, he's 40 this year, and he hasn't even passed the lowest level, the Shiotsai exam. His family is almost starving, they can't even afford to eat. If he doesn't find another way to make a living, is he going to starve to death? Only a fool would still be so obsessed with studying when the salary is only 6 taels of silver a month. The scholar scratched his head, chuckled, and bowed to the person who had spoken to him, saying, "What this brother said makes perfect sense." Among the crowd, many were attracted by the generous military pay, while others were captivated by the personal charisma Li Chengji displayed at the execution ground, filled with admiration. Even more passionate young men, their eyes burning with anger, shouted, "I want to join the army. I want to follow the King of Han, kill those barbarians who are harassing us from the south, and defend our borders." At this moment, at the forefront of the crowd, several respected elders, renowned in the area, were deeply moved by the sight of such a grand gathering of tens of thousands of people. Tears streamed down their faces as they wiped them away, expressing their deep emotion. His Highness the Prince of Han is virtuous, loves his people, and cares for them. It is truly a blessing from our past lives that we can be his subjects. The elderly men spoke in a refined and elegant style, yet every word they uttered expressed the sentiments of the surrounding people. Everyone looked up excitedly, their eyes burning with hope as they gazed intently at Li Chengji on the high platform. With such a wise prince around, they finally had something to look forward to in the future. Among the bustling crowd, one figure stood out, a handsome young man in a silver shirt, with delicate features and a tall, upright posture. It was none other than Han Weiwei, a beautiful young woman dressed as a man, wearing a silver shirt and sporting a curvy bottom. She mingled in the crowd, watching the people around her clapping excitedly and their faces full of enthusiasm, and listening to the crowd constantly whispering their gratitude for Li Chengji's goodness. Her heart was deeply moved. "I never imagined he was such a wise and virtuous person. He's completely different from the greedy, oppressive, and deposed crown prince described in the stories. He's actually a good prince, but also a lecherous one." Humph! Han Weiwei snorted inwardly, but couldn't help feeling secretly fortunate. Fortunately, the assassination attempt on him last time was unsuccessful. Otherwise, if he had assassinated this wise king who was loved by the people, wouldn't he have become a sinner for all time and be cursed by everyone? She looked up at the high platform, where Li Chengji, dressed in a brocade robe, stood tall and handsome, with an air of elegance and grace. Under the sunlight, he possessed a captivating presence that made it impossible to look away. As Han Weiwei stared at him, she was momentarily dazed, muttering to herself, "This rascal, how come he actually looks rather handsome?" But then she thought about it again and couldn't help but purse her lips. He doesn't know any martial arts at all. He's completely different from the chivalrous hero in my mind who helps the weak and fights against injustice, and has superb martial arts skills. I wish he knew martial arts. He's so weak that he can't even protect himself, and he's so lecherous. Recalling Li Sungjiai's comments about pectoral muscles a few days ago, Han Weiwei's cheeks couldn't help but flush slightly, and she felt even more uneasy about it. But as she was thinking, she seemed to suddenly remember something. Her expression changed abruptly, and her heart skipped a beat. She had completely forgotten that she and this scoundrel had a bet. If he really is a good prince who cares about the people, then doesn't that mean none of my business has succeeded? Does that mean I should just let him do whatever he wants with me? No, this guy is so lecherous. What if he makes some outrageous demands? Should I resist or not? But even if I do resist, I can't beat the guard around him. Thinking of this, Han Weiwei frowned, had a headache, and unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes, her heart filled with turmoil. If she doesn't keep her promise, wouldn't she, as a chivalrous woman, be breaking her word and ruining her reputation? But if I went, who knows what lewd request that smooth-talking, lecherous prince would make. On the high platform, Li Chengji looked at the lively scene of tens of thousands of people responding below, a smile on his lips, in a very good mood. He never expected that the effect of recruiting new soldiers would be better than he had anticipated. Standing behind him, Prefect Wei Zhixing, reminded in a low voice by his attendant, glanced at the sky and realized it was already the hour of Wu, 5 to 7 a.m. He immediately picked up the vermilion pen on the table, heavily marked Li Song's name on the execution order, then tossed the order high into the air and announced loudly, "Cut!" With this command given, the execution ground fell silent instantly, and what followed was a scene that Li Chengji had seen in modern period dramas. A tall, burly executioner held a gleaming cleaver in both hands, the blade flashing coldly in the sunlight. Upon hearing the execution order, he immediately picked up the wine jar beside him, tilted his head back, and took a large gulp of strong liquor, then violently sprayed it onto the blade of the cleaver. The liquor droplets splashed down, carrying a chilling aura. Immediately afterwards, he gripped the knife handle tightly with both hands, shouted loudly, and swung it forcefully. With a sharp crack, blood splattered out instantly, staining the bluestone slab beneath his feet. The head rolled to the ground, rolling several feet away. As this scene unfolded, the crowd in the execution ground erupted in thunderous cheers, with applause and shouts rising and falling in waves. Some timid people covered their eyes in fear, unable to bear the sight of the bloody scene. A few even took advantage of the crowd's inattention to secretly take out their cornbread, quickly dip it in the blood splattered on the ground, and then carefully put it away. Seeing this scene, Li Chengji felt a jolt in his heart. It turned out that the human blood buns described in the book actually existed in this era. It seemed these people must have someone in their family suffering from asthma or a similar ailment, which was why they used the blood to soak up cornbread, hoping it would cure the disease. However, with so many people and matters to attend to at the execution ground, it was inconvenient for him to approach and inquire. He could only give Jinjin a look and whisper, "Remember these people. Have Ru investigate them later. If someone in their family really does have asthma or a similar ailment, I have the appropriate medicine here, which can be sent over." Alas, in this era of underdeveloped medical care, being sick is the most terrifying thing. Not to mention difficult and complicated diseases. Even a common cold can be fatal if it is not properly treated. Although Li Chengji had a considerable amount of medicine brought from the modern era, these were all consumables. Once used, they were gone, and eventually they would all be used up. He secretly wondered if it was possible to train some professional medical personnel in this era to treat common ailments for the people. As he was thinking, he suddenly remembered that when he was tidying up his belongings, he had prepared a barefoot doctor's manual, which recorded the treatment methods and herbal recipes for various common illnesses. With this in mind, Li Chengji had an idea. He planned to recruit some doctors who knew about herbal medicine after returning to the palace, and teach them the contents of the manual. He didn't expect them to be able to cure any rare or difficult diseases, but at the very least, he wanted to ensure that people would have medicine to treat common illnesses such as colds, flu, and coughs, so that they wouldn't lose their lives. Throughout the entire event, Li Chengji's gaze never fell upon the row of seats beside the high platform, where sat the heads of various powerful families from Ningguta Prefecture. Their expressions varied, some gloomy, some wary, yet none dared to utter a word. Li Chengji, however, didn't even bother to glance at them. Once the execution was over, Li Chengji spoke calmly, uttering only 2 words, returned to the manor. Lu Wuming, who was standing to the side, had already understood. He immediately waved his hand, and the 2 captains of the personal guards stepped forward and waved to the troops behind them. Instantly, the 2 groups of personal guards marched forward in an orderly fashion, their steps firm and powerful, protecting Li Chengji's side. Just as Li Chengji turned to step down from the platform, a respectful voice suddenly came from behind him. "Your Highness, please wait." Upon hearing this, Li Chengji stopped and slowly turned around. He saw that the person who spoke was none other than Prefect Wei Zhixing. "Your Highness, the Prefect's residence is right next door. Would Your Highness have the time to come with me to the government office, have a cup of tea, and rest for a while?" Wei Zhixing strode forward, bowed deeply to Li Chengji with his hands clasped, and spoke with utmost respect, a stark contrast to his previous attitude. The last time they met, Wei Zhixing merely nodded slightly to him, not even giving him a proper look. If it weren't for the vast difference in their status, this old fellow would probably have pointed at him and called him a foolish and incompetent crown prince. This time, however, his attitude was much more sincere. The degree of his bow and the respect in his words were all from the bottom of his heart. Li Chengji, being a modern soul who had transmigrated, lacked the arrogance and pride often associated with royal children. He didn't take Wei Zhixing's change in attitude to heart. On the contrary, he greatly admired officials who genuinely wanted to serve the people. Although Wei Zhixing's administration in Ningguta Prefecture was not perfect, he had a heart for the people, and that was enough. Moreover, Ningguta Prefecture was already in an extremely difficult situation. Barbarians from outside the border have been raiding southwards for years, and the border troops are disorganized and incapable of resisting them. Within the state, various powerful families and clans colluded with each other, using various pretexts to control the economy and land, and the people were exploited at every level. The imperial court in the capital ignored the remote Ningguta Prefecture, treating it only as a harsh place to exile criminals. Those who had committed serious crimes but did not deserve to die, or whose families had been raided, were all sent here to do hard labor. The imperial court only cared about not losing Ningguta Prefecture, and basically ignored it throughout the year. The court would delay or refuse to provide the various office funds needed by the prefectural government, the governor, and the county magistrate. Wei Zhixing navigated the complex situation between these three forces with difficulty, pacifying the people internally and resisting the barbarians externally, thus maintaining the stability of Ningguta Prefecture and preventing major unrest. This is enough to show that he was a very capable and resourceful official. Chapter 34. Wei Zhixing apologizes. Li Qingji had a good impression of Wei Zhixing, the prefect who wore his heart on his sleeve and was straightforward, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Of course I have time. I haven't set foot in the prefect's mansion yet, so I'll trouble you today. I'd appreciate it if you could show me around, Lord Wei. Please, Your Highness. Wei Zhixing bowed respectfully, raising his arms slightly in a gesture of invitation, his eyes full of reverence. On the high platform beside the execution ground, Zhao Ziqian and Zhao Qixio stood side by side, their eyes fixed on the departing figures of Li Qingji and Wei Zhixing. They exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with barely concealed gloom and anger, their faces ashen and grim. Zhao Qixio, in particular, clenched his fists until they turned white, the knuckles protruding from the force and making a soft cracking sound. His eyes were filled with intense, killing intent. Several times he raised his hand as if to give orders to the guards beside him, wanted to find a hidden opportunity to assassinate Li Qingji, but he forcibly suppressed himself. This was originally a trap they had set for Li Qingji's inevitable death. But no one expected that in this execution ground under the spotlight, Li Qingji would easily break the deadlock with just a passionate speech and win the support of the entire city. What infuriated him most was that Li Qingji actually rented out his own land to those low-level tenants, charging only 10% of the rent. This move was undoubtedly a devastating blow to these powerful families who owned vast amounts of land. In particular, just moments ago, these major families had joined forces to raise the land rent to 80%. But in the blink of an eye, Prince Li Qingji of Han announced that his own land rent would only be 10%. How could these major families bear this? What will those tenants think? Wouldn't these submissive commoners go crazy? It wasn't just the Zhao family. On the high platform, members of the other major families in Ningguta Prefecture also wore solemn expressions, their brows furrowed, each one filled with worry and anxiety. Li Qingji ordered the exemption of all taxes in Ningguta Prefecture for 1 year, which was a good thing for them. However, the 10% land rent reduction completely shattered the land rent market that the major families had maintained for many years. For a long time, the land rent of these major families has been based on 60%, and then increased according to the fertility and location of the land. Over the years, those lowly people have had their edges smoothed out and have slowly become accustomed to such harsh treatment. They never dare to utter a single complaint, only thinking that they should work hard and do as much work as possible to make ends meet. But now that Li Qingji has created the issue of renting 10% of the land, he, the king of Chu, has become a wise king who loves his people like his own children in the eyes of the people. Then, wouldn't they, the landlords, become rich and heartless people who are despised by everyone? From now on, those lowly people will have a comparison in their hearts. Wouldn't they cause an uproar? Inside the prefectural governor's mansion, the beams and pillars are carved and painted, the floor is paved with blue bricks, and the furnishings in the hall are simple yet elegant. As soon as Li Qingji sat down in the pearwood chair at the head of the table, Wei Zhixing immediately took 2 steps back, bowed deeply, and gave Li Qingji a grand salute. His forehead almost touched the ground, his face full of shame, and his tone was respectful and apologetic. This humble official was disrespectful to Your Highness in your words and deeds while in the prince's residence, and committed a grave mistake. I hope Your Highness will punish me. Lord Wei, there's no need for that. It's all a trivial matter. Besides, you were unaware of my situation beforehand. If you had been in that state and still tried to flatter and fawn over me, I wouldn't have come here with you today. Li Qingji waved his hand, smiled, stood up, and stepped forward to help Wei Zhixing up. His tone was sincere, without the slightest hint of blame. Li Qingji was telling the truth. If Wei Zhixing had been so sycophantic when they met at the Han Prince's residence last time, he certainly wouldn't have associated with such a person today, nor would he have wasted time dealing with him. If the highest-ranking official in Ningguta Prefecture were such a muddle-headed and sycophantic person, Li Qingji would definitely find a way to replace him as soon as possible, without wasting any words. However, Wei Zhixing did not stand up, but remained bowing, his voice tinged with emotion. Your Highness's good deed today has given hundreds of thousands of people in Ningguda Prefecture a chance to catch their breath. On behalf of all the people in the prefecture, I thank your Highness for your great kindness. Wei Zhixing knew in his heart that the prince's kindness went far beyond simply exempting him from a year's taxes and abolishing the previous exorbitant levies. Most importantly, Li Chengji actually rented out 10% of his own land to tenants, which set an excellent precedent and was bound to have a huge impact on other powerful families in Ningguda Prefecture who held large amounts of land. Having served as an official for 30 years, Wei Zhixing had witnessed the hardships of the common people and understood their situation perfectly. He knew that before long, those powerful families would be forced by the pressure to gradually lower their farmland rents. Although it may not necessarily drop to 10%, it will eventually drop perhaps even to 40% or 50%. This would be fantastic news for all the tenant farmers in Ningguda Prefecture, enough to make their lives much better. Upon hearing this, Li Chengji pretended to take 2 steps back, put on a slightly displeased expression, and said in feigned anger, Lord Wei, you are not right. Are you thanking the wrong person? You are the official in charge of the people of Ningguda Prefecture. Am I not? Ningguda Prefecture is my fiefdom. Protecting my people is my duty. Wei Zhixing's body trembled violently. He slowly raised his head, looking at the young prince in disbelief, his heart suddenly filled with turmoil. Yes, he is indeed the highest administrative official of Ningguda Prefecture, but Li Chengji is the Prince of Han, the vassal king of Ningguda Prefecture, and the entire Ningguda Prefecture is his fiefdom. In truth, the Prince of Han was the real benefactor of the people of Ningguda Prefecture. Wei Zhixing felt ashamed, realizing that he had a narrow mind and short-sighted vision. It turns out that the prince had long regarded the people of Ningguda Prefecture as his own subjects, and had been protecting them with all his heart. Yet he had foolishly thanked the prince on behalf of the people, which was extremely impolite. Yes, it was my mistake. I was not thoughtful enough. I hope your Highness will forgive me. Wei Zhixing repeatedly bowed and apologized, his face full of shame, but a warm feeling welled up in his heart. His impression of Li Chengji underwent a complete transformation once again, and his respect for him grew even stronger. As for the previous incident where yamen runners violently collected taxes from tenants and merchants, Your Highness, please rest assured that I will thoroughly investigate the matter and find out the truth as soon as possible, so as to give Your Highness and the people of the whole prefecture an explanation. When a matter was brought up, Wei Zhixing was even more ashamed and lowered his head even further. As the highest-ranking official in Ningguda Prefecture, he always boasted that he should be the upright judge of Ningguda Prefecture, upholding justice for the people. However, who would have thought that his own yamen runners would use the name of the Prince of Han to exploit and oppress the people, while he was completely unaware of this, which was tantamount to dereliction of duty. Such a serious dereliction of duty, yet the prince did not hold him accountable. If the prince had insisted on punishing him, he probably would have lost his official position long ago. Very well, then I will await Lord Wei's news. Li Chengji nodded, his tone calm. If it were any other incompetent official, Li Chengji would certainly have made an example of him and punished him severely. However, Wei Zhixing was a rare, good official who cared about the people, so Li Chengji was willing to give Wei Zhixing a chance. Moreover, Li Chengji had a vague premonition that the matter of these yamen runners violently collecting taxes was probably not so simple. Under normal circumstances, these officials would have no need to invoke the name of the Prince of Han when collecting taxes, since his reputation as the Prince of Han was notorious and universally criticized in Ningguda Prefecture before today. Using his name to collect taxes would not only fail to intimidate the people, but would also make them more resentful, and might even incite public anger and unrest. Yes, it's restlessness, even turmoil. Li Chengji had a strong feeling that these people were ostensibly there to collect money, but in reality, they were deliberately causing trouble. By using his name, they were clearly targeting him and trying to shift the blame onto him. Thinking of this, Li Chengji immediately ordered the embroidered uniform guard to conduct a thorough investigation. The day before yesterday, the embroidered uniform guard arrested Zhao Jianghan and reported that the 2 Zhao brothers were suspected of plotting something. However, because there were experts in the inner courtyard of the Zhao residence, they did not dare to get too close to inquire. Chapter 35, Wanting to Build a City. After leaving the prefectural governor's residence, Li Qingji stepped into his large carriage. This carriage was personally modified by Li Qingji, making it quite different from ordinary carriages. First of all, the wheels weren't ordinary wooden wheels, but modern rubber tires, which he had taken directly from the three-wheeled vehicle, resulting in much better shock absorption. The overall frame of the carriage was also assembled by Li Qingji himself using the tools he brought. Fortunately, he came from a rural background in modern times and was skilled in ordinary electric welding, so this simple modification was not a difficult task for him. The frame is made of sturdy steel, fitted with rubber tires, and then carefully covered with a layer of wood grain to conceal the steel. Finally, it is still pulled by horses. At first glance, it is not much different from an ordinary horse-drawn carriage and does not look too out of place. If he weren't worried about being too shocking and attracting unnecessary trouble, he would have liked to drive the SUV directly out. Compared to the carriage, the SUV was much more comfortable and convenient. Even with the modifications, the carriage still bounced violently on the bumpy road. Before he has enough strength and a firm foothold, he cannot easily show off many modern things. Otherwise, it will only backfire and harm himself. If those 7th, 8th, or even 9th rank martial artists in the manor or city were to covet his possessions and become greedy, his status as a prince might not be enough to control them. Instead, it could bring about his own demise. Moreover, the roads in Ningguta Prefecture are really bad. Even the main roads in the city are dirty and messy, with potholes and mud pits of varying depths everywhere. In the past, the ancient streets in period dramas were always clean, flat, and wide. But in reality, the main road was full of mud, with puddles one after another, and even excrement and urine mixed in the puddles. He could see with his own eyes that many people were relieving themselves right there in the corners of the alleyways, and that dirty water and sewage were being dumped on the roadside at will, filling the air with an indescribable stench. Li Qingji thought to himself that he must make money as soon as possible, and make as much money as possible, so that he could build a more comfortable and livable city in this ancient world according to his own ideas. At the very least, the main roads should be paved with smooth cement. A complete drainage system should be built to solve the sewage discharge problem, and public toilets should be built so that people no longer urinate or defecate in the streets, thus completely changing this dirty and chaotic situation. The interior of the carriage had also been slightly modified by Li Qingji, with a soft silicone mattress laid out. Sitting on it could alleviate a lot of the discomfort caused by the bumps. Most importantly, there was also the beautiful maid Zhenjin serving him closely. Li Qingji leaned back on the mattress, pondering the various matters of building the city and developing his fiefdom. Zhenjin sat beside him, extending her slender hands to gently massage, rub, and knead his shoulders. Her movements were soothing, and the pressure was just right. Li Qingji habitually rested his head on Zhenjin's soft thighs. The warm touch came through the fabric, 100 times more comfortable than any brocade pillow. Thinking of this, Li Qingji opened his slightly closed eyes, gently shook his head, and pressed his cheek closer to that soft touch, a lazy smile on his lips. Seeing Li Qingji's childish actions, Zhenjin's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, like a ripe peach blossom, shy and bashful. She quickly changed the subject to break the ambiguous atmosphere. Her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "Your Highness, this cushion is so soft and comfortable." "What's so great about this cushion? No matter how soft it is, it's not as comfortable as Zhenjin's legs." Li Qingji turned his head to look at Zhenjin's flushed cheeks, his tone teasing. "Oh dear, Your Highness, you're so naughty," Zhenjin said coquettishly, raising her hand to gently push Li Qingji's arm, but her eyes were full of laughter. Recalling Li Qingji's impassioned speech on behalf of the people at the execution ground, and his benevolent act of resolutely reducing land rent to 1/10 for the sake of the people, Zhenjin felt a surge of pride and was proud to follow such a prince. "Your Highness is so different now that you've recovered from your illness. You're so much better than before," Zhenjin said softly, her eyes filled with admiration and love. Looking at the pretty maidservant with a blushing face and sparkling eyes, Li Qingji couldn't help but feel a little proud. Anyone would be happy to have such a beautiful woman so devoted to him. Then, he deliberately raised an eyebrow and said with a wicked smile, "Then Zhenjin, tell me, do you prefer me before I got sick or after I got sick?" Jinjin's face turned even redder, the blush spreading all the way to her ears and even her neck. She lowered her eyes, not daring to look into Li Chengji's eyes. Her mind involuntarily drifted to all the various tricks Li Chengji had played in recent times, and her heart began to race. As Li Chengji's personal maid, she had seen him seeking pleasure outside and sharing rooms with other women, but those were just very ordinary ways of getting along. These maids, who were carefully trained from a young age, received special instruction from the matrons in the mansion, especially in matters of men and women. They knew even more than Li Chengji did before. However, she had never been taken in as a concubine by Li Chengji, so she had no opportunity to show her skills. But recently, ever since she broke the ice with Li Chengji and became his woman, Li Chengji's methods and unheard of approaches have broadened her horizons. If she weren't a martial artist with physical abilities far exceeding those of ordinary people, she probably wouldn't have been able to handle it at all. Jinjin likes the current Your Highness. Jinjin spoke in a barely audible voice, her head bowed shyly, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, afraid that Li Chengji would continue to tease her about this, and quickly changed the subject again. By the way, Your Highness, I saw that young lady at the execution ground just now. The one Jinjin was referring to was none other than Han Weiwei, the slender, curvy beauty in a silver shirt. Yes, it's perfectly normal for her to be there. Li Chengji nodded calmly, though he had already anticipated this. The execution ground was packed with people, shoulder to shoulder. He glanced around briefly, but couldn't find Han Weiwei. He didn't look for her intentionally, but he was certain that the chivalrous and stubborn little beauty in silver was hiding in the crowd, watching everything. I wonder what this girl thought of my impassioned speech and the scene of winning the support of the entire city. I imagine she must be regretting that she made that bet on impulse. This time, she has lost completely. I just don't know if she will keep her promise and come to the prince's mansion to apologize to His Highness. Jinjin stopped massaging, picked up an orange from the fruit plate, skillfully peeled it with her slender fingers, and offered a plump, glistening segment to Li Chengji's lips before asking softly, Your Highness, do you think she will keep her promise and come to keep the appointment? Chapter 36 System. Did you choose the wrong name? Li Chengji played with Jinjin's soft, delicate hands. He countered with a question. Do you think Xiao Jinjin will come? Feeling the sudden increase or decrease in force, Jinjin's face turned red. These so-called Jianghu people talk about keeping their promises and keeping their word every day, but in reality, very few of them can actually do it. And then there's the assassination attempt on a prince, which is tantamount to treason. As long as she's not stupid, and His Highness has already let her go, she can naturally run as far away as possible. He saw that Jinjin's analysis was very logical and reasonable. Li Chengji released his grip. I rubbed it. I even held it to my nose and smelled it. Jinjin lowered her head even further in an instant. Your Highness is so wicked, but I really like it. Thinking back, although the prince was bad, his badness was that he only knew how to go to the brothel every day and play with those spoiled young masters. The current prince is different from his. He only acts badly towards her, but he genuinely wants the people outside to live a good life. And Jinjin enjoys this kind of badness. Li Chengji did indeed feel a milky scent on his fingertips. It's strange, this person is wonderful. She's only 19 years old, not a child, so how could she smell like milk? The scent was so similar to the fragrance he smelled on the teenage girls of his junior high and high school classmates. This fragrance is so unique. The scent of the beautiful women around him after he became a big internet celebrity was completely different. The fragrance on Wu Mengmeng and Su Chong is all from perfume. It doesn't have the scent of a real woman. This is like finding a treasure. However, this young lady is still a bit conservative. We need to explore her further. Suddenly, Li Chengji thought of something and said with a mischievous smile, Jinjin, how about I make a bet with you? Oh dear, Your Highness, what are you doing? Why are you betting again? Jinjin pouted and said, because she had lost many bets with Li Chengji recently, and she had to change her position every time she lost. Recently, Jinjin has needed to mentally prepare herself every time she sees Li Chengji during the day, because His Highness is so different at night than His Highness is then. Moreover, under His Highness's series of actions, she also did some things that she previously thought were impossible, or said things that she thought she would never say. She was really embarrassed. However, this is also the age when she is most curious, and she couldn't resist asking. Your Highness, what do you want to bet on? If that so-called heroine doesn't come, then I will grant you one request. As long as it's within my power, whatever you ask I will not refuse. Upon hearing this, Jinjin's eyes lit up. Your Highness, what if that female knight-errant comes? If that woman comes, Li Chengji said with a wicked grin, you'll have to use the things I took out last night. Oh, Your Highness, you're so mean. At the mention of that, Jinjin's face turned bright red, and she lowered her head and shrank back. For a martial artist like Jinjin, there's no need to save effort. But Jinjin is shy. She didn't want to. Despite her age, Jinjin's figure is something Li Chengji has rarely encountered before. After becoming a billionaire, he saw all kinds of beautiful women, but many of the perfect ones were technologically advanced. Like Jinjin, who is 1.7 meters tall, with a slender figure, a curvy figure, and a pair of straight white legs. It can also handle all sorts of bizarre and complicated cooking methods. It's simply a gift from heaven. But as soon as the girl saw what Li Chengji took out, she seemed to see something terrifying. She quickly burrowed into the quilt and dared not show her face again. She even turned her back to Li Chengji afterwards. I've always enjoyed cooking with conversation. Now that the beauty is only showing him her back, Li Chengji feels it's not very meaningful. He wants Jinjin to accept these things. Once she accepts this, she'll be able to accept many other things. After all, Li Chengji had cleaned out a warehouse that contained all sorts of adult products. To be honest, there were many things he had never used or even seen before. However, as long as there are instructions, she can figure out quickly. And I believe that as long as a manufacturer can mass-produce this product, it will definitely be a good product. So why not give it a try? Seeing Jinjin's curiosity, Lu Bo immediately offered this item as a bet. Okay, it's settled then. No matter who wins or I win, neither of us can go back on our word. Your Highness is so mean. All you do is bully Jinjin every day. Jinjin lowered her head, her face flushed with embarrassment, and dared not look at Li Chengji again, for she felt she was about to devour him with her gaze. After returning to the prince's palace, Li Chengji immediately gave the instructions. Yi Fan immediately led a group of people to start organizing the farmland. They also cleared out an open space in front of the prince's mansion, set up tables, and posted big character posters. The next day, when the gates were opened, there were indeed crowds of people at the entrance of the prince's mansion. There was no other way. Renting the land for only 10% of the price was something no tenant could refuse, not even the powerful and wealthy families. What's the difference between this and giving you a piece of land to cultivate for free? Ding! Conquer the world, mission issued. He has won the support of the people of Ningguda Prefecture. For every 10% completion, a reward of 100 national fortune points will be given. Current support rate, 1%. Li Chengji was having breakfast in the kitchen when he heard the notification sound and paused for a moment. He then carefully looked at the detailed panel. The population of Ningguda Prefecture is 380,000. 1%, that's 38,000. It's estimated that these 38,000 were all earned after Li Chengji's impassioned speech at the execution ground yesterday. Otherwise, these people would have only hated Li Chengji before, and there would have been no support for him whatsoever. What was unexpected was that each 10% increase only raised the national fortune value by 100. Even if all the people of Ningguda Prefecture supported him, the national fortune value would only increase by 1,000. Is it really that difficult for a nation's GDP to grow? 100% support is incredibly difficult to achieve. Even if Li Chengji guarantees that everyone will have enough to eat and wear in the future, he can probably only achieve 80% support. It seems that national fortune points are not so easy to obtain. For example, only 1 point of national fortune point was awarded when Li Hu was defeated at the beginning. The entire prince's palace only adds up to a dozen or so points of national fortune. But when Jinjin was recruited, she was rewarded with 500 points of national fortune. What does this mean? Li Chengji couldn't help but wonder if he was going to be forced to hold a large-scale beauty pageant. What kind of system is this called? Conquer the world. Isn't it supposed to be about having many children and many blessings? System, did you choose the wrong name? Host, do you still want this system? If not, I'll uninstall it. System is uninstalling. Uninstalling 10%. Uninstalling 20%. Uninstalling 30%. Li Chengji couldn't help but want to curse. System, you can't take a joke, can you? He shouted loudly. Yes, yes. How could I not want it? System, Please stop joking, I was wrong. A good host is one who admits and corrects their mistakes. The name itself is unimportant. What matters is that the host completes the mission successfully. Chapter 37, Distributing Porridge. It seems we'll have to test it to find out if it's true or not. Even though we don't know exactly what the purpose of this national fortune value is, since it exists, it must be useful. Li Qingji decided to give it a try. That is, to take another girl. Sigh. Isn't it a bit too shameless to pick up girls just to complete a mission? Li Qingji shook his head, but the corners of his mouth were turned up. Jinjin, who was helping Li Qingji make breakfast, couldn't help but ask curiously, "Your Highness, what good news have you thought of? Why are you so happy?" Li Qingji chuckled. "Come on, look closely. This is called century egg and lean pork congee. Remember that next time." He certainly wouldn't tell Jinjin that he'd found her another sister. "Oh, okay, Your Highness. But how do you make this preserved egg?" Jinjin remembered it clearly. It was this dark-colored preserved egg, which she had never seen before. "Wait a moment. I'll teach you how to make preserved eggs. You can take some people and make a batch to see how it goes. Once you're completely familiar with it, you can make more batches," Li Qingji said. It's true that anything you randomly think of can become a small money-making project. Isn't that what Ning Yi, the son-in-law in Banana's novel, relied on? Since others had already used it, Li Qingji didn't want to use it anymore. "So when the preserved eggs are made, I'll eat them myself. If anyone wants the recipe, I'll give it to them for free without reservation. For example, every person who travels back to ancient times relies on reciting poems to demonstrate their divine abilities." Li Qingji set a strict rule for himself. He would never use reciting poetry to show off. After a bowl of congee with preserved egg and lean pork along with some snacks, Li Qingji was full and ready to go out and see what was going on today. The people of Ningguda Prefecture who know the news are now extremely enthusiastic. More and more people are gathering in front of the Prince of Han's mansion. Initially, Lu Wuming only sent 50 people, just enough to maintain order. In the end, there were just too many people. The two teams stretched as far as the eye could see, so Lu Wuming had to send another 150 men, making a total of 6 teams just to barely prevent the lines from looking too long. Most importantly, many young people have come to sign up for the army. Otherwise, 100 of the 800 personal guards could be kept in the backyard to protect the prince, and the other 700 could all be used to maintain order. Serving as a bodyguard here, one can receive 6 taels of silver per month. It wasn't just the children from farming families who wanted to participate. Many young scholars, seeing no hope of success, also signed up. Many young people who work as assistants for others and earn only 1 or 2 taels a month come to give it a try. Li Qingji naturally didn't need to go there personally for these matters. As for the farmland, Yi Fan is enough. As for the personal guards, Lu Wuming is sufficient. Li Qingji came out. The crowd cheered immediately. "Greetings, Your Highness. Long live the prince." No need for formalities. Li Qingji raised his hand. The sight of people kneeling wherever he goes is truly awe-inspiring. But it did indeed cause trouble for Lu Wuming and Yi Fan. Li Qingji strolled around for a bit, and then left as soon as possible. However, when he returned from outside, he found that the public's approval rating had increased from 1% to 2%. "Go and fetch me some sand," Li Qingji said to a soldier standing beside him. "Your Highness, how much do you need?" Li Qingji thought for a moment and decided that filling the jar would suffice. He pointed to a jar in the yard. Finally, Li Qingji asked Jinjin to have a blacksmith make him 5 large pots, then set up 5 stoves in the open space by the door. "Your Highness, are you going to distribute porridge?" Jinjin asked. Li Qingji nodded. "You just want to take a look, and it's safe to say that over 90% of the people at the entrance are thin. A large portion of them are pale and thin. This looks like someone who's been chronically hungry. Therefore, he wanted to distribute porridge." Li Qingji had bought an unknown amount of rice in his personal warehouse. Moreover, this is renewable, so he has to start by distributing porridge. And now, there's another advantage. He needs the support of the people. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He gave the order, and naturally, his subordinates quickly carried it out. Before long, the stove outside was ready. The big iron pot wasn't ready so quickly. It wasn't until evening that it was finally set up. Li Qingji ordered 2 of his personal guards to go to the side hall to fetch rice. This rice was naturally placed there in advance by Li Qingji. He took out 10,000 jin of rice directly from his personal storage room. However, he removed all the packaging bags, poured it directly on the ground, and had his personal guards carry it over in bamboo baskets. My goodness, this is all polished rice. Is the porridge that your highness is going to give us made with this fine rice? My God, it's polished rice. Look, they've already poured the rice into the big pot. It smells so good. I can already smell the aroma of the porridge. I never thought I'd have the chance to eat porridge made from finely milled rice in my lifetime. That prince is simply a bodhisattva who saves people from suffering. Li Qingji has just instructed Yifan to give the order that porridge will be distributed at the entrance of the prince's mansion starting today. Anyone who comes can get a bowl of rice porridge. Rice is added to the boiling water on the firewood rack, and it soon boils and churns. My goodness, did you see that? How thick is that rice? If you threw a chopstick in, it would stand upright. Could it be that we'll actually get to drink this big bowl of rice porridge? Oh my God, this is so wonderful. Lu Wuming stepped forward and shouted loudly. His Highness is benevolent and distributes porridge. Everyone may come forward to receive some. However, please do not crowd and take it in order to avoid a stampede. This was all arranged by Li Qingji. A stampede is a terrifying event. If chaos ensues, it could very well lead to disaster. Therefore, he repeatedly instructed Lu Wuming to ensure that his personal guards maintained order and prevent any disorder. Before long, the porridge was almost ready. 5 tall and burly guards stood beside the large iron pot, ready to use iron ladles to scoop out the porridge. Before that, they scooped a large spoonful of sand from the water vat next to them, put into the porridge, and stirred it. The guards didn't understand, but it was an order, and they had no choice but to obey. The people queuing nearby saw this scene, and although they were a little confused, they didn't pay any attention. Soon, the first person received a large bowl of rice porridge from the earthenware bowl in their hand. It is an extremely thick rice porridge. The man knelt down on the ground with a thud. Chapter 37. Your Highness is wise. Commander, why are you putting sand in the porridge? It'll taste terrible. One of the centurions standing beside Lu Wuming could no longer contain himself. He frowned and asked in a low voice, his tone full of incomprehension and regret. In the large iron pot in front of them, thick rice porridge was steaming, its rich aroma so enticing it was almost unbearable. These soldiers usually couldn't bear to eat large portions of such fine rice, and when it was made into porridge, it was the finest of the finest. Such good food should be distributed to hungry people, but the addition of sand will greatly diminish the taste of the porridge. Although the people were starving and certainly wouldn't complain, even the soldiers standing nearby were staring longingly at the iron pot, wishing they could scoop out a bowl to satisfy their cravings. But in the end, this fine rice porridge was ruined by sand. Look over there. Lu Wuming pointed to the distance outside the porridge stall, his tone becoming more serious. The crowd looked in the direction he pointed and saw a dozen or so people standing in an open space not far away, whispering among themselves. They stood in stark contrast to the ordinary people around them who were pale, thin, and dressed in rags. One could tell just by looking at their appearance. These people had rosy complexions, were strong and healthy, and showed no signs of hunger. Although their clothes were patched, they were clean, and the material was much better than the coarse cloth clothes of ordinary people. They did not look like people who lacked food and clothing at all. I saw it, but so what? The centurion, still looking puzzled, scratched his head and pressed for an answer. If the prince hadn't ordered the sand to be added, at least most of this porridge would have ended up in the hands of these people. Look at them. How do they resemble ordinary people? Lu Wuming's voice turned cold, his gaze fixed intently on the group of people. Oh, I remember now. The centurion slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing these people seemed to have come from the direction of the Zhao family on E Street. They must be Zhao family servants. That's right, these people must have been sent by the powerful families in the city. Lu Wuming explained patiently, a hint of coldness in his eyes. Once the news of this fine rice porridge spreads, these families will definitely send a large number of people to line up for it. To put it bluntly, the bowls they bring will probably be a size larger than the common people's bowls. In the end, most of the porridge will end up in their pockets. But if there's sand in the porridge, they'll find it too greasy and won't eat it. Their masters will also look down on this kind of porridge with sand in it, so naturally they won't come to fight for it. My goodness, your highness is wise. Upon hearing the explanation, the centurion's expression changed instantly. His eyes filled with admiration, and he couldn't help but exclaim in praise. They had long been worried that the wealthy young men from aristocratic families, who had no worries about food and drink, would mingle among the common people and take the porridge and food indiscriminately. However, they did not expect that the prince had a brilliant plan. He simply mixed in some sand and kept these opportunists out. These people must drink it on the spot. They cannot drink it on the spot. But these people were willing to drink it. They were eager to drink it. It was a wonderful thing they never dreamed of. Your Highness is wise. The guards nearby heard it clearly and couldn't help but shout along. When they looked in the direction Lu Wuming was pointing, their eyes became more wary. The conversation was quite loud, and it was overheard by the people queuing up for porridge nearby. Several elderly men with gray hair and wrinkled faces immediately stepped out from the crowd, walked shakily to Lu Wuming, and bowed. General, I just saw several people dressed in coarse clothes and mixed in with the troops. They look like servants from noble families. They're probably after this fine rice porridge. An old man with a deeply lined face spoke, his voice hoarse but earnest. You're just adding some sand. I'm afraid some people will still eat it to get a better deal. Why don't you add some soil to the porridge? Upon hearing this, Lu Wuming was stunned, his eyes filled with astonishment. He felt that adding a little fine sand to the porridge wouldn't be a problem. It would only slightly affect the taste, but it would be enough to deter people from aristocratic families. However, if mud was added, it would truly be a waste of food. General, please add a little more, the old man pleaded. Several other old men beside him echoed him, their eyes filled with urgency and expectation. We're willing to eat it. Even if half the porridge is dirt, we'll eat it willingly. They were truly terrified of hunger. Their stomachs had been empty for days, and the aroma of the fine rice porridge made them feel as if their internal organs were screaming. Someone had already quietly run back home to inform their wife, children, and neighbors to come and collect the porridge. The younger generation and their families hadn't tasted white rice in ages. They only hoped that their families could have a bowl of hot porridge soon. If these wealthy families who had no worries about food and drink took up the spots and the porridge was all gone, they would lose even that hope. All right. Lu Wuming remained silent for a moment, but finally softened. He beckoned to the guard beside him and said in a deep voice, "Go to the backyard and shovel some soil over. Even if you're going to mix in soil, you absolutely can't use dirty soil from the roadside. The soil from the roadside is mixed with gravel and grime. Instead, use clean, fine soil from your backyard garden. At least that will have fewer impurities." The commotion quickly reached Li Chengji's ears. He simply nodded slightly, his face expressionless, and offered no comment. He had read the eloquent Ji Xiaolan and deeply understood Hushin's intention in mixing things into the disaster relief grain. He remembered it vividly, which is why he specifically ordered people to add some sand to the porridge. I didn't expect Lu Wuming to be so insightful, understanding everything so quickly, which saved me a lot of trouble. Someone come here. Li Chengji raised his eyes, beckoned to a maid standing beside him, and said in a calm tone, "Your Highness." The maid immediately stepped forward, bowed, and stood with her head bowed, awaiting instructions. "Never mind. You should go back first." Li Chengji glanced around, then waved his hand, dismissing the idea. "Yes, Your Highness." The maidservant responded, bowed, and withdrew. This sudden action left Jinjin, who was standing to the side, completely bewildered, her eyes filled with confusion. She couldn't help but ask, "Your Highness, what are you trying to do?" "I would like my servants to find a spacious place nearby to do some work," Li Chengji said calmly. He had originally intended to have his maid arrange it, but then he realized that he couldn't make the decision himself and that Yi Fan had to handle it. Yi Fan was currently extremely busy, registering farmland leasing matters at the main gate of the government office, and couldn't spare a moment to leave. "Your Highness, what are you going to do in this open space?" Jinjin asked, her curiosity growing. "You'll know in time." Li Chengji smiled, without saying anything further. He already had a plan in mind, hoping to take advantage of the current opportunity to organize some practical items or use the materials and manpower available to create useful objects. For example, with soap, he could use existing materials to teach people how to make it and then build a small workshop for mass production. As for weaving, the current looms in the countryside are too slow, but with a little modification, he could increase the weaving speed by more than 10 times, and the method of modifying the loom is not complicated. His core idea was to provide work relief instead of economic relief. This would provide these people who are struggling to get enough to eat with a stable livelihood, allowing them to do simple jobs and produce goods to earn money. This would create a virtuous cycle and fundamentally solve the problem of food and clothing for the people. The idea sounded simple, but when Lee Chungji actually put it into practice, he found that the first step was difficult. He needed a suitable venue and a reliable sales platform. Just as he was pondering, a maidservant hurried in, bowed, and reported, "Your Highness, the eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Chang, requests an audience, saying she has important matters to discuss with you and is waiting outside the mansion." Su Chan. Upon hearing this name, Lee Chungji raised an eyebrow slightly, a strange ripple stirring within him. He was extremely familiar with this name, having used it for 2 whole years. He knew it by heart, every detail and every corner. Could it be that he, like him, also came from another time? All right, have her wait in the side hall. I'll be there shortly. Lee Chungji composed himself and ordered in a deep voice that regardless of whether the other party was someone he knew or not, he had to meet her today. The Su family is also one of the prominent families in Ningguda Prefecture, but is ranked slightly below other prominent families in the area. The most powerful families in Ningguda Prefecture are the Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Wu families. Below these 4 families are the Ding, Wang, Zhu, and Su families. A moment later, Lee Chungji arrived at the side hall and saw a woman sitting upright in the guest seat with a graceful figure. The woman wore a gray robe made of the finest brocade, which was delicate to the touch. The color was extremely understated, neither ostentatious nor eye-catching, yet could not conceal her aura. However, the collar of the robe was slightly tilted, revealing just the right amount of white skin on her neck and a deep cleavage, adding a touch of allure. Upon seeing this, Lee Chungji's lips curled up slightly, and he understood in his heart. This was not a simple request for an audience, but clearly a purely business meeting. Chapter 38 Su Family, Su Chan. The other party must need something from him, otherwise they would never dress up so deliberately to show off their advantages through their clothing. This woman was extremely beautiful, with a pair of large bright eyes, a high-nose bridge, skin as white as snow, a graceful figure, and captivating curves. She was also very adept at using her advantages, and every move she made carried a deliberate flirtation. Upon seeing Lee Chungji enter, the woman immediately stood up, moved gracefully to him, bowed deeply, and said in a soft, melodious voice, "This humble woman, Su Chang of the Su family, greets your highness." Lee Chungji's gaze swept across her face, and his heart stirred slightly. The Su Chang before him bore no resemblance whatsoever to the person he remembered, nor did her eyes possess that familiar, sparkling liveliness. He had already formed a general judgment in his mind, but he still tentatively asked in a soft voice, "Imperial jade liquor." Upon hearing this, Su Chang looked bewildered and confused, blinking her big eyes at Lee Chungji, clearly not understanding what he was saying at all. Okay, it's definitely not her. The slight anticipation and trepidation in Lee Chungji's heart vanished instantly. He raised his hand and said calmly, "No need for formalities, please sit." "Thank you, your highness." Su Chang replied softly, then moved back to sit on the chair next to her. Though only half of her bottom touched the chair, her posture still upright. It wasn't that her hips were too large to sit on. On the contrary, her figure was extremely slender. This was simply a matter of etiquette for a lady from a noble family when dealing with others. Lee Chungji glanced at Su Chang, and a thought suddenly popped into his mind. This woman is beautiful, has a good figure, and is the right age. Should he try his system with the wrong name, and see if he can earn another 500 national fortune points? On second thought, he found it funny. He clearly had a system to probe other people's information, so why bother using coded messages to test them? That seemingly random remark just now must have left people feeling confused. Fortunately, there were only a few guards, 2 maids, and Jinjin in the side hall, and no one else heard them. Otherwise, it would have been even more embarrassing. Even Jinjin, standing beside him, looked at Lee Chungji with a face full of doubt and confusion, clearly wanting to ask, what exactly did the prince mean by imperial jade liquor just now? Lee Chungji remained calm and secretly activated the system to investigate Su Chang's information. The next second, the system panel appeared in his mind. Name, Su Chan. Identity, eldest daughter and adopted daughter of the Su family, an orphan taken in by the family head 15 years ago. Currently in charge of the Su family's business guild. She is actually an inside agent cultivated by the Liao dynasty. Cultivation level. Rank 3 martial artist. Appearance score 85. Loyalty 0. Has no loyalty to the host. Simply wants to exploit the host status as a vassal king for personal gain. Looking at the information on the system panel, Li Chengji's expression froze slightly, a hint of surprise and coldness flashing in his eyes. He never imagined that the manager of the prestigious Su Family Chamber of Commerce, a well-known woman from a prominent family in Ningguda Prefecture, was actually an inside agent planted by another country, a spy. Fortunately, he possessed a system for investigating others' information. Otherwise, based solely on appearances, he would never have been able to discover the other party's true identity so quickly. Even if the embroidered uniform guard were to investigate, it would likely take considerable effort, and they might not have been able to uncover the truth so thoroughly. He had previously worried that if he captured the woman, he might be branded as abducting a woman, and he had some concerns. But now that he knew her true identity, she was just a foreign spy. Everything was easy to resolve. First, try to bribe them. If that fails, then resort to coercion. When dealing with spies, there's no need to show any mercy. What brings you to see me today? Li Chengji composed himself, his face regaining its composure, and looked up at Su Chong. Upon hearing this, Su Chong immediately stood up from her chair, bowed slightly, and replied respectfully, "Your Highness, I'm the manager of the Su Family Chamber of Commerce. I have come here today specifically to pay my respects to Your Highness and to extend my greetings." As she spoke, she raised her hand and patted it gently. Several burly men immediately walked in from outside, carrying several heavy wooden crates, and placed them steadily on the ground. "This is a small gift from the Su family to express our gratitude. It is 20,000 taels of silver. We hope Your Highness will accept it with pleasure," Su Chong said softly, gesturing for the burly man to open the box. Several burly men immediately lifted the lid of the box, revealing neatly stacked ingots of silver inside, gleaming so brightly they made one's eyes dizzy. The Su family is located in a remote area and has no special products to offer. We can only provide this small amount of silver. We hope Your Highness will understand. Su Chang's tone remained gentle, but her words revealed the confidence of the Su family's wealth, implying that the Su family was so poor they only had money left. Li Chengji raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking to himself that this woman was indeed extraordinary. The gray robe she wore today was specially chosen. The neckline design was deliberate, and the exposed skin and cleavage were carefully selected. As she spoke, she leaned slightly forward, making the deep cleavage even more apparent. Every movement was deliberately seductive. He first bribed her with 20,000 taels of silver, then seduced her with his beauty, a two-pronged approach, indeed a clever tactic. No wonder she was able to take charge of the Su Family Chamber of Commerce at such a young age. She is indeed quite capable. Li Chengji already understood the woman's purpose. He was the prince of Ningguda Prefecture, holding absolute power in this fiefdom, and his word was law, able to issue all kinds of decrees. If he were to show even the slightest bias in his policies, it would be a tremendous benefit for aristocratic families and business associations like the Su family, allowing them to reap enormous profits. Silver is a good thing, and I'm in need of it right now, so I'll accept it. Li Chengji spoke calmly, his gaze falling on Su Chong, a half-smile on his face. "However, compared to silver, I am more interested in Manager Su. It feels like we've known each other for a long time, as if we've met somewhere before. The Su family needs his help, and Su Chong needs him even more. She has even taken the initiative to seduce him. Why should he passively accept her advances? It's better to turn the passive situation into an active one. Take it first." Chapter 39, each with their own ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Su Chong maintained her gentle smile, though a surge of secret joy welled up inside her. The reason she stepped into the Prince of Han's residence today was to curry favor with Li Chengji. Li Chengji was the undisputed ruler of the entire Ningguda Prefecture. If they could keep him firmly in their grasp, it would be as easy as taking candy from a baby for the Liao dynasty to infiltrate its people and supplies into the Xia dynasty. She was sent here because she had heard that this deposed crown prince was once a notorious womanizer, a lecherous man who frequented brothels and indulged in pleasure. Su Chong came here with some trepidation, fearing that the rumors were wrong and that all her efforts would be in vain in getting close to this prince. But to her utter surprise, she merely raised her head slightly, swayed her waist gently, and struck a graceful pose. The prince was so eager that he was easily captivated by her in just a few words. With such a lustful prince in power, it's only a matter of time before the Liao dynasty uses Ningguda prefecture as a springboard to invade the Xia dynasty. Su Chang was overjoyed, her fingers secretly clenching the handkerchief. This was an extraordinary achievement, and for the entire family, obtaining a hereditary title would not be difficult. She lowered her eyes and spoke in a voice as soft as spring water. "Your Highness, please forgive my rudeness. I am but a commoner with a lowly status. How could I possibly be worthy of your Highness's attention? However, our Su family does have several exquisitely built gardens. Although they cannot compare to the grandeur of the imperial garden that you used to frequent, I have heard from my father that several of the landscapes there are inspired by the style of the imperial garden." She raised her eyes, her gaze shimmering as she looked at Li Chengji, and then casually offered her bait. "If your Highness has the time, I would like to accompany you to admire the flowers and relieve your boredom." "Excellent. I've been quite bored lately, so let's do it tomorrow." Li Chengji readily agreed, his gaze lingering on her graceful figure with a hint of amusement. Su Chang curtsied, turned and left, her waist swaying slightly, her round, pert buttocks bobbing gently with each step, leaving behind a captivating silhouette. As he watched her retreating figure, a smile slowly crept onto Li Chengji's lips, but a cold, all-knowing glint lurked in his eyes. When it comes to picking up girls, he has never lost, especially when facing women whose intentions are so obvious. He can accurately grasp every inch of their bottom line. As long as the other party doesn't have too strong aversion, he can make his move naturally. The feeling of being half-hearted and half-willing is actually more interesting. He has to win this woman over. Capturing her would be tantamount to dismantling a spy outpost established by the Liao Kingdom in Ningguda Prefecture. Perhaps through her connection, we could also uncover the Liao Kingdom's intelligence network in the region. The other party went to great lengths to hide her identity, but in his eyes, it was nothing but self-deception. He only needed to investigate her background to find out whether she was a spy from the Liao Kingdom or not, and following the clues would be a piece of cake. Ding, the Dominator system has issued a mission. Subduing Su Chang increases national fortune value by 100. Friendly reminder, the opponent is a martial artist. Host, please act according to your capabilities. Completely seize the Liao Kingdom's intelligence network in this prefecture. National fortune value increased by 50. Recruiting Su Chang as a concubine increases the nation's fortune value by 500. Li Xingji snarati noirly. As expected, he was still the same old guy. What, dominating the world system and national fortune system? In the end, they were nothing more than disguised forms of having many children and many blessings. But now he has learned his lesson, and even if he has complaints in his heart, he will no longer say them out loud. I have to get this girl. The benefits are just too tempting. The image of Su Chang swaying her hips as she walked away flashed through Li Chengji's mind again, and he felt a surge of heat in his heart. He quickly walked toward his palace. The palace was quiet. The candlelight flickered, casting dappled shadows in the room. Jinjin sat quietly on the edge of the bed, propping her chin up, her almond-shaped eyes staring blankly out the window, lost in thought, utterly bored. Li Chengji strode forward, pulled her into his arms, rested his chin on the top of her head, and said in a somewhat urgent voice, "Little Jinjin, hurry. I'm very angry right now." If it were in the past, Jinjin would have been completely clueless, but now that they have spent so much time together, she has come to understand. Her cheeks flushed slightly, but she did not refuse. 20 minutes later, Jinjin got up from the bed with a normal expression, straightened her slightly disheveled clothes, turned around, and went to the outer room to silently clean the stove. Li Chengji lay sprawled on the bed, drenched in sweat, his chest rising and falling slightly. He thought to himself, his physical condition is really too poor. It wasn't that she was truly weak. It was mainly because her opponent was too formidable. Jinjin's skills were far beyond those of ordinary women. Jinjin brought in warm water and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead and body. Before long, Li Chengji drifted off to sleep amidst the faint scent of sandalwood, only to wake up slowly around dinner time. A warm meal was laid out in the hall, and Yi Fan stood to the side, holding an account book, ready to report to him on the day's land rental matters. Li Qingji picked up his jade chopsticks, took a bite of food, and casually instructed, "Yi Fan, find me a few quiet manners." Yi Fan bowed and replied, "Yes, Your Highness. How much area do you need?" Li Qingji raised his eyes and thought for a moment, then said, "It doesn't need to be too big for now. It will be enough to accommodate 70 or 80 women pulling spinning wheels." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's face showed obvious surprise, and his brows furrowed slightly. "Your Highness, what's wrong?" He hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Are you looking to hire female workers?" Li Qingji put down his jade chopsticks and nodded, as if it were a matter of course. "That's right. Although men can also do weaving, it is ultimately a waste of labor. I have other uses for the remaining male labor force." Yi Fan nodded quickly. "Yes, Your Highness." But the hesitation between his brows had not yet dissipated. Not only him, but even Junjun, who was standing beside him, frowned, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated, twisting her handkerchief in her hands as if she had something to say. "Just say what you have to say. Don't beat around the bush." Li Qingji frowned, his tone slightly somber. Yi Fan took a deep breath and bowed, saying, "Your Highness, it is easy to recruit male farmhands, but it may be difficult to recruit female farmhands." "What?" Li Qingji raised an eyebrow, a hint of doubt in his eyes. "It's because in this world, most women don't leave their homes. They obey their fathers at home and their husbands after marriage. Except for a few women from poor families who go out to work as maids and servants, very few women go out to do work, let alone go into the manor to pull a spinning wheel," Yi Fan explained in detail. Upon hearing this, Li Qingji instantly realized the truth. In modern times, it was common for women to go out to work, and hiring female workers was perfectly normal. But here was a feudal dynasty with deep-rooted constraints of etiquette, and women's range of activities was already extremely limited. Chapter 40, Poor Health. He pondered for a moment. Li Qingji said, "It's all right. Just go ahead and recruit as many as you can, as much as you can. As for wages, we'll start with a guaranteed minimum of 3 taels of silver per month. But you'll have to train them first. Only those who pass the training and stay on will receive that wage." He knew that changing people's perceptions all at once was no easy task, so he could only try slowly. "Understood. I will do it immediately." Yi Fan bowed and replied, then opened the ledger and continued to report. "Your Highness, a total of 21,300 mu of farmland were rented out today to 5,000 households, involving approximately 7,000 people." After hearing this, Li Qingji simply nodded and remained silent, but he had his own plans in mind. The entire Ningguda prefecture has a population of 380,000. Even if half of them are from wealthy and powerful families, there's still as many as 190,000 ordinary people left, many of whom struggle to make a living and go hungry. Currently, only 7,000 people have rented land, which is far from enough. No wonder his support value only barely increased to 5% after a busy afternoon. He looked up at Yi Fan and said in a deep voice, "Keep all the money for the shop's daily profits and send people out to buy land and convert all into farmland." "Yes, Your Highness." Yi Fan bowed and accepted the order. "In addition, build me an estate outside the city, about 100 acres divided into 2 areas. One half should be developed into paddy fields, and the other half into dry fields. First, prepare the land properly, and then select 30 honest and hard-working tenants to manage it. Their monthly wages are 3 taels of silver. Make sure it is prepared as soon as possible. Once it is prepared, I have new seeds to plant here." It was already late May, and the weather was getting warmer. It was still possible to plant crops such as rice, corn, sweet potatoes, peanuts, and potatoes late in the season. As for whether the crops will survive and yield a harvest, he wasn't entirely confident. He could only set aside 100 acres of land to give it a try. Remember, this manor must be kept strictly confidential. No one is allowed to leak the information. If those 30 tenants are willing to bring their families to live in the manor, that would be even better. If they do, they will receive an extra 2 taels of silver per month for living expenses. Have Lu Wuming arrange for his personal guards to patrol the manor daily, preventing any unauthorized personnel from approaching. Li Qingji's tone was serious as he repeatedly gave these instructions. "Yes, Your Highness." Although he had a considerable amount of grain stored up, he could not simply sit idly by and consume it all. It was not a long-term solution. If this trial planting is successful, the 30 tenant farmers will have planting experience. Then, the seeds will be distributed and they will take the lead in promoting it, which will gradually solve the food problem. Before that, what he needed to do was to acquire as much farmland as possible. He currently had too little farmland in his hands. Only by firmly holding the land in his own hands could he have absolute say and do whatever he wanted. Li Qingji's shops have been doing booming business lately. His white sugar, refined salt, and chicken essence are all rare and unique items, and their quality far surpasses that of ordinary goods on the market. For ordinary people, these items, priced at 100, 50, or 25 taels, are nothing short of exorbitant prices. However, for wealthy and powerful families who live in luxury, they are nothing. Even if it is just for their own enjoyment, they are willing to spend a fortune. Especially chicken bouillon. Just a little bit can make soups and dishes taste several times better, and it's easy to use without any cooking skills. When we first started selling them, we could only sell about 1 pound a day at most. Now that word has spread, we can sell about 10 pounds a day. With the booming sales of white sugar and refined salt, the shop could easily rake in tens of thousands of taels of silver every day. Nowadays, in Ningguda Prefecture, the price of land is about 6 taels of silver per mu for ordinary farmland, and even for high-quality farmland, it is no more than 10 taels of silver per mu. At this rate of earning money, one could buy more than 1,000 acres of farmland in a single day. Li Qingji calculated in his mind that there were about 320,000 mu of farmland officially recorded in the entire Ningguda Prefecture. At this rate, it would take at least 200 days to buy them all, which was still too slow. His goal was to consolidate all the land in Ningguda Prefecture under his own name, become the largest landowner there, and then rent the land to tenants at a low rent of 10%. This approach can both curb land consolidation to the greatest extent possible and ensure that every ordinary farmer has land to cultivate and food to eat. However, this matter cannot be rushed. We can only proceed step by step and plan slowly. Not long after dinner, a commander of the embroidered uniform guard rushed in to report, holding a secret report in his hands, his expression grave. Li Qingji took the report and began to read it. As expected, recently, those officials and runners, under the guise of collecting taxes and commercial taxes, have been going to the countryside to exploit the people and line their own pockets. All of this is orchestrated by the Zhao family behind the scenes. The Zhao family, the Qin family, the Sun family, and the Wu family, all 4 are involved. These 4 malignant tumors need to be eradicated. Li Qingji slammed the secret report on the table, his eyes surging with cold, killing intent, and the atmosphere around him instantly plummeted. He raised his eyes, looked at the few Imperial guards standing to the side, and asked in a deep voice, "How's your marksmanship coming along lately?" The leader of the Imperial guards bowed and clasped his hands, his voice steady. "Reporting to the master, we can kill any martial artist below the 4th rank silently, leaving no trace." "Very well. Then let's see what you've got." A cold glint flashed in Li Qingji's eyes, and his tone was chilling. "I want to hear news of the violent deaths of people from these major families every day. Remember, only kill the core members of the family. Do not touch the servants, maids, or servants." These 4 families have been entrenched in Ningguda Prefecture for many years, oppressing the people and committing numerous evils. There may be a few kind-hearted people in the families, but most of them are wicked and evildoers. Even those few kind-hearted people mostly stand by and watch, aiding and abetting the evildoers. Since we've decided to take action, there's no need to be soft-hearted. Cut the weeds. Why leave any roots? Kill. Leave no one alive. If it weren't for the fact that his subordinates were not yet strong enough, and that a large-scale operation would risk being exposed, he would have loved to personally send Lu Wuming to lead troops and slaughter all 4 major families. "Your subordinate obeys." Several Imperial guards replied in unison, bowed, and withdrew, their figures quickly disappearing into the night. After issuing the assassination order, Li Qingji's surging murderous aura dissipated considerably, and his mood calmed down considerably. Inside the bedchamber, the candlelight was dim. Jinjin had already thoughtfully prepared warm water, washed herself clean, and sat quietly by the bed waiting. When she saw him enter, her eyes softened. Although Li Qingji never said that he was short-tempered, Jinjin seemed to have taken it to heart. Before he could speak, she took the initiative to ask him to do so, her movements gentle and skillful. The process went extremely smoothly. The next morning, When the sun was high in the sky, Li Qingji finally woke up. The sunlight outside the window shone through the window frame, casting dappled shadows. It was almost lunchtime. He propped himself up and sat up, rubbing his sore lower back. He sighed inwardly. This physical problem is really a big trouble. It can't even withstand the torment of a martial artist. However, he was born with mediocre talent for martial arts and was not cut out for it all. Moreover, martial arts training was arduous and tiring and required a lot of mental effort. He was already impatient with tedious tasks and had no interest in it whatsoever. Suddenly overwhelmed with sorrow, I didn't know what to do. Chapter 41, The Dragon Slaying Mace. During the meal, Lu Wuming, dressed in military attire, strode in. He bowed and reported to him on the matter of recruiting soldiers. Your Highness, recently there's been a constant stream of people coming to join the army. I have initially recruited 3,000 soldiers, but I have not accepted them all. I am still strictly selecting them, keeping only those who are strong, healthy, and resolute. Li Qingji put down his chopsticks, looked up at Lu Wuming, and said calmly, recruiting and training soldiers are all under your control. You can manage them yourself. But I have only one requirement. I want an elite army that can fight and win battles, not a bunch of rabble. He paused, then said solemnly, in this process, if you need any support, whether it be food, weapons, or silver, I will provide it unconditionally and without any hesitation. He knew clearly that in this chaotic world, the core of all power was military power. Only by holding a powerful army could one gain a foothold, protect oneself, and ensure the peace and tranquility of the people. Understood. I will not fail in my mission. Lu Wuming bowed and clasped his hands in greeting. Li Qingji looked at him, then suddenly put down his chopsticks, slowly stood up, walked to him, pointed to a heavy wooden box beside him, and said in a low voice, Commander Lu, I know that you will never be content to be just a guard commander for me in this lifetime. Will you? Lu Wuming looked up, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, which then turned into intense hope. He didn't say anything, but just listened quietly. Ningguta Prefecture is located on the border, adjacent to the Liao Kingdom. Liao bandits have been harassing the border for many years, burning, killing, looting, and committing all kinds of atrocities. I want to live, and all the people of Ningguta Prefecture also want to live peacefully. All of this depends on you to protect it. Li Qingji walked step by step in the hall, his voice gradually rising, carrying an inspiring power. If you can train 30,000 elite soldiers, then you will be the commander of those 30,000 elite soldiers. If you can train 100,000 elite soldiers, then you'll be the commander of 100,000 troops. If you can train 1,000,000 elite soldiers, then you'll be the general of that 1,000,000-strong army. With each word he spoke, his voice grew louder, and Lu Wuming's expression became increasingly agitated. His fists clenched tightly, and his blood and qi surged throughout his body. When Li Qingji uttered the words 1,000,000 elite troops, Lu Wuming's eyes instantly reddened, and a raging fire ignited within them. To achieve great deeds and triumph on the battlefield. That was what he had always dreamed of. This is the weapon I bestow upon you. I hope you will lead your troops to protect the safety of all the people of Ningguta Prefecture. Li Qingji walked to the wooden box, raised his hand, and patted the surface of the box. This is a divine weapon that I found for you at great expense. Although it is not sharp enough to cut a hair in two, it is strong enough to break all the weapons in the world. Your Highness thanks me for the reward. Lu Wuming's voice trembled slightly as he quickly stepped forward and opened the wooden box. Inside the box lay a thick, dark object, devoid of any luster, yet exuding a heavy, oppressive aura. Lu Wuming reached out and picked it up, weighed it in his hand, and his expression instantly became much more serious. This object actually weighed 100 pounds. It was just a piece of rebar about the thickness of a child's arm, unpolished and unrefined, about 2 meters long, with fine lines all over its body. This thing was prepared by Li Qingji beforehand, originally intended for the future development of heavy industry. Unexpectedly, it has now become a divine weapon bestowed upon Lu Wuming. Such a heavy object would be too heavy for an ordinary person to even lift, let alone use as a weapon. But for Lu Wuming, who was born with superhuman strength and was used to wielding a long spear, it was just right. Lu Wuming, a 5th-rank martial artist, had a muscular physique taut in his tight-fitting clothes. His arm strength was astonishing. He could lift over 1,000 pounds with one hand. This weight was naturally an easy task for him. He held the rebar between his fingertips and simply swung it at his side. He could clearly feel the heavy weight of the strange weapon in his palm. As the steel cut through the air, it made a sharp, whistling sound. "Give it a try." Li Qingji raised his hand and pointed to the neatly arranged weapon rack next to him. He then tapped his left and right hands together, making a soft sound as his knuckles struck, signaling him to go ahead and make his move. A knowing glint flashed in Lu Wuming's eyes, and he nodded emphatically. He strode to the weapon rack, casually drew a long steel sword that gleamed coldly, the hilt feeling slightly cool to the touch. Bang! A muffled thud suddenly rang out as he gripped a thick steel bar in his left hand and clashed it violently with a long knife in his right. In an instant, the steel longsword shattered, its fragments scattering and clattering onto the blue brick floor. The dark rebar in the left hand was unharmed except for a shallow scratch at the point of impact. Lu Wuming's eyes suddenly lit up, filled with shock and ecstasy. He used the exact same force with both hands just now. The two weapons were made of different materials, yet he managed to smash a finely forged steel knife to pieces so easily. Then he eagerly gripped the rebar with both hands, raised it high, and slammed it down hard on the iron shield standing on the ground. Bang! With another crisp, loud crash, the thick iron shield shattered into pieces, sending iron filings flying everywhere. Legend has it that there is a four-sided concave mace, without a sharp edge, about 4 feet long, which vibrates at a high frequency when swung, and can accurately find the structural weaknesses of the enemy's weapon and break it in one blow. Your Highness, is this weapon the legendary mace? Lu Wuming gripped the rebar tightly, his voice trembling with excitement, and turned to look eagerly at Li Qingji. Similar, but his mace is 4 feet long, while yours is 7 feet long. An inch longer means an inch stronger. I hope General Lu can use it to shine on the battlefield in the future, Li Qingji said with a slight smile. Your Highness, what is the name of this divine weapon? Lu Wuming asked, bowing respectfully. Conlong mace, Li Qingji answered seriously, enunciating each word clearly. Conlong mace. Lu Wuming looked up and repeated, his palms gripping the steel mace tightly, his eyes filled with determination. As expected of the dragon-slaying mace, I will live up to its name and the prince's trust in this lifetime. After saying that, Lu Wuming excitedly grabbed the threaded steel dragon-quenching mace, strode around, and headed to the training ground for practice, his steps filled with barely concealed excitement. Li Qingji turned around and walked to the table, carefully arranged the several packets of different varieties of seeds that he had prepared, handed them to the maid standing beside him, and instructed, have ye fan arranged for the tenants to start planting immediately, according to the planting methods and requirements I wrote down. Just as he was busy with his work, a servant's respectful voice came from outside the door. Your Highness, there's a young man outside the side room who calls himself Master Han and requests an audience. He says he has come specifically to see you. Yiruhang. Li Qingji frowned slightly, his fingertips hovering over the seed packet, a look of doubt on his face. He lowered his eyes and carefully thought about the people he knew in his memory, but he couldn't recall this name at all. Just then, the servant outside the door hurriedly added, Your Highness, that hero also said that he came to apologize to you. Upon hearing this, Li Qingji's eyes flashed instantly, and he remembered who it was. It was that pretty girl in the silver shirt with her shapely bottom. Surprisingly, she was quite trustworthy and actually dared to come to my door in person to apologize. The gatekeeper and the maids in the mansion must have failed to recognize her as a woman because she was still dressed in a neat men's outfit and had a heroic appearance. Have him wait in the side hall and serve him a cup of tea, Li Qingji instructed calmly. Yes, Your Highness, the servant replied and withdrew. Just then, Li Qingji seemed to suddenly remember something and immediately called out to the servant, adding, Also, go and call Jinjin here. Tell her that the person who made the bet on the carriage that day has come over. Not long after, a soft footstep sound came, and Jinjin, pouting her pink lips and with a long face, walked unhappily to Li Qingji's desk, her little head drooping slightly. She immediately understood why His Highness had summoned her. Since the man had come to her door, she had lost the bet they made in the carriage. If she loses, she'll have to use that embarrassing gadget, the effort-saving stool. Last night, His Highness took out that thing again and personally demonstrated its uses and benefits to her. The thought that she would have to use this item in the future made Jinjin extremely embarrassed and annoyed. Chapter 42, Jinjin Lost. Jinjin secretly regretted her actions. Why did she have to act out of curiosity? If she hadn't been curious, she wouldn't have impulsively made a bet with His Highness. Using that thing was so embarrassing. Besides, she was a martial artist with internal energy supporting her dantian, so she could maintain any posture steadily for a long time. She really didn't understand why His Highness insisted on using this thing. In her opinion, this thing could probably only be used by those prostitutes in the brothel who had no martial arts skills. How could His Highness have such a strange thing? Li Qingji looked up and saw Jinjin walk in angrily. He couldn't help but smile, and his eyes were full of a playful smile. Jinjin, now that everyone's here, even though we're not Jianghu figures, people from all walks of life, we still have to keep our word and follow the rules. Tonight, I hope you'll make good use of that thing. Li Qingji deliberately dragged out his words, teasingly. Your Highness, you are so mean. Jinjin's face turned bright red instantly, from her cheeks all the way to her ears, and she stomped her little feet in a coquettish tone. But she had made that promise herself, and a promise is a promise, so she naturally had to keep it. She could only bite her lip, stamp her foot shyly and helplessly, and silently follow behind Li Qingji, still pouting, not saying a word, her face full of despair. Looking at the girl's silly yet indignant expression, Li Qingji chuckled softly and stopped teasing her. He simply said, "You'll know the benefits of this after you use it. Let's go and have a chat with this honest and trustworthy Master Han." As he spoke, Li Qingji casually swept the seeds he had just sorted out on the table, along with the document containing the planting details, and put them all into his personal storage. After doing all this, he left the study and walked towards a side hall. Jinjin followed behind and clearly saw the magical scene just now. However, His Highness had told her that this was his unique skill, which he neither taught to outsiders nor allowed her to ask any questions. She silently followed. In the side hall of the Han Prince's mansion, there are carved beams and painted rafters, and the floor is paved with blue bricks. Pearwood chairs are placed on both sides, and a faint sandalwood incense burns on the table, with wisps of smoke rising slowly and spreading an elegant fragrance. Han Weiwei was still wearing that silver outfit, the fabric clinging to her body and outlining her slender figure, but she was still dressed as a man, with a striking and heroic air about her. But at this moment, she was kneeling on the cold, blue brick floor, her back straight and her expression solemn. Seeing this, the two maids serving nearby rushed forward and anxiously advised, "Young master, please get up. The prince will be here soon. It is very impolite to kneel like this." But Han Weiwei seemed not to hear and remained kneeling motionless. Despite being dressed in a sharp men's outfit, she still couldn't hide her curvaceous figure, especially when kneeling on the ground. Her slender waist and pert hips revealed her graceful figure. Her long, jet-black hair was tied high in a ponytail with a hairband, hanging down her back. It swayed slightly with her soft breathing, adding a touch of liveliness. Paired with her spirited little face, she looked both heroic and charming. Although she was kneeling upright, she was quite uneasy inside, her fingertips unconsciously clenching the hem of her clothes, her knuckles turning slightly white. The prince's words and decisive actions at the execution ground the day before yesterday made Han Weiwei realize that she had misunderstood him all along. This prince may seem unconventional, but he is definitely a good prince who cares about the people and is worthy of respect. She just seems to be a bit lecherous, but her master once said that there is no man in the world who is not lecherous, so she wasn't too surprised. This matter troubled her for an entire night before she finally made up her mind to go and apologize. She knew perfectly well that the prince's bet with her that day was entirely intentional. He had calculated that she would come to him willingly. He wanted her for one of two reasons. Either he wanted her to serve him faithfully, or he coveted her female identity. This lecherous fellow, I heard he often frequents brothels, and that day, when I was dressed as a man, his gaze kept lingering on my chest. He's definitely a big pervert. What if he really only lusts after her body? She pondered to herself. In terms of martial arts, she seemed to be no match for his subordinates. If she really had a fight, she probably wouldn't gain any advantage. With his light-footed skills, he could easily escape. But in the world of martial arts, the most important thing is to keep your promises. If you can't even keep your promises, how can you talk about being a chivalrous hero and a respected knight-errant? But is it really worth sacrificing your health to uphold this code of honor? Han Weiwei was torn between two conflicting emotions, extremely conflicted and in a state of utter confusion. Just then, her sensitive ears twitched slightly as she heard soft footsteps approaching from outside the side hall. The sound of two people's footsteps. One person's steps were light and silent, suggesting they were a martial artist. The other's steps were steady and heavy, carrying a hint of languid weight, indicating they were of extraordinary status. Han Weiwei's heart tightened. She knew that the seemingly frivolous prince had arrived. Really? A teasing, slightly amusement-laden voice drifted in from the side hall entrance, landing in her ear. Isn't this the chivalrous hero Han who vowed to uphold justice and rid the people of evil the other day? Why is he kneeling here today? Is it because he has something to ask of me? Immediately afterwards, she saw the sleazy man with a wicked smile slowly walk up to her, his gaze landing on her with a half-smile. Seeing the confident, wicked smile on this guy's face, Han Weiwei instantly recalled her previous guess. Combining the two, her heart skipped a beat, and she subconsciously channeled her inner strength, her body shooting backward like an arrow, landing steadily a few steps away. She crossed her arms tightly over her chest, looking nervously at Li Chengji, her pretty face pale and her voice trembling. I'm telling you, I'm not that kind of person. Don't even think about doing anything reckless. I'm here today to keep my promise and apologize, but you can't take advantage of that to do whatever you want to me. As she spoke, she clutched her chest tightly, her pretty face filled with panic, her almond-shaped eyes wide with alarm. What? Li Chengji's smile froze instantly, the curve of his lips hanging in midair. His eyes were full of confusion as he stared blankly at Han Weiwei, who looked like a frightened bird, and for a moment he couldn't understand what she meant. Chapter 043 1 year, just 1 year. However, if Li Chengji still didn't understand her thoughts when she suddenly staggered back 3 steps, her arms tightly wrapped around her chest, her back ramrod straight, and her eyes filled with vigilance and defensiveness, then he would truly be a fool. His anger was completely ignited. His handsome face gradually darkened, his brows furrowed, and his gentle aura vanished instantly. Even the surrounding air seemed to freeze with a chill. Even in modern times, Li Chengji never considered using force or coercion to make a girl his woman. He has always disdained such things, the granddaddy of scumbags. He was already fed up with dealing with women who threw themselves at him. So why would he need to resort to such a despicable method when he was capable of it? In ancient times, he was a powerful vassal king, former crown prince. Their status was extremely noble. If one has to resort to force to get what one wants from a woman, then that is a disgrace to the royal family and an insult to one's own status. Li Chengji's face was no longer as amiable as before. His eyes were as cold as ice as he looked at the woman before him, and his tone turned icy. This heroine, you think too highly of yourself. Not every woman is qualified to climb into my bed. Han Weiwei froze on the spot, her almond-shaped eyes widening suddenly. She stiffened for a moment before belatedly realizing that Li Chengji had simply walked forward to greet her and had not made any improper move. Perhaps because she had lived in the sect for a long time and rarely came into contact with men from the outside world, coupled with her preconceived notion that Li Chengji was an idle, immoral, and dissolute prince, his sudden closeness and the unfamiliar masculine scent wafting toward her caused her to have a huge misunderstanding, thinking that he was going to do something improper to her. It was a stress response. Han Weiwei's cheeks flushed bright red instantly, from her ears to her neck. She wished she could disappear into the ground. Filled with shame, she had misunderstood someone for no reason and had even adopted such a defensive posture. She hurriedly lowered her head, her long eyelashes drooping down to conceal the embarrassment in her eyes, her fingertips unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. She knew she had overthought things, but Li Chengji had no intention of letting it go so easily. Looking at her, his tone was full of disdain, and every word was mocking. Shouldn't you heroes of the martial world all be upright and honest? How come at such a young age? Your mind is filled with such petty and filthy relationships between men and women. I used to think that one day I would go to the martial world myself and see for myself. Now it seems that it's better not to venture into the martial world. My mind is so simple. If I went there, I might be corrupted by people like you. What are you talking about? Han Weiwei's face turned even redder, like a ripe cherry. She hurriedly looked up to explain, her voice tinged with panic. Just now I was confused for a moment. I didn't think about any unhealthy things. You think you can fool me? Li Chengji raised an eyebrow, pressing closer, his gaze fixed on her intently. Do you dare swear to heaven? Didn't a single one of those unhealthy thoughts arise in your mind just now? Do you dare swear to heaven? I. Han Weiwei was speechless when asked the question, her lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. How could she dare to swear an oath to God? Even if she wanted to swear against her conscience, she instantly deflated when she met Li Chengji's cold, sharp eyes that seemed to see right through people. She hurriedly lowered her head again, and the little courage she had just had to lie was crushed by his gaze. Han Weiwei was filled with shame and embarrassment. She could only hang her head and remain silent. After a moment, she bent her knees and knelt on the cold bluestone slab once more. Her lips were pouting, and with a clear element of defiance, she said in a muffled voice, Fine, you are a high and mighty prince. Your words are law. Whatever you say is right. I am just an ordinary commoner. What right do I have to argue with you? This time, I admit defeat. I have come here specifically to apologize. I am right here now. Your Highness, you may kill me or do whatever you wish to do with me. Hearing her words, which were tinged with a touch of coquettishness, Li Chengji looked at her puffed up yet somewhat aggrieved little face and couldn't help but chuckle. The anger that had surged in his heart earlier dissipated by most of it, so he stopped trying to provoke her. This young lady looks like a greenhorn who's just entered the world of social interaction. She has no experience in dealing with people and is very shy, blushing at the slightest thing. All right, tell me about your situation first. Li Chengji's smile faded, and his tone returned to its usual calm. I believe you have thoroughly investigated my background, but I know nothing about you. After he finished speaking, he mentally called out to the system, asking it to investigate. Name, Han Weiwei. Age, 20. Realm level, peak of 4th rank. Loyalty, 10. The system only found out a general outline, unlike its investigation of Su Chong, which listed out her detailed background and sect origins. As for the reason, Li Chengji asked the system a few questions in his mind, but did not receive any reply. Therefore, Li Chengji naturally wanted to ask in person to get a more detailed understanding. Upon hearing this, Han Weiwei slowly raised her head, her blush not yet completely gone, and answered respectfully, Your Highness, I am Han Weiwei, 20 years old this year, and I am from Kaifeng Prefecture. And then, Li Chengji raised an eyebrow and pressed for an answer. What then? Han Weiwei blinked her almond-shaped eyes, looking blank, as if she didn't understand what he meant. Li Chengji rolled his eyes at her helplessly, his tone tinged with disdain. Don't you call yourself a female knight-errant? Since you know martial arts, you should at least tell us where you practice, what your master's name is, and what sect you belong to. Han Weiwei's self-introduction was less clear than the information the system had gathered. It was practically the same as saying nothing at all. Li Chengji's interest in Han Weiwei wasn't because she was a beautiful woman. He simply wanted to learn more about the martial arts world, as he knew very little about it. According to what Lu Wuming had said before, Han Weiwei's ability to reach the peak of the 4th rank at such a young age was due to her own excellent aptitude, and she must have had a good background and resources supporting her. Take Xinjin, for example. Xinjin is a year younger than Han Weiwei, and her cultivation level has reached the 4th rank. Although she has not yet reached the peak, it is already extremely rare. Xinjin's achievements are due to her exceptional talent, and also to the fact that the late Empress Dowager spent a great deal of money to find renowned teachers, cultivation methods, and resources for her, and devoted herself to nurturing her. Otherwise, relying solely on one's own intensive cultivation without any resource support, at this age, most martial artists would already be considered exceptionally talented and quite remarkable if they could reach the 2nd rank. Those with slightly higher talent can generally only reach the 3rd rank. Only those with talent, cultivation techniques, and resources can enter the 4th rank at such a young age. Li Chengji was curious and wanted to know what kind of sect and background Han Weiwei had. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Han Weiwei's expression instantly changed. Her previous confusion and embarrassment vanished, replaced by a fierce wariness in her eyes. Her body tensed instinctively, and even her voice turned cold. Your Highness, this matter has absolutely nothing to do with my master or my sect. My decision to follow you and assassinate you was entirely my own, and had nothing to do with anyone else. You may kill me or torture me as you please, but I only beg you not to implicate my master and the rest of my sect." Before she could finish speaking, a sharp whoosh was heard, and a cold glint flashed. Han Weiwei drew her long sword from her waist with a backhand motion, and with a flick of her wrist, she held the sharp blade to her neck. The blade was close to her skin, gleaming with a chilling light. "If you insist on holding my sect accountable, then I will give my life for you. Just please spare my sect. I will never reveal a single piece of information about my sect." "What?" Looking at her resolute expression, Li Chengji rolled his eyes again, feeling both amused and exasperated. Is this girl clever and quick-witted, or is she just a bit dim-witted? If you call her stupid, she was at least prepared and on guard just now, but the moment I inquired about her sect, she instantly became vigilant, preferring death to revealing any information about her sect. Her determination to protect her sect was extremely firm. But to say she's clever, her actions clearly show that she's a greenhorn who's just entered the world of martial arts. Without investigating anything properly, she dared to assassinate a prince of the court based solely on a few hearsay and her own hot-bloodedness. She was simply ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. The key point is that he never once thought of seeking revenge against her master or her sect. Li Qingji shook his head helplessly, took out a handful of beautifully packaged lollipops from his pocket, tore one open, put the stick in his mouth, and let the sweet taste melt in his mouth. After calming his frustration slightly, he slowly said, "Assassinating a prince is tantamount to treason, and according to the law, one should be executed along with 9 generations of one's family. If we really investigate this matter thoroughly according to the law, your sect will certainly not be spared." He paused, looking at Han Weiwei's face, which turned deathly pale, and then said, "But I have always been kind-hearted and unwilling to shed blood easily. In the past few days, you should have seen how I care for my people and show compassion to them. However, if this matter is left unresolved and word gets out, how can I, as a prince of the current dynasty, save face by being assassinated by a mere maid and then doing nothing? Therefore, I will give you an answer. From this day forward, you shall stay by my side and serve me for 1 year. Within this year, you shall not leave without my permission. During this year, you shall obey my orders and serve me, and shall not show any disrespect or disobedience. You choose. Do you want me to settle accounts with you for treason, or do you want to obediently serve as my subordinate for a year?" To be your subordinate for a year? Isn't that a bit too long? When Han Weiwei heard Li Qingji say that he would not pursue the assassination, a hint of smugness flashed in her eyes, and she felt relieved. But when she heard that she had to stay by his side as a slave for a year, her face fell instantly, and she felt utterly hopeless. She secretly went down the mountain this time, without telling her master and elders. She originally thought she would go out and make some fun and do some chivalrous deeds. If she was just going out to play for a month or 2, she would at most be punished by her master to kneel for a few days and get a few spanks when she returned, which would not be a big deal. But if I stay away for a whole year, my master will definitely go crazy and will search for me in the martial arts world. At that time, the entire sect will probably be implicated because of me. Your Highness, a year is too long. Could you shorten it a little? 3 months, or even half a year will be fine. Han Weiwei raised her head and looked at Li Chengji with pleading eyes, her little face scrunched up. Before Han Weiwei could finish speaking, Li Chengji waved his hand, interrupting her. His tone was cold and hard, leaving no room for negotiation. "Don't try to bargain with me. What I offer you is a choice, not a discussion." He changed the subject, looking at her pitiful appearance, and added, "Of course, I also respect you as a female knight-errant. When you tried to assassinate me, it was out of passion to rid the people of evil. You are not a malicious person, so I'll give you a third option. If you do not wish to choose either of these options, you may turn around and leave now. I will not stop you. Consider it my overestimation of the people of the martial world and of Lady Han. However, I also hope that Lady Han will not refer to herself as a heroine in the future, let alone travel the martial world and uphold justice, so as not to disgrace the word chivalry." Han Weiwei was speechless. Her face flushed red, her eyes reddened with anxiety, and her features almost twisted together. Li Qingji's words were far too harsh. Every single one felt like a slap in the face. What does this mean? This is clearly looking down on her, thinking she is a dishonest, sore loser, and irresponsible person. From a young age, She aspired to roam the martial world, uphold justice, and become a renowned female knight-errant. Be a role model for all women in the world. If we were to slink away like this today, admitting defeat and surrendering, how will we ever have the face to step into the martial world again? Or the face to call ourselves a female knight-errant? Han Weiwei lowered her head, her fingertips digging into her palms, her mind in turmoil. She pondered silently for a few seconds, then suddenly raised her head, gritted her teeth, as if she had made a huge decision. 1 year it is. This heroine is a man of her word, and I promise you, I will stay by your side and serve you for 1 year. But as soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to suddenly remember something, and her cheeks flushed red again. With her small mouth pouting high, she looked at Li Chengji with utmost seriousness and emphasized each word clearly. Then let me make this clear, for the next year, I will only be your subordinate. I will do my best to fulfill the tasks you assign me, but I will absolutely not serve you in bed. If you have any improper thoughts about me, I will never agree to it, and the worst that can happen is death. Huh? Upon hearing this, Li Chengji could no longer contain himself and burst into loud laughter, laughing so hard he almost fell over. Looking at her serious, guarded demeanor, he found this little girl quite amusing, as she was always adding her own dramatic flair. Women, never overestimate yourselves. Li Chengji finished laughing, wiped the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes, and said with a hint of mockery, "If I want someone to serve me in bed, I only need to beckon." Women who are willing to come will line up all the way from the gate of the palace to Paris, France. Someone as flat-chested and without a bottom as you. Even if you come up to me, you won't have a chance to serve me in bed. What? What did you say? You're shameless. These words were like a fuse that had been lit. Han Weiwei was instantly enraged. Her almond-shaped eyes widened, her eyebrows stood up, and she jumped to her feet. She put her hands on her hips, her chest heaving with anger, and her little mouth pouting so much that an oil bottle could hang from it. She stiffened her neck, puffed out her chest, and looked indignant. Her voice was urgent and angry, with a hint of coquettishness. No breasts, no butt. My figure is great. I'm already 20 years old, a real young woman. What's wrong with me? Chapter 44 Han Weiwei's master is actually at the peak of the 9th rank. Han Weiwei had only spoken halfway when her voice abruptly stopped, a blush instantly rising to her face as she belatedly realized what had happened. Why should I explain so much to him? For a young woman to say such private things in front of a man. What do you mean by my breasts, my butt, etc.? Oops, how embarrassing. Then she was both angry and annoyed, her fists clenched tightly, her cheeks puffed out, and even her voice trembled with a hint of coquettishness. You're so mean. How can you bully people like this? Huh? Li Chengji chuckled softly, his chest vibrating slightly, his eyes full of amusement. To be honest, he's way past the age of deliberately flirting with girls. In modern times, he would have no interest in doing such a childish thing. He only needs to contact the people he's interested in privately through his main Douyin account to basically secure their relationships. Those who are a little reserved might arrange to go skiing together, see a lively concert, and then see if they can somehow manage to book a hotel room that night. With his status as the ultimate scumbag and his immense wealth, it seems there's no one he can't handle. Unless the other party is also a well-off and influential online celebrity, then you'll have to spend more time and money. Taking the other person on a trip abroad is a quick and decisive move. There's no point in trying to build any emotional connection. Even Ms. Cheng only needed 2 days before she obediently served him. It is very moisturizing. But that's about it. In this regard, he has always been open about his intentions and never likes to beat around the bush. Those women also knew the benefits of being with him. Even if it was just offering their bodies and not talking about feelings, the benefits were still huge. Therefore, Li Chengji rarely bothered to deliberately tease a girl anymore. But the beautiful young woman in front of me, dressed in silver and with a slender figure, though she kept calling herself a female knight-errant, had a kind of innocence and naivety that was rare in modern society, making people want to tease her. In modern times, it's really gone. Or perhaps he's no longer in his social circle. All right, you can rest assured to work under me. Li Chengji's smile faded, and his tone became more serious. Business was important. I need experts, not people to warm my bed. After saying that, he looked up at Han Weiwei with a serious expression. Since you're a martial artist, you should know more about martial arts realms, right? For example, tell me in detail about the 7th, 8th and 9th ranks, or even the Grandmaster realm of the martial arts world. His insistence on keeping Han Weiwei was clearly motivated by something else entirely. Firstly, she wanted to use her identity as a member of the martial arts world to understand the martial arts world and truly step into it. Secondly, he currently has very few high-level martial artists he can contact and urgently needs someone to help him make connections and bring them in. Within the Imperial Palace, high-level martial artists are everywhere. But Li Chunji dared not approach this type of person rashly. That's far too sensitive. If he dared to take the initiative to contact those experts in the palace, his brothers would likely become suspicious and cause unnecessary trouble. However, he also needs some skilled protectors by his side. Therefore, recruiting masters from the martial arts world is the best way. Upon hearing Li Chunji's words, Han Weiwei's delicate brows furrowed instantly, and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. She then shook her head rapidly, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes, her expression somewhat unnatural, and replied in a low voice, "I'm just a 4th-rank martial artist. I can't possibly come into contact with any experts. Those 8th rank, 9th rank, or even Grandmaster level figures you mentioned, they're all super big shots in the martial arts world, only attainable by sect elders or sect leaders. How could a newbie like me possibly come into contact with them?" Li Qingji sat upright in the armchair, looking at Han Weiwei with a faint smile, his gaze seemingly able to see through everything. This girl clearly hasn't lied much. The panicked look in his eyes, the fingers twisting the hem of his clothes, the unnatural expression. There were just too many things that gave him away. "Very well, since you don't want to talk about it, I will not force you." Li Qingji's tone was calm, revealing neither joy nor anger. I really didn't mean to not say it. I really can't get in touch with these important figures." Han Weiwei hurriedly explained, her face flushed red, her expression extremely unnatural, her head slightly lowered, not daring to look Li Chunji in the eye at all. How could a newbie like me, who is only at the 4th rank, possibly come into contact with those top experts? Li Chunji didn't bother arguing with her. He immediately stood up from his armchair and waved towards the door. A moment later, Zhenjin entered with several guards dressed in close-fitting clothes. The guards stood silently beside Han Weiwei, their auras calm and carrying a faint sense of authority. "You don't know anything. What's the point of keeping you around?" Li Chunji's tone turned cold, and he ordered indifferently, "Send you to the palace to wash up, and then bring you to my room later." Upon hearing this, Han Weiwei's pupils instantly shrank. Her face turned deathly pale, and she panicked, waving her hands frantically and saying, Wait, I know. I'll tell you, okay? On one hand, there's my innocence. And on the other hand, there's sect information that isn't exactly a core secret. If I tell him, my master probably won't blame me, right?" Han Weiwei pouted her pink lips, her eyes slightly red, her gaze filled with grievance and resentment. She glared at Li Chunji, who was sitting in the armchair, and reluctantly began to speak. "My master is currently at the peak of the 9th rank, just one step away from stepping into the Grandmaster realm." Peak of the 9th rank? Li Chingji suddenly looked up, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He turned and exchanged a glance with Xinjin, who was standing to the side. Both of them could not hide their shock. They originally thought that Han Weiwei was just a talented little genius in some sect, and it was normal for her to know or be familiar with some experts. But to everyone's surprise, she turned out to be the disciple of a peak 9th rank expert. Even her master was just one step away from breaking through to the legendary Grandmaster realm. Given Han Weiwei's simple and straightforward personality, it's highly unlikely that she would boast or lie. Judging from this, the sect that Han Weiwei belongs to is definitely not simple. Your master almost reached the Grandmaster realm. His talent is truly extraordinary, Li Qingji said casually, recovering from his reverie, his tone tinged with admiration. "He must be a renowned figure in the martial world, right?" As he spoke, he reached into his pocket, pulled out a handful of brightly colored lollipops, and casually tossed them to Han Weiwei. Han Weiwei's eyes flickered, and with a flick of her slender fingers, she caught all the lollipops that were scattered in midair. Just now, Li Qingji took out something like this, tore open the outer packaging, and stuffed it into his mouth, eating it with great relish. She instinctively reached out and caught it, then followed suit and tore open the wrapper of a lollipop. Without the slightest hesitation, he stuffed the candy ball into his mouth. The sweet, fruity aroma exploded in her mouth instantly, and the sweet but not cloying taste instantly won over her taste buds. Han Weiwei's eyes suddenly lit up, curving into beautiful crescent moons. The grievance and resentment on her face vanished instantly, replaced by a radiant smile and joy in her eyes. With a lollipop in her mouth, she said happily, indistinctly, "My master dislikes empty fame the most. In fact, there are very few people in the sect who know my master's true level. It should only be the sect leader and a few core elders who know. He usually only goes into seclusion to cultivate on the sect's little bamboo peak and rarely shows himself." Upon hearing this, Li Chengji's expression became more respectful, and he nodded slightly. "It seems that your master is a senior who is indifferent to fame and fortune. He has long seen through the fleeting fame and reputation in the martial arts world. He is truly a respectable old man." "Oh dear, what old man?" Han Weiwei instinctively retorted, the lollipop in her mouth still wobbling slightly. "Although my master has a high level of cultivation, he is only 28 years old this year." But as soon as she said that, Han Weiwei suddenly stiffened. Her pupils contracted sharply, and she realized that she had let something slip again. Then the smile on her face vanished instantly, and she unconsciously bit down hard, making a crunching sound as she chewed the lollipop in her mouth. She immediately widened her almond-shaped eyes, glared angrily at Li Chengji, her cheeks puffed out, and said through gritted teeth, "Oh dear, how could you be so mean? You actually tricked me into telling you something." "Huh?" Li Chengji chuckled again, his eyes full of triumphant smiles. However, he was quite surprised. Although he didn't know much about the martial arts system of this world, and had only chatted briefly with Lu Wuming and Jinjin before, he roughly knew a few of the experts in the royal palace. It seems there are 2 grandmaster-level experts, 4 or 5 ninth-rank experts, and only 1 or 2 peak ninth-rank experts. That was the most powerful lineup in the entire dynasty. It was also the safest place in the entire dynasty. This combined force is enough to easily sweep away most of the sects in the martial arts world. Therefore, in Li Chengji's mind, the many sects in the martial arts world were not a concern, and it would not be difficult for the imperial court to suppress them if it wanted to. But he never expected that his first subordinate would have a master who is actually a peak 9th rank expert. The most outrageous thing is that this expert is only 28 years old. This isn't just a simple genius. This is an absolute prodigy. Reaching the peak of the 9th rank at only 28 years old, one can imagine that he doesn't have much experience in the martial arts world. It shouldn't be too difficult to figure out the routine. If we could recruit such a master into our ranks, then his future safety issues will be completely resolved, right? As he thought about it, Li Chengji couldn't help but smile, his eyes filled with a determined gleam. Looking at Han Weiwei, who was puffing up with anger and whose cheeks were bulging like a pufferfish, Li Chengji knew that this matter couldn't be rushed. This little brat is definitely wary of him now. It will take her some effort and time to get close to her master. However, Li Chengji is not in a hurry at the moment. He has plenty of time. He can take his time and eventually bring both master and disciple under his command. All right, let's leave it at that for now. Li Chengji put aside his inner thoughts, and his tone returned to calm. Jinjin, go to the back palace and arrange a private room for our heroine Han. He turned to Jinjin and earnestly instructed her. Remember to find a clean and beautiful room, and use the best of everything in the room. Do not neglect heroine Han. Yes, your highness, I understand. Jinjin bowed and replied, then turned to the maids waiting beside her and whispered a few instructions. She then handed the storeroom key to one of the maids and told her to go to the storeroom to get the best supplies. After everything was arranged, the maid respectfully stepped forward and led Han Weiwei to the side room in the inner palace. Li Chengji also turned around and went back to his study, tapping his fingertips lightly on the table as he began to plan his next move. A moment later, Jinjin walked briskly back to the study. She skipped and hopped over to Li Chengji's side, her eyes full of knowing smiles. So, your highness, you insisted on keeping Han Weiwei because of the expert behind her. Otherwise what? What do you think it's for? Li Chengji raised an eyebrow, looked up at Jinjin, and asked in return. This servant thought that his highness was only attracted to Miss Han Weiwei's looks. Jinjin covered her mouth and said with a grin, but after his highness tricked Miss Han like this today, she will definitely secretly say that his highness is a bad person. Li Chengji waved his hand dismissively, his tone indifferent. This so-called little genius of the sect has been pampered and spoiled in the sect since she was a child. She has never experienced the hardships of the martial world. She thinks that everyone will go along with her and flatter her. We have to teach her a lesson as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we keep her around, who knows how much trouble she will cause in the future. By the way, just do what you normally do from now on. There's no need to flatter her or cater to her. He added a final reminder. Otherwise, such a spoiled woman will only become more and more troublesome. Li Chengji believed he had absolute authority when it came to women. What kind of personality does a woman have? Look at your face. Look at their expressions. Look at how she walks. Look at the drum. With just a glance, he could guess 7 or 8 parts of it. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. There are other things I need you to do. Li Chengji's playful expression vanished, replaced by a serious one. He said in a deep voice, "Go and tell Lu Wuming. He is a martial artist, so he should know some people. Look around. You should have quite a few martial artist friends. Any idol experts can be recruited, and the higher their cultivation level, the better. Try your best to recruit as many as possible. Don't be afraid to spend money." "Oh, yes, Your Highness. I'll go right away." After noting it down, Zhenjin still asked curiously, "Your Highness, weren't you already planning to recruit the people behind Han Weiwei? Why do you still need to go looking for them? Do we need so many experts? Besides, these experts are very difficult to recruit, and we don't necessarily know what they need." Zhenjin was too embarrassed to say it, but as a prince, he might not be able to get those experts to work for him. Chapter 45 Unit Gao. Martial artists, even those of the first rank, can earn at least 10 taels of silver a month working as guards in wealthy households. Second-rank martial artists can already work as clerks in government offices. While their monthly salary may not exceed 10 taels, the hidden benefits are considerable. As for those of the third rank and above, they are generally considered quite famous experts in the area, and only truly powerful families can afford to hire them. As for those above the fourth rank, they are rarely circulated outside. The real reason is that good cultivation techniques are not widely available. It's too difficult to cultivate to the third rank or above by oneself through trial and error, so there are very few idol masters left outside. Martial artists who have reached the third rank or above, without cultivation techniques, can only seek refuge with martial arts families, sects, or large forces. Finding these masters from outside is extremely difficult. Li Chengji sat in the study of the Prince of Han's mansion, his fingertips lightly tapping the cool edge of the Nanmu wood table. His brows were slightly furrowed, and a hint of worry was in his eyes. He was unaware of the inside story of the martial arts circulation, but he had another concern in his heart. He said in a deep voice, "Han Weiwei's master is already a great master. It is really too difficult to recruit him." He raised his hand to rub his temples, his tone full of urgency and helplessness. "Heaven knows when the opportunity will come. Besides, we are in a state of disarray right now, and there are so many things in the manor that require experts to oversee things." After saying this, he leaned back in his chair, gazing intently at the courtyard outside the window, and continued, "Furthermore, many things require martial artists to do well. People like Lu Wuming and his group are too familiar to the powerful families in Ningguda Prefecture, and everyone knows they are my men. Some dirty and strenuous jobs are not suitable for them. Now that the Han Prince's mansion is newly established, countless matters are piling up, requiring manpower to manage every aspect. Relying solely on the combat strength of his personal guards is definitely not enough. Moreover, these guards, being officially appointed as guards of the prince's mansion, can only handle matters on the surface. There are always some unsavory things within the mansion that cannot be done openly and must be done discreetly. But right now, the number of Jinyui, Imperial Guards, is too small, and who knows when the system will provide him with more manpower. Most importantly, he desperately needed a master, a top master whose strength far surpassed Lu Wuming's. Although Ningguda Prefecture is located on the border and is not as prosperous as the capital, it still has a population of several 100,000, and the poor people everywhere are all resources that can be tapped. The major families that are entrenched in this place have deep roots, and they must be keeping many experts in their mansions, perhaps even some unfathomable top experts. He had previously ordered the embroidered uniform guard to secretly assassinate the henchmen of several families. Given time, those powerful clans would eventually realize it was Li Chengji who was behind it. If those families were enraged and joined forces to completely break ties and directly attack his Han prince's mansion, could Lu Wuming really withstand it alone? Moreover, the Liao kingdom beyond the border has always harbored wolfish ambitions, constantly harassing and causing trouble on the border, burning, killing, looting, and committing all sorts of atrocities. The thought of being hampered by powerful families within and surrounded by the Liao kingdom without weighed heavily on Li Chengji's mind. The air around him seemed to thicken, and even sitting felt unsettling. He felt his situation was precarious and extremely unsafe. Your Highness, is that what you're talking about? Isn't it simple? A clear female voice rang out, and Jinjin stepped forward with a cup of hot tea. She gently placed the teacup on the table, looked up at Li Chengji, a faint smile on her lips, her eyes crinkling, and her tone relaxed. Masters at the Grandmaster level are hard to find, and even harder to find in Ningguta Prefecture. But we have some veterans here. Old man, what do you mean? Li Chengji was taken aback, his eyes full of confusion. He looked up at Jinjin, leaning forward slightly, clearly intrigued. It's someone I know. Jinjin blinked, her smile widening. What acquaintance? Li Chengji pressed, his brows still furrowed, frantically searching his memory for relevant information, but he couldn't come up with anything for the time being. Your Highness, have you forgotten? The eunuch Gao who served the Empress. Jinjin reminded her, her tone tinged with reproach. Eunuch Gao. Li Chengji murmured those 3 words repeatedly, his brows furrowing even more deeply. His fingers unconsciously traced the edge of the table as he tried to search for the figure corresponding to that name in his hazy memory. The study was quiet, save for the occasional chirping of birds outside the window. He pondered intently for a while, and suddenly, a clear image of a small, elderly man with gray hair, yet vigorous and sprightly, stood out in his mind. Oh, I remember now, Li Chengji said suddenly, the confusion in his eyes completely gone, replaced by a look of realization. The eunuch Gao that Jinjin mentioned was named Gao Zhan, the chief eunuch of the late Empress Changlu Palace. Li Chengji's birth mother was the former empress of the Great Xia dynasty, a virtuous and wise empress who was not only deeply respected and loved by the palace eunuchs and maids, but also praised by the court officials and common people alike. Otherwise, given Li Chengji's past incompetence and troublemaking, he would have been impeached by court officials countless times and wouldn't be alive today. This eunuch, Gao, was the closest eunuch to Li Chengji's birth mother. He was in charge of all affairs in Changlu Palace, reporting only to the empress. He managed personnel matters outside the palace, financial matters within the palace, and even the dissemination of the empress's imperial edicts. He never made a single mistake. He was extremely loyal to the late empress, and his loyalty remained unwavering. In Li Chengji's vague memory, this little old man was actually a hidden master, though he didn't know his exact level. He only remembered that all the eunuchs and maids in Changlu Palace who knew martial arts were personally trained by Gao Zhan, including Jinjin in front of him. The ability to train a large number of 3rd and 4th rank maids, palace maids, or eunuchs speaks volumes about the strength of the person in question. Back in the palace, there were many rumors that eunuch Gao's strength had likely reached the level of a 9th rank martial artist. If I could have such a super expert by my side, I wouldn't have to worry about my safety. I could even ask him to carry out some of the bold plans that I hadn't dared to implement before. Thinking of this, a fervent glint flashed in Li Chengji's eyes, but it quickly dimmed. He sighed softly, his tone full of helplessness. After all, eunuch Gao is the chief eunuch in the palace, a very important figure. I'm just a prince who has been demoted to the border. It probably won't be so easy to arrange for him to come to my side. Li Chengji naturally longed for a top expert like Gao Zhan and wanted to recruit him to his cause. However, he also knew that with his current status and strength, it would be extremely difficult to achieve this. The thought of not being able to have such an expert as his own filled Li Chengji with an indescribable sense of regret. Although Gao Zhan was a super expert, he was ultimately a palace eunuch, the emperor's man. Without the emperor's imperial decree, he could not leave the magnificent palace at will, let alone come to this remote Ningguta Prefecture to serve in the Han Prince's mansion. Your Highness, didn't you know? My master is no longer in Changlu Palace. Seeing the disappointment on Li Chengji's face, Jinjin quickly spoke up, trying to ease his mood. Last year, Her Majesty the Empress suddenly passed away. After hearing the news, Eunuch Gao was heartbroken and soon resigned from his position as the chief eunuch of Chonglu Palace, only taking a sinecure as a gardener in the imperial garden. In addition, Your Highness made a mistake and was deposed and demoted to Ningguda Prefecture, leaving the palace for good. My master lost all interest in staying in the palace and simply resigned from all his official positions to guard the Empress's tomb. Sending such a highly skilled expert to guard the imperial tomb. Upon hearing this, Li Chengji's eyes widened in disbelief, his face filled with shock, and his heart was in turmoil. He had absolutely no memory of this incident. Indeed, the previous Li Chengji had only known how to eat, drink, and be merry, causing trouble all day long, a complete scoundrel who had never paid attention to these trivial matters of the palace, and naturally knew nothing of this. If Eunuch Gao is truly just silently guarding the late empress at the imperial mausoleum, then recruiting him into our ranks would be much easier. The imperial mausoleum of the Great Xia dynasty is actually quite far from the capital, built against the backdrop of the rolling Great Shu Mountains, magnificent yet remote and desolate. The Great Shu Mountains are about 700 or 800 li, approximately 350 to 400 kilometers from Ningguda Prefecture. Given Eunuch Gao's martial arts skills and stamina, he should be able to travel from the imperial mausoleum to Ningguda Prefecture in 3 or 4 days. Moreover, once he arrives at the imperial mausoleum, he will be far from the core area of the capital and the imperial palace. The palace will likely have less control over him, and as long as a suitable reason is found, he could be transferred over. However, all of this required the emperor's approval. Otherwise, Eunuch Gao's unauthorized departure from the imperial mausoleum would be a grave crime of disobeying the emperor's orders. Even if he was a super expert of the 9th rank, under the supreme imperial power, he could only obey obediently and dared not disobey in the slightest. After all, there were even more powerful top experts hidden in the palace than Eunuch Gao, who were the emperor's trump cards. Li Qingji sat at the desk, his fingers lightly tapping the tabletop, one tap after another, lost in thought. Silence returned to the study, broken only by the soft tapping of his fingertips. A moment later, his eyes suddenly lit up, his eyebrows shot up, and a confident smile instantly appeared on his face, his eyes gleaming. I've got it! I've got it! He slammed his hand on the table, his voice trembling with excitement. Your Highness, what's wrong? Jinjin was startled by sudden action and quickly asked, her eyes full of doubt. I have a way to talk to that old man. Li Qingji said with a smile, his tone light and cheerful, the previous gloom now completely gone. You mean Eunuch Gao? Jinjin asked tentatively. It's no use talking to Eunuch Gao. I have to talk to my high and mighty father, the emperor. Li Qingji waved his hand, his tone resolute. How are you going to tell the emperor? Jinjin was even more puzzled. The emperor was already utterly disappointed with his highness's previous actions, and now that his highness was taking the initiative to contact him, it would probably only make the emperor more displeased. Then naturally, we'll try every possible way to play the victim. Li Qingji said with a smile, as he reached into the drawer of his desk and took out a sheet of Xian paper, which he gently spread out. He then picked up a ballpoint pen, held it in his hand, and prepared to write his first letter since transmigrating to the old emperor in the capital palace. Li Qingji, whose soul had transmigrated, had no desire to have any entanglement with the old emperor he had never met. On one hand, the prince's identity made him feel extremely awkward. He came from the modern world and had no respect for the imperial power of this feudal dynasty. He was even less willing to kneel on the ground, bow down to a stranger, and call him Father Emperor. Another reason is that the previous Li Qingji was simply too incompetent. He idled away his days, only knowing how to eat, drink, and be merry, frequenting brothels. He had such a wonderful fiancée, and they had already gone through the wedding ceremony. Yet on their wedding night, he abandoned his new wife and went to a brothel to drink and make merry. The most shameful thing was that, after getting completely drunk, he staggered and accidentally fell into the latrine, hitting his head hard on a rock inside, rendering him an idiot. It was because of this incident that the old emperor became utterly disappointed in him, disheartened, and, on some pretext, sent him to Ningguda Prefecture on the border to fend for himself. Let alone the fact that he was once the crown prince. Even an ordinary family child who achieved this level of success would drive their parents half-mad with anger. The old emperor had meticulously nurtured him for so long, expending countless efforts, only to raise such a hopeless good-for-nothing. He was probably already furious. Now, if you proactively contact him, who knows what his mood is right now? You might accidentally provoke his wrath and have him send people to give you a good beating. But now, he had no choice but to contact him. In order to get Grandpa Gao transferred to his service, he had to bite the bullet and make the contact. He had to try no matter what. Thinking about it carefully, he was once the old emperor's most favored son and the rightful crown prince. Now that he's fallen to this state, all he wants is an old eunuch who used to serve his mother to protect him. Logically and emotionally, that should make sense, right? As for how to bring up this request to the old emperor, it's very simple. Just combine your pitiful cries with your filial piety perfectly, and that will be enough. Wasn't eunuch Gao the most loyal eunuch by the Empress Dowager's side before? Li Chengji already had a plan in mind, silently reciting his prepared words. Although I am a rebellious son and a disgraced official, banished to the border, I am alone in Ningguda Prefecture, thousands of miles away, longing for my mother's voice and smile day and night. I often see her in my dreams, and after waking up, I am even more restless and unable to eat or sleep. I often think of the past when I would wake up in the middle of the night and feel safe with eunuch Gao by my side. Finally, he proposed transferring this elderly woman who served his mother to his side, hoping to alleviate his longing for his mother by virtue of his love for her. This reason should not be a big problem, right? Not only would it be no problem, but it would also be quite touching. The old emperor always ruled the country with filial piety in mind, and this sincere reason would not only make it impossible for him to refuse, but would also bring him comfort. He might even record this in his daily log, making it a beautiful story. With a draft in mind, Li Chengji no longer hesitated. He picked up a ballpoint pen and wrote furiously on Xian paper. In no time, he had written an 800-word letter, full of sincere feelings and touching sentiments. After finishing the first draft, he put down his pen, rubbed his wrist, and then handed the letter to Jinjin, saying, "Can you take a look and correct any typos or awkward phrasing?" Jinjin took the letter, read it carefully, and after making meticulous revisions, handed it back to Li Chengji. Li Chengji took it, then took out a brush, ink, and inkstone from the side, and personally copied the letter again with a brush. His calligraphy wasn't exactly beautiful. In fact, it could be described as somewhat ugly, but every stroke was written with great care and neatness, and there wasn't a single mistake. Looking at the copied letter, Li Chengji nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself, "I believe the old emperor will not refuse my request after seeing this letter, right?" He then carefully folded the copied letter, put it into an exquisite envelope, sealed it, and handed the envelope to Jinjin, instructing her in a deep voice, "Go and tell Lu Wuming that this letter must be delivered to the capital as quickly as possible, and it must be personally handed to eunuch Wang, who serves the emperor. It is absolutely forbidden to have it delivered through anyone else. Remember that." Jinjin took the envelope, carefully put it in her bosom, and nodded emphatically. "Your Highness, rest assured, this servant will make the arrangements immediately." Chapter 46 Land Cruiser. We still don't know what the situation is like in the capital. If the item were delivered to the imperial city via the normal postal stations and then passed on to the old emperor, it would most likely be intercepted in secret. Although the contents of the letter were not particularly important, Li Chengji still felt that it was safest to hand it over to eunuch Wang in case of any unforeseen changes. Eunuch Wang was the old emperor's personal eunuch, 5 years his senior, and had served him for nearly 50 years. His age and long service, yet his continued presence at the emperor's side, speaks volumes about the extent of his favor. Only by entrusting letters to him could one be absolutely certain of their delivery to the emperor. In this palace, Li Chengji could trust no one else but eunuch Wang. He had once received favors from the empress, so he figured eunuch Wang would surely agree to this small favor. "Yes, Your Highness. Jinjin will go and explain everything to Commander Lu immediately." Jinjin lowered her eyes and carefully folded the letter that Li Chengji had just written, which looked like scribbles. She took some red lacquer and carefully sealed it, moving slowly and carefully, afraid of making the slightest mistake. Then she bowed and left the study, turning to find Lu Wuming. This place is more than 1,000 miles away from the capital. If an ordinary person were to travel on horseback day and night without stopping, it would take about 4 to 5 days to arrive. If a martial artist is exceptionally skilled, their speed can be twice that of an ordinary person, thus having the distance traveled. If one is a top expert, Riding a steed capable of traveling 1,000 miles a day, it would only take a little over a day to enter the imperial city. If everything goes smoothly with the old emperor, and the news reaches the imperial mausoleum, then eunuch Gao can set off from the mausoleum to Ningguda Prefecture in about 3 to 5 days. At most, there will be a slight delay on the old emperor's side, but it will only take a day or two. In other words, a master will arrive here in 5 or 6 days. At that time, Li Chengji will be able to put his mind at ease and no longer worry about his safety. With everything arranged here, it was time to enjoy the flowers as promised with Su Chong. The weather at this time was not yet unbearably hot, but the midday sun was still scorching, so the two arranged to meet in the evening, which is what was called Shinshur in ancient times. Before long, Su Chang's convoy slowly arrived in front of the mansion, the tires rolling over the bluestone road, making a steady rumbling sound. Li Chengji slowly walked out of the mansion gate, raised his hand, and waved to the caravan. The pretty young woman very consciously stepped down from her carriage and gracefully boarded Li Chengji's carriage. Then, Lu Wuming led his personal guards to clear the way, and the carriage slowly drove away. Su Chong was clearly dressed up carefully today, wearing a light pink tulle dress. The fabric was soft and sheer, revealing glimpses of her skin on her shoulders and neck, and her slender, fair legs were exposed beneath the hem. Such a bold design was extremely outrageous in this era of strict ancient customs. Even the women in the brothel would probably not dare to dress like this. It's likely that such clothes are not available on the market, and must have been designed by Su Chong herself. Upon seeing this, Li Chengji smiled slightly. Then, a thought struck him, and he reached into a wooden box inside the carriage, secretly taking out a few pieces of clothing from his personal storage and putting them inside. "Manager Su, try on this outfit. I personally designed and tailored it, and made it especially for you, working through the night to finish it." Li Chengji took out a set of clothes from a box and handed it to Su Chong. The outer packaging had already been removed. She was left with only a simple shirt and a pleated skirt, a unique style never before seen in the world. "Your Highness actually made clothes just for me." Su Chong took the clothes with both hands, her almond eyes widened slightly, and she was stunned for a moment. Then she quickly reacted, hurriedly curtsied, and said with a charming and beautiful expression, "This commoner is too honored to receive such favor from your Highness and be granted this honor." Li Chengji chuckled and said loudly, "At first sight, I was struck by the beauty of this fair lady, and from then on, the world was filled with joy. Manager Su is so beautiful that I don't know what kind of gift to give her. I can only offer this small token to express my feelings." Su Chong was thrilled and bowed again to thank him, bending even lower, which revealed a glimpse of her cleavage. Li Chengji naturally wouldn't miss such a beautiful sight. "Then change into these in the carriage. I'm sure they'll suit you perfectly." Li Chengji raised his hand, indicating that she didn't need to be shy. "Huh, change here." Upon hearing this, Su Chang's pretty face froze slightly, and she looked up at Li Chengji with considerable surprise. Li Chengji's carriage was enormous, so large that Su Chong was secretly surprised. Who would build a carriage so lavishly, like a small mobile house? Moreover, this carriage was completely different from any she had ridden in before. She could clearly feel the hooves of horses and the wheels moving outside, but the carriage was incredibly smooth inside, without the slightest bump or jolt. It was truly strange. However, even if the carriage is large and stable, one cannot change clothes inside like this, can one? To change clothes, one must first take off one's clothes. Isn't it too inappropriate for a man and a woman to be alone in a room like this? But as soon as the thought popped into his mind, Su Chong immediately banished it to the winds, and instead felt a secret surprise welling up inside him. Isn't this the perfect opportunity? To undress and change in front of this seemingly charming prince is the perfect chance to get closer to him. She had been worried about not having enough opportunities to show off her beautiful figure, but unexpectedly, the prince had offered her this chance. Then, she gracefully removed her gossamer thin gauze dress from inside the carriage, her movements slow and deliberate, with a touch of deliberate coquettishness. Su Chong has always held the idea that while a beautiful woman without makeup and without any clothes is certainly attractive, the most captivating sight is the scene of her taking off her clothes one by one. At this moment, with every flick of her fingertips as she loosened her skirt sash and tugged at her clothes, she could clearly feel the changes in the breathing of the person beside her. As a martial artist, Even at a distance of 3 or 4 meters, she could accurately detect the breathing frequency of an ordinary person. Moreover, at this moment, the two were only about a meter apart, and she could even clearly feel the restless surge of blood and qi within the prince's body. Li Chengji, on the other hand, leaned back on the soft couch of the carriage with complete composure, staring straight ahead without glancing to the side. Such a beautiful scene, if not properly enjoyed and carefully appreciated, would be a waste. The palpitations and heat that arose in his body were all normal human feelings. Any normal man would feel the same way upon seeing such a sight. It would be abnormal if he had no reaction at all. At the same time, he glanced at Su Chang's panel and was surprised. He didn't expect that during the process of changing clothes, her loyalty level had quietly increased from 0 to 30. This is outrageous. Is this woman a masochist? Loyalty plus 10. The system notification sounded again, and Li Chengji's surprise deepened. He looked up and saw that Su Chang's face was already flushed with an alluring blush, and even her ears were red. She lowered her head slightly, one hand lightly covering her chest, and asked in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, with a hint of shyness, "Your Highness, is something missing from this dress? Or is this the style you're looking for?" At this moment, the ultra-thin gauze dress on her body had been removed, leaving only a small white bodice. The size was too small, barely covering her chest, and it was almost too heavy to bear, only able to cover a third of her breasts. From beginning to end, she knew that Li Chengji's gaze was fixed on her, but she did not try to hide it at all. She crossed her arms over her chest, only to make her figure more graceful so that someone could see a more beautiful view. After all, her main goal was to lure Li Chengji into becoming an inside agent for the Liao dynasty. Compared to the grand scheme of the Liao dynasty, her sacrifice of beauty was utterly insignificant. Especially for a spy, being able to use her own advantages to complete a mission was an honor. She never expected that the dress Li Chengji sent would be so special. The blouse was petite, and the pleated skirt was exceptionally short. And the style? It was something she had never seen before. This style of JK miniskirt was a novel item that had never existed in this era. Looking at her charming appearance, Li Chengji chuckled and nodded. "Yes, this was specially designed for you. Just try it on." "Oh, okay." Su Chang had no choice but to nod obediently and change into the new clothes as instructed. Compared to the previous cumbersome and layered ancient costumes, this little shirt paired with a pleated skirt is much simpler and more convenient to wear. As she put on the clothes, Su Chang was surprised to find that they fit her perfectly. The size was just right, close-fitting yet not tight, outlining her graceful figure to the fullest. The unique design also delighted her, perfectly showcasing her captivating curves. Actually, this is just a standard size for modern mass-produced clothing. For women like Su Chang who have practiced martial arts for many years, with their slender figures and well-proportioned bodies, as long as they are not too plump, modern clothing that has been modified and designed thousands of times will fit them perfectly. "Your Highness, do you think it looks good?" Su Chang raised her eyes, her almond-shaped eyes filled with affection as she gazed at Li Chengji. Her voice was soft and sweet, with a hint of expectant coquettishness. Seeing her in the new clothes, which accentuated her slender figure and made her face even more charming, Li Chengji couldn't help but raise his hand and clap his hands. "Not bad, not bad, very good. It suits you perfectly, just as I imagined. This dress was made for you." Upon hearing this, Su Chang blushed even more, bent down slightly, and smiled with her eyes crinkling. "Your Highness, you are truly amazing. You even know how to design clothes, and you can design such beautiful styles." "Haha, I have many strengths." Li Chengji raised an eyebrow and chuckled, his tone tinged with amusement. "Really? What else is so special about your Highness?" Su Chang leaned closer, her voice becoming increasingly soft and sweet, her eyes filled with curiosity and inquiry. "You'll find out later." Li Chengji chuckled, already having his own plans. Doing things in a carriage would be commonplace for him in modern times, but it was absolutely unacceptable in this ancient carriage. He had done an excellent job with the carriage's shock absorption and defenses, but the soundproofing was lacking. Moreover, Lu Wuming and his companions were all top-notch martial artists with sharp ears and eyes. Even with simple soundproofing, they could hear everything clearly. Among the accompanying guards were also many martial artists. If they were to do anything inside the carriage, it would be tantamount to doing so in public. He didn't have such a peculiar hobby. Such intimate moments are best enjoyed behind closed doors, savored slowly in a private room. Okay, I'm really looking forward to it. Su Chang gave a sweet curtsy and then sat down next to Li Qingji. The fragrance wafted around her, and her charm became even more pronounced. All right, let's go, Li Qingji ordered loudly. Before long, the convoy slowly arrived at a peach orchard. From afar, the peach blossoms in the garden are dazzling, like clouds in rosy hues, a scene of unparalleled beauty. Lu Wuming dismounted first and strode into the peach garden. He carefully surveyed every part of the garden and, after confirming that there was nothing amiss, arranged for his personal guards to be on high alert at every intersection in the garden. Only then did he bow and invite Li Qingji and Su Chang to get out of the carriage. Li Qingji, holding Su Chang's hand, slowly stepped down from the carriage and into the peach garden. The two strolled side by side, peach branches swaying gently, petals falling in profusion, making their figures appear even more tender. Just as they were enjoying a romantic stroll, a commotion not far ahead suddenly caught Li Qingji's attention. Deep within the peach orchard, a young woman was seen pruning peach trees with scissors in hand, her movements swift and efficient. Although the woman was only wearing a simple, coarse cloth dress, the style was ordinary and the material was rough, it still couldn't hide her stunning figure, which was curvaceous and amazing. Li Qingji was stunned for a moment and sighed inwardly. He never expected that he would encounter such an eye-catching figure just by going out to admire the flowers. With such a voluptuous and graceful figure, in his original modern world, people jokingly called her a land cruiser. He remembered that he used to follow a blogger with a similar figure on Douyin, named him Dwai. I was stunned when I saw it. I never imagined that a woman could look like that. Heavy tanks are difficult to drive, but the fact that such a heavily armored woman still has a slender waist is incredibly alluring. Li Qingji had never encountered this style before, so he naturally went straight for the larger size to flirt with her. Everything went smoothly. Compared to super internet celebrities with tens of millions of followers, he is the infamous scumbag pioneer. He's handsome and rich. If any internet celebrity received his message, their first reaction would probably be happiness. As for whether there will be any follow-up, that depends on the interests involved. Internet celebrities are all in it for the money. They have absolutely no bottom line or morality. Therefore, it's not difficult to hook up with them. Li Qingji was planning to find an opportunity to meet and discuss whether the heavy tank and the land cruiser were easy to drive. Unexpectedly, he traveled through time and arrived in this unfamiliar era, which made him feel a little regretful. To my utter surprise, I encountered a woman with an equally hot figure in this strange world. Chapter 47 Wang Yiya. With a striking appearance like a heavily armored tank or a land cruiser, Li Qingji had never encountered such a stunning woman in his previous life, despite having seen countless women. He never expected to run into her in the Su family's peach garden today. A glint flashed in his eyes, and he immediately raised his hand to open the system in his mind. With a light swipe of his fingertips, he began to check the other party's basic information. His gaze swept over the information quickly, and the smile on Li Qingji's lips deepened, even his eyebrows and eyes showing a hint of joy. I never expected that just going out for a casual stroll would lead to such an amazing encounter, he thought to himself. Name, Wang Yiya. Identity, daughter of an ordinary tenant farmer in the Su family's peach orchard in Ningguda Prefecture, Great Xia Dynasty. 20 years old, virgin. Cultivation level, none. Loyalty, 40. Young and beautiful, with a stunning figure and a pure and innocent background. Just an ordinary commoner woman. This was already an unexpected delight. What was even more remarkable was that she had an initial loyalty of 40. Li Qingji was merely accompanying a woman to enjoy the spring blossoms, yet he had such a rewarding experience. He secretly pondered to himself that he should make time to travel and explore more often in between his work, since this matter concerned the fate of the nation. The posture is too large. Oh no, this is a matter of great importance. With the decision made up, Li Qingji quickened his pace and walked straight towards Wang Yiya's location. He was determined to possess such a stunningly beautiful woman with such a clean background. At that time, 4 people stood under the peach tree, 2 women and 2 men. One of them was a middle-aged woman with a slightly yellowish complexion and a few beads of sweat at her temples. She looked somewhat like Wang Yiya and was probably her mother. Beside her stood an older man with a slightly hunched back and a weathered face, who should be her father. There was also a young man whose features resembled Wang Ye's, who looked like her brother. The warm spring sun shone through the gaps in the peach branches, casting dappled light and shadow. Wang Ye stood under the peach tree, holding a small pair of pruning shears in her hand. Her fingertips gently pinched the tender peach branches, carefully trimming the stray branches. Her movements were gentle yet efficient. Her parents and brother sat on the bluestone slabs nearby, each holding a rough porcelain bowl, taking small sips of water and resting. Beside them was a hoe and a bamboo basket, the basket containing some prune branches. Just as Li Chengji approached, the two men were the first to notice. They abruptly put down their bowls of water, swayed, and took 2 steps forward, flanking Wang Ye and the woman behind them with their backs ramrod straight. They then bowed respectfully to Li Chengji, not daring to raise their heads. "Greetings, sir. We were unaware of your arrival. What are your orders?" The speaker was Wang Ye's elder brother. His voice was somewhat restrained, and his palms clenched unconsciously, his knuckles turning slightly white. While he was resting earlier, he had seen Li Chengji approach slowly with a beautiful woman, followed by a group of guards in tight-fitting clothes. The imposing presence clearly indicated their distinguished family background, so he dared not show the slightest disrespect. They were just ordinary tenants of the Su family, common folk. How could they dare to provoke such a noble person? Li Chengji raised his hand and said calmly, "No need to be nervous. I'm fine. I just want to ask the young lady behind me if she could come forward a couple of steps." Upon hearing this, Wang Ye's father, who was standing to the side, suddenly changed his expression, all color draining from his face. He staggered and knelt heavily on the cold bluestone slab with a thud. His knees hit the stone with a dull thud, but he seemed oblivious, repeatedly kowtowing. "Master, please spare our family. We are just lowly tenant farmers of humble origins, unworthy of your family." Wang Ye's brother, who had been so respectful just moments before, was now filled with rage. He suddenly looked up, his face flushed, and shouted, "You heartless bastards, you want to abduct a woman again? With me here, you won't get away with it. I'll risk my life to make sure you don't succeed." Before he finished speaking, he bent down, picked up the hose standing beside him, gripped the handle tightly with both hands, and charged at Li Chengji with bloodshot eyes. Lu Wuming was guarding Li Chengji's side, so how could he let him get close? He slightly turned his body and blocked Li Chengji's way, so that Wang Ye's brother couldn't even touch the hem of Li Chengji's clothes. His roar startled Li Chengji's personal guards, who immediately rushed forward, holding gleaming spears with the tips pointed directly at the 4 members of the Wang family. They surrounded the family, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. "How dare you lay a hand on the prince? Seize them all and imprison them in the Prince of Han's dungeon." Lu Wuming frowned and shouted coldly, his body radiating a chilling, killing intent. Then 4 or 5 guards stepped forward and reached out to grab the old man kneeling on the ground and the young man with wide-eyed rage. Wang Ye's mother trembled with fear, tightly holding her daughter's arm, her eyes filled with terror. Just then, Li Chengji raised his hand and waved, saying in a deep voice, "Wait a minute, wait a minute." The guards immediately stopped what they were doing and stepped aside. Wang Ye suddenly rushed out from behind her father and brother, her eyes red and swollen, tears streaming down her face like broken beads, a pitiful sight. She knelt down in front of Li Chengji with a thud, her hands on the ground, choking back sobs as she pleaded, "Master, master, please don't arrest my father and brother. I'll go with you. I'll go with you, please. Please don't hurt my family." Only then did Li Chengji realize why this family was so agitated. They had mistaken him for a rich young master who would abduct women. But upon closer reflection, it's actually quite normal. The saying, "beautiful women bring disaster," actually held some truth in ancient times. In those ancient times, if an ordinary person was born beautiful, it was practically an undeserved disaster for a woman. But in modern society, it's completely different. A beautiful woman can live a life of ease by simply swaying her hips, filming short videos, and occasionally flirting with someone. If she's ruthless enough, she can rise to the top in one step and live the life of tycoon. Ultimately, it is the modern era that is better, as women have achieved equal social status with men and their rights are protected by comprehensive laws. Looking at women in ancient times, they probably couldn't even control their own destinies. Li Xingji siga inwaterly. If modern women were placed in ancient times, they probably wouldn't last a day. Those women in modern times, whose bodies have been handled countless times, still demand exorbitant dowries, expect their husbands to hand over their salaries, dream of staying home full-time and enjoying a life of leisure, and even think their husbands who earn 7,000 or 8,000 a month are useless. In the past, Li Chengji would often have heart-to-heart talks with his brothers about his experience in flirting with women, saying things like, "Money is for women to see, not for them to use, and before I wake up, my heart is always sincere." But now that I think about it, his heartfelt words were probably just useless platitudes to those women. Forget it, I don't want to think about these upsetting things anymore. Li Chengji composed himself, stepped forward, and gently helped Wang Yeye up. His fingertips touched her slightly cool arm, the touch delicate, and he was once again amazed by the woman before him. Chapter 48, Young Master Su. Although she lacked the alluring charm of Su Chong and the others, she possessed a fresh and elegant air about her. Her face was bare, yet she had a strikingly impressive figure. It's important to understand that in ancient times, cosmetics were not cheap. For tenant farmers struggling to even have enough to eat, they were a luxury. Her face was truly bare, unadorned, yet beautiful in a clean and pure way. She appeared slender, but her breasts were extremely voluptuous. Even wrapped in coarse cloth, they could not hide their breathtaking curves, and their magnificence made Li Chengji's heart flutter. He subconsciously licked his lips and swallowed, secretly thinking how wonderful it would be to get close to her. His mind uncontrollably conjured up various techniques he could enjoy. After all, he was experienced and knowledgeable from his past life. Don't be nervous, everyone. I'm not as bad as you think. I'm different from the people you've met before, Li Chengji said to the Wang family, suppressing his lustful thoughts and softening his tone. Wang Ye raised her hand to wipe away the tears on her face, glistening teardrops still clinging to her eyelashes. She timidly looked up at Li Chengji, her voice trembling slightly. Are you the Prince of Han? Li Chengji nodded slightly, his gaze softening. Yes, what's wrong? Did someone make things difficult for you before? Wang Ye nodded aggrievedly, tears welling up again. She choked out. Before, there was a young master from the Su family who insisted that I be his maid. Our family refused to agree, so they gathered a group of thugs and broke into our house, trying to beat us into submission. Luckily, my brother is a martial artist, and he fought with all his might to temporarily drive them back. The Su family? Young master? Upon hearing this, Li Chengji raised an eyebrow and turned to look at Su Chong standing to the side. Just moments ago, Su Chong had been smiling and watching everything with great interest, but upon hearing Wang Ye's words, her expression suddenly changed, her eyes filled with panic. She was about to step forward to stop him when Li Chengji grabbed her wrist. Tell me the specifics of the situation. Li Chengji's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable air of authority. Wang Ye sniffed and recounted in detail. It was the third young master of the Su family. After he saw me, he insisted that I submit to him. At first, I refused no matter what, so he brought his men to our house, intending to forcibly take me away. Just then, my brother came back from outside and fought with them, managing to drive them all away. But they outnumbered him, and my brother was also seriously injured and is still recovering at home. As she spoke, her face was full of self-blame. She raised her hand and pounded her chest, sobbing. It's all my fault. I'm such a troublemaker. It's all because of me that my brother got hurt. Now we can't leave even if we want to. All the contracts of our family are in the hands of the Su family. If they refuse to return the contracts to us, our family will have no choice but to leave Taoyuan and become homeless vagrants. At this point, Wang Ye could no longer hold back and burst into tears. Li Xingji understood. In this ancient era, although there were no modern ID cards, ordinary people had household registrations, and when traveling, they needed travel permits. Without these things, the government would directly classify them as vagrants. Ordinary people already had no voice, and if they became vagrants, they were even more vulnerable to being slaughtered. At best, they would be arbitrarily taken away to do hard labor. At worst, they would be treated as slaves, bought and sold at will, with no dignity whatsoever. Standing to the side, Su Chong was extremely anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Forcibly abducting women and harassing respectable women were commonplace for these scions of noble families. Normally, without Li Chengji present, Su Chang would at most glance at Wang Yi with surprise, wondering what kind of woman she was that could so captivate his younger brother. But not now. She could clearly sense a suppressed anger emanating from the Prince of Han beside her, which made her uneasy. She had a feeling that this prince was different from other princes. He wouldn't let this matter go easily. Li Chengji was indeed filled with rage. Liking a woman is perfectly acceptable. You can pursue her, you can make a deal, as long as you offer enough incentives and each gets what they want. But using force, relying on family background and power to bully the weak, is disgusting and despicable. Li Chengji had been with so many women in his past life, yet he had never used force. Even with Su Chang beside him now, knowing she was a spy from an enemy country, he planned to test her first. If it didn't work, he would have Lu Wuming knock her unconscious with a stick and take her back. Dealing with these spies from enemy countries required a thorough beating and forceful conquest, but that was a different matter altogether. But what kind of skill is it to use force against these unarmed civilians? Are you sure it's the third young master of the Su family? Li Chengji looked at Wang Yi, his tone becoming more serious. If it is true, rest assured, I will definitely uphold justice for you and clear your family's name. Your Highness, if you can uphold justice for my family, I am willing to go through fire and water for you, even unto death. Wang Yi said, and was about to kneel down and kowtow again. It's not that serious, get up. Before she could finish speaking, Li Chengji waved his hand with a smile, reached out and supported her arm, indicating that she didn't need to perform such a grand gesture. It's not to the point where we need you to go and die. Then, he turned to look at Lu Wuming beside him, his eyes cold and his tone commanding. Commander Lu, I believe you heard what I just said, right? Now, immediately take men to surround the Su family, and keep an eye on that third young master of the Su family. Do not allow him to leave the Su family even a step. Yes, Your Highness. Lu Wuming replied in a deep voice, his eyes filled with anger. He had long harbored resentment towards such scoundrels who forcibly abducted women. After responding, he immediately turned around, preparing to order his personal guards to surround the Su residence. Just then, Su Chang suddenly grabbed Li Chengji's other arm. Her body went limp, and she knelt on the ground with a thud, her eyes full of pleading. Your Highness, we can't just listen to her side of the story. I hope you will think it over and investigate thoroughly before making a decision. If it really is my brother who did such an unforgivable thing, I will definitely discipline him severely and give Your Highness and the Wang family an explanation. Don't rush. Li Chengji looked down at Su Chang kneeling on the ground, a faint smile playing on his lips. I didn't say I'd kill him immediately. I'll definitely find out the whole story. If he's been wronged, I certainly won't touch him, much less implicate your Su family. Even if he really did commit this crime, it's his own doing and has nothing to do with your Su family, so you don't need to worry. After Li Chengji finished speaking, he raised his hand and gently patted Su Chang's round and perky buttocks, the movement casual and natural. Su Chang's body jolted, a tingling sensation spreading through her. Although she usually acted coquettish and alluring, it was all just talk and a display of skill. She had never had any real experience. Now, being touched so intimately by Li Chengji in public, she blushed deeply, even her ears turning crimson. She lowered her head, not daring to look up. However, it was precisely because of Li Chengji's casual action that her anxious heart was immediately calmed down. She thought to herself that no matter what, at most her younger brother would be punished, and the Su family would at least be saved. Moreover, if the prince really liked her, she could whisper in his ear and plead for him in the future, and perhaps her brother wouldn't suffer any serious punishment. Just as Su Chang's heart began to settle slightly, a hurried shout came from the peach orchard path in the distance, the voice filled with deep panic and urgency. Oh no, father, yeah, third brother has come again with his men. This time he brought a lot of thugs. I'm afraid big brother won't be able to hold out. Chapter 49 Wando, Sudakyang. Second son, what did you say? The old man suddenly stood up from the ground, grabbing his second son's arm in a flustered manner, and asked anxiously. This is his second son, and also Wang Yi's second brother. He was so anxious that he didn't notice the group of soldiers in gleaming armor standing around him. He didn't even notice the gazes directed at Li Chengji and his group. He was only focused on shouting at the top of his lungs, his face flushed with anxiety. That bastard from the Su family has brought a whole bunch of people to our house again, determined to take my little sister away by force today. He even brought several martial arts practitioners with him this time. My older brother is no match for them at all. He's already been tied up and taken away. If my little sister doesn't comply with him this time, that beast has threatened to throw our whole family into jail, and will never get out. He's determined this time. He's going to force himself on the younger sister. Upon hearing this, Wang Ye's tears instantly streamed down her face like a broken string of pearls. Her body trembled violently, uncontrollably, and a swaying caused her proud, upright breasts to drift with the current. This shocked Li Chengji even more. He suddenly remembered that in ancient times, the best thing they could use was a belly band. The only other thing they could do was to wrap themselves in several layers of clothing. But this is really too uncomfortable, and the binding force is actually not very strong. Li Chengji thought of the large quantity of women's underwear he had in his warehouse, which he believed would be a good market in the future. Of course, if she were to officially sell the contents of her personal warehouse and open a department store, she would instantly become the richest person in this world. It's not possible for now. She doesn't have the absolute power to protect this wealth. Take it slow. You've already made a good start. It's better than those other transmigrated losers who start as ordinary farmers. He was already a prince at the start. Li Chengji looked at Wang Yi, who was clutching the hem of her clothes tightly with her hands, her nails almost digging into her flesh, her face filled with deep self-blame. He was about to offer some words of comfort, saying that these were all minor issues. But I heard her voice choked with sobs. It's all my fault. I'm a jinx. I've dragged my whole family down with me. After she finished speaking, she turned around abruptly, looked up at Li Chengji, her eyes still brimming with tears, but she tried her best to straighten her back, as if she had made a great decision. Your Highness, if you can save my whole family, I will be yours from now on. I will serve you wholeheartedly for the rest of my life and never have any other thoughts. Wang Yi knew in her heart that the only thing she could offer as a form of repayment was herself, and all she had to offer was her own body. Although the eldest son of the Su family also coveted her body, compared to the prince in front of her, he was worlds apart. First, the reputation of the third young master of the Su family in the city is utterly ruined. He spends his days idly, engaging in disgusting acts of bullying men and women and acting tyrannically. This time, in order to get her, he used every despicable means imaginable. If it weren't for the fact that her elder brother happened to return from Wuhan last time, her whole family would have been killed by that beast long ago. But this prince was much better. Although the people used to have many complaints about him, they have only recently come to know that the prince had been suffering from a strange illness and had been deceived by his treacherous subordinates, which is why he had such a bad reputation. Recently, the prince has shown great compassion by renting out all his farmland at 10% of the rent, giving countless poor people a way to make a living. Their family also lined up, but it just hasn't been their turn yet. Most importantly, their family still owes the Su family a debt, and if they want to rent the prince's land, they must wait for the Su family's approval. Secondly, this prince was extremely handsome, with a face like jade and a tall and straight figure. He was many times better than the third young master of the Su family, who was big and burly and had a body as bloated as a winter melon. If she were destined to choose someone to entrust herself to, she would undoubtedly choose the handsome and dashing Prince Li Chengji of Han before her. Of course, anyone would probably make the same choice. Only a fool would choose that beast from the Su family. Upon hearing this, Li Chengji's expression suddenly darkened, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He knew perfectly well that the simplest and most direct way to improve the nation's fortunes was to select a concubine. This is a method he has recently explored and summarized. Wang Yi, who was standing before him, was already his chosen concubine. Now that he had chosen her, her parents and brothers would also be considered his family from now on. Regardless of how close their relationship might become in the future, at the very least, he had to ensure that Wang Yi could stay safely in the palace and protect her family. This was his bottom line. Lu Wuming, immediately lead men to rescue him. Li Chengji ordered in a deep voice, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Yes, your highness. Lu Wuming clasped his hands in obeisance, his voice booming. As soon as he finished speaking, a small squad of soldiers immediately mounted their horses, their hands on their swords at their waists, their expressions solemn, ready to depart. You lead the way, Lu Wuming said decisively to Wang Yi's second brother. The simple farmer only belatedly came to his senses at this moment. His gaze swept over the large group of armored and imposing soldiers standing beside him. His head buzzed, and he was instantly stunned, his eyes filled with astonishment. But when the word prince reached his ears, he suddenly realized that in this land, the only one who could be called a prince and lead so many soldiers was the Han King, who had recently been practicing benevolent governance and had the heart of a bodhisattva. His face immediately lit up with joy. Forgetting his shock, he nodded quickly, strode forward, bowed, and led the way, his steps showing a hint of urgency. Meanwhile, in a small mountain village a few miles away, a simple thatched hut was surrounded by a group of men dressed in black with fierce expressions, and the atmosphere was tense. It's immediately obvious that a fierce battle has just taken place here. The things in the yard were smashed to pieces, with hoes, sickles, bamboo baskets, and other farm tools scattered all over the ground, some even broken in two. The wooden door of the thatched hut was kicked to pieces, and wood chips were scattered all over the ground. Several pools of blood, still wet, remained on the muddy ground, a shocking sight. Beside the stone pillar at the gate, several men were tightly bound with thick hemp ropes. They were all injured and had blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Yet they still glared angrily at the people in the courtyard, refusing to bow their heads. In the center of the open space in front of the house, a young man dressed in brocade robes and with an arrogant expression sat casually on a temporary armchair. Standing on a low stool and playing with a jade fan in his hand, he was none other than Su Daqiang, the third young master of the Su family. He pointed at Wang Do, the eldest son of the Wang family, who was tied to the stone pillar. His face was full of malice as he shouted angrily, "Boy, don't push your luck. Your sister is lucky to be my concubine. If you agree, I will immediately waive all your rent and ensure that your whole family will have enough to eat and drink." "Why not?" Wang Do, who was tied up, was covered in wounds and his face was covered in blood. Blood was still seeping from the wound on his forehead and flowing down his cheek, but his eyes were still sharp as he stared at Su Daqiang and shouted angrily in a hoarse voice, "Go to hell, you beast! Even if you beat me to death today, I will never marry my little sister to a bastard like you. Get the hell out of here." The reputation of the third young master of the Su family is known to everyone within a radius of dozens of miles. He engaged in all sorts of disgusting and immoral acts, and the people hated him to the core, yet dared not speak out against him. Unfortunately, he was the young master of the Su family, a powerful and influential family in the area, with immense power and wealth. These ordinary people, who were even tenants dependent on the Su family, had no right or confidence to resist and could only silently endure it. Wang Yi's family is already considered the most successful in the village. The brothers worked hard day and night, saving every penny to support their eldest brother, Wang Do, who had a talent for martial arts, to become an apprentice. The eldest brother, Wang Do, lived up to expectations and successfully became a disciple of a martial arts school in the city. After years of diligent study and practice, he has now become a martial artist and has even reached the peak of the first rank. It should be noted that martial artists at the first grade level have long since transcended the realm of ordinary people. If they were to work as guards or bodyguards in any wealthy household, their monthly income would far exceed that of ordinary people. If they could break through to the second rank and become a second-rank martial artist, their income would increase several times over, and the entire Wang family situation would likely be completely changed. However, that was all in the future. No one expected that just when the Wang family was about to make a comeback, a third young master from the Su family suddenly appeared and took a fancy to their youngest sister, Wang Yi. In fact, Wang's parents and brothers had long known that their younger sister was exceptionally beautiful, but in this poor, remote area, being too beautiful was never a good thing. So from childhood to adulthood, they tried their best to keep her from going out and showing her face in public. They also made sure her clothes were as worn and tattered as possible to cover her face, hoping she could live a peaceful life. But it's the busiest time of year in the peach orchard. Their family has contracted this orchard, and they manage all the affairs, big and small, within it. Recently, for some unknown reason, the peach trees in the orchard have suddenly been infested with pests. Large areas of branches and leaves have been eaten by insects. It just so happens to be the critical time when the peach trees need to be pruned. The whole family is busy day and night, but they still can't keep up with the work. Seeing this, Wang Yi was anxious and offered to help at the peach orchard. She always carried a coarse cloth to cover her face and tried to go when there were fewer people. She would not dare to go home until it was completely dark. But fate is fickle. A few days ago, for some reason, The third young master of the Su family ended up in the peach orchard, and it was at dusk. Normally, there would be no one in the peach orchard at this time. Wang Ye was sweating profusely from working and couldn't stand the heat, so she casually took off her towel to wipe her sweat. It was at that moment that this beast happened to see her. Being targeted by such a notorious lecher, he naturally became lustful and wanted to kidnap Wang Ye on the spot and take her home to force himself on her. Fortunately, Wang Do, the eldest son of the Wang family, happened to be returning from the martial arts school that day. He was studying at a martial arts school and usually only went home once every 10 days or so. This time, he happened to come back and encountered this incident. He had already heard of the infamous reputation of this third young master of the Su family in the city, and he knew in his heart that if his sister fell into the hands of this beast, her fate would be extremely tragic. The third young master of the Su family was licentious and immoral, and his ways of playing games were extremely despicable. He liked to compare the women he had taken with his cronies, and he would even share the women with his friends for amusement. Even if these women manage to survive his torment, once he tires of them, their ultimate fate is simply to be sold off for a sum of money. Even worse, he might be thrown into a brothel like the Ihong Courtyard, where he would collaborate with the owner to book a private room and then take half of the profits from the woman, squeezing out every last bit of value from her. In fact, such things are already commonplace among the young masters of aristocratic families. They had maids who served them, maids they bought with money, and women they forcibly took. But no matter how beautiful a woman was, she would soon be discarded by them. Besides, keeping women at home can easily lead to jealousy and infighting in the harem. It's better to just throw them out and earn some money. Why not? In this era, women are nothing more than objects to be manipulated. The noble families could use, manage, trade, and cooperate however they wanted, all of which was perfectly legal and legitimate, and no one could or dared to interfere. Wang Da knew that if his sister were taken back by this beast, she would face endless darkness and torment, so he fought back desperately. Fortunately, he was a first-grade peak martial artist. When the third young master of the Su family went out that day, he only brought 5 or 6 servants and 2 martial artists with him, who were just ordinary first-grade martial artists. Wang Dahu fought 2 opponents single-handedly, giving it his all, and finally won by a narrow margin, thus protecting his sister. However, after returning home, the third young master of the Su family was naturally unwilling to accept defeat and could not swallow his anger. This time, he brought more people with him and even specially invited a second-rank expert to help him. Even though Wang Dahu tried his best, he was no match for them and was eventually outnumbered and captured alive. Hearing Wang Dahu's angry curses, Su Daqiang was not angry at all. Instead, a sinister and perverted smile appeared on his lips as he slowly fanned himself with his jade fan and said, "Fine, then let's see who has the stronger fist. I'll be waiting right here today. I don't believe that your parents and your sister would dare to hide and not come back once they know you've been arrested." He paused, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes, and continued, "I'll just stay here and wait you out. If she doesn't come back tonight, I'll chop off your hand first. If she still doesn't come back tomorrow, I'll chop off your leg. I want to see if your family is really willing to let you end up crippled." After saying that, Su Daqiang threw his head back and burst into laughter. The laughter was sharp and piercing, sounding particularly ferocious in the quiet little mountain village. "Oh, then I'd like to see just how powerful you are, that you dare to touch even my people." Just then, a clear, cold voice rang out. It was Li Chengji who had rushed over. "Chapter 50 Suchan." Su Daqiang let out a wild and piercing laugh, a laugh that was extremely arrogant. After laughing, he gestured with his chin toward the group of subordinates he had brought with him. The second-rank martial artist, who was the most powerful among them, immediately understood, and his face turned into a ferocious expression. He approached Wang Dahu, who was tied to a wooden stake with thick hemp rope, step by step. The martial artist held a dark wooden stick about 5 feet long in his hand. The stick was polished smooth, and the very tip was deliberately flattened. It was covered with rows of dense holes, each about the thickness of a finger. When this specially made stick hits the body, the holes grip the skin and flesh like the suction cups of an octopus. The moment the stick is pulled away, the powerful suction will rip the skin and flesh apart, leaving deeper holes than ordinary stick wounds, causing excruciating pain. This is the ruthless weapon they usually use to discipline people. It hurts several times more than a regular stick. Even so, Wang Dahu, bound, remained completely silent. The martial artist pounded his body with a staff, each blow landing with a dull thud on his flesh. Numerous holes appeared on his limbs and chest, and blood slowly seeped out, staining his coarse cloth clothes crimson. In the end, even the specially made staff was broken in two. Wang Dahe's body was covered with holes of varying depths, a bloody mess. But he kept his teeth clenched, his lips bleeding from being bitten, neither uttering a sound nor begging for mercy, stubbornly enduring it with unyielding determination in his eyes. Seeing his tough stance, Su Daqiang's smugness grew even stronger, his mouth almost reaching his ears. He waved his hand and coldly ordered his men to take turns attacking him, his tone ruthless. Beat him to death. Just leave him half dead. Just as the stick was about to fall again, a furious shout, as loud as thunder, rang out. Stop! I want to see who is so bold as to lay a hand on Wang Yi's family. They're simply courting death. No sooner had Li Chengji's angry shout fallen than Lu Wuming's figure shot forward like an arrow, instantly reaching the front. His cold gaze locked onto Su Daqiang, who was sitting in the central armchair, and without saying a word, he kicked him hard. That was a full-force kick from a fifth-rank expert, incredibly powerful. Su Daqiang didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground and rolling twice before stopping, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lu Wuming could have killed him with a single kick, but he knew that Wang Yi wanted to spare the man's life, so he held back. Take them all. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. Lu Wuming shouted in a cold voice, his voice reverberating throughout the surroundings. Before he finished speaking, hundreds of soldiers clad in black armor and well-equipped rushed forward like a tide. Each of them stood tall and straight, with sharp eyes and weapons that gleamed coldly, exuding an imposing aura. Su Daqiang's men, who were usually arrogant and domineering in the city, were instantly overwhelmed by the intimidating aura of these hundreds of well-trained soldiers. Even Su Daqiang himself was paralyzed on the ground, too afraid to move. The martial artists behind him stood obediently in place, not daring to move a finger. They were just doing their jobs for money. With a monthly salary of only 20 or 30 taels of silver, why risk your life like that? Ignoring the excruciating pain, Su Daqiang scrambled to his feet and staggered towards Lu Wuming. He forced a fawning smile, his back bent like a shrimp, his voice utterly humble. Sir, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. You must have mistaken me for someone else. I am Su Daqiang, the third son of the Su family. Please, is there some mistake between us? He hurriedly introduced himself, fully believing it was just a misunderstanding. He thought that the Su family had some standing in the city, and even if the other party was looking for trouble, they would sit down and have a proper discussion to resolve the issue peacefully. But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the sound of horses' hooves. Li Chengji rode Jiao Chan slowly towards them, his posture upright, his face no longer showing any of the previous frivolity, only a bone-chilling coldness. He raised his hand, lifted the Glock at his waist, locked his gaze on Su Daqiang, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bayu! A crisp sound of wind breaking through the air was followed by Su Daqiang's extremely shrill screams and wails. The bullet struck Su Daqiang precisely in the thigh, and blood instantly bloomed, staining his robes red. Li Chengji sneered, his tone full of anger and disdain. Misunderstanding? Misunderstand my ass. Today, I'm going to take you down. After being shot, Su Daqiang collapsed to the ground, clutching his blood-soaked thigh. He was in so much pain that his whole body was convulsing. His face was as pale as paper, and the fear in his eyes was so intense that it was impossible to look away. There was no trace of his previous arrogance left. He genuinely thought it was just a misunderstanding. After revealing his identity as the young master of the Su family, he expected the other party to give him some face. But who would have thought that the other party would attack without saying a word? The unknown hidden weapon struck him, causing excruciating pain he had never felt before, so intense it was piercing and bone-chilling that he couldn't even stand up. At this moment, Su Chang, who was in the carriage following behind, took in the whole scene while peeking through the curtain. His heart skipped a beat, and his eyes were filled with shock. Is this the same frivolous prince who had just met me, with a lewd and flirtatious look on his face, and started touching me inappropriately? The Li Chengji before them was cold, decisive, and ruthless, a complete change from the one before. Su Chang is the adopted daughter of the Su family. She was an abandoned baby whom the Su family patriarch brought back 15 years ago when he was traveling. When the old man brought her home, he only thought that he would have another person in the family. If she grew up to be beautiful, he would keep her as a concubine or give her to one of his sons as a maid. But the old man never expected that the little girl he had taken in was naturally intelligent and had the ability to remember everything she saw. He could recognize 1,000 characters at the age of 4, recite Tang and song poems by heart at the age of 5, and learn bookkeeping from the accountant in the mansion at the age of 10. He learned it very quickly and could accurately check every account. At the age of 12, he dared to pull a cart full of goods to the market to sell on his own. And not only did he not lose money, he also made a lot of money. Since then, the old master of the Su family gave up the idea of taking her in for his own use. Instead, he put her among the managers of the mansion and let her learn how to manage the business. The eldest, second, and third sons of the mansion, seeing that Su Chong was beautiful and had a voluptuous figure, all had wicked thoughts and wanted to take her as their concubine, but they were all strongly stopped by the old master. In the old man's view, it would be a great pity to take such a smart girl too early. It would be better to cultivate her well, as she would definitely be of great use in the future. Perhaps one day, he could even elevate her to a higher position and present her as a gift to someone of even greater status, bringing more benefits to the Su family. Of course, only the old man kept these thoughts to himself. Everyone else in the mansion thought that the old man treated Su Chong as his own daughter, carefully nurtured her, and even promoted her to the position of head manager of the Su family, a position of absolute power in the Su family, second only to the old man, the mistress, and the eldest son of the Su family. In this era of male supremacy and low status for women, it is already quite remarkable that Su Chong, an adopted daughter, could sit in this position. In this city, Su Chang's name has become a small legend. Countless women in the city were proud of her, and the women of noble families regarded her as a role model, often arguing with their parents, if Su Chong, an adopted daughter, can do so much, why can't I? Little did they know that to bear great weight, one must first endure hardship. Su Chang's current status is the result of unseen forbearance and scheming. Su Daqiang had long known that this little sister was not Su's biological daughter, but an abandoned baby his father had picked up. He had harbored countless wicked thoughts and even tried to force himself on her several times to take her for himself. However, Su Chong possessed martial arts skills, a fact unknown to anyone in the Su family. Each time, she skillfully evaded them without making a sound, leaving Su Daqiang with no way to attack. So when Su Chong saw Su Daqiang being beaten and shot and howling in pain, he felt no ripples in his heart, and even felt a secret sense of pleasure. Her only worry was that this matter would implicate the entire Su family. Once the Su family fell, she would have nowhere to live, and more importantly, she would lose the best platform to complete the tasks assigned to her by her superiors. At this moment, her gaze was mostly fixed on the hidden weapon in Li Chengji's hand, her eyes filled with curiosity. She had never seen such a hidden weapon before, and even the ancient books treasured in her home had never mentioned it. Could this be a secret weapon of the great Xia dynasty? It seems that only high-ranking figures like princes and above would be qualified to possess it. It is truly astonishing that someone like Li Chengji, who seems to have no martial arts skills whatsoever, could so easily wield this hidden weapon and unleash such astonishing destructive power. Meanwhile, Wang Ye stumbled and ran quickly over, pushing through the crowd. She immediately saw Wang De, who was tied up, covered in blood, and looked extremely miserable. Her eyes instantly welled up with tears. She rushed over, crying, and carefully hugged him, tears streaming down her face like broken beads, dripping onto Wang Da's bloodied and mangled body. "Big brother, it's all my fault. It's all Ye's fault. I've dragged you into this. I'm so sorry, big brother." Wang Ye choked up, her voice hoarse, filled with guilt and heartache. Li Chengji dismounted from Diaochan and swept his cold gaze across the entire courtyard. Everywhere you look, there is a scene of utter devastation. The arrogant and domineering Su Daqiang was now being held down on the ground by Lu Wuming's men. "You actually dare to forcibly abduct a woman." Li Chengji's voice carried a chilling undertone. Upon hearing this, Su Daqiang shuddered instantly. Enduring the excruciating pain of the bullet piercing his thigh, he scrambled to his feet and collapsed to his knees with a thud, repeatedly slamming his forehead against the cold ground. He frantically kowtowed, begging for mercy, blood quickly seeping from his temple. His voice was filled with fear and obsequiousness. "Hero, spare my life. My father is Su-er. There must be some huge misunderstanding. If you fancy this girl, you can take her and enjoy her. I won't stop you in the slightest. I only beg your highness to spare my dog's life." Su Daqiang was convinced that Li Chengji, like him, was attracted by Wang Yi's voluptuous sexiness. He figured that if he gave her up, he could at least save his own life. So he gritted his teeth and made the painful decision. Upon hearing this, Li Chengji's lips curled into a speechless and mocking smile, but the coldness in his eyes intensified. "My father is Su-er, huh? So, you come to rely on your background now. In that case, you'd all die." Sure enough, no matter when, these people who rely on their family background to act arrogantly and domineeringly will always think of relying on their connections and power first. Since they like to use their power to intimidate others, then I will bring out the power that they must bow down to and show them what true authority is. "Yes, sir." Upon hearing this, Lu Wuming responded in a deep voice, then waved his hand sharply, issuing the order. Immediately, a squad of soldiers clad in black armor stepped forward and swiftly dragged all of Su Daqiang's men to an open space on one side of the courtyard, forcibly pressing their heads down to form a crooked line. The guards' long swords gleamed coldly as they slashed down at the necks of the men without hesitation, the wind howling and blood splattering everywhere. Among them, the three martial artists, two of whom were first rank and one of second rank, tried to fight back desperately when they saw that the situation was not good. However, as soon as they moved, they were instantly suppressed by Lu Wuming and another personal guard captain. The two men, one a fifth-rank expert and the other a third-rank expert, attacked swiftly and ruthlessly. In just 2 moves, they had subdued the meridians of the 3 martial artists, leaving them with no chance to resist and forcing them to submit to the falling blades of the guards. With a single strike, a muffled thud was heard. A single stab to the throat means the end of a life. Fresh blood gushed onto the ground, quickly forming a glaring pool of blood. The heavy stench of blood permeated the yard, making people nauseous. Kneeling to the side, Su Daqiang watched his men fall one by one into pools of blood. He was so terrified that he wet his pants. He scrambled backward, his limbs weak, screaming and shouting wildly, his voice cracking. "My father is Su-er. He's the head of the Su family. You can't kill me. Please, you can't kill me. We could talk about our terms. Tell me how much money you need, how much gold and silver you need, and I'll give it all to you. My Su family has plenty of money." Lu Wuming stepped forward and stomped hard on Su Daqiang's chest. With a slight pressure, Su Daqiang let out a painful groan, and his face instantly turned purplish blue. Lu Wuming's voice was icy. "You dare mention Su-er? Do you know who this person is? This is none other than Li Chengji, the Prince of Han. Even if your father, Su-er, came in person today, he would have to kneel down and pay his respects and watch you die." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Wuming twisted his wrist sharply, and with a crisp crack of bone breaking, Su Daqiang's neck was snapped. His screams stopped abruptly, his eyes widened in resentment and fear, and his body slumped to the ground, completely lifeless. "Your Highness, all these criminals have been executed. Not one escaped." Lu Wuming withdrew his foot, bowed to Li Chengji, and reported respectfully. "Very good." Li Chengji nodded slightly, his face full of satisfaction. He then raised his hand and ordered, "Clean up and take all these corpses away to dispose of them. Don't dirty this place." After saying that, he slowly turned his head, his gaze falling on the exquisite carriage outside the courtyard, and precisely meeting the gaze that was only peeking out from the crack in the window. It was Su Chong. "Miss Su, I killed someone from your Su family. You don't have any objections, do you?" Li Chengji curled his lips, his tone ambiguous, his gaze probing as he looked at the carriage window. Upon hearing this, Su Chang's heart skipped a beat. He immediately leaned out of the carriage, bowed slightly to Li Chengji, and showed no displeasure on his face, but rather full of respect. He quickly shook his head and said, "Your Highness is joking. These people are lawless and commit all sorts of evil deeds. They deserve to die. Your Highness has rid the people of a scourge and cleansed the Su family's house. Even if your Highness doesn't take action today, I will immediately report to my father when I get back, and I will make sure they atone for their sins with their lives." They will not be let off lightly. Li Chengji listened to her words and nodded with satisfaction, the probing in his eyes fading slightly. Miss Su is a pragmatic person. Very good. Then, he turned his gaze away and looked at Wang Ye, who was still kneeling on the ground. Wang Ye was still in shock at the killing of Su Daqiang and his gang. Her body trembled slightly. When she heard Li Chengji's gaze fall on her, she subconsciously lowered her head. I have done what you asked me to do. Now, isn't it your turn to fulfill your promise? Li Chengji's voice carried a hint of amusement, which made Wang Ye's heart skip a beat. Upon hearing this, Wang Ye's cheeks instantly flushed red, from her ears to her neck, and even her fingertips were tinged with crimson. She timidly raised her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, yet each word was clear. Your Highness, please rest assured, I will serve you wholeheartedly from now on. From this day forward, I am yours in life and in death, and I will never have any other thoughts. Chapter 51, The First Princess Consort, Wang Ye. Then the elderly man from the Wang family, with his slightly graying beard and hair, led his entire family to kneel on the ground, prostrating themselves with their foreheads pressed tightly against the cool bluestone slabs, not daring to even breathe loudly. This humble subject greets your Highness. May your Highness live 1,000 years. The old man's voice trembled slightly, yet it held boundless gratitude. Long live the prince! Long live the prince! The family joined in the shouts, their voices not loud, but every word was earnest. Even Wang Do, who had just been untied, his body covered in whip marks and his clothes tattered, endured the excruciating pain and respectfully prostrated himself on the ground, his eyes filled with shock and fear. They never imagined that the benefactor who descended from the sky to save their family would be none other than Li Chengji, the Prince of Han, who had recently become known in the city for his compassionate heart and love for the people. No need to be so polite. Li Chengji waved his hand and said gently, I am preparing to marry Ye. From now on, Ye will be my concubine. So, we'll be family from now on. There is no need to be so formal. Li Chengji, a soul from the modern world, though now holding the position of prince, tries his best to play the role with ancient thinking. Deep down, however, he remains the communist successor who grew up under the red flag, received 9 years of compulsory education, and is an upright and kind young pioneer. As long as no one speaks ill of him or commits any disrespectful acts, he doesn't care about the tedious and useless formalities between commoners and princes. Maintaining a superficial order of rank is sufficient. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness. The family kowtowed repeatedly before slowly rising to their feet, their pain causing them to grimace slightly as they stood, yet they dared not be the slightest bit disrespectful. Wang Ye glanced at her brothers beside her, then at her parents. They all looked at each other, at a loss for words, and could only stand respectfully to the side, waiting for the prince to speak. This was because he was not only a high-ranking prince, but also their Wang family savior. Moreover, Wang Ye was about to become the prince's concubine, and such a kind and benevolent prince at that. For an ordinary family like theirs, this was undoubtedly a great joy, a true transformation from a phoenix to a noble woman. Yeah, Li Chengji's gaze fell on Wang Ye, his tone gentle. Would you like to come back to the palace with me today, or would you like me to send someone to fetch you in a few days? No matter which you choose, rest assured that my marriage to you will be a proper and formal one, and all the procedures will be carried out in accordance with the royal rules. I will never treat you unfairly. Upon hearing this, Wang Ye's eyes flickered slightly. She subconsciously turned to look at her 2 older brothers beside her, then at her parents, her eyes filled with a hint of inquiry. Taking advantage of this break, Li Chengji carefully examined his brother-in-law, Wang Do, who had just been untied and was covered in wounds. The man was extremely burly, at least 1.9 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a thick waist. His muscles stretched his tattered clothes taut, and his temples bulged high. He was clearly a natural-born martial artist, a real tough guy. Li Chengji couldn't help but picture him wielding a heavy bronze hammer in each hand, invincible on the battlefield, or perhaps holding a thick steel bar in both hands, sweeping across the enemy ranks. He felt a surge of appreciation for his talent. Looking at the second son of the Wang family, although he was a bit thinner than Wang Dao, he was still 1.8 meters tall. In this era, when people couldn't get enough to eat or wear, he was still strong and sturdy, with a muscular body hidden under his clothes. This was definitely a natural advantage and a rare talent. Such excellent skills and physique, if not used for one's own benefit. Wouldn't that be a pure waste? Grandpa, Li Chengji withdrew his gaze, looked at Grandpa Wang, and said in a deep voice, "From today onwards, this entire peach orchard belongs to your Wang family, and all income from the orchard will be at the disposal of your Li family." After speaking, he looked up at Su Chong, who was slowly walking out of a magnificent carriage. Su Chong was dressed in an elegant ruchuan, a type of traditional Chinese dress, and had a respectful expression on her face. "This humble woman will obey your highness's orders." Su Chong bowed slightly and gave a curtsy, her voice gentle. Later, this humble woman will have her servants bring over all the land deeds and related documents for this peach garden and hand them over to the Wang family. Li Chengji nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to the two brothers, Wang Dahu and Wang Eru, and said loudly, "If you two brothers-in-law are interested, why not join my personal army? I will have Commander Liu personally teach you martial arts and military training." As soon as he finished speaking, he added with a certainty in his voice, "This Commander Liu is a genuine fifth-rank expert, and in the future, he will be in charge of my 100,000-strong army." If it were only the first half of the sentence, the two brothers might have hesitated a bit, but upon hearing Liu Wuming's name, a renowned fifth-rank expert who would also hold the power of an army of 100,000, the two brothers' eyes lit up instantly, filled with excitement and longing. Especially Wang Dahu, who had been determined to make a name for himself since childhood, but it was too difficult for an ordinary person to stand out in this chaotic world, let alone a martial artist. Even now, he studies at the most ordinary martial arts school in the city, paying a 20-tael apprenticeship fee annually. This is already a 50% reduction by the school owner, who sees his talent. Even so, the fee includes meals at the school, a privilege many martial artists envy. Keep in mind, ordinary people would pay twice as much to join this school, and some wouldn't even get a chance to enter. His master, the school owner, is a fourth-rank martial artist, a well-known figure in this area. Now, having the opportunity to learn martial arts from a fifth-rank master like Liu Wuming, and even to join the prince's personal guard, his future is limitless. What's more, this prince will be his brother-in-law in the future, and he will surely take care of him in some way. This kind of good thing is simply a pie falling from the sky. Wang Eru was also excited and thrilled. He also wanted to learn martial arts, but his talent was not as good as his brother's. If he went to martial arts school to learn martial arts, he would have to pay the full tuition fee. His family was poor and could not afford to pay for his apprenticeship. In addition, he had many household chores to attend to, so he could only stay by his parents' side to take care of the housework. He could only keep his desire to learn martial arts in his heart. Now that such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is before him, he is naturally eager to take it and can't wait to accept it immediately. Seeing that the prince had already made proper arrangements for her father and brother's futures, Wang Ye looked up gratefully at the handsome and refined Li Chengji beside her, her eyes filled with shyness and emotion. She then looked at her parents and brothers, who all nodded gently to her, their eyes filled with expectation, meaning that she should not have any worries and just follow the prince. "Ye wants to go back with the prince right now." Wang Ye spoke softly, her voice barely audible, but her cheeks were flushed with a faint blush. "All right," Li Chengji nodded, a smile appearing on his face. "Then I'll wait for you outside." After saying this, he clasped his hands in greeting to old Master Wang and the others, then swiftly flipped over and mounted the magnificent steed named Diao Chan beside him. His movements were so graceful that they drew the attention of the guards nearby. The group turned and left the courtyard, waiting by the roadside outside. They all wisely refrained from disturbing her, since Wang Ye was going to the prince's mansion and would become the prince's concubine. She needed to say a few intimate words to her parents and family and pack her personal belongings. Wang Ye stood in the courtyard, watching Li Chengji's departing figure, her heart filled with warmth. She never expected that this high and mighty prince would be so considerate and thoughtful. Coming to her senses, she threw herself into her parents' arms and burst into tears, her tears instantly soaking their clothes. "Silly child, why are you crying?" Old Master Wang raised his hand and gently patted his daughter's head. His face was full of reluctance, but he still comforted her softly. "This is a great thing. It's obvious that the Prince of Han is a kind-hearted person. You will be able to enjoy good fortune with him. After you go to the prince's mansion, you must be sensible and learn more rules." Wang Ye's mother held her daughter's hand and whispered in her ear, her tone full of concern. The prince's mansion is not like home. You can't do whatever you want, understand? Also, remember, when you get there, be more proactive in everything you do. Wang Yi wiped away her tears, nodded vigorously, and kept her mother's words in mind. Don't cry. It's not like we'll never see each other again. Her mother gently wiped away her tears. Although you've married into the royal family, you're still family. If you miss home, you can come back anytime. Besides, the royal family is in this city, not far from home. If we miss you, we could go to the royal family to see you. After saying that, he took Wang Yi's hand and went into the inner room to start packing his daughter's clothes. Children from poor families already have very few clothes. Wang Yi searched through her wardrobe and found only 2 complete outfits, both made of rough material and covered with layers of patches. Yet, these were her most presentable clothes. You must understand that in those days, clothing was always the most important and the most expensive item among the basic necessities of life. For ordinary people, having even one piece of clothing to cover their bodies was a luxury. At this moment, on the roadside outside, a captain of the personal guard slowly walked to Lu Wuming's side, lowered his voice, and asked with a worried expression, "Commander, we killed the young master of the Su family and all his men today. The head of the Su family is arrogant and vindictive. We really let this go." Today's operation, which resulted in the slaughter of the Su family's young master and his henchmen, was indeed satisfying. However, such a ruthless extermination, leaving no room for maneuver, is concerning. The Su family wields considerable power in the city, and if they were to seek revenge, it would likely cause a great deal of trouble. Upon hearing this, Lu Wuming's lips curled into a cold sneer, his eyes filled with disdain. The fact that His Highness hasn't actively sought trouble with the Su family is already a blessing for them. How dare they come to cause trouble? If they really dare to come, His Highness will be overjoyed. The squad leader looked puzzled, scratched his head, and asked in confusion, "Huh? They came to cause trouble, so why is the prince happy? I really don't understand. Why do you think His Highness is in such a hurry to have that Miss Wang enter the manor today?" Lu Wuming glanced at him and asked in return. "That must be because that young lady is so beautiful that the prince fell in love at first sight and can't wait any longer." The squad leader looked knowing, chuckled, and his tone was somewhat lewd. Seeing his subordinates' minds filled with nothing but lust and desire, Lu Wuming was speechless and couldn't help but scold them. "Can't you guys use your brain for once? All you think about is that stupid stuff between men and women. Stop going to places like brothels." He paused, then lowered his voice and continued. "That Miss Wang is no ordinary woman. Once she steps through the gates of the prince's mansion, she will rightfully be the princess consort. Why do you think the prince is in such a hurry to take her back? Once she enters the mansion, she'll be a member of the royal family. The Su family dared to lay a hand on the princess consort's family. Isn't that just courting death and giving the prince a reason to deal with the Su family?" Upon hearing this, the squad leader suddenly realized, patted his head, and said with admiration in his eyes, "So that's how it is. I understand now. Your Highness's move was truly brilliant." Little did they know, they had overestimated Li Chengji. Li Chengji hadn't even considered all these complicated matters. At that moment, all he wanted was to bring the beautiful Wang Yi back to the palace as soon as possible. Of course, it wasn't all about beauty. More importantly, he wanted to see as soon as possible whether the system would increase his national fortune value because of his marriage to the princess. Not long after, Wang Yi came out of the courtyard carrying a small, coarse cloth bundle. It wasn't that she didn't want to bring more things, nor that the Wang family was reluctant to part with them, but rather that the family was truly destitute. Apart from these 2 patch clothes, they had nothing else of value. The small bundle contained all her belongings. Her eyes were still red, with tears still clinging to the corners of her eyes. Her face was filled with deep reluctance as she looked back at her parents and brother in the courtyard. Seeing this, Li Chengji smiled gently and waved to her. "It's just moving to the prince's mansion, not a distant marriage. It's not far from your home." Li Chengji's voice was gentle, with a hint of reassurance. "If you miss home in the future, you can come back to visit any time. If your father and your brothers-in-law miss you, they can also visit you at the prince's mansion any time. I will never stop them." Really, upon hearing this, Wang Yi's eyes lit up instantly, filled with disbelief. "Of course it's true. Li Chengji smiled. I'm the dignified king of Han. Would I lie to a little girl like you? This humble woman dares not, but, Upon hearing this, Wang Ye was startled and quickly lowered her head, her tone filled with fear. All right, no need to be so polite. Li Chengji waved his hand. And from now on, don't refer to yourself as a commoner anymore. Once you enter the palace, you'll be my concubine, and you should refer to yourself as your subject. Besides, you are my first beloved concubine, and I will definitely treat you well. Li Chengji said with a smile, and then had the maid beside him lead Wang Ye to the carriage next to him. After this incident, Li Chengji had lost all interest in appreciating the flowers and immediately ordered, Commander Liu, clear the way and return to the mansion. Liu Wuming clasped his hands in obeisance and shouted loudly, All soldiers, listen to my command. Clear the way back to the prince's palace. At a command, the guards immediately formed ranks, weapons in hand, and stood guard beside the carriage and Li Chengji's horse, marching in a grand procession towards the Prince of Han's residence. Chapter 52 All are principal wives. On the way back, Li Chengji never boarded the accompanying carriage. He simply straddled Diaochan. The horse's hooves clattered crisply on the bluestone pavement. He stood tall and straight, facing the cool evening breeze, his eyes carrying a touch of casual aloofness. Inside the carriage, Wang Ye and Su Chang sat facing each other. Wang Ye, who came from a tenant farmer background, was facing the beautiful woman in elegant clothes and with a gentle demeanor. Feeling completely helpless and increasingly reserved, she folded her hands on her knees and cowered timidly in the corner of the carriage, not daring to even breathe loudly. This carriage is far too extravagant. The carriage was as spacious as her main house, and the interior was exquisite and luxurious. The carved beams and painted rafters were adorned with delicate tassels, and the cushions were thick and soft, making it incredibly comfortable to sit on. The carriage moved so smoothly on the road that you couldn't feel the slightest sway, as if you were sitting on flat ground. A faint fruity fragrance lingered in the carriage, light and refreshing, making one feel relaxed and comfortable. On the small table by the window were several kinds of fresh fruits and delicate pastries that she had never seen before. The glistening fruit flesh and exquisite designs made her stare intently, but she dared not reach out to touch them. Greetings, Princess Yu. I am Su Chang, the manager of the Su family. Just as Wang Ye was feeling uneasy and unsure of what to do, Su Chang, who was beside her, suddenly composed himself, knelt down steadily, and respectfully kowtowed to Wang Ye, performing the most solemn ceremony. On behalf of the Wang family and the Su family, I sincerely apologize to Your Highness for the outrageous things Su Daqiang did. If you need anything, or if there's anything I can do, please just give the order, and the entire Su family will not shirk our responsibilities in the slightest. Su Daqiang is dead, and His Highness the Prince of Han has said he will not pursue the matter further. However, the fact that His Highness will not pursue the matter does not mean that the newly appointed princess consort has no grudges. If this princess harbors resentment, she only needs to whisper a few words in the prince's ear, and the entire Su family could be wiped out. Today, she must show the most sincere attitude and beg for the princess's forgiveness. Wang Ye was so startled by this unexpected gift that she jumped to her feet, her face instantly turning bright red. She awkwardly reached out to help Su Chang in front of her, muttering to herself, but couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. Cough, cough. Just then, a clear cough came from outside the carriage. It was Li Chengji's voice, neither too loud nor too soft. Yet the sound clearly penetrated into the carriage. Wang Ye's heart skipped a beat, and she instantly realized she was no longer the daughter of a tenant farmer in the fields. She was the concubine of Prince Li Chengji of Han, a dignified princess. How could she be so disrespectful? She composed herself, tried to adopt the demeanor of a princess, and said to Su Chang, who was kneeling on the ground, "Ew, you get up. I will listen to the prince on this matter." As soon as he finished speaking, there was no more movement outside the carriage. Su Chang breathed a sigh of relief, slowly kowtowed to express his gratitude, and then slowly stood up, bowing his head and standing to the side, his expression still respectful. Just now, Su Chang deliberately prostrated himself and knelt down to apologize loudly, just so that Li Chengji outside the carriage could hear it and let His Highness see the sincerity of the Su family. Listening to the commotion inside the carriage, Li Chengji, standing outside, smiled faintly, quite pleased with the woman's tact and attitude. The convoy traveled very fast, and soon arrived at the vermilion gate of the Prince of Han's mansion. Li Qingji reined in his horse and rode directly into the mansion, paying no attention to Su Chong sitting in the carriage. Su Chong was also very perceptive. After the carriage came to a stop, he bowed and took his leave. After getting off the Prince of Han's carriage, he went straight to his own carriage and left the palace quietly. Wang Yi followed the servants into the backyard of the prince's mansion. As soon as she turned the corner of the covered corridor, she saw Li Qingji standing under the corridor. Not far away, Jinjin was smiling as she came forward. She was dressed in a light blue maid's outfit, with lively eyes and a shallow dimple on her cheek when she smiled. However, when his gaze fell on Wang Yi, who was following behind Li Qingji and dressed in plain clothes, he paused slightly, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. "Your Highness, you're back." Jinjin first curtsied to Li Qingji, then looked at Wang Yi and asked softly, "Who is this person?" Li Qingji pointed to Wang Yi beside him, his tone calm, yet undeniably firm. "This is my chosen princess, named Wang Yi. Go find Yi Fan and have him choose an auspicious day to hold the wedding as soon as possible." Jinjin's smiling face froze instantly, and a trace of undisguised disappointment flashed across her eyes. The light on her face seemed to dim in an instant, and even the smile on her lips faded. But she was someone who had been by Li Qingji's side for a long time, and was very sensible. She quickly suppressed her emotions, regained her composure, and bowed, replying, "Yes, Your Highness, this servant will go find Steward Yi right away." As soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to suddenly remember something and looked up to ask, "Oh, by the way, Your Highness, would you like me to also report the matter of establishing a princess consort to the court?" Jinjin knew very well that the princess consort was the only legal wife of the prince, and the ceremony of her investiture was extremely strict, requiring a new official document, a grand procession of 10,000 men, and her inclusion in the imperial genealogy. Furthermore, the legitimate son she bore would have the right to inherit the title. He held the highest position in the prince's mansion, in charge of managing the household affairs. All the children in the mansion were respected as legitimate sons. This was no small matter. It was a major event known throughout the land. Moreover, the position of princess consort is known throughout the land to be unique. In contrast, the process for a concubine was much simpler. All that was required was to submit a document to the court to report the matter. According to the regulations of the imperial court, a prince could have a maximum of 20 concubines. In reality, many princes and noble families exceeded the prescribed limits, and it was not uncommon for them to take dozens or even hundreds of concubines. The imperial court had always turned a blind eye to this and never questioned it. Li Qingji sensed something different in Jinjin's words. Yi Fan and Jinjin always addressed him as Your Highness, unlike the others in the mansion who called him Prince. Although both Your Highness and Prince are respectful titles for him, and there is no difference between them, this subtle difference in address reveals the degree of intimacy between them. When he first entered the manor, Jinjin addressed him as Your Highness, but now she called him Prince. This change in address was all too obvious. This little girl was actually unhappy. However, she was ultimately just a maidservant, and due to her different status, even if she had her own thoughts, she had no right to say a word. What's the point of reporting this? My taking a concubine is none of the court's business. Li Qingji waved his hand impatiently, his tone full of indifference, completely disregarding the court's regulations. He then looked at Jinjin, his tone softening, and instructed, "Remember, you go with her to choose her clothes, the phoenix coronet and the wedding gown. Make sure she wears them properly." Upon hearing this, Jinjin was stunned again, her eyes filled with astonishment as she stared blankly at Li Qingji. "Your Highness, do you mean that I should also be chosen?" "Yes, let's choose together." Li Qingji stepped forward and stood in front of Jinjin. He gently placed his left hand on her shoulder, raised his right hand, and tenderly stroked her small, cute nose with his fingertips. His tone was somewhat apologetic. "I've been so busy lately, Jinjin. I am sorry. I have so many things to take care of. I've wronged you. So, let's hold your weddings together, okay?" Jinjin was stunned by these sudden words, her tongue almost tied in knots, and she stammered, "Your Highness, what? What do you mean? Are you suggesting that I and my sister, the princess consort, marry you together? Don't you want to marry me?" Li Qingji asked, raising an eyebrow, though he was secretly wondering. He glanced at Jinjin's personal information again in his mind. Her loyalty was clearly 100%, so there was absolutely no way she could refuse. Moreover, in ancient times, women always valued chastity. Since she had already followed him, how could she not want to marry him? Li Qingji couldn't understand for a moment what Jinjin meant. However, he soon realized he was overthinking things. Jinjin's large eyes instantly welled up with tears, which swirled in her eyes and slowly accumulated. Her voice was choked with sobs and humility. Your Highness, I am just a lowly maid. Am I worthy to marry you? She had been following His Highness for a long time and had already fallen deeply in love with him. How could she not want to marry him? She felt ashamed of herself, thinking that she was of lowly status and not worthy of His Highness the Prince of Han, let alone dare to hope to become his queen. What do you mean by a maidservant being unworthy? Li Qingji looked at her tearful appearance, his heart softening. He smiled and ruffled her hair, his tone extremely serious. Why should anyone else have a say in my marriage to you? My liking for you is enough. Upon hearing this, Jinjin instantly burst into laughter through her tears. Her eyes were still red, but her face was filled with uncontrollable joy. She excitedly grabbed Li Qingji's sleeve and said, Then this servant will be a concubine, and this elder sister will be the principal wife, the princess. What do you mean by concubines? Li Qingji waved his hand, his tone firm and domineering. In my Han Prince's mansion, all concubines are treated equally. There is no distinction between principal wives and concubines. Furthermore, the children you give birth to in the future will also be treated equally, without distinction between legitimate and illegitimate sons. They will all be my children, Li Qingji's children, and I will treat them all the same. These words were like a ray of light, instantly shining into Jinjin's heart. Her smile grew even brighter, her eyes filled with joy and emotion, and she exclaimed repeatedly, Your Highness, you are so kind. Jinjin never doubted what Li Qingji said. Lately, the prince has done too many things that she originally thought were unbelievable and made too many unexpected decisions. At first, she thought it was just a whim of the prince, but in the end she realized that every single thing and every decision was the result of the prince's careful consideration. He never makes promises lightly. Whatever he says, he always does. Wang Ye stood there the whole time, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothes, timid and hesitant, not daring to interrupt or look up. She originally thought that being able to marry into the royal family, even if she was just a concubine or a maidservant, would be a great blessing, and that her family would feel honored because of her. When Li Qingji said in front of her parents that he wanted to marry her as his concubine, she thought it was just a nice remark from the prince. After all, in popular folk tales, wealthy gentlemen, noble scions, officials, and even princes and marquises would always promise to marry a woman as her principal wife when they were trying to seduce her. But in the end, they would only make her a concubine, or even worse, not even get the title of concubine. She never expected that the prince would actually make her his princess consort, a proper and honorable princess consort. A huge surprise came crashing down on her, bringing tears to her eyes. Crystalline tears slid down her cheeks, but she couldn't help but smile, her heart filled with unbelievable joy. Looking at the two women before him, so delighted by his words, Li Qingji couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. In ancient times, men enjoyed such a high social status. In modern times, Li Qingji possesses a fortune of hundreds of millions and is extremely wealthy. He can have any kind of woman he wants and can support many women. But so what? It's impossible to openly say that these are all his wives, just like now, and it's even more impossible to make everyone feel right about it. Moreover, modern women have different thoughts and intentions. Even if they all stay by his side, they will only compete with each other, using all sorts of schemes and tricks to scheme against one another. How could things be like this now? Jinjin and Wang Ye are so excited and happy to learn that they will be called sisters and share a husband, without the slightest bit of jealousy. Jinjin wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, turned around and walked to Wang Ye's side, affectionately took her arm, her face full of sincere smiles, and said softly, Yeah, right? Come on, let me take you to take a bath and cleanse yourself, and then change into a nice new outfit. Let's dress up nicely. With her arm linked with Wang Ye's, her initial nervousness eased somewhat. She blushed, nodded, and softly replied, Okay. Under Jinjin's guidance, Wang Ye thoroughly enjoyed the servant service, carefully washed herself, and changed into a set of clothes from the Wang mansion. Buddhas are adorned with gold, and people are made by their clothes. After changing into a clean new outfit, Wang Ye's face instantly appeared several times larger, especially her Land Cruiser-like figure, which made Li Chengji's heart itch. He had never ridden such a large horse before. I'd always heard that heavy tanks were the hardest to drive. We have to give it a try this time. It was the first time Wang Ye had worn such nice clothes, and she was somewhat dazed. Furthermore, after witnessing the magnificence of the prince's mansion, she kept her head down in embarrassment, not daring to look Li Chengji in the eye at all. Jinjin smiled when she saw this. "Your Highness, where did you find such a beautiful and charming girl as Ye?" Jinjin was naturally extremely confident in her appearance, but she was still somewhat envious of Ye's exaggerated figure. After all, such an exaggerated murder weapon is quite rare. In particular, he knows Li Chengji very well, and he seems to like this couple. When sleeping, I absolutely refuse to let go. I can't imagine what it will be like when Ye is serving the prince. Oh dear, what are you thinking about? Why are you thinking about these things? The thought that suddenly popped in her mind made Jinjin blush instantly, and she muttered a curse under her breath. But the more she tried to stop herself from thinking about it, the more the image of the prince and Wang Ye having a fierce battle in the room popped into her mind. I reckon Ye will be in big trouble. Although the prince doesn't know martial arts, his physical strength is extraordinary. Chapter 53, as expected, it truly possesses national destiny value. Li Chengji then recounted the events of the day to Jinjin in detail. After listening intently, Jinjin's delicate eyebrows furrowed instantly, her almond-shaped eyes widened, her face was full of indignation, and her chest heaved. These scions of noble families are used to living a life of luxury and doing whatever they want. They don't respect anyone at all. Your Highness killing them would be too lenient. Even killing them all wouldn't be too much. Upon hearing this, Li Chengji smiled faintly, gently patted Jinjin's shoulder, and comforted her. Whether it's good or bad, the person has already been killed. Now I just need to see what the Su family's attitude will be. You should prepare well these next few days. We'll hold a simple wedding for the bride, nothing extravagant. Marrying a princess is a natural and grand event, and according to custom, it should be celebrated in a grand manner and announced to all. However, Li Chengji knew in his heart that, given his current situation and future plans, he would probably frequently take concubines in the future. There's no need to go to such lengths every time. A simple notification to close friends and family, along with a few announcements, is sufficient. Judging from the current situation, Li Chengji knew that he would have to marry women into his household frequently. If he did it with great fanfare each time, it would not only be a waste of money and resources, but it would also be quite embarrassing if word got out. Just as Li Chengji finished speaking, the beaded curtain inside the room was gently lifted, and a series of hurried footsteps came in. Yi Fan walked in quickly, his face still showing signs of rushing, and his forehead was covered with a thin layer of sweat. Your Highness, you absolutely mustn't. No matter what, some basic procedures for marrying a concubine must still be followed. You are a prince, born of noble birth. If the wedding is too simple, wouldn't it make people look down on your status and make our royal residence seem too shabby? On the way here, the maidservant serving Yi Fan had already given a general account of why the prince wanted to see him. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan was extremely anxious and rushed over without even slowing down. As the chief steward by the prince's side, he should have been in charge of all matters, big and small, in the mansion. Yi Fan was also well-versed in human relationships and formalities, so he was naturally unwilling to lower the standards for the prince's marriage and ruin the mansion's reputation. After listening to Yi Fan's words, Li Chengji still had a faint smile on his face and did not refute him. He simply waved his hand and said, "All right, I'll leave the marriage to you. Anyway, you know more about these things than I do, so just keep it in mind." In Li Chengji's view, the wedding was just a formality, and it was fine to hold it later, but the wedding night should be done as soon as possible. Not long after, night fell and dinner was served in the mansion. Li Chengji ate a simple meal and then had his servants prepare hot water. He took a comfortable hot bath, washing away his fatigue, and then returned to his palace with light steps. Inside the palace, the candlelight flickered, casting a warm yellow glow that made the room feel exceptionally cozy. Wang Ye had already finished washing up and was quietly nestled in bed, her eyes timid as she anxiously awaited Li Chengji's arrival. Li Chengji had already had the palace roughly rearranged, and it was now exquisitely decorated in a way that was completely different from what was happening in this era. Take that bed, for example. He had already had it replaced with a soft silicone mattress and fluffy silicone pillows, which felt incredibly soft to the touch. The thin, light air conditioning quilt was also neatly laid out on the bed, its texture silky smooth. In a corner of the bedroom, 2 brand new cabinet air conditioners have been installed. Although it is May now and the weather is not too hot, it can still get a bit hot in the afternoon or at night. Besides, he'll be sweating profusely when he's with Wang Yi later, and the air conditioning will keep him cool. As for the power source, it was a storage battery brought from the backyard. Li Chengji specially had someone bring a storage battery with a power of about 100 kilowatt-hours and place in the backyard. He also laid out a large area of solar panels in an open space. By relying on solar energy to store electricity, he could barely maintain the power supply in the palace. At this moment, only air conditioning and a few lights are in use in this palace, and the current energy storage is sufficient to support it. However, it is not convenient to carry out large-scale renovations at the moment, and these modern things are all temporary arrangements made by Li Chengji. If you want to use these modern facilities for a long time in the future, you should reserve the space in advance when rebuilding the mansion, or spend some time making proper renovations. After all, there are still many survival problems in the mansion that have not been solved yet, so it is already a blessing that these temporary facilities are available. Even though it was just the use of air conditioning and electric lights in the palace, such novel items were too eye-catching. Li Chengji specially ordered Lu Wuming to send a whole squad of personal guards to guard the area around the palace, layer upon layer of protection, to prevent anyone from getting close, for fear of leaking the news. In addition to the bed, Li Chengji also placed several large fabric sofas and exquisite chairs in the palace, all of which were styles never seen before in this era. Wang Yi nestled on the soft silicone mattress, feeling her whole body enveloped in a soft touch. She was filled with shock, her eyes wide open. In her 20 years of life, she had never imagined that there was such a comfortable bed in the world, one that she didn't want to get up once she lay down. Li Chengji's eagerness wasn't entirely due to Wang Yi's beauty in her Land Cruiser-like figure, nor was it solely because he wanted to be intimate with her. His main reason was to see if the system would reward him with a significant amount of national fortune points if he took Wang Yi as his concubine. Li Chengji walked quietly to the bedside, his gaze falling on Wang Yi on the bed. At this moment, Wang Yi had curled up tightly inside the quilt, revealing only her delicate face, which was flushed red. Even her ears were tinged with rosy hue. Her hands were tightly gripping the corners of the quilt, and her body was trembling slightly, clearly indicating that she was extremely nervous. "Don't be afraid. I will be very gentle," Li Chengji said softly, his voice low and reassuring. Please have mercy, Your Highness." Wang Yi's voice was barely audible as she timidly replied, lowering her head even further and not daring to look into Li Chengji's eyes. Li Chengji reached out and gently lifted the brocade quilt on the bed. The sight that came into view shocked him. A surge of heat rushed to his head, and his blood seemed to boil. Land Cruiser, it truly lives up to its reputation. This is truly the best I've ever driven. Then, the candlelight in the palace flickered gently, and a tender battle began. The battle was quite fierce and lasted from the depths of night until dawn before gradually subsiding. Although Wang Yi was a farmer's daughter and had never practiced martial arts, she possessed remarkable physical strength. After the first battle, she was able to please him again. In particular, her graceful figure, like a land cruiser, captivated Li Chengji. Li Chengji was also extremely lustful for Wang Yi's beauty and figure, and in one night, he made love to her as many as 6 times. Besides his own energy, there was another important reason that kept him going. He guessed correctly that taking concubines could indeed increase the nation's fortune value. Ding Host has accepted Wang Yi as a concubine. National fortune value plus 500. Chapter 53 National fortune points can be exchanged for martial artists. Only now, after a tender moment, did Li Chengji have the leisure to calm down and examine the changes in the virtual panel in his mind. Host, Li Chengji. Dynasty name, Han. Reign title, Hanwu. Territory, Ningguta Prefecture, 470,700 square kilometers. Annual revenue, 9,527 taels of silver. Concubines, 1. Yuzhinjin 2. Wang Yiya. Offspring, none. National fortune, 1167. Current support value, 14%, plus 100 national fortune points. As expected, the concubines section on the panel now includes a new tag for Wang Yiya, clearly listing information about both of them. 1. Name, Yuzhinjin. Age, 19. Cultivation level, rank 4. Loyalty, 100. 2. Name, Wang Yiya. Age, 20. Cultivation level, none. Loyalty, 85. Immediately afterwards, a system notification sounded in his mind, carrying a cold, mechanical feel, yet filled Li Chengji with ecstatic joy. National fortune value exceeds 1,000. Activate the system shop. As soon as the notification sound came, Li Chengji's eyes narrowed sharply. His heart began to pound uncontrollably, and even his breathing became rapid. He immediately recited the command in his mind, opened the system shop, and a virtual page instantly appeared before his eyes. The page was filled with little figures, and each figure had a line of text below it, representing the corresponding redeemable item. Right now, only the text under the first little figure shows that it can be redeemed. The text under the other little figures is grayed out and marked as unredeemable. First rank martial artist, 1 point. Plus 00. Upon seeing these words, Li Chengji was overjoyed. He finally understood the true purpose of his system. He has brought all sorts of supplies from the modern world, food, equipment, seeds, more than enough to support a number of people. With its high-yield seeds and advanced technology and machinery, given enough time to develop, rising to prominence would be a piece of cake. However, he dared not easily bring out these modern things because this world was not an ordinary ancient world, but a world with martial artists. The martial artists in this world are incredibly powerful, each possessing unique skills. There are some extremely formidable top-tier martial artists, and even the firearms and other modern weapons he brought from the modern world pose a very limited threat to these top-tier martial artists. Of course, Li Chengji also knew that any carbon-based life form would ultimately be no match for the power of cannons. It was just that these warriors were too fast and reacted too quickly, so the guns and cannons might not be able to hit them. But what if he also has countless martial artists on his side? If he also had a large number of powerful martial artists under his command, then he would no longer need to fear others. 1 point can be exchanged for a first-grade martial artist. His current national fortune value is over 1,000, which means he can exchange for more than 1,000 first-grade martial artists. More than 1,000 first-rank martial artists could easily crush an ordinary army that was 10 times stronger than him. Just thinking about such strength is enough to make one's heart race. With over 1,000 martial artists facing off against 10,000 ordinary soldiers, plus the modern equipment he possesses, winning shouldn't be too difficult, right? Moreover, this is only the current national fortune value. If his national fortune value increases more and more in the future, and he accumulates 100,000 or even hundreds of thousands of points, then he can exchange them for 100,000 or even hundreds of thousands of first-grade martial artists. All of them were first-rank martial artists, charging forward in unison. The scene was simply unimaginable. Then I will truly be awesome. Li Chengji felt a surge of excitement. His fists clenched tightly, and his eyes gleamed with a burning light. Seeing the options in the system shop that couldn't be redeemed yet filled Li Chengji with even more anticipation. The little figures behind them are labeled in order: second-rank martial artist, third-rank martial artist, fourth-rank martial artist, all the way up to ninth-rank martial artist, and even grandmaster and great-grandmaster martial artists. Each level represents a stronger level of strength. As long as he accumulates enough national fortune points, he can exchange them for these more powerful experts, and the strength of his subordinates will also become stronger and stronger. Thinking of this, the smile on Li Chengji's face gradually faded, his eyes grew colder, and his aura became heavier. He was originally the crown prince, but he was framed and deposed, demoted to a prince, and exiled to Ningguta Prefecture, the most desolate and remote border region in the world. Regardless of whether he wants to reclaim the so-called position of crown prince or even the supreme throne in the future, at the very least, he needs to establish a firm foothold in this border region, as stable as Mount Tai, and no longer be bullied or manipulated by anyone. When he has a large enough army, with many fierce generals and warriors under his command, That will be the day he returns to the capital and settles all scores. Li Chengji raised his eyes, his gaze passing through the window lattice to the pitch-black night outside. His eyes were sharp as an eagle's, fixed on the north, the direction of the capital, where his enemies were, and where everything he once had was. The next day, as dawn broke and the first hint of white appeared on the horizon, the soft morning light shone through the window lattice into the bedroom, casting a gentle glow over the room. Li Chengji sat up from the bed, feeling refreshed. The night of intimacy had not made him tired. On the contrary, it had filled him with energy and made him feel full of vitality. The soft silicone mattress was now filthy, the quilt was disheveled, and the bed was a mess, a truly wretched sight. Wang Yi was still fast asleep beside him, a faint smile on her lips. It seemed that the tender night had made her quite content, and she was sleeping soundly. Her long eyelashes trembled gently, making her look pitiful. Li Chengji quietly got up and went to the washroom. After washing up, he whispered to the maid guarding the door, asking her to change and wash all the sheets, quilts, and blankets in the palace after Wang Yi woke up. Then he walked out of the palace with light steps. He was now eager to go out and exchange those 1,000-plus first-rank martial artists to strengthen his own power. But then he thought about it again. Suddenly there were more than 1,000 people to feed, and these people were all martial artists. Martial artists have much bigger appetites than ordinary soldiers and civilians. The manor's food and expenses would probably be in a lot of trouble. It seems we need to find a way to improve the cash flow of the government office as soon as possible and earn more money to support these people. Even so, the thought of having over 1,000 first-rank martial artists under his command filled Li Chengji with confidence, and his face was full of smiles. With people at his disposal, especially these powerful martial artists, he was no longer worried about many things in the manor. General Lu. Li Chengji walked to the training ground in the mansion and saw Lu Wuming training soldiers from afar. Chapter 54, 80,000 Martial Artists. The excited Lu Wuming. Your subordinate is here. Upon hearing Li Chengji's voice, Lu Wuming immediately stopped what he was doing, strode forward, knelt on one knee, clasped his hands in a salute, his posture upright and his voice powerful and resonant. From initially calling him Commander Lu to now addressing him as General Lu by Li Chengji, Lu Wuming naturally understood the deeper meaning behind it. Li Chengji was intentionally promoting him, wanting him to become a capable general under his command in the future, rather than just someone in charge of a guard unit. As for Lu Wuming, ever since he received the Konglong mace from Li Chengji, he had fully accepted the title General Lu and had already made up his mind to follow Li Chengji to the death. Take men to this place immediately and bring the group of people back to the manor. After you receive them, divide them into several groups and distribute them among the various squads of the guard division for rigorous training. Li Chengji handed over a slip of paper with an address written on it and instructed in a deep voice, his eyes serious. Lu Wuming took the note with both hands, read it carefully, memorized it, and then nodded emphatically. This subordinate obeys. After saying that, Lu Wuming turned around, quickly gathered his men, and prepared to set off. After Lu Wuming left, Li Chengji focused his attention on the virtual panel in front of him. +00. In this small box, replace 00 with 1167. Exchange for 1167 rank 1 martial artists. Confirm. Cancel. Li Chengji clicked confirm without hesitation. 1167 rank 1 martial artists have been placed in the host's personal storage and can be retrieved at any time. Host, please prepare a space to accommodate 1167 rank 1 martial artists. Li Chengji then placed the martial artist in the woods outside the city, which was the address he had just given to Lu Wuming. Since these warriors were all system soldiers exchanged by the system, they only obeyed Li Chengji. Li Chengji could directly give orders in his mind, so that they would immediately obey his command after seeing Lu Wuming and would have no disloyalty. Li Chengji did not tell Lu Wuming that these people were all first-rank martial artists, nor did he make a big fuss about it, because in his mind, this was just the beginning. In the future, he will have a steady stream of first-rank martial artists, and when he becomes stronger, he can even directly exchange for second-rank, third-rank, or even fourth-rank martial artists. This level of strength is just the tip of the iceberg. A few moments later, a series of hurried footsteps came from afar. The footsteps were accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound, and were incredibly fast, attracting the attention of the soldiers training on the drill ground. They were all puzzled and wondered what had happened. Bang! A dark figure leaped down from the rooftop, landing heavily on the ground in front of Li Chengji, kicking up a cloud of dust. It was Lu Wuming who went to pick up the person. At this moment, Lu Wuming's face was filled with undisguised shock. His eyes were wide open, his mouth was slightly agape, his hand was tightly gripping the Conglong mace, and his body was trembling slightly. He strode up to Li Chengji, knelt on one knee, clasped his hands in greeting, and his voice trembled slightly, clearly indicating that he was extremely excited. Even though he tried his best to control his emotions, he still couldn't hide the shock in his heart. "Your Highness, those people, those are all first-rank martial artists." "You're kidding, there were over 1,000 martial artists." Moreover, each of them possessed a powerful aura and agile movements. Their strength was simply terrifying. More importantly, these warriors were all the prince's subordinates, and now they all obeyed his orders. They had been scattered and assigned to various squads within the guard division. Lu Wuming knew all too well what this meant. The guard division has now expanded its recruitment, and many people have returned, bringing the total number of personnel to over 1,000. There are also martial artists in the team. For example, the current 10 squad leaders of the guard division are all martial artists, including first rank, second rank, and even a third rank martial artist. In this border region, this is already a pretty good configuration. However, the entire guard unit of over 1,000 people had no more than 20 martial artists in total, and 15 of them were first-rank martial artists. Such a number of martial artists was already outstanding among the border troops. But now, the prince is secretly raising a private army. A private army of more than 1,000 people is not so bad. What is terrifying is that all of these more than 1,000 people are first-rank martial artists. Seeing Lu Wuming's shocked expression, Li Chengji smiled faintly, narrowed his eyes, and slowly nodded. "Yes, don't worry. They will absolutely obey orders and will not have any disloyal thoughts." However, although they're first-rank martial artists, they do not know much about military affairs such as marching, fighting, and troop deployment. From now on, I will trouble General Lu to train them well. This humble general will certainly not fail in his mission. Lu Wuming clasped his hands and bowed, his voice filled with barely suppressed excitement. He strode away, his clothes fluttering in the breeze, his steps filled with an unprecedented determination. Since stepping into Ningguda Prefecture, this was the first time he had felt a genuine sense of confidence in victory. Looking back, this Prince of Han was nothing more than a fool in the eyes of outsiders. Even before he lost his mind, he was just a muddle-headed prince who indulged in pleasure and neglected the affairs of the state, never caring about the development of Ningguda Prefecture or the livelihood of its people. But what about now? His Highness has long since transformed into a wise king who truly cares for the people and is determined to make Ningguda Prefecture thrive. What excited Lu Wuming the most was that he had never imagined that the prince had so many trump cards hidden in his hands. The first shot came from the training manual personally handed over by the prince. That booklet greatly shocked Lu Wuming, who had experienced countless battles and was accustomed to all kinds of training methods. The above describes only seemingly simple and monotonous basic training: standard military posture, marching in unison, marching with heads held high and chests out, crawling quickly on the ground, nimbly and agilely overcoming obstacles, endurance running, and cross-country running with loads. To outsiders, these training exercises may seem like self-torture, but once the soldiers have thoroughly internalized these movements and made them instinctive, they will find that the team's coordination is vastly different from before. With a single command, the instructions can be transmitted to every soldier's ears without any hindrance, and the execution is incredibly smooth. In addition, the soldiers are now well-fed and watered at every meal in the barracks, and their muscles and bones are well-nourished. These rigorous trainings do not wear them down. On the contrary, they make the soldiers stronger day by day. Immediately afterwards, the prince took out the dragon-slaying mace, which once again shocked Lu Wuming. These divine weapons are incredibly powerful. If they hit a person, they can cause serious injury, such as broken bones and severe injuries, or even death on the spot. If they hit ordinary swords, spears, or halberds, those weapons will be shattered instantly, leaving the person helpless. This divine weapon far exceeded Lu Wuming's understanding of weapons, leaving him in awe. But to his utter surprise, there was an even more astonishing trump card up his sleeve. The prince had a group of assassins hidden under his command, and each of these assassins was a martial artist who had stepped into the threshold of martial arts. Although his rank is still low, he has just entered the ranks and is far from being a top expert. He is already much stronger than ordinary soldiers, and his individual combat ability is worlds apart. He dispersed all the warriors and assassins, assigned them to various squads, and trained and integrated them with the new recruits. With the help of the prince's unique training methods, Lu Wuming was confident that given some more time, he would be able to train an invincible elite army. On the other side, in a side hall of the Prince of Han's mansion, Li Chengji leaned back in a large pearwood armchair, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest, his expression indifferent. Chapter 55 Jinjin. Have you forgotten something? In a dimly lit corner of the side hall, a Jinni, Imperial Guard, dressed in black stood bowing, his head bowed low, reporting on recent actions to him in a hushed voice. Reporting to the master, in the past 3 days, we have beheaded a total of 34 people from his Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Wu families as ordered. They were all core members and henchmen of their respective families. However, the enemy's mansions are heavily guarded by martial artists. We have lost 6 brothers and currently have 14 survivors. After listening, Li Chengji nodded slightly and said calmly, "Let's postpone the assassination for now. You just need to continue to lie low and gather information about the powerful families in each state." "Yes, master," the Imperial Guard responded, his figure moving like a ghost, silently retreating from the side hall and disappearing from the mansion in the blink of an eye, as if he had never been there. Li Chengji stared at the empty corner, his eyes darkening slightly. The Imperial Guards he sent out were all third-rank martial artists, and they were equipped with incredible modern weapons such as pistols, grenades, smoke bombs, and even AKs. Even so, 6 of them were still killed. It seems that these powerful families that have been entrenched in Nguda Prefecture for many years are far more troublesome than he imagined. He ultimately underestimated the depth and influence of these centuries-old families. I knew it. The recent panic and fear among the noble families must have been caused by His Highness. A sweet, soft voice suddenly rang out, and Jinjin walked out of the side door of the side hall with light steps, a sly smile on her face. Before she finished speaking, she turned around and gracefully sat in Li Chengji's arms, her soft body snuggling close to him, her slender arms naturally wrapping around his neck, charming and affectionate. She reached out and picked up a bunch of crystal-clear grapes from the pearwood round table beside her. With her slender fingers, she picked up a grape, carefully peeled off its purple skin, and presented the plump, round flesh to Li Chengji's lips, gently putting it in his mouth. Li Chengji put the fruit in his mouth, the sweet taste melting in his mouth. He looked down at the person in his arms, a gentle smile curving his lips. "Oh, how come everyone outside is in such a state of panic? I heard that the people from those 4 great families don't even dare to leave their homes now. Only a few core members dare to go out to handle necessary family affairs, and they're always surrounded by a large number of martial artists protecting them, on high alert. And recently they've been frantically recruiting idle martial artists from the state, as if they're on guard against something," Jinjin said, peeling a grape and feeding it to Li Chengji, her tone a mix of excitement and lingering fear. "I also heard that the retainers of those aristocratic families who usually live in seclusion have all been invited out, and many of them are 6th-rank martial artists." Mentioning a 6th-rank martial artist, Jinjin's body trembled slightly, a hint of fear flashed in her eyes, and she was still shaken. Her own martial arts cultivation was still shallow, and she was completely powerless to resist those 6th-rank martial artists. She couldn't even withstand a single move. Now that she knows that all of this was orchestrated by Li Chengji, she is even more worried. If those 6th-rank martial arts masters who have been provoked become enraged and rush to the Prince of Han's mansion to seek revenge, even with General Lu Wuming protecting the prince, they probably won't be able to protect His Highness and everyone in the mansion. Looking at the worry on her beautiful face, Li Chengji smiled faintly, gently stroking the top of her head with his fingertips, and said calmly, "It's all right. The Imperial Guards he dispatched might not be top tier in direct combat, but they were unparalleled in the world when it came to gathering intelligence, concealing their whereabouts, and erasing traces of their crimes. Now that he has ordered a halt to the assassinations, even if those powerful families are seething with hatred, they have no way to investigate or find any clues, so naturally they will not suspect the Prince of Han's mansion." Little Jinjin, have you forgotten something? Li Qingji suddenly leaned down to her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. He narrowed his eyes, a mischievous smile on his face, and asked in a low voice. Huh, forgot what? Jinjin was taken aback, her little hand instinctively tightening around his collar, her face flushing crimson. She avoided his gaze, looking at him with an innocent expression as she counted on her fingers. I've completed all the tasks His Highness assigned today, and I even helped Steward you register the list of leased farmland for a long time. I even went to Ia's place and talked to her a lot about His Highness. As she spoke, she tried to break free from Li Chengji's embrace, her steps unsteady as she tried to escape, afraid that he would discover her secret. Stop! Li Chengji deliberately lowered his voice, gave a cold snort, and his tone carried a feigned sternness. You little devil, have I been too lenient with you lately, making you so bold that you even dare to fool me? Jinjin abruptly stopped, pouting her pink lips. She slowly turned around, her eyes instantly reddening, her face a mixture of grievance and barely perceptible fear. Her small hands twisted the hem of her clothes, her voice barely audible. Your Highness, I didn't. No. Li Qingji raised an eyebrow, his face still cold, his tone stern as he rebuked, though inwardly he was already overjoyed. Then tell me, what did you promise to do after you lost the bet with me? Li Qingji's words exposed her mistake, and Jinjin's eyes instantly filled with tears. Large tears streamed down her face. Her eyes were red with anxiety, and she choked out, I lost a bet with His Highness, and I need that heavy stool. She had secretly studied that peculiar stool for the past 2 days and finally figured out its correct use. It was meant to be placed on the bed, with the person lying face down on it and then arching their back. Just thinking about that scene made Jinjin's cheeks burn so hot they could fry an egg, and she was so embarrassed she wanted to disappear into the ground. Seeing the little girl in his arms looking shy, aggrieved, and tearful, Li Chengji's heart softened. A strong feeling of tenderness welled up in his heart, and he wished he could immediately pull her into the palace and cherish her. However, he knew in his heart that the time was not yet right, and that he still needed to be trained slowly. In modern society, Li Chengji was never short of women. He always chose them and never bothered to train them, simply because there were too many women to choose from. But Jinjin and Wang Yi are different. Such a woman, with her stunning beauty, pure heart, and unwavering loyalty to him, is extremely rare and highly sought after in today's complex society, far surpassing any ordinary woman. In modern times, the probability of finding a pure-hearted girl who has never been in a relationship among women over 20 years old is probably 1 in 10,000, or even lower. Modern men are often said to lack this kind of sentiment, but that's simply because they have no other choice. It's because many realities of modern society force them to compromise. Only a fool would easily give up when given a choice. Chapter 56, Foot-Operated Limb. Just like Jinjin and Wang Yi, whom Li Chengji has met now, why should he need to choose between such good girls? Naturally, he would protect them all and train them well, making them completely devoted to him. Li Chengji suppressed the trembling in his heart, his face still stern, his tone tinged with displeasure. Since you know, then you must abide by the bet. Don't try to fool me or get away with it. He paused, his gaze falling on her flushed cheeks, his voice deepening. All right, go to the bathhouse in the side courtyard right now and take a bath. Once you're clean, go to your bed in the palace and wait. I'll check on you later to see if you've really memorized it. Yes, Jinjin understands. Jinjin sniffed, wiped the tears from her face, nodded obediently, not daring to disobey in the slightest, turned around and walked shyly towards the palace with small, delicate steps, her skirt swaying lightly, carrying a hint of coquettishness. Watching the little girl's charming and obedient figure disappear onto the corridor, Li Chengji couldn't help but laugh out loud. He raised his hand and stubbed out the cigarette between his fingers in the celadone ashtray next to him, his eyes full of doting affection. This little girl is absolutely adorable. Those so-called labor-saving gadgets are nothing more than common bedroom products in modern society. There are plenty of more ingenious and practical ones out there. But in this conservative, ancient society, the young girl initially refused to agree, only shyly dodging and stubbornly refusing to touch the stool. In addition, she is a martial artist with agile skills, while Li Chengji is just an ordinary mortal. Even if he tries his best, he can't overpower her. If he tries to force his way through, he won't gain any advantage. Therefore, if force doesn't work, you can only approach it from the sidelines, guiding her slowly and enticing her with a bet to make her willingly comply. Actually, this is not Jinjin's fault. In the feudal and conservative ancient times, women were naturally reserved. Even when engaging in marital relations, when passion was aroused, they would only clench their teeth and dare not make a sound, for fear of being heard and gaining a reputation for being shameless. Now that she's being asked to use such novel items, she naturally feels incredibly shy and finds it hard to accept. I reckon even the courtesans in the Grand View Garden who frequent the pleasure quarters would be ashamed to use this item, let alone Jinjin, who has been bound by the 3 obediences and 4 virtues and the rules of the inner chambers since childhood. Humans are mostly perverse, especially men. But because Jinjin was so well-behaved and had such a gentle and dignified appearance, Li Chengji became even more eager to break all her rules and slowly reform her. This is the most persistent pursuit in men's bones, that extreme sense of contrast. Inside the bedchamber, warm steam rose from a gilded bronze basin. Li Chengji, having finished his bath with the attentive care of his personal maid, draped himself in a soft brocade bathrobe and lazily leaned against the dragon bed covered with a snow-white fox fur. His fingertips were tracing the pages of his phone, scrolling through a novel he had downloaded earlier. The novel tells the story of a female teacher, surnamed Bai, who was just summoned to the principal's office today. The plot was captivating, and as Li Chengji watched, a hint of interest appeared in his eyes, and his spirits became increasingly high. Just then, a series of extremely light and soft footsteps, stepping on the warm yellow light cast by the palace lanterns inside the hall, slowly came from outside the door, so light as if afraid of disturbing the tranquility inside the hall. Looking up, I saw Jinjin walking in with her hands tightly covering her chest, her graceful figure moving lightly. She had just finished bathing, her long, dark hair still wet. Water droplets slid down her temples and dripped on her fair neck, leaving a small wet patch. Her clothes were also stained with tiny water stains, clinging to her skin and outlining her curves. She was wearing a dark black spaghetti strap nightgown with very faint silver thread embroidery on the edges, which was obviously prepared by Li Chengji specially for her. Since she came to be by Li Chengji's side, he had arranged all her living expenses in the palace. Even her bras and panties were personally selected by Li Chengji, and several sets of different styles were prepared. At first, when Jinjin saw these clothes, she blushed with embarrassment and refused to wear them no matter what. But she couldn't resist Li Chengji's persistent coaxing and tried them on. Only then did she truly appreciate the wonder of these clothes. They were so comfortable and fit her body perfectly, without any sense of restriction. Even when she practices martial arts and swordsmanship on a daily basis, wearing these clothes allows her to move freely and comfortably, no longer swaying from side to side or feeling restricted as before. Recalling her past martial arts training, she always had to find long strips of brocade to bind herself tightly. Otherwise, she would be bound if she made any big movements. Now that she thinks about it, she really wronged herself. Your Highness, please don't look yet. Wait until I'm done, then you can come over, okay? Jinjin's voice was barely audible. She picked up the easy stool that Li Chengji had given her from beside the dressing table. Her fingertips gripped the edge of the stool, her knuckles turning slightly white. Her face was as red as a ripe cherry. Her head was lowered, her eyelashes trembling slightly. She dare not look up at Li Chengji. The thought of having to follow Li Chengji's instructions and perform those embarrassing actions made her heart pound like a drum, and her ears burned. She dared not look Li Chengji in the eye. Good. Li Chengji couldn't help but chuckle when he saw her shy and timid appearance. He raised his hand, clapped his hands, and nodded repeatedly. The fact that Jinjin changed into these clothes and even picked up this stool today is already the limit of what this little girl can do at this moment. He knew that training someone couldn't be rushed. It had to be done gradually, step by step. If he was too hasty or used too much force, it would easily backfire and make her resist. Li Chengji turned his back as instructed, leaning against the bedpost, his fingertips still caressing his phone. Soon he heard the soft creaking of the bed, felt the mattress sink slightly beside him, and heard Jinjin's careful, quiet movements. Even her breathing was extremely soft. After about half a cup of tea's time, Jinjin's trembling voice softly rang out. Your Highness, please have mercy. These 6 short words, seemingly carrying a heavy weight of shyness, drifted into Li Chengji's ears. He immediately turned around, his gaze falling on Jinjin by the bedside. In just one glance, he was instantly enraged, as if all the blood in his body had rushed to his head. He stood there stunned, his eyes filled with amazement and fervor. He had seen countless beauties, each with their own unique charm, and had been entangled with many women. But he had never seen anything like this before, which ignited a fire in his heart and made him freeze in his breath. Jinjin was still wearing that black spaghetti-strap nightgown, the hem of which was short enough to barely cover her waist and abdomen, making her delicate, creamy skin appear dazzlingly white. The contrast with the black fabric created an extreme visual impact. She was tall, over 1.7 meters, with a slender and well-proportioned figure, beautiful shoulder and necklines, a slim waist, and soft hip lines. Her figure was so stunning that even the top models in the industry could hardly match it. These clothes accentuated her figure, perfectly outlining her long, straight, and delicately skinned legs. They were fair and extremely eye-catching, making her look as radiant and lively as Dilraba Dilmurad at the age of 21. The most striking feature was her long, glossy black hair, typical of women in ancient times, loosely tied in a simple bun. A few stray hairs fell beside her cheeks, still damp with water droplets. Combined with her current movements, they created a timeless beauty that had a strong visual impact, making Li Chengji's heart tremble. Jinjin lay limply on the easygoing stool. The moment she met Li Chengji's gaze, she was burned by the heat in his eyes. Her face turned even redder, as if bleeding. She hurriedly lowered her head and buried it tightly in the brocade quilt beside her. Like a startled ostrich burying its head in the sand, forgetting its posture behind it, this careless look only makes its slender waist and pert buttocks stand out even more, making it all the more captivating. "Your Highness, please don't look." Jinjin buried her face in the brocade quilt, her voice muffled, yet she could still clearly feel Li Chengji's gaze, burning with heat, as if it were tangible, slowly sweeping from the top of her head across her back and landing on her legs. Wherever it passed, her skin felt as if it had been scalded, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on it. Although she felt incredibly shy, a unique joy and sweetness quietly welled up deep within her heart. She was just an ordinary maid, yet she had won the prince's favor and been so infatuated with him. This happiness seemed to fill her heart completely. Li Chengji was stunned by the scene before him and could not recover for a long time. His breathing gradually became heavy, and the fire in his chest burned brighter and brighter. He could no longer restrain himself and took a step and walked toward Jinjin. "Your Highness." Jinjin felt his approach, her body trembled slightly, and she let out a soft cry, delicate and charming, like an inspiring bugle call on the battlefield, instantly igniting all the flames in Li Chengji's heart. That night, the candlelight flickered in the bedchamber, casting shadows and sparks, as if a dam had suddenly collapsed. Low moans and heavy breathing mingled together, and a chorus of faint wails echoed throughout the chamber. However, this exhilarating scene only lasted for the first 30 minutes. 30 minutes later, the wails in the hall were replaced by those of Li Chengji. A night of tender intimacy, yet the spring night is fleeting. The next day, as dawn broke, Li Chengji slowly woke up. He squinted, reached for his phone by the bedside, and saw that it was almost 11 a.m. He slowly opened his sleepy eyes, stretched, and felt sore all over, as if his bones were falling apart. He casually pulled out a box of cigarettes from his personal storage space, took one out, lit it, brought it to his lips, and took a long drag. The thick smoke slid down his throat into his lungs, and he slowly exhaled. This puff of smoke finally brought his muddled mind back to normal. He thought to himself that he really needed to find a way to learn martial arts. How high he could reach in martial arts was not that important to him. What mattered was that he had to improve his physical fitness as soon as possible. Yesterday, they only managed a brief charge before being defeated. Later on, they were left with no chance to retaliate and could only defend themselves. This was unacceptable to Li Chengji, who always liked to take the initiative and be the first to act, and he felt extremely frustrated. After finishing his cigarette and stubbing it out in the ashtray beside the bed, Li Chengji finally came to his full senses and realized that improving his physical fitness couldn't be rushed. It had to be done step by step. "Ding, congratulations. Host, your public support level has reached 20%. National fortune value plus 100. A system notification suddenly sounded in his mind, and Li Chengji's lips curled slightly, already having a guess in his heart. It must have been in the last 2 days that he gradually rented out his farmland to the people at a rate of 10%, allowing the common people to feel his kindness and gradually develop a sense of support for him. In addition, the soup kitchens continued to distribute soup as usual these past 2 days, and more people came to collect soup, benefiting more and more people each day. The number of people who benefited from this was approximately 380,000. With a 20% approval rating, that's less than 80,000 people. It may seem like a small number, but the results achieved in just a few days have already made Li Chengji very satisfied. With public support gradually building, we can then gradually accelerate the pace of making money. Just as he was pondering this, a guard announced from outside the hall that Yi Fan requested an audience. These past 2 days, Li Chengji had him searching for a suitable empty house, and it seems that today he has finally found one. As expected, after Yi Fan entered the hall, he bowed and reported that he had found a suitable empty room, and that all the conditions met His Highness's requirements. Li Chengji nodded, took out a very detailed machine layout diagram from his spatial storage, and spread it out on the table. It was the blueprint for a foot-operated inclined beam loom, which he had modified slightly to fit the conditions of the era. In this era, it was not difficult to make such a loom. All that was needed was ordinary wood, bamboo, coarse hemp rope, needles made from animal bones, and some small bronze parts. It requires neither the support of the steel industry nor precision machine tools. Its principle is simple and easy to understand, and it is extremely easy to learn. Nowadays, most looms require hand-throwing the shuttle and lifting the warp threads, which is not only slow but also extremely arduous for the weavers, resulting in very low efficiency. This foot-operated slanted beam loom uses a foot lever instead of hand force, automatically separating the warp threads with a warp divider and slanted beam. The shuttle has also been changed to a smooth shuttle passing design, eliminating the need for the weaver to repeatedly reach out and grab the shuttle, saving both time and effort. This modified loom can weave at a speed 10 times faster than the previous ordinary loom, and the fabric it produces is smoother, denser, and of better quality. In fact, his space is filled with all kinds of machine tools, electrical equipment, and other advanced technologies. However, these things are too ahead of their time, and if they were to be taken out rashly, it would cause a huge uproar and bring unnecessary trouble. Therefore, he could only proceed slowly, step by step, gradually introducing the skills and equipment suitable for this era. The frame of this foot-operated inclined beam loom is simple to make and has a stable center of gravity, so it will not easily shake when weaving. The foot-operated operation also frees up the weaver's hands. It is perfectly suited for the use of ordinary people in this era. Moreover, it requires no electricity or oil, relies solely on mechanical transmission, and can be mass-produced, making it ideal. Chapter 57, A Bolt of Cloth a Day. Isn't that a fantasy? Subsequently, Li Chengji handed the blueprints and detailed manufacturing instructions to Yi Fan, instructing him to immediately arrange for craftsmen to produce a batch of prototypes. To prevent the technology from being leaked, Li Chengji had already broken down the production drawings into several parts. Each craftsman was only responsible for one part, and even if they had seen the drawings in their hands, they had no idea what the final product would be. He knew in his heart that this technique would eventually be leaked out, but for now, it was definitely his core secret, so the later it was leaked out, the better. As long as he can spend about 6 months enabling some women to have a stable income through this loom, and gradually get the people to accept this new loom, he won't care if the technology spreads. With his knowledge, it will be a piece of cake for him to come up with a more advanced weaving technique. Moreover, Li Chengji had his own plans. 6 months later, he hoped that these women who made a living by weaving could truly support themselves and their families with this skill and no longer have to be forced to make a living. Your Highness, please rest assured. I will make the arrangements immediately and there will be no mistakes. Yi Fan held the blueprints in both hands, looked down and examined them carefully, his eyes full of amazement. He then bowed and accepted the order, his tone respectful yet firm. There are also many skilled craftsmen in the manor. General Liu has thoroughly investigated their backgrounds several times and found them to be loyal and reliable people who can be employed, Yi Fan added. Upon hearing this, Li Chengji nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "All right, Send someone to make this loom as soon as possible. Once the prototype is completed, recruit some skilled craftsmen to expand the production scale. Your Highness, please rest assured, I will certainly take care of it. Okay, go ahead and get busy. Li Chengji waved his hand. Yi Fan was always reliable and meticulous in his work, so he naturally trusted him. After bowing respectfully, Yi Fan took the blueprints, turned around, and left the bedroom to immediately arrange for craftsmen to build a loom. A moment later, Li Chengji changed into a light brocade robe and, escorted by guards, boarded a carriage with Wang Ye, heading towards the huge manor that Yi Fan had already arranged. Li Chengji didn't expect that Wang Ye was not only a skilled Land Cruiser driver, but also a master weaver. Li Chengji took out his modified foot-operated loom, and with just a little guidance, Wang Ye was able to master it. This delighted him. This is definitely a great helper. And since she's a woman, that makes things even more convenient. The carriage traveled to the outskirts of the city and arrived at its destination about half an hour later. Li Chengji lifted the carriage curtain and stepped down. Looking up, he saw that the manor covered a vast area, about the size of a football field. It was surrounded by a tall, blue brick wall, which firmly enclosed the manor. The area inside the wall was very spacious. There was only a huge roof to shelter it from the wind and rain. Yi Fan said that this place used to be a dyeing workshop, and the business was quite prosperous. However, recently, the owner of the dyeing workshop was unfortunately robbed and killed by bandits while doing business outside. The family members had no heart to deal with it, so they put the dyeing workshop up for sale. Border areas are often plagued by war, disorder, and rampant banditry. Most of the people who do business, they're risking their lives. A slight mistake can lead to the destruction of their families and the loss of their lives, which is truly heartbreaking. Li Chengji had Yi Fan inquire carefully, and nowadays, the price of a bolt of ordinary coarse linen cloth is around 500 coins. 500 coins could roughly buy about 100 caddies of rice, which, when converted, was equivalent to the wages of an ordinary tenant farmer working from dawn till dusk for 7 or 8 days. The production of coarse linen is inherently complicated, and the initial preparation process is the most time-consuming and laborious. The hemp stalks harvested from the fields must first be stripped of their fibers, then the outer bark must be carefully scraped off, and then the fibers must be softened by soaking in water. No detail can be overlooked in any of these steps. Even the most skilled and nimble worker would have to spend an entire day just to get all the hemp thread ready. Once all the hemp threads have been processed, the subsequent processes of winding, warping, threading the reed, and sizing must be carried out step by step, without any rushing. With everything prepared, the actual weaving process finally began. A skilled weaver, working diligently for 10 hours a day, would take about 3 days to weave a piece of ordinary coarse linen. If you want to weave linen with a finer weave and a better quality, it will take 4 or 5 days to make a single piece. After weaving is completed, the coarse cloth still needs to be washed, dried, and shaped. This finishing work takes another day. So, it takes about 10 days to make a piece of coarse linen, from preparing the materials to the finished product. But now, with the new foot-operated looms made by the Prince of Han's mansion, the hemp thread is purchased directly from outside, saving most of the work of preparing materials in the early stage, and they can focus on weaving. This new loom is at least 5 or 6 times more efficient than traditional hand weaving methods. What used to take 3 days to weave a bolt of cloth can now be woven in a day with this foot-operated loom. If the weaver is more skilled, weaving 2 bolts a day is not difficult at all. Li Chengji slowly stepped into the large courtyard for weaving that had been specially set aside by the Prince of Han's residence. There were already more than 20 peasant women standing in the courtyard, all waiting respectfully with their hands at their sides, their expressions somewhat restrained. They had long heard that their master was the Prince of Han, and seeing the grand procession before them, and Li Chengji's noble bearing and extraordinary demeanor, they could easily guess his identity. They immediately knelt down, their voices tinged with timidity but respectful and orderly. "This humble woman greets your highness." "No need for such a grand ceremony. Please rise." Li Chengji raised his hand in a gesture of support, then turned to the side and pointed to Wang Ye beside him, introducing her to everyone in a gentle voice. "This is my queen, Ye. She was living in Wangjiazwang just 2 days ago. If any of you sisters came from Wangjiazwang, you should recognize her. From now on, the queen will lead you through this weaving village." When these peasant women looked at Li Chengji just now, Their eyes were full of fear and apprehension. But now that their gazes fell on Wang Yi, their expressions softened considerably, and the restraint in their eyes and brows dissipated. The peasant women, especially those from Wang Jia's wang, were filled with amazement and couldn't help but mutter to themselves. The news had been circulating in the village for days that old man Wang's daughter, Yi, had married a very important man, none other than the king of Han, and had become his consort. At first, they thought it was just idle gossip from the villagers, but they never expected that they would actually see the real Wang Yi today, who had actually become a high-ranking princess. TSK. Old Wang's family has really had incredible luck. I always thought Yi was beautiful and had a good personality, but I never expected that she would look so elegant and noble in the princess's clothes. She's completely different from before. Listening to these whispered discussions, Wang Yi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes. But when she looked up and met Li Chengji's encouraging gaze, most of her panic subsided. She took a deep breath, stepped forward, pointed to the brand-new treadle loom in the center of the courtyard, cleared her throat, and said to everyone, "I believe that everyone who has been selected here is a skilled weaver. This is a new type of foot-operated loom specially made by the Prince of Han's palace." From then on, everyone wove cloth in this courtyard. The working hours were from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., a total of 4 hours. The first month is a trial period. If you can weave 10 bolts of cloth by hand during this period, you will be considered qualified. Starting from the second month, you must weave at least 1 bolt of cloth every day. Wang Yi clearly repeated, word by word, what Li Chengji had told her beforehand. As soon as these words were spoken, the peasant women in the courtyard were initially delighted by the short 4-hour work period. However, upon hearing the requirement to weave a bolt of cloth every day, they all frowned and looked troubled. Working only 4 hours a day is a very short time, which is quite easy for these hardworking peasant women. But to weave a bolt of cloth in a single day, isn't that a pipe dream? Chapter 58 Report from Ningguda Prefecture. Many of them were experienced weavers who had been weaving for many years. Even if they were very quick, it would take them 3 days to weave a single bolt of cloth using an old-fashioned loom. Weaving a bolt of cloth in 4 hours was simply unthinkable. Immediately, a chorus of murmurs rose and fell in the courtyard as the peasant women whispered among themselves, their faces filled with disbelief. Sisters, don't doubt yourselves whether you can do it. After you try this machine, you'll know for sure. Let me demonstrate it for you first. As Wang Yi spoke, she raised her hand and took off the gorgeous brocade dress with exquisite embroidery on her body. This was the formal dress of the princess consort of Han. After taking it off, she was wearing an ordinary, well-fitting coarse cloth garment underneath, simple yet clean and neat. Perhaps because the brocade robes she wore earlier were too loose, now that she had changed into a close-fitting garment, her figure became even more exquisite. She plopped down on the wooden chair in front of the loom, and the full curves of her waist and hips were clearly outlined, which stirred Li Chengji's heart. If the occasion weren't so inappropriate, he would have loved to rush forward and pull the person into his arms immediately. Wang Yi was completely focused on demonstrating the loom and paid no attention to anything else. The eyes of the peasant women in the courtyard were also drawn to the movements of her hands, and no one noticed the details around them. Wang Yi's hands flew as she skillfully operated the foot-operated loom. Her feet pressed the pedals, driving the shuttle, and the shuttle in her hands swished and weaved through the warp threads, creating a rapid interweaving of weft threads. The speed was so fast that the peasant women standing nearby were stunned. My God, how could it be so fast? The speed at which the wiring is going is terrifying. In the blink of an eye, you've woven a whole bundle of fabric. It's only been short time, but it's more than I usually knit in half an hour. What kind of machine is this? It's amazing. The peasant women's voices gradually changed from initial confusion to shock, until finally they were all dumbfounded, staring blankly at the linen cloth that was slowly taking shape on the loom. They were all experienced weavers and could immediately see the power of this new loom. At this speed, it could probably weave 2 bolts of cloth a day, let alone 1. Wang Yi's hands never stopped moving. While skillfully weaving cloth, she said to everyone, as long as everyone works hard and doesn't slack off, weaving a bolt of cloth a day is a piece of cake. If you weave a bolt of cloth a day, your monthly wage will be 2 taels of silver. If you can weave 2 bolts of cloth a day, your wage will double to 4 taels of silver. Here, it's all about the more you work, the more you earn. Every month, your wages will be settled according to the actual number of bolts of cloth you weave. Today is everyone's first day here, so it's considered a trial period. There's no requirement to weave cloth yet, and I'll pay everyone their first month's wages today, 2 taels of silver, as an advance payment. After the 1-month trial period, the sisters who pass will stay at the estate to continue working. As Wang Ye finished speaking, the courtyard fell silent for a moment. Then, the peasant women were completely stunned, their faces filled with unbelievable joy. The 2 taels of silver they were paid far exceeded their expectations. You see, an ordinary farming family of 3 or 4 people could live quite comfortably on 1 or 2 taels of silver a month, while for ordinary farmers, half a tael of silver a month wouldn't even be enough. Their men toil in the fields all day long, and the whole family works themselves to the bone, earning at most a little over 1 or 2 taels of silver a month. If they encounter a year of disaster, when the weather is unfavorable and the harvest is dismal, they may not even be able to afford to pay the land rent. Not to mention these women, who rarely leave their homes and have no way to earn money. Most of them have an old-fashioned loom at home, where they weave some coarse cloth in their spare time, and have their men take it out to exchange for a few copper coins to supplement the family income. Many families were poor, with several women sharing a single loom. One would use it in the morning, another in the afternoon, and if it was a full moon night with moonlight, someone would take turns weaving all night. Despite such hardship, earning 30 to 50 copper coins a month from weaving was considered quite good. Who would have thought that working at the Han Prince's weaving workshop could earn 2 taels of silver a month, which is equivalent to the monthly income of an ordinary farming family? Most importantly, this is only the wage for weaving 1 bolt of cloth a day. They have just witnessed the efficiency of the new loom. Weaving 1 bolt of cloth a day is probably just the minimum. If they are quick and efficient, they can earn even more. Standing to the side, Li Chengji watched as the hesitation in the peasant women's eyes vanished, replaced by enthusiasm and energy, and he felt completely at ease. Li Chengji no longer interfered in the daily management of these peasant women and the negotiation of their wages, leaving it all to Wang Ye. He walked around the courtyard with his hands behind his back, carefully examining the place to see if there were any oversights in the weaving estate that needed to be rectified. The first thing that catches the eye is the lighting. Although the courtyard is spacious and bright during the day thanks to natural light, the light depends entirely on the weather. If there is continuous rain, the courtyard will be extremely dark, making it impossible to weave cloth. At this time of year, candles are already quite expensive, and ordinary families simply cannot afford them. Moreover, the light from candles is too dim to support delicate work like weaving, so most farmers can only go to bed as soon as it gets dark. Candles are something they can only dream of but never reach. Li Qingji carefully observed the various parts of the courtyard and secretly pondered that it would be necessary to install several large lights around the courtyard. The power supply problem is easy to solve. Just put 2 batteries in the backyard and connect them to solar panels to provide power. However, the power consumption is very low and more than enough for lighting. After walking around the courtyard, Li Chengji called a servant to his side and carefully explained several areas that needed to be renovated. For example, the walls around the yard could be raised to ensure the safety and privacy of the estate. A dozen or so simple toilets could be built in the backyard, which would simply be a deep pit dug in the ground with wooden planks placed on top. The village is full of women, so there should be more toilets. It would be unseemly for everyone to urinate and defecate anywhere in such a well-organized village. Moreover, this manure, once collected, becomes excellent farmyard manure, so it's not wasted. Besides these, the most important issue is safety. Li Chengji's face darkened, and he ordered his servants in a deep voice that Lu Wuming must send 50 personal guards to watch over the manor day and night, taking turns on guard duty 24 hours a day, and that each guard post must be manned by at least 4 martial artists. Firstly, it was to ensure that the core secret of the new foot-operated loom was not leaked, so as to prevent others from coveting it. Secondly, the workers in the village are all women, and their personal safety must be properly guaranteed. After arranging these matters one by one, Li Chengji looked up at Wang Ye, who was still busy explaining the operation of the loom to the peasant women in the courtyard. He went up to her, said a few words, and then turned and left the weaving manor. He deliberately left the carriage outside the manor, and from now on, he would entrust all matters concerning the weaving estate to Wang Ye. Li Chengji himself turned to Yi Fan, urging him to mass-produce the foot-operated looms as soon as possible. Moreover, all the artisans involved in manufacturing the looms were to be bought out and made into exclusive artisans for the Prince of Han's residence. Furthermore, a division of labor was implemented, with each craftsman only responsible for making their own part of the parts and memorizing their own procedures. Once the craftsmen had memorized all the drawings, they were all burned. No one was allowed to draw or copy them privately to prevent the technology from being leaked. After listening, Yi Fan nodded solemnly. He knew in his heart how important this new type of loom was to the Han Prince's mansion. People often talk about clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, but they often put the cart before the horse. Little do they know that in ancient times, clothing was actually the most important item. For ordinary people, especially, clothing to keep warm is the most basic need. Even for the simplest and most basic coarse linen, the market demand is astonishingly high. Rare items like wine and MSG can be used to make money off the wealthy, while necessities like coarse linen will be used to supply the common people. Li Chengji had already planned this out. He would set the price of coarse linen as moderately as possible, based on the Han Prince's weaving output, to suit the needs of the people. Nowadays, a bolt of coarse linen costs 400 or 500 coins, but the cloth woven by the Han Prince's mansion using modern looms would certainly not be sold at such a high price. Of course, in order to avoid attracting attention in the early stages, the price will only be slightly lower than the market price, and will not drop too drastically all at once. Otherwise, it would be too conspicuous and easily become the target of public criticism, thus attracting unnecessary trouble. Meanwhile, in the capital city, inside the imperial palace, in a palace with red walls and yellow tiles, an old eunuch with a white face and no beard, wearing a dark patterned brocade robe, hurriedly walked towards the Hall of Literary Glory, his expression showing a hint of urgency. The Hall of Literary Glory is located behind the Hall of Imperial Sacrifices. It is one of the three main halls of the former dynasty. The old emperor usually held court meetings and discussed matters with his officials in the Hall of Literary Glory. The three main halls, Fengtian Hall, Huagai Hall, and Jinshan Hall, were connected and formed the core of the Ming dynasty's imperial palace, symbolizing imperial power. Today, the old emperor is handling state affairs in the Hall of Literary Glory. The old eunuch walked quickly to the vermilion gate of the Hall of Literary Glory, straightened his robes, then gently pushed open the gate, bowed, and stepped inside. He lowered his voice and respectfully called out, "Your Majesty, a secret report has been delivered, originating from Ningguda Prefecture." Inside the hall, the old emperor sat on the dragon throne, looking down as he flipped through the memorials in his hands. His vermilion pen occasionally circled and annotated the memorials. Upon hearing the old eunuch's words, his brows furrowed slightly, and he paused in his flipping motion. After a moment, his expression gradually calmed down. He looked up at the old eunuch below, his voice dignified and deep, and uttered only one word. "Read it." Chapter 59 Impression of the Old Emperor Changes. The old eunuch stood by the imperial desk with his hands at his sides, his gaze fixed on the old emperor with graying temples. Seeing that the emperor seemed to be engrossed in reviewing the memorials, his fingers holding the vermilion brush, but not putting it down for a long time, the eunuch couldn't help but sigh slightly. Since the passing of the late empress, the emperor's spirit seemed to have been drained of much of his energy. The clarity and sharpness in his eyes had faded considerably, leaving only a deep weariness. His temper became increasingly violent, and the writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones in the imperial study were smashed countless times. Even the palace servants and eunuchs who served him were constantly on edge, fearing that they might offend the emperor with a single careless word. Especially 4 months ago, the crown prince caused such an absurd incident, which once again frustrated the old emperor. Even though he loved this eldest son dearly, the crown prince was the foundation of the country and concerned the fate of the nation. Despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to harden his heart and depose him, sending him to the harsh and cold Ningguda Prefecture. Even so, the old emperor still couldn't let go of it. Every month, sometimes even less than a month, the spy station in Ningguda Prefecture would secretly report on what was happening in the Han Prince's mansion. However, the contents of these recent secret reports have only made the old emperor angrier, and it has become common for him to fly into a rage. He's mentally challenged and dull-witted, practically a useless person, The enormous Han Prince's mansion was actually controlled by a mere chief clerk, who held absolute power. Ningguta Prefecture was already the most remote and harshest border prefecture of the Great Xia dynasty. After the chief secretary's meddling, all sorts of messy and exorbitant taxes were added. With layers of exploitation, the people in the prefecture lost all their support and were filled with resentment. If it weren't for the presence of 200,000 troops stationed in nearby prefectures, deterring the border people, the old emperor would have been worried every day, fearing that the people would be forced to rebel and that the Liao army outside the pass would take advantage of the situation to enter the pass. Previously, when the old eunuch read the secret report sent by Ningguta Prefecture to the old emperor, the atmosphere in the hall was always extremely tense. After listening, the old emperor would almost always be furious and enraged. If the crown prince hadn't already been deposed and was now in this worst border prefecture, the old emperor would have wanted to demote him further to vent his anger. Wang Qingjin bent down and carefully tore open the tightly sealed secret report. He pinched the edge of the document with his fingertips and gently took out the paper inside. He glanced down at the writing. His pupils suddenly contracted, his expression changed instantly, and his fingers gripping the paper tightened slightly. In just a few moments, the expression on his face changed several times, from astonishment to surprise, then to undisguised joy, and finally settled into a solemn expression. He dared not delay any longer, cleared his throat, suppressed the turmoil in his heart, and began to read aloud in a calm tone. Secret report. After thorough investigation and verification, it has been confirmed that the Prince of Han's mental illness has been cured, and his speech and behavior are as normal as before. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. After Wang Qingjin finished reading this sentence, he immediately knelt down on both knees, bowed his head, and offered his congratulations, his voice filled with genuine joy. The old emperor, who had been engrossed in his memorials, paused abruptly upon hearing these words, his hand holding the vermilion brush suddenly stopping, the tip of the brush spreading a small patch of vermilion on the memorial. He looked up, and the tense and serious expression on his face gradually eased, and the melancholy in his eyes also dissipated. Even if his son is useless and a scoundrel, he is still his eldest son, the child of him and his most beloved person. How could he possibly be at ease? Especially after learning that he had developed dementia. She was constantly worried and couldn't eat or sleep. Now it's all right. Finally, it's all right. The worry that had been weighing on his mind for so long can finally be put to rest. Wang Qingjin lay prostrate on the ground. Seeing that the emperor's expression had eased slightly, he continued to bow his head and read aloud, his voice still steady. That day, Li Song, the son of the chief secretary, attempted to take advantage of a maidservant of the Prince of Han, but was killed by the Prince of Han with a hidden weapon. The next day, Chief Secretary Li Song led 46 servants to break into the Prince of Han's residence, intending to assassinate the Prince of Han. We were hiding in the shadows, preparing to find an opportunity to warn the Prince of Han to escape quickly, but we never expected that the Prince of Han had already anticipated this. The commander of the Han Prince's palace guard, Lu Wuming, was ordered to lead 800 personal guards to ambush in the palace. After Li Song led his servants into the palace, the ambush troops immediately rushed out and surrounded him. Li Song was captured, and all the other servants were executed on the spot. Because Lu Wuming's cultivation level is profound and his aura is intimidating, we dare not approach rashly and can only observe from a distance. However, we can clearly see that the Prince of Han is decisive, his command is measured, and his advances and retreats are all in accordance with rules, confirming that his mind has been fully restored. The old emperor stopped reviewing the memorials completely, resting his elbows on the imperial desk and his fingertips against his brow. When he heard that the chief secretary's son dared to do such an indecent thing to the maidservant beside Li Chengji, his brows furrowed instantly, his face darkened, and he was quite dissatisfied. The son of a mere subordinate dares to ride roughshod over your own son. You, the king of Han, are far too pathetic. When the old emperor heard that Li Chengji had killed him without hesitation, his furrowed brows relaxed slightly, and he thought to himself, he still has some backbone. He hasn't disgraced the royal family. But when he heard that Li Song had dared to lead dozens of servants to break into the Prince of Han's residence in broad daylight, intending to assassinate him, his expression changed again. He abruptly looked up, put down his vermilion brush, and his knuckles turned slightly white from the force. Only when he heard that Li Chengji had made prior arrangements, set up an ambush, and waited for the enemy to come to him, and even took the opportunity to capture Li Song, did the old emperor finally breathe a long sigh of relief, lean back on the dragon throne, and the pent-up anger in his chest dissipated somewhat. But after a short while, his face darkened again, and his anger burned even more fiercely. How dare a mere chief clerk of a prince's mansion, a servant, break into the prince's residence in broad daylight and attempt to assassinate the Prince of Han? This is simply outrageous and lawless. Such a traitorous person should have his entire family executed. It seems we need to find a pretext to thoroughly investigate the people around Li Song and find out if he has anyone backing him up, which makes him dare to be so unscrupulous. Li Qingji may have been mindful of past relationships and didn't want to delve too deeply into Li Song's previous actions, but the old emperor felt that things were far more complicated than they seemed. Even a mere prefectural governor, without someone else's authorization, wouldn't dare to lay a hand on a prince. At the same time, a few doubts arose in his mind. This kid used to act recklessly and never had a clear mind, so how come he is suddenly so clever this time? He even knows how to deploy troops in advance and set up an ambush. He does have some strategy. Wang Qinjian then continued reading the secret report with his head bowed, not daring to pause for even a moment. The day before yesterday, His Highness the Prince of Han hosted a banquet at the Yihong courtyard, inviting the 4 major families of Ningguta Prefecture. However, because Lu Wuming was always by His Highness's side, his aura was intimidating, and we dared not approach rashly. We were unable to find out the details of what happened inside the Yihong courtyard. However, before the banquet began, Zhao Zhenghan, the eldest son of Zhao Ziqian of the Zhao family, pretended to be drunk and flirted with Zhenjin, a maidservant of the Prince of Han, in public. The Prince of Han was furious and immediately ordered Lu Wuming to break both of Zhao Zhenghan's legs. As Wang Qinjian read this, his fingers holding the paper paused slightly. He secretly glanced at the old emperor behind the desk out of the corner of his eye and saw that the emperor was no longer paying attention to the memorials. His gaze was fixed on the ground, and his expression was unreadable. Wang Qinjian's heart couldn't help but tighten. Yihong courtyard? Is it a restaurant? The old emperor finally spoke, his voice calm, but carrying a subtle scrutiny. He always felt that the name of this place sounded somewhat improper. Your Majesty, this Yihong courtyard is nominally a restaurant, but in reality it is the largest brothel in Ningguta Prefecture. Wang Qinjian dared not conceal anything, bowing deeply and honestly reporting, his head lowered even further. Snort. The old emperor snorted coldly, his face instantly darkening again. The slight relief and goodwill that had just risen in his eyes vanished without a trace. He had barely regained his senses when he immediately went to a brothel and even attacked the eldest son of the largest family in Ningguta Prefecture because of a lowly maid. He simply can't distinguish between what's important and what's not, and he really doesn't learn his lesson. If Li Chengji were standing before him now and recounted in detail all the events that had recently occurred in Ningguta Prefecture to the old emperor, the emperor would surely not have such thoughts now. These secret reports could only record the general outline. The spies had no way of knowing many of the causes, consequences, and details. For example, the secret affairs that occurred in the Han Prince's mansion could not be detected by the spies at all. After all, Lu Wuming had sent a large number of soldiers to guard the palace, with guards every 3 steps and sentries every 5 steps. It was difficult for even a fly to fly in. And then there's that chivalrous woman from the martial arts world, that beautiful young woman in a silver shirt with a shapely bottom, Han Weiwei. First, she secretly followed Li Qingji. Then she was captured by Lu Wuming, and finally she made a bet with Li Qingji. These things are even more beyond the reach of these imperial spies to investigate. Moreover, the old emperor sent people to monitor Li Qingji not because he was worried that Li Qingji would become too powerful and rebel, but simply to find out how his good-for-nothing son was doing in the harsh Ningguta Prefecture and whether he was safe and well. Therefore, these spies only need to find out the general events happening around him, and that will suffice. Wang Qinjian dared not breathe loudly, much less utter a word. He simply kept his head down and continued reading the contents of the secret report, afraid that if he uttered even a single extra word, he would incur the emperor's wrath. The next part of the secret report is a record of Li Qingji's impassioned speech at the execution ground outside the city. When the old emperor heard that Li Chengji had actually bowed and apologized to all the people of Ningguda Prefecture in front of them at the execution ground, and had also explained in detail the evil deeds committed in the prefecture over the past few months, all of which were caused by the chief secretary Li Song taking advantage of his illness and inability to manage affairs to falsely issue royal orders and do whatever he wanted, the old emperor was stunned. He sat on the dragon throne, motionless, his eyes full of astonishment. After a moment, he slowly came to his senses, took a deep breath, and the frustration in his chest dissipated somewhat. The old emperor had long been completely disappointed in his eldest son, attributing it to his own failure to properly educate and raise him. He never expected that his son would do something like this. Furthermore, he did not try to distance himself from the situation or shift all the blame onto Li Song. Instead, he frankly stated that it was his own negligence and oversight that allowed Li Song to take advantage of the situation, causing the people to suffer. Therefore, he had to sincerely apologize to the people. That shows a great deal of responsibility. He has quite the air about him when he was young. The old emperor couldn't help but admire it in his heart, and a trace of warmth reappeared in his eyes. This kid has some sense of responsibility. He didn't embarrass me. The old emperor muttered to himself, a hint of barely perceptible satisfaction in his voice. If he had shifted all the blame onto Li Song, not only would the people not have believed him, but even I would not have believed him. The confidential information is not yet finished. Wang Qingjin continued reading the following content, his voice becoming clearer and clearer. In front of the entire city's population, Li Chengji announced that all the people of Ningguda Prefecture would be exempted from taxes, and all the messy taxes previously imposed by Li Song would be abolished. Furthermore, the state exempted itself from 1 year's taxes, and stated that the subsequent tax standards would be redetermined based on the detailed economic and social situation of the entire Ningguda state a year later. Even if taxes were to be reinstated in the future, only 30% would be collected. Most importantly, he ordered that all of his tens of thousands of acres of fertile land be leased free of charge to the poor people in the state, and that he only charged 10% of the rent as a fee for land maintenance. Not only that, he also vigorously purchased farmland from wealthy families in the state. He rented out all the good land he acquired to the people at a rate of 10%, so that those who had no land to cultivate would have land to cultivate and food to eat. At the same time, he also began recruiting new soldiers in Ningguda Prefecture, expanding the personal guards of the Prince of Han's palace, reorganizing the army, and enforcing strict military discipline. Upon hearing this series of actions, even the usually composed Wang Qingjin couldn't help but become excited as he read the secret report, his voice involuntarily rising a few decibels, his eyes filled with exhilaration. The old emperor, who was always serious and expressionless, finally showed a genuine smile. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes smoothed out, and the melancholy and weariness in his eyes were replaced by relief and joy. The old emperor dedicated his life to governing diligently and caring for his people, working tirelessly day and night for the sake of the great Xia dynasty and its people. He had no regrets and felt he had done right by his ancestors. Who would have thought that in his later years, his most beloved eldest son would cause a series of absurd incidents, causing him to lose face and filling his heart with disappointment? Unexpectedly, after this ordeal, this rebellious son actually came to his senses. If the previous series of actions were merely the rebellious son's petty cleverness, which could only slightly improve the old emperor's opinion of him, then the subsequent actions of renting out fertile land to the people at a rate of 10% and drastically exempting the state from taxes were truly beneficial to the people and showed his concern for the common people. Li Chengji's willingness to sacrifice his own interests and give up his private property for the sake of the people truly moved the old emperor. This is something that ordinary people cannot do. Even among the ministers in the court, few would have such courage and magnanimity. This unfilial son has actually grown up. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. After reading the secret report, Wang Qingjin knelt down again, offering his congratulations with heartfelt words. The Prince of Han has undergone such a dramatic change. It is truly Your Majesty's great blessing that Your Majesty's wishes have come true. Your Majesty has a worthy successor, and our great Xia has a worthy successor too. Wang Qingjin had served the old emperor since he was 9 years old, attending to his every need. In the blink of an eye, he had served the old emperor for nearly 60 years, rising from a young eunuch to the old eunuch he was today. He knew better than anyone else the emperor's feelings for the Prince of Han, and he also knew that the emperor had never given up on his expectations for this eldest son. Otherwise, why would they have arranged for several trusted spies to be stationed in Ningguda Prefecture for a long time to secretly observe the Han King's every move? How could they have secretly sent top imperial guards to infiltrate the Prince of Han's inner circle and silently protect his safety? Otherwise, why has the position of Crown Prince remained vacant until now after he was deposed? No matter how many senior officials in the court jointly submitted memorials, arguing that the Crown Prince was the foundation of the nation and that an heir must be established as soon as possible, the emperor ignored them all, as if he had not heard or seen them. Hearing Wang Qingyin's congratulations, the old emperor, unusually, did not rebuke him or display his imperial majesty. He simply smiled softly, his eyes filled with relief. Over the past year, the huge weight that had been pressing on his chest seemed to have finally loosened considerably, allowing him to breathe a long sigh of relief and completely dispel the pent-up frustration in his heart. Your Majesty. The old emperor looked out of the palace, his gaze distant, and murmured to himself, "Our child is not so incompetent. He has really grown up. Perhaps, after experiencing the harshness of this place, he will be more responsible and better able to take over my responsibilities and protect the land of Great Xia." The old emperor was filled with emotion, and a trace of moisture welled up in the corner of his eye. Chapter 60, the old emperor agreed. Just then, Wang Qingjin seemed to suddenly remember something, and carefully took out another sealed letter from a hidden pocket in his sleeve, holding it in his hand. Your Majesty, Wang Qingjin bowed and reported softly, "The Prince of Han's personal letter has arrived. It was handed directly to this old servant and did not pass through any other hands. Your Majesty, he wrote a letter to me." Upon hearing this, the old emperor's eyes were full of surprise, and his tone was tinged with suspicion, clearly indicating that he could hardly believe it. Your Majesty, it was indeed written by the Prince of Han himself. He had the Prince of Han's personal guards deliver it by fast horse. It was handed over directly to this old servant without being passed by any other person along the way. Wang Qingjin replied respectfully, holding the letter above his head with both hands. The old emperor's heart skipped a beat, and he tapped his fingertips lightly on the imperial desk, his mind filled with astonishment. Under normal circumstances, vassal kings living far away in their fiefdoms rarely wrote letters to the emperor in private, except for major festivals, holidays, or when they had important matters to report. If this had happened before today, and this rebellious son dared to write a letter, the old emperor probably wouldn't have even bothered to read it, simply tossing it onto his desk to gather dust. But today, the actions of this rebellious son in Ningguda Prefecture have put the old emperor in a very good mood. His satisfaction and anticipation outweigh his usual disappointment and anger. Now he has no heart to review memorials anymore, but it wouldn't hurt to take a look at this unfilial son's handwritten letter. Bring it here. The old emperor raised his hand, his tone calm, yet unable to conceal a hint of anticipation. Upon hearing this, Wang Qingjin immediately bowed and stepped forward, respectfully handing the letter written by Li Qingji to the old emperor. Before the letter was even opened, the old emperor sat upright on his bright yellow and gold-embroidered dragon throne, his fingertips holding the perfectly sealed letter. He had already made up his mind. Li Qingji must have been unable to endure the hardship in Ningguda Prefecture. The letter was probably full of complaints, and he was racking his brains to get the emperor to issue an edict to transfer him from that bitter and cold fiefdom back to the prosperous capital. After all, Ningguda Prefecture is located in the northern border of the Great Xia dynasty. It is cold and desolate, with the winter wind able to penetrate several layers of cotton robes. As far as the eye can see, there is only a vast expanse of snow-covered plains. It is worlds apart from the capital city, which is full of carved beams and painted rafters, bustling with traffic, and embodies the prosperity of the world. Moreover, Li Qingji grew up in the deep palace, enjoying the best privileges and conditions in the world, and had never suffered any hardship. Even though he seems to have gained wisdom in Ningguda Prefecture, understanding the importance of caring for the people and their livelihood, those who haven't experienced hardship ultimately can't endure such harsh conditions. His desire to return to the capital is only natural. The old emperor tightened his grip on the letter, his brow furrowing slightly. He had already made up his mind. No matter how much his rebellious son pleaded and cried in the letter, he would never allow him to return to the capital. The capital was no longer a place he could easily return to. The remaining princes all secretly harbored ambitions to seize the throne. Even if some princes themselves did not have such thoughts, their maternal families, relatives, and factions in the court would certainly press them step by step, pushing them toward that highest position. The world is bustling with activity, all for profit. Who wouldn't want to become a loyal minister to assist the new emperor and win a lifetime of glory? The old emperor leaned back on the soft cushion of the dragon throne, his eyes deep and heavy. He subconsciously did not want Li Chengji to be involved in the mess of the succession struggle, nor did he want to see him caught up in the bloody storm of the court. But this certainty vanished into astonishment the moment the old emperor opened the letter. He picked up the letter and quickly scanned it, finding not a single word of complaint, nor a single request to return to the capital. The letter was extremely short, only 200 or 300 words long. It began with a respectful greeting to the old emperor, and the rest of the letter was filled with the author's longing for his deceased mother. Every word and phrase is a child far away longing for his mother, recalling the moments when he was young and by her side, receiving her guidance and love. The emotions are sincere and heartfelt, and the words are full of filial piety, without a trace of affectation. The old emperor lowered his eyes to look at the handwriting on the letter. Although the pen was more steady than usual, it still contained a hint of youthful immaturity. Thinking of the deceased empress and reading the words of longing from his child far away in the northern frontier, even he, as the supreme ruler with a heart as hard as iron, was moved by this sincere emotion. An indescribable regret welled up in his heart, and the anger that had been pent up in his heart when he was thinking about Li Chengji's complaints instantly dissipated, and even the wrinkles between his brows softened a bit. At the end of the letter, Li Chengji mentioned Gao Zhan in a casual manner. Gao Zhan was originally the chief eunuch by the side of the late empress. He was meticulous and loyal. When the empress passed away, he was disheartened and voluntarily resigned to go to the imperial mausoleum to guard the empress's tomb. Several years passed in the blink of an eye. The old emperor always trusted Gao Zhan implicitly. After all, she was the closest person to the woman he loved most in his life, someone who had witnessed the empress's most beautiful years and stayed by her side until the very end. If it were anyone else, even one of the other princes, asking him to send Gao Zhan to assist them, the old emperor would certainly be suspicious of them, pondering their motives and suspecting that they wanted to use Gao Zhan's name to win over their old subordinates and plot something sinister. However, the old emperor had no reservations whatsoever when faced with Li Chengji's request. After all, Gao Zhan was not only the late empress's close attendant, but also someone who had watched Li Chengji grow up from infancy and was both a teacher and an uncle to Li Chengji. Although Li Chengji is now sensible, he is still just a teenager in his early 20s. He has experienced the setbacks of being demoted and leaving the capital. Alone in the bitter cold of the northern frontier, it is only natural for him to miss his mother and want to see her closest old friend to ease his longing. Moreover, Ningguta Prefecture is a border prefecture of the Great Xia Dynasty, with its territory intersecting with that of the Liao Dynasty. Conflicts are constant on the border, and bandits roam freely, making it the most chaotic and uneasy place in the Great Xia Dynasty. The old emperor recalled Gao Zhan's abilities. Although he was a eunuch, he had mastered superb martial arts, was agile, and had a thoughtful mind. With him by Li Chengji's side, he could protect him. At the very least, this would ensure the safety of this rebellious son. Thinking of this, the old emperor raised his eyes and looked at Wang Chenjian, who was standing below the steps. He said in a deep voice, his tone carrying an unquestionable authority, "Issue my decree. The Prince of Han is longing for his mother. Order Gao Zhan to set off immediately for the Prince of Han's residence in Ningguta Prefecture. From now on, he will serve by the Prince of Han's side and protect him." "Yes, Your Majesty." Wang Chenjian bowed deeply, his voice booming as he respectfully accepted the imperial decree. He then turned and quickly retreated to convey the imperial edict. The Zhao Mansion in Ningguta Prefecture is unique in its grandeur. Its vermilion gate is tall and imposing. The bluestone road winds its way in. The pavilions and towers are arranged in a well-organized manner, and the carved beams and painted rafters are exquisite. It is no exaggeration to say that it is an extremely luxurious palace. There have long been rumors that the original site of the Zhao Mansion was once a temporary palace of the previous dynasty. This very lineage is enough to suggest the high status and extravagance of the family. No one knows the reason why this palace, which was once a resting place for the royal family, eventually became the residence of the Zhao family and belonged to them. In an elegant courtyard within the mansion, carved windows on all four sides were half closed. Outside the courtyard, sparse bamboo cast long shadows, while inside, a faint scent of agarwood incense wafted through the air, its smoke unable to dispel the somber mood on the faces of the people in the hall. The atmosphere was so heavy it was almost stagnant. Zhao Qixio, Zhao Ziqian, and Zhao Jitong. Wu Sinan, the head of the Wu family, sat in the middle, with his younger brother Wu Jingting, who was slightly younger than him, beside him. In addition, a young woman stood quietly to the side, who was Wu Mingming, the spokesperson for the Wu family business. Wu Sinan is 54 years old this year. His temples are already streaked with white, and his face is calm and composed, exuding the dignity of a head of the family. His younger brother, Wu Jingting, bears some resemblance to him in appearance, but his expression is more lively, and his eyes and brows reveal the shrewdness of a businessman. Unlike the Zhao family, the Wu family had been in business for generations and was a well-off family, famously wealthy in Ningguda Prefecture. Businessmen are the most adaptable, so the person who came with Wu Sinan and his brother this time was not a member of the clan, but the young Wu Mingming. She could decide the fate of the Wu family's vast estate with a single word. It was rumored that there was countless gold buried in the Wu family's underground chambers, making them richer than a country. And the power to decide such a fortune was mostly in her hands. Wu Mingming was dressed in a loose black outfit that completely covered her beautiful figure, revealing only her pretty yet cold face. Her eyes were calm as she listened to the conversation without saying a word. She is the most intelligent person in the entire Wu family. She has undergone countless rigorous tests by Wu Sinan and Wu Jingting, and has stood out among all the children in the family. She is the most outstanding among the younger generation of the Wu family, and the only candidate to become the next head of the Wu family. Today, the core members of the Zhao and Wu families have gathered here, their purpose obvious, to join forces against Li Chengji, the Prince of Han, who is currently at the height of his power in Ningguda Prefecture. After a long silence, Zhao Qixio broke the deadlock. He picked up the celadone teacup on the table, his fingertips tracing the rim, and said in a somber tone, "Old Master Wu, you have surely seen what that Prince of Han has been doing lately. If we allow him to run rampant in our Ningguda Prefecture, I'm afraid there will be no place for your Wu family or my Zhao family in this prefecture in the future." "That's right." Zhao Ziqian slammed his hand on the table, causing the porcelain cup to tremble and spill a few drops of tea. His eyes were bloodshot, his teeth clenched, and hatred surged in his voice. "My son, Jiang Han, only took a fancy to one of his maids, yet he cruelly crippled both of my son's legs. This shows that this Prince of Han is absolutely a narrow-minded and vengeful scoundrel." He took a deep breath. "Previously, our families joined forces with Li Song to sell off the Han Prince's property. Now that he has regained his senses, he certainly won't let it go so easily. If our families don't unite to resist him, he will surely settle accounts with us one by one in the future, and then it will be too late to regret it." Of the people present, Zhao Ziqian hated Li Chengji the most. Although Zhao Jianghan was not his only son, but was born to his most beloved concubine, he was not destined to inherit the Zhao family's property. However, he had promised the concubine that he would ensure Zhao Jianghan would have a worry-free life and even allocated several properties to him, allowing him to simply stay at home and collect dividends. But now, his son has become a cripple. How can he swallow this hatred? Although Zhao Jianghan's injuries could be healed, his legs would never be able to support him again. In the past few days, Zhao Ziqian has searched far and wide for renowned doctors in Ningguda Prefecture, wearing out their doors, but he has only received one result. With their medical skills, it is absolutely impossible to cure Zhao Jianghan's leg. Unless a peerless master can be found to clear the blocked blood vessels in his body with profound internal strength, and then supplemented with rare and precious medicinal materials, the broken bones can be allowed to regrow and slowly heal. But this is nothing but a mirage. Where in this world can one easily find such a peerless master? Thinking of this, Zhao Ziqian's face turned even uglier. Seeing this, Zhao Jitong, who was standing next to him, also echoed in a deep voice. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes sharp, Father, second master, I wholeheartedly agree with your analysis. Every word that Prince of Han said on the execution ground proves that he is absolutely unwilling to be subordinate to our families. He has now ordered a year's tax exemption for the entire prefecture and abolished most of the commercial taxes and various poll taxes, making the people and merchants in the prefecture extremely grateful to him. We can still bear the losses from these. But this guy actually rented out tens of thousands of acres of farmland to those lowly people for only 10% of the rent. Zhao Jitong's voice suddenly rose, full of indignation. Only 1%. Isn't this a blatant slap in the face to us aristocratic families? We, the major families, have long since discussed and agreed on the rent per acre of farmland. The starting point is 50%, generally 60%, and at most 70% or 80% is acceptable. Now he's gone and suddenly lowered the rent to 10%, which is completely against the rules. If those lowly people get a taste of this, why would they ever come to rent our farmland again? Upon hearing Zhao Jidong's words, Wu Xinan, Wu Jingting, and Wu Mingming all nodded, their expression solemn. A tenth of the rent? That's practically making enemies of all the established families. Many prominent families in Ningguda Prefecture do not engage in commerce. Their core economic source comes from renting out properties. They've already bought up all the shops on the streets, and the fertile farmland outside the villages has also long been registered under their names for rent. Most of the family members live off these rents. Among these rents, the largest proportion is farmland rent, simply because each household owns tens of thousands of acres or even hundreds of thousands of acres of farmland. Several powerful families had already privately agreed to set a uniform rent standard in order to protect their interests. Even the most lenient family would never charge less than 60%, while the more ruthless ones would charge 70% or 80%. But Li Chengji's actions have undoubtedly disrupted their rules and cut off their source of income. Although this matter is annoying, fortunately, we still have time to plan slowly. After all, the loss at present is only a little less money, which is not a big problem. Zhao Qixio suppressed his anger, changed the subject. His expression became increasingly solemn, and deep fear was hidden in his eyes. But the key point is that this king of Han has already begun to recruit soldiers on a large scale. This point should not be underestimated. Given the current popularity of him among the people, recruiting tens of thousands of soldiers in the next 2 days will not be a problem at all. It all depends on his final decision, whether he follows the original recruitment standards of the court or sets his own rules according to his own wishes. As soon as the words were spoken, the hall fell silent again. The smoke of the agarwood incense continued to rise, but everyone felt as if a mountain was pressing down on their hearts. They felt that the Han King, who was at the height of his power, had become a sharp sword hanging over the heads of all the noble families. Chapter 61, Murderous Intent. No, we absolutely cannot let the King of Han continue to develop like this. We must take advantage of him before he grows too powerful. Zhao Qixio sat upright in the rosewood chair, his voice deep and cold. When he said the last few words, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He slowly raised his right hand to his neck and made a clean, sharp stroke with his fingertips. That ruthlessness was even more striking in the dim candlelight. He tilted his head slightly, looking directly at Wu Xinan beside him, and asked urgently, "Brother Wu, has there been any news from the capital?" Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall tensed up, all eyes turning to Wu Xinan, and even their breathing subconsciously became lighter. Inside the Zhao family's secret chamber, the windows were completely covered by thick black cloth. Only a few candlesticks flickered, casting the shadows of everyone on the mottled walls, creating an inconspicuous atmosphere. A faint scent of sandalwood filled the air, but it couldn't suppress the somber mood and calculating intent that permeated the room. So far, outsiders only know that the Zhao and Wu families coveted the vast wealth of the Prince of Han's mansion, and that they colluded with Li Song to secretly transfer the Prince of Han's property little by little under various pretexts and seize it for themselves. But in reality, it's never that simple. The Zhao and Wu families' goal was never material possessions, but Li Chengji himself. They wanted to completely ruin Li Chengji in Ningguda Prefecture, shattering him to pieces so that he would never have a chance to recover. Even if Li Chengji was a complete scoundrel in the past, he only acted recklessly within the capital city. Even after being deposed as crown prince and exiled to the remote Ningguta prefecture, he was still of royal blood. Before this, he had never had any dealings with the Zhao and Wu families, the two powerful local clans of Ningguta prefecture, let alone any grudges or entanglements with them. The reason why the Zhao and Wu families went to such lengths and spared no effort to deal with Li Chengji was ultimately because they were instructed by Li Chengji's younger brother, the second Prince Li Chengze. Without Li Chengze's behind-the-scenes arrangements and the confidence he provided, the Zhao and Wu families, as local powerful clans, wouldn't dare to oppose a prince, even if they had 100 lives. Moreover, Li Chengji was once the crown prince, and even though he has been deposed, he is still the eldest son of the reigning emperor. His status is undeniable, and he cannot tolerate anyone easily acting recklessly. Wu Sinan was Li Chengze's only trusted contact person planted in Ningguta prefecture. On the very day Li Song was executed at the execution ground, Wu Sinan had already compiled a detailed account of Li Chengji's recent actions and all related information, and sent it by fast horse to Li Chengze, who was far away in the capital. Li Chengze is the rightful second prince of the current dynasty. Since Li Chengji was deposed, he has become the most popular candidate for crown prince among the court and the public. Now, many officials have submitted memorials to the court, strongly supporting Li Chengze as the new crown prince. Li Chengze's birth mother was a high-ranking imperial concubine, second only to the late empress, and Li Chengze had just turned 15 this year, the perfect age for the crown prince. It seemed that the timing, location, and people were all on his side. The correspondence between Wu Sinan and Li Chengze has always relied on the speed of the warriors on horseback, traveling day and night without any delay. Today, the reply from the capital has finally arrived. That's why Wu Sinan specially brought his younger brother Wu Jingting and daughter Wu Mengmeng to the Zhao family's secret room to discuss countermeasures with the Zhao family. Wu Sinan raised his hand and stroked his short beard, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the hall. His eyes were filled with an unyielding ruthlessness, and his voice was low but clear. The second prince's reply is that this person is certainly not willing to be confined to this remote place of Ningguta prefecture. All his current actions are secretly accumulating power, preparing for his return to the capital to seize the throne. This person must not be underestimated, and we must do everything in our power to stop his development. If we really cannot stop him, then we should kill him as soon as possible. The moment the words "kill them as soon as possible" were uttered, the hall fell into a deathly silence. Upon hearing this order, the others' expressions changed drastically. Their pupils contracted sharply, and their faces were filled with shock and fear. Are they really going to use a deadly move to kill Li Chengji? That's a prince of the current dynasty, the emperor's eldest son. This is no trivial matter like petty theft. If it comes to light, it will be a crime punishable by the confiscation of property and the extermination of the entire clan. But now that things have come to this, they're already in the same boat as Li Chengze, sharing both glory and ruin, so there's no turning back. The most excited of them all was Zhao Qixiu. He slammed his hand on the table, stood up, a ferocious smile spreading across his face, his teeth grinding together, his tone urgent and ruthless. Now that the second prince has spoken, what are we waiting for? Let's make arrangements as soon as possible. This kid is just starting out, his wings are not yet fully grown, and he is not a threat at all. His guards number less than 2,000 at most of whom are newly recruited soldiers who only train in the camp every day and are not of any use. He only has 800 personal guards under his command, who are barely capable of fighting. This is the perfect opportunity for us to kill him. Seeing his impatience, Wu Sinan immediately shook his head, his brows furrowing and his expression growing increasingly serious. He rebuked him in a deep voice. "Brother Zhao, you mustn't be hasty. This is murdering a prince, a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations of your family. How can you be so reckless? Even if we really have to take action, we absolutely cannot use the manpower of our 2 families. Otherwise, even if we kill the Prince of Han, once His Majesty sends people to investigate thoroughly and the investigation leads back to us, even with the second prince protecting us, we will only face certain death." "Yes, father is absolutely right," Wu Mengmeng quickly echoed from the side. She took a small half-step forward, her gaze firm, her voice clear and bright. "Regarding taking action, we should hold back for now and observe the situation. Even if we absolutely have to take action, we must not use a single soldier from Fuzhou, and we must not even touch the border troops. We must find a foolproof method. Using someone else to do the dirty work is the best strategy. Although the generals in the border defense forces are all our own people, once they are mobilized, it will inevitably leave clues. At that time, not only will we all be implicated, but those generals may also be implicated. They are the military forces that His Highness has painstakingly cultivated. We must not let anything happen to them. As soon as Wu Mengmeng finished speaking, Zhao Qixio, standing to the side, was filled with resentment. His knuckles clenched so tightly they turned white, but he knew she was telling the truth. He could only keep a livid face, his brows furrowed, his frustration finding nowhere to go. Unexpectedly, at this moment when the room was filled with gloom, Zhao Ziqian suddenly threw his head back and burst into laughter, breaking the silence in the secret room. Rest assured, everyone, I've already made preparations for this matter. Oh, Brother Qian has a plan? Tell me about it. Zhao Qixio looked at Zhao Ziqian first, his eyes full of eagerness. Even Wu Sinan and Wu Jingting, who had been calm and composed, couldn't help but look at him with burning eyes and a bit of expectation. The Zhao family is involved in politics, and the Wu family is involved in business. In Ningguda Prefecture, both families are top-tier powerful clans. With a stomp of their feet, the entire prefecture would tremble. They have long stood at the pinnacle of local power and resources. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Zhao Ziqian smiled calmly, his eyes brimming with confident assurance. He spoke with certainty. Over the years, my Zhao family has spent a fortune cultivating good relations with various forces in the martial arts world. Many of these forces have broken the rules and gotten into trouble, and it was my Zhao family that stepped in to cover for them, allowing them to live a carefree and comfortable life for so many years. Now it's time for them to repay our kindness and lend a helping hand. A member of the martial arts world? Upon hearing this, Wu Sinan and Wu Jingting exchanged a glance, both frowning and looking surprised. They never expected that Zhao Ziqian, that old fellow, had such a hidden skill, secretly cultivating relationships with numerous martial arts factions, something even their two families, longtime friends, were completely unaware of. Judging from his nonchalant demeanor, it was likely not just friendly relations, but perhaps he had even secretly cultivated several independent martial arts forces. The Wu family has always been wealthy and powerful, with countless riches and countless martial artists. However, they only employ assassins and retainers, never intending to win over or cultivate any martial arts forces. They consider those people to be scattered soldiers and not worth their time. Wu Mengmeng, who was standing to the side, saw the reactions of the others, sighed softly, and a trace of helplessness flashed in her eyes. In fact, as early as 5 years ago, she had suggested to her father and second uncle that the Wu family support the lesser-known martial arts schools and sects in the prefecture, and even those that were on the verge of bankruptcy due to poor management. All they needed to do was allocate some silver or send a manager to oversee their businesses, allowing them to focus on their martial arts practice. For the wealthy and powerful Wu family, this was a trivial matter, easily accomplished. However, her suggestion was immediately rejected by Wu Sinan and the others. They all felt that these Zhanghe and Jianghu people were nothing more than reckless brutes who acted on impulse, and that it would be better to simply spend some money to recruit them rather than bother cooperating with and supporting them, which would save time and effort. The Wu family ultimately didn't do it, but Zhao Ziqian did, and he did it for more than 10 years. Zhao Ziqian took in Wu Sinan and Wu Jingting's astonishment, as well as Wu Mengming's helplessness, and a hint of pride crept into his eyes, as if he were pleased with his own foresight. His gaze finally settled on Wu Mengming, who remained silent, and his tone carried a touch of approval. My dear niece, you've been managing your business and traveling all over the country these past few years. You've seen a lot and have good relationships with people from all walks of life. Your face is much more useful than ours, these old folks who stay at home. You must be very familiar with the guards of Ningguda Prefecture. Upon hearing this, Wu Mengming nodded slightly, her tone calm. We're fairly familiar with each other. She was the person who went in and out of the city the most among these people. As long as she was in charge of the Wu family's caravan, the journey was smooth and unimpeded. Even if there were soldiers on duty, no one dared to stop them at will. Who did not know that she was the person in charge of the Wu family now? Moreover, Wu Mengming was always sensible and considerate. Every time a caravan passed through the city gate, she would have her servants prepare team money in advance. Whenever the Wu family's caravan passed through the city gate, each guard could reliably receive 5 taels of silver, and it was 5 taels per person per trip. 5 taels of silver was not a small amount for ordinary guards. It was enough for them to purchase a considerable amount for their household expenses. Seeing that she agreed, Zhao Ziqian immediately said, "Then 3 days from now, at the hour of Cho, 1 to 3 a.m., the people I arrange will be waiting outside the city gate. At that time, all you need to do is lead the caravan to cooperate and let them into the city." Wu Mingming instantly understood his intention and immediately nodded in agreement, her tone resolute. "Uncle Zhao, don't worry. Leave this matter to me." Zhao Ziqian meant that she should lead a caravan back to the city at night 3 days later. Caravans entering the city was a routine occurrence in Ningguta Prefecture, but it was usually during the day. This time, it was simply at night. With her personally in charge, the prefectural guards, who had always received favor from the Wu family, wouldn't bother with a thorough check, much less care who was in the caravan. Upon hearing this, everyone present suddenly understood, and their faces showed relief. They all felt that this method was perfect and appropriate. Only Wu Sinan glanced at Zhao Ziqian with a deep look, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, as he pondered to himself. Ningguta Prefecture is a border region, and there are indeed many sects and martial arts schools within its borders. However, those whose martial prowess surpasses Lu Wuming's have some unclear backgrounds, especially those forces that are not located within the city but are entrenched outside it. It should be noted that Ningguta Prefecture was located on the border with the Liao Kingdom, and the Liao territory was right outside the West Gate. The people Zhao Ziqian arranged came in from outside the city. Could it be that the Jianghu forces that this old guy was secretly cultivating were actually from the Liao Kingdom? The thought of this possibility sent a chill down Wu Sinan's spine. A cold sweat instantly ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and cold sweat began to seep out from his back. The Zhao and Wu families, under orders from the second Prince Li Chengze, secretly suppressed Prince Li Chengji of Han, although it is extremely rebellious. But this is a struggle for the crown prince position. This is a struggle for the supreme throne, ultimately an internal matter of the great Xia dynasty. However, if the people in the martial arts world that Zhao Ziqian secretly befriended belonged to the Liao Kingdom, then it would be a completely different story. The Liao Kingdom? That's the Xia Kingdom's greatest enemy. Was this Zhao Ziqian's own idea, or was it something from above? Just then, the image of the second prince Li Chengze's youthful face flashed into Wu Sinan's mind. Impossible, impossible. How old is the second prince? He would never dare to ally with the Liao Kingdom. Upon thinking of this, Wu Sinan quickly shook his head, swiftly dismissing the conjecture in his mind. On the other side, as Li Chengji leaned back in his recliner, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and closed his eyes to rest, a sudden, urgent voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Successfully conceived the first child. National fortune value plus 2,000 twins. Is she pregnant? Or is it twins? Li Chengji's eyes lit up instantly, and he immediately started clicking on the panel in the void in front of him. Host, Li Chengji. Dynasty name, Han. Reign title, Han Wu. Territory, Ningguta Prefecture, 470,700 square kilometers. Annual income, 0 taels of silver. Concubines, 1, Yuzhinjin 2, Wang Yiya. Offspring, none. National fortune, 93 plus 2,000. Current approval rating, 20%. A rise in popularity grants, plus 100 national fortune points, which decrease by 1 point per day. After a few days, it reaches 93. Surviving each day in this world consumes 1 point of national fortune points. I accidentally forgot about this setting before. Does this make sense now? Chapter 62, Movable Type Printing. Li Chengji casually clicked to check, and after seeing who he suspected, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He hadn't expected it to be Wang Yiya. He and Jinjin had spent a long time together and had exchanged messages at least 30 or 40 times. But with Wang Yiya, it was only twice that night. After that, the delicate young girl became frail and could no longer withstand such intimacy. Although Li Chengji's skills were no match for Jinjin, dealing with Wang Yiya was a piece of cake. But no matter how hard he tried, he never imagined that in just one night, Wang Ye would become pregnant with twins. What shocked him even more was that one child could increase his national fortune by a full 1,000 points, and 2 children would add 2,000 points. Such a generous gain came unexpectedly. After regaining his senses, Li Chengji did not hesitate for a moment and immediately used national fortune points to exchange for 1,500 first-rank martial artists, keeping only 500 national fortune points as a reserve. In his view, these 500 points of national fortune value could at least ensure his safety for 500 days, so that he wouldn't accidentally run out of national fortune value one day and suddenly die, which would be a great regret. When the news reached Lu Wuming's ears, he was once again shocked, his face filled with disbelief. He never imagined that His Highness the Prince of Han would have a second batch of warriors available. In this way, the total number of first-rank martial artists in the manor reached more than 2,600, a force that is extremely astonishing in the current situation. Li Chengji solemnly summoned Lu Wuming and gave him detailed instructions, urging him to put these martial artists into training as soon as possible so that they could truly unleash their strength on the battlefield. He knew in his heart that martial arts masters were ultimately only good at fighting alone, and were completely different from soldiers who could fight on the battlefield and cooperate well. They must be rigorously trained to develop the ability to fight in coordination. Otherwise, if they go to the battlefield and rely on individual reckless charges, they will only end up harming themselves and others and diminishing this force. Speaking of that textile plantation, Li Chengji visited it twice more later, each time helping Wang Ye refine the details of the plantation's operation and equipment usage. In fact, Li Chengji only had a general idea of what textile equipment looked like. He had downloaded some instructional videos when he was in the modern era, watched them a few times, and after figuring out how to make a basic prototype, he told Wang Ye the key points. Unexpectedly, Wang Ye was exceptionally intelligent and quick to grasp the concepts. She quickly mastered them and took charge of most of the subsequent matters. Since then, Li Chengji has stayed peacefully in the Prince of Han's residence and has not gone out casually since. Because of her pregnancy, Wang Ye was busy with many affairs of the textile manor all day long, and only Junjun was by Li Chengji's side. Considering that Wang Ye was pregnant, Li Chengji repeatedly instructed her that she only needed to sit and guide people in the manor and should not do any work herself, lest she tire herself out. To ensure her safety, he sent the remaining dozen or so skilled members of the embroidered uniform guard to the textile manor to keep watch in secret. He also had Lu Wuming transfer 100 personal guards to garrison the manor. These 100 personal guards were all genuine martial artists, providing maximum defensive protection. After arranging the textile estate, Li Chengji took out 4 kinds of seeds, potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, and rice, from his personal warehouse and summoned Yi Fan, instructing him to have the tenants in the manor cultivate 20 mu of land for trial planting of each kind of seed. Li Chengji was also uncertain, wondering if these crops from modern times could successfully take root, sprout, blossom, and bear fruit in this unfamiliar world. The trial planting of these dozens of acres was also carried out in secret. He specially chose a remote mountain valley with a secluded location and arranged for his personal guards to guard the entrance day and night, strictly prohibiting outsiders from approaching, for fear of any mishap. In the remaining days, without the burden of complicated affairs, Li Chengji lived a leisurely and carefree life. When he had nothing to do, he would tease Jinjin and occasionally whisper in her ear what an old man was, what Guanyin was, and teach her some novel moves. Each time, it would make Junjin blush and blush shyly, even her ears turning red. Ever since experiencing the wonders of this energy-saving gadget, Junjin seems to have suddenly become enlightened, losing her former shyness. Now, whenever they spend time together, she consciously moves that magical device to the bed and obediently lies on it, completely losing the shyness and bashfulness she had at the beginning. Now, with just a glance from Li Chengji, Jinjin understands perfectly and knows when to turn the tables and cater to his wishes. Although her pretty face still blushed every time, she no longer needed Li Chengji's verbal reminders, and her every move showed a greater tacit understanding. It must be said that Jinjin was born with an exceptionally good figure. In addition, she was a martial artist by training, so she was flexible and highly malleable. She was the most perfect person Li Chengji had ever met in his life. In modern times, Li Chengji had several dozen girlfriends, a wide variety of types, including several who were skilled in yoga and had flexible figures. However, compared to Jinjin, they were worlds apart and lacked her exquisite charm. Li Qingji now lives a comfortable and happy life, especially admiring Jinjin's long, straight legs, which he finds absolutely stunning. He no longer needs a pillow. He has long been accustomed to resting his head on Jinjin's legs every day, feeling their softness as he slowly tells her stories. The first story he told Jinjin was Journey to the West. In fact, Li Qingji also harbored a desire to test whether the people of this world would like stories like Journey to the West. If it becomes popular, he can simply take out the original document from his personal storage, then develop movable type printing technology to mass-produce books, which will surely bring him great profits. As it turns out, the charm of the 4 great classical novels is indeed well-deserved. They captivate readers across time and space. Jinjin is fascinated by the story of Journey to the West. Every time Li Qingji tells it, she listens intently, completely absorbed, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she stares at him, afraid of missing even the slightest detail. Every day, Jinjin would cling to Li Qingji like a clingy little girl, asking him in a soft, sweet voice what powerful monsters the great sage would encounter that night, and what exciting adventures he would have. This day, after finishing his section, Li Qingji looked at Jinjin's still entertaining expression and asked with a smile, "Jinjin, do you think this story is really good?" Jinjin nodded eagerly, her eyes filled with admiration, her pretty face beaming with joy, and her tone excited. "It must be wonderful. This story is 100 times, 1,000 times better than any story I've ever read or heard before. Your Highness, you are truly amazing. You were able to write such a wonderful story." Seeing the admiration in Jinjin's eyes, Li Qingji's confidence soared, and his resolve became even stronger. The next morning, Li Qingji immediately summoned Yi Fan and instructed him to quickly find several skilled craftsmen and the owner of a bookstore in the city that was currently doing printing business, and bring them to the palace as soon as possible. When the printing master arrived at the mansion, Li Qingji solemnly instructed him, "Master, from now on your monthly wage will be 5 taels of silver. But I have only one requirement. For 1 year, you and your family can only live in the Prince of Han's mansion. You are not allowed to go out at will, and you must not reveal anything about the affairs of the mansion to outsiders." Li Qingji knew in his heart that movable type printing would definitely become widespread in the future, but certainly not now. He is not a stingy person and is willing to share a lot of modern knowledge with the world free of charge. However, all of this must wait until he has real strength and a firm foothold. For now, he can only expand little by little, and these advanced technologies can only be used by himself at first. After all, these are all businesses that can make a lot of money, especially book printing, which earns money from the wealthy. He doesn't feel any psychological burden when using it. The printing master picked up the contract, glanced at it, and listened to Li Qingji's requirements. His eyes lit up instantly, and he hurriedly bowed and replied, "Your Highness, I understand. I will obey your Highness's orders." After seeing the several movable type printing models that Li Qingji had brought out and listening to him explain the general principles and operating methods, the printing master understood perfectly the importance of this thing and knew what a huge opportunity it held. He fully understands that His Highness the Prince of Han does not want this technology to be leaked. Moreover, the monthly wage of 5 taels of silver is more than double his previous income. Moreover, the whole family can live in the palace, his wife can work at the textile plantation, and the children can study at the free school that the prince mentioned would be open later. How could he refuse such a windfall? They deliberately chose a secluded courtyard as the site for this movable type printing. Then you take the opportunity to give Jinjin a complete copy of Journey to the West and ask her to make a handwritten copy. Jinjin has now gotten used to her prince's various amazing methods. When she received the book with its snow-white pages, she was only slightly surprised before going to her study to copy it. Jinjin can take it out freely, but outsiders definitely can't. So you should take this opportunity to have Jinjin make a copy separately. As for the pen name used in Journey to the West, he used 13 Lang. 2 meanings. One of them is his favorite character. One representative said he could do 13 in one night. To all the godfathers reading this novel, at least 13 times. The textile plantation is thriving. Lu Wuming's recruitment and training efforts are in full swing. The first shop sold white sugar, refined salt, and chicken essence, and the business was quite stable. The daily turnover was enough to support the purchase of thousands of acres of farmland. Li Qingji instructed Yi Fan not to keep any of the newly acquired farmland and to rent it out to the tenant farmers immediately. The porridge distribution line at the entrance grew larger and larger. With these measures implemented simultaneously, Li Qingji's popularity among the people once again exceeded 30%. Another 100 points of national fortune value were added. Once the cloth and the journey to the West Prince are ready, Li Qingji will consider expanding into the capital. He doesn't necessarily need to reclaim the position of crown prince, but he needs to have a trump card. First and foremost, you need to be rich. We need to make money. Ningguda Prefecture is too impoverished. There are many wealthy people, but their numbers are ultimately limited. The truly wealthy are all in Jiangnan and in the capital. Li Qingji now has Zhenjin talk to him every day about what happened over the past 10 years. Although Li Qingji inherited the original guy's memories, many of them are too fragmented, especially many details, which Li Qingji has no recollection of at all. He also wants to expand his business in the capital, so he needs to attend to every detail. They developed and expanded their influence, and then it snowballed. He could also dominate extremely profitable industries like wine and glass. His goal is to become the richest person in the entire Great Xia dynasty, and even to make money from neighboring countries. Furthermore, this is a border area, and foreign countries could invade at any time, so he must have sufficient means to protect himself. It's quite simple to protect yourself. You just need a large army and a number of martial arts masters. That day, Li Qingji was lying on Jinjin's long legs, telling her the second story. Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio. Various tragic love stories between poor scholars and beautiful female ghosts. Jinjin couldn't stop crying as she listened. This kind of melancholic story is perfect for a girl her age. Li Qingji plans to have it printed next. Just then, there was a soft knock on the door. Boo! Jinjin raised an eyebrow. She knew who it was, of course. Me. A cold voice came from outside, its tone somewhat displeased. Li Qingji didn't know at first, but upon hearing the voice, he naturally knew who it was. He deliberately gave a cold snort. Heroine Han Weiwei, we are now master and servant. Do you think it's right for you to refer to yourself as I in front of your master? Let's do it again. Then they heard faint stomping sounds outside. A moment later, a plaintive voice came from behind. Your Highness, your subordinate Han Weiwei, requests an audience. That's more like it, come in. Jinjin smiled slightly and gently patted Li Qingji's mischievous hand. This time, Han Weiwei pushed open the door and came in. However, he muttered something under his breath. What kind of bullshit master-servant relationship is this? What's there to be angry about? Wait a year from now, and I'll show you what I'm made of. The voice was very soft, and Li Qingji couldn't hear it, but Jinjin heard it and smiled. After Han Weiwei entered, she was gradually stunned by the scene in front of her. You too. At this moment, Li Qingji was enjoying lying on those long, slender legs that were even longer than before. That's all right, since everyone knows Jinjin is already the prince's woman, but Jinjin wasn't wearing pants at the moment. Her skin was so fair it almost glowed, especially since this room has incandescent light bulbs. The lights were on full display, as bright as day. Furthermore, Li Qingji was lying on those long legs, which covered the most crucial part of his body. So from Han Weiwei's perspective, when she came in, Jinjin didn't even have underwear. This scene is just too erotic. The sight caused Han Weiwei, who had never experienced such a thing before, to blush instantly. She immediately lowered her head, covered her eyes with her left hand, pointed at Li Qingji with her right hand, and said angrily, You big scoundrel! How could you do this? Chapter 63, Establishing the Embroidered Uniform Guard. Night fell as it entered the Han Prince's palace, which was brightly lit, as if it were daytime. Han Weiwei's pretty face flushed red, and she hurriedly covered her eyes tightly with her hands. However, she couldn't suppress her curiosity. Her fingertips unconsciously opened a small gap, and she secretly peeked into the room through that gap, her eyes full of shyness and panic. Jinjin, standing to the side, had a face so hot it could fry an egg. She stood frozen in place, her fingers twisting the fabric slightly, and even her ears were flushed red. She had thought that Li Qingji would have Han Weiwei wait in the side hall, but she never expected that His Highness would let her directly into the palace. Right now, she couldn't even find a place to hide. Li Qingji was still resting his head on her lap, and she couldn't move at all. She felt all the blood rushing to her face, and she wished she could immediately crawl into the quilt and hide herself away. You call yourself a seasoned Jianghu, a term referring to the world of martial arts and outlaws. Person? Judging by your appearance, you've probably never seen anything like it. Li Chengji glanced at Han Weiwei's feigned attempt to conceal her true feelings, a sneer curling at the corner of his lips, his tone laced with mockery. This is the prince of Han's residence, and more importantly, my own bedchamber. Jinjin is my concubine. It's only natural for husband and wife to be together in this bedchamber, whatever they do. His tone was calm, but his words made the two women blush even more. But Han Weiwei pursed her lips, about to retort, but then stopped herself, thinking to herself that what he said was not wrong after all. Even though she felt deep down that this guy was a lecherous scoundrel, this was his palace, his bedchamber, and he had the right to do so in front of his concubine. She was filled with regret. If she had known this guy was so shameless and brazen, she shouldn't have come over so late at night. Next time, she would definitely choose to visit during the day. Seeing Han Weiwei's frustrated and helpless expression, Li Chengji was secretly delighted. For some reason, every time he saw this beautiful young woman with fair skin, a pert bottom, and a slender waist, he couldn't help but want to tease her a bit. He found it quite amusing to see her flustered and helpless. Stop with the buts. You barged in late at night and disturbed my good time. If you can't give a proper reason, then today, your master will have to punish you properly. Li Chengji's voice carried a hint of lazy playfulness, which made Han Weiwei bury her head even lower in embarrassment. Han Weiwei kept her head down, not daring to look at the scene in the room that made her blush. Her pink lips were slightly pouted, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Your Highness, could you find me something to do? I've been wandering around your palace every day for the past few days, eating and sleeping all the time. If this keeps up, I'm going to get as fat as a ball. When she agreed to become this lecherous man's subordinate, her original plan was to stay away from him and minimize contact so that he wouldn't take advantage of her. But who would have thought that several days had passed, and she still hadn't seen His Highness the Prince of Han even once? She spent her days in the side room next door, living a monotonous and boring life, doing nothing but eating and sleeping, with hardly anyone to talk to. Han Weiwei was bored out of her mind while staying in the sect, and felt so suffocated that she secretly went down the mountain to find some fun and relax. But who would have thought that after entering this enormous Han Prince's mansion, life would be several times more boring than in the sect? This was not the life she wanted. After understanding Han Weiwei's purpose, the mockery in Li Chengji's eyes disappeared, and he nodded slightly. Actually, he had already planned Han Weiwei's arrangements, but he had been busy with many trivial matters these past 2 days, which caused a slight delay. Now that this girl had brought it up herself, it saved him a lot of trouble, and he could take this opportunity to explain things to her. Then, Li Chengji slowly raised his hand to support himself on the bed, and slowly moved his head away from Jinjin's straight and slender legs. Jinjin took the opportunity to quietly shift her body, her fingertips still clutching the fabric. The blush on her face had not yet faded, but the panic in her eyes had lessened a bit. Li Chengji sat up straight, his expression becoming more serious than before, and said in a deep voice, "All right, I happen to have an important matter to entrust to you right now." "What is it?" Upon hearing that there was finally something to do, Han Weiwei instantly perked up, subconsciously raising her head with eagerness and anticipation in her eyes. It was only then that she realized that Jinjin, who was sitting by the window, was not as undisguised as she had imagined. She was simply wearing a small, elegant short dress. She suddenly realized that Li Chengji had simply been resting his head on Jinjin's legs and had not been doing anything shameful. She had wronged him for no reason, and a sense of embarrassment washed over her. "I'm planning to establish a martial arts faction to gather intelligence from all over the world. Of everyone in this manor, you're the only one who's actually been involved in the martial arts world. When it comes to the ways of the martial arts world, no one knows better than you. You should know where to gather all sorts of information in the martial arts world, right?" Li Chengji looked intently at Han Weiwei, his tone serious. "If you are willing to take on this task from now on, you will be the eyes and ears of the Prince of Han's mansion. I will allocate some manpower to you, and you will train them to be capable of independently gathering intelligence. If the people I provide do not meet your expectations, you can recruit them yourself from the martial arts world. I do not care about the process, only the final result." Upon hearing Li Chengji's words, Han Weiwei frowned slightly, her fingertips gently touching her chin as she pondered. After a moment, she looked up at Li Chengji and told him the truth. Finding some people to gather information isn't too difficult, but it all depends on how much information your highness wants to gather and what scale you want to build this intelligence agency into. Moreover, if I want to recruit truly capable newcomers in the martial arts world, it will be quite difficult. Most martial arts practitioners with some ability have powerful backers or bosses in charge, and the price to pay for poaching them is not small. Li Chengji had anticipated the difficulty, so his face remained completely calm and unsurprised. He sat upright in his chair, his fingertips lightly tapping the table, and calmly gave his instructions. It's all right. You can try to poach some people first. If they're unwilling, then arrange to meet the person behind them and tell them that I want to see him and we can talk. Upon hearing this, Han Weiwei's eyes lit up instantly, a sly glint in them. As if suddenly struck by a cunning plan, a wicked smile crept onto her lips. She glanced at Li Chengji with a knowing look, then leaned closer and whispered, "Holy crap, you're that ruthless? Are you planning to lure the people behind them to the Prince of Han's residence and then kill them?" As Han Weiwei spoke, she stretched out her slender, fair hand and gently stroked her neck, making a gesture as if she were about to kill the other person, with a hint of mockery in her eyes and brows. Idiot! Li Chengji rolled his eyes, speechless. He felt that Han Weiwei was truly all looks and no brains, not using her brain at all. What kind of person do you take me for? Do you think I'm the kind of person who kills innocent people indiscriminately? His tone was tinged with helplessness, yet also with seriousness. And do you even have a brain? I ordered you to summon the man to the Prince of Han's residence and then kill him. Wouldn't everyone in the world clearly know that I was the one who did it? After that, who would dare to associate with me? Who would dare to cooperate with me? I asked you to bring him here so that I could talk to him face to face and sincerely discuss cooperation. With Li Chengji's growing prestige in Nguda Prefecture, he was full of confidence. Moreover, negotiations, in the end, are nothing more than a matter of bargaining chips. As long as the other party's requirements are met and sufficient benefits are offered, the other party will certainly be willing to cooperate with him. It's simply a matter of how much he's willing to pay. If the other party's intelligence network is truly reliable and useful, then even if it costs a lot of money, he will take over the entire intelligence network. Having traveled from the modern era, Li Chengji knew all too well how troublesome it was to create an organization from scratch. It was time-consuming, labor-intensive, and there was no guarantee of success. The easiest and most efficient way is to simply buy a ready-made one. Even if it costs more, it's worth it. After all, intelligence and all kinds of related information are extremely important in this chaotic world, and there's no room for carelessness. It's not impossible to develop in isolation, but the prerequisite is to keep track of all external developments and have a clear understanding of them. In Nguda Prefecture today, Li Chengji undoubtedly holds the highest status, but he has little actual control over the country. He has the title of prince, but is actually constrained at every turn. He knew that to truly control the entire Nguda Prefecture, the first step was to accumulate wealth and power, and the second was to expand his army and gain control of military forces. Besides these two aspects, there was another crucial element, a thorough understanding of all affairs and factions within Nguda Prefecture. Only by having its own intelligence agency, thoroughly understanding every move in Nguda Prefecture, and having complete knowledge of the situation, can one truly have real control over the prefecture. However, establishing an intelligence agency from scratch is far too troublesome, time-consuming, and exhausting. Therefore, what Li Chengji was considering was to find an existing intelligence organization to cooperate with, and whether the other party was willing to do so would depend entirely on his bargaining chips. Li Chengji happened to possess too many generous offers that others simply couldn't refuse. Don't let your mind wander to other things next time. Just do what I tell you to do, and don't overthink things. Li Chengji looked at the pretty girl with a pert bottom and slender waist in front of him and was extremely helpless. He could only give her another stern warning, afraid that she would cause some trouble again. Okay, I got it. I'll take care of it first thing tomorrow morning. Han Weiwei pouted her pink lips, looking displeased, her cheeks puffed out slightly, like an angry little squirrel. However, she was secretly relieved that at least she had a proper job in the Prince of Han's mansion, so she wouldn't be idle all day, just eating, drinking, sleeping, and wasting her days. Meanwhile, Su Chong, on the other side, was extremely depressed these past 2 days, filled with grievances and confusion. The Prince of Han, Li Chengji, was very affectionate toward her just a few days ago, but suddenly he lost contact with her, and it has been 3 whole days since then, without a single message. She still remembers the way he looked when they first met, his eyes fixed on her, so full of admiration. She especially loved the exquisite clothes he gave her. They were stylish and fit her perfectly. She wished she could wear them every day. At this moment, Su Chong was alone in her room, wearing the charming maid outfit that Li Chengji had given her. Her fingertips gently caressed the soft fabric, but Li Chengji's handsome and dashing appearance kept appearing in her mind, and her heartbeat couldn't help but quicken slightly. What young girl doesn't dream of love? Moreover, the other party was Li Chengji, the dignified Prince of Han, with a noble status and such outstanding appearance. Furthermore, in the past 2 days, after learning that Su Chong had successfully connected with Li Chengji, the higher-ups have started to urge her on. While it was said to be urging, the underlying meaning couldn't be clearer. The goal is to get her to offer herself to him as soon as possible, so that he can completely win over Li Chengji. Su Chong had kept her virginity for over 20 years, and now she finally had a place to use her skills. Her orders were to do everything in her power to win over that seemingly lecherous prince. No, if he won't come to me, then I'll go to him myself. Su Chong lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, having made up her mind. Her long, straight, and voluptuous legs were casually crossed, with a long brocade pillow between them. Her pretty face was full of resentment, and the disappointment in her eyes was almost overflowing. Ding! Suhang's loyalty plus 17. Ding! Suhang's loyalty plus 17. Meanwhile, Li Chengji was intimately cuddling with Jinjin, enjoying their tender moment with the help of this effortless gadget. Jinjin was a skilled martial artist with a physique far superior to that of ordinary women, so Li Chengji was able to unleash his full potential without any reservations. Even so, in the end he still lost and became Jinjin's defeated opponent. Fortunately, Jinjin is the most loyal person to him. Her loyalty to him has long been maxed out. Even when she has the upper hand, she is still gentle and considerate. She gently embraced Li Chengji, her voice soft and slightly breathless, as she softly comforted him. Your Highness, you are already very capable. I'm a little tired today. Look, I'm even a little sweaty. Upon hearing this, Li Chengji felt a sharp pain in his groin. Or meant to be comforting words sounded like tiny thorns to him, causing him to lose face and deeply wound his pride. As a man, Li Chengji secretly set a goal for himself. If given the chance, I must become a martial artist. That's so damn hurtful to my self-esteem. Wait until you become a martial artist. We must find our lost dignity with Jinjin. Chapter 64, The Mysterious Caravan. The previous chapter has been revised. Please go and read it again. This is only for those godfathers who read it on March 15th. That night, deep within the darkness of Ningguta Prefecture, undercurrents surged wildly. Ningguta Prefecture, outside the city gate of the prefecture capital. The night was as dark as ink, the thick darkness enveloping the world. A caravan of over 100 people was slowly making its way from outside the city toward the prefectural gate. The horses' hooves clattered softly on the plank road, and the wheels rolled over the surface with a slight rumble, which was particularly clear in the quiet night. As the caravan approached the city gate, the clanging and clattering gradually ceased, and it finally came to a slow stop at the tightly closed gate without making any unnecessary movements. Who goes there? The guards on the city wall had already spotted the group. Since the group hadn't concealed themselves at all when they arrived, when they stopped, a guard immediately poked his head out and shouted loudly, his voice echoing in the night sky. Greetings, sir. I'm a manager of the Wu family's merchant caravan. We encountered some unexpected events on our way to purchase goods, which delayed our journey and caused us to miss the time to enter the city. Please be lenient and allow us to enter the city. We will be very grateful in the future. A middle-aged man in a brocade robe slowly stepped down from the first, rather well-decorated carriage of the caravan. He stood beside the carriage with his hands clasped in front of him, looked up, and shouted loudly to the guards on the city wall, his tone full of respect. Night had fallen, and the guards on the city wall had only vaguely heard some movement below, so they kept an eye on the slowly approaching crowd, but they couldn't make out their appearance or banners at all. This isn't a scene from a movie or TV show. Even late at night, people walking by can clearly see flags and signs. In true antiquity, on nights without any lighting, you can truly understand what it means to be so dark you can't see your hand in front of your face. There were no streetlights outside the city, and without any light source, even if you stretched out your hand, you couldn't see your palm at all. Even in the modern world that Li Chengji traveled to, it wasn't until after 2020 that rural areas began to install solar streetlights on a large scale, which slightly improved the situation of being pitch black at night. Li Chengji still remembers that when he was young, it was pitch black in the countryside at night, and he had to feel his way around a walk at night. Therefore, the soldiers guarding the city wall had no idea who the newcomers were. They were all on high alert, their bows drawn and arrows strung, their eyes fixed on the darkness below the city gate, not daring to relax for a moment. It wasn't until they heard the middle-aged man's voice, who identified himself as a member of the Wu family's merchant caravan, that the guards on the city wall relaxed their vigilance slightly, and the wariness on their faces lessened a bit. It's so late at night. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to let so many people in? There are just too many of them. One of the new recruits, who had only recently joined the guards, looked at the dark mass of people below and felt uneasy. He leaned close to the veteran next to him and whispered, his voice full of concern. But just then, another young guard, also a new recruit, grinned and said nonchalantly, "The Wu family, Manager Wu, don't you know? This happens all the time. What's there to worry about? Just let them in. Is it really okay? Doesn't our camp have a clear rule that no one is allowed to enter or leave the city after curfew? If we get caught by the higher-ups, we'll probably be punished." The guard was still very worried, his brows furrowed, unable to relax. Just then, a clear and delicate female voice came from the carriage. Immediately afterwards, Wu Mingming walked out of the carriage. Her elegant dress could not hide her beautiful face even in the night. She raised her head and shouted loudly towards the city wall. "My lords, I am truly sorry. I am Wu Mingming, the manager of the Wu family. Our caravan encountered a mishap on the road and was delayed. I will personally visit the garrison commander tomorrow to explain the situation. I hope you will be lenient with me." Her voice was sweet and gentle, with a touch of sincerity. Hearing this, the soldiers on the city wall, who were already not very worried, felt even more at ease. With Wu Mengming's words, even if the higher-ups really investigated, it wouldn't be their responsibility as lowly soldiers. They certainly wouldn't be blamed now. The foreman on the city wall immediately waved his command flag and gave the order to open the gate. Upon receiving the order, the guards at the city gate immediately stepped forward and laboriously pushed open the heavy city gate, which creaked open. The guard who had been filled with worry earlier also came down the stairs from the city wall, his eyes fixed on the huge caravan, his doubts undiminished. The number of people in this caravan was far too large, much more than they had anticipated. At a glance, there were at least 200 or 300 people, a dark mass standing under the city gate, exuding an indescribable sense of oppression. Especially on the right side of the caravan, a burly man on horseback made the guard tremble with just one glance, and he subconsciously took half a step back. The burly man was 8 feet tall, with a robust build, a cold and stern face, and sharp, eagle-like eyes that radiated a chilling light. Although he did not utter a word or make any unnecessary movements from beginning to end, the mere act of passing by the guards caused them to feel a strange sense of unease, and the hairs on their bodies almost stood on end. This man seems to be a martial arts master. The guard looked at the burly man wearing a black cloak with a bulging black bundle tightly wrapped around his back, wondering what it contained, and muttered to himself. Beside this burly man were several other people who, judging from their physique and demeanor, also seemed to be martial artists. Each of them carried a long sword on their back, much longer than ordinary long swords, and with a very unique design, which was rarely seen in the Central Plains. "Thank you for your trouble, gentlemen. It's hard work being on duty so late at night." Wu Mingming stepped down from the carriage and walked gracefully to the guards who had opened the door. With a gentle smile on her face, she took out a delicate little purse and quietly slipped it into the hand of the leading guard. "My lords, it's damp and cold at night. Please accept this small amount of money as a token of my appreciation for the wine you have to warm yourselves up." Such a beautiful and charming young woman, who is also the famous head manager of the Wu family in Ningguda Prefecture, was not only treated with great courtesy, but was also personally given money, showing such humility. They were just lowly gatekeepers, and they had never received such treatment before. Now, she was calling them sir, one after another, and they were overjoyed. The guards who opened the door were grinning so wide their mouths almost reached their ears, like split lotus flowers, their faces full of flattery. Manager Wu, you're too kind. You're making us feel ashamed. Please don't do that. It's all my duty to do this. It's my responsibility to make things convenient for Manager Wu. Although they repeatedly refused with polite words, their right hands couldn't help but weigh the money pouch in their hands, feeling the weight of the silver inside, before quickly stuffing the pouch into their chest pockets, afraid of being seen by others. There must be at least 100 taels of silver in this money bag. This means that each of the brothers guarding the gate tonight will get several taels of silver. That's a considerable sum, equivalent to 2 months' salary for them. Only one young guard named Xiao Guang kept a close watch on the caravan, his eyes full of vigilance, because he found the caravan to be too strange and eerie in every way. Chapter 65 Night Raid. The coachmen at the front of the caravan would whisper among themselves, their faces clearly showing the weariness of their long journey. But the dozens of people at the back of the caravan remained silent the entire time, like a group of silent shadows, exuding a chilling aura. Especially the dozen or so horsemen in front, with their steady aura and sharp eyes. Xiao Guang could tell that these people were definitely martial artists, and their skills were definitely not weak. It was already the dead of night. In the entire city of Ningguda, apart from 2 or 3 night owls on watch and the people or dogs guarding each household, who occasionally barked, everyone else had long since fallen asleep, and the whole city was eerily quiet. After the Wu family caravan successfully entered the city, Wu Mingming raised her hand and waved to the people behind her. The originally orderly caravan immediately split into 2 different formations and headed in 2 different directions. Their movements were swift and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. The stern-looking, muscular man on horseback looked up at the sky and waved, making a subtle gesture. Instantly, dozens of people followed him, walking quickly towards the alleyway on the left, their steps light and without making a sound. The group turned into the alleyway and continued until they were completely inside the pitch-black depths, far out of the guard's sight, before they stopped. Immediately afterwards, someone quickly stepped forward and lifted the cover of one of the seemingly ordinary trucks. The truck bed was covered with several layers of thick tarpaulin, and under the tarpaulin were more than a dozen bags of grain. They looked like ordinary goods, but hidden under the grain, the truck bed was full of various well-made weapons, their cold glint flashing in the night. The most numerous items were uniquely shaped long swords and spears, along with a considerable number of scimitars and crossbows. Everything imaginable was there. Apart from the 20 or 30 warriors on horseback at the front, the rest of the people immediately and swiftly took out armor and spears from the carriage and quickly put them on and changed. In a short while, everyone was dressed in full black iron armor, holding long spears and swords. Their aura instantly became extremely fierce, completely different from the caravan members just now. They were a well-trained team of assassins. Third Elder, the costume change is now complete. Please give your order. A subordinate quickly walked up to the cold and burly man, knelt on one knee, and reported in a deep voice, his tone respectful and solemn. The man addressed as the Third Elder was the same robust, middle-aged man who had been riding at the front earlier. He nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He then casually waved his hand, pointing directly towards the Han Prince's residence, his tone icy and chilling. His face revealed a chilling, murderous intent, and the cold aura emanating from him almost froze the surrounding air. Wang Chong, you lead them to split into 2 groups. One group will attack the front gate of the Prince of Han's mansion from the front, while the other group will circle around to the rear and attack the back gate. Attack them from both sides, and don't give them any chance to react. Remember, tonight, no matter the cost, you must kill Princely Chengji of Han. After killing him, immediately disperse and evacuate according to the pre-planned route. Do not linger in the city, and do not leave any trace. Do you understand? Yes, Third Elder. Your subordinate will not fail in his mission. Wang Chong clasped his hands in acceptance of the order, his voice firm and powerful, his eyes filled with determination. Let's do it. With a cold shout from the Third Elder, the hundreds of armored assassins instantly transformed into streaks of black shadow, silently making their way towards the Han Prince's residence. The darkness provided them with perfect cover, and a bloody battle was about to begin. Inside the Prince of Han's residence, security was tight at the moment, with a personal guard of over 100 men patrolling the area to protect the residents' safety. This personal guard was divided into 3 teams, taking turns patrolling in circles along the walls of the Han Prince's mansion without the slightest slackening. Of these 100 personal guards, half are first-rank martial artists. Such a strength configuration is extremely valuable in the entire Ningguta prefecture. Looking at the whole prefecture, there are few forces that can produce such strength. Lu Wuming, who was in charge of commanding this personal guard, was even more certain that with such strength, no powerful family would dare to attack the Han Prince's mansion and invite trouble. What he didn't know was that the group that came tonight was far more powerful than he had imagined. Moreover, they were not from a powerful family in the prefecture, but from a mysterious force from the martial arts world. They had already set their sights on the Prince of Han's mansion and laid a trap, just waiting to make their move in the dead of night. On the walls of the alleys on both sides of the Han Prince's mansion, several dark figures silently clung to the walls like geckos, their eyes fixed on one of the patrol teams that was about to pass through the gate of the Han Prince's mansion. Their eyes were filled with cold, killing intent, and they even deliberately kept their breathing quiet for fear of being discovered. This group had a clear division of labor and worked together seamlessly without any chaos. A dozen men held longbows, arrows nocked, ready to fire. A dozen men concealed hidden darts, fingers on the triggers, ready to launch at any moment. And a dozen men held plum blossom darts, their fingertips gripping the cold blades, their eyes sharp as eagles. Wang Chong, hidden in the shadows, lowered his voice and once again solemnly instructed the person beside him, his tone full of seriousness, allowing no room for error. Make sure you're all on the right track before you move, and don't alert them. A few of you take on the ones in front, a few of you keep an eye on the middle, and a few of you take care of the ones in the back. Make sure you kill them with one blow and wipe out this patrol team quickly and completely, leaving no survivors. Yes, senior brother. The crowd responded in hushed tones, their voices uniform and carrying a chilling aura. Make your move. Wang Chong shouted, his eyes flashing with cold light, breaking the silence of the night. The shout was like a thunderclap, startling the Han Prince's personal guards on patrol. Their expressions changed abruptly, and before they could react or make any defensive movements, a sharp whistling sound came from all directions, carrying a deadly chill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows, hidden arrows, and plum blossom darts rained down like locusts, hurtling towards the patrol team. Puff, puff. The sounds of sharp blades piercing flesh were incessant, and blood splattered out instantly, staining the bluestone pavement at the entrance of the Han Prince's mansion red. Before the screams could even be heard, they were abruptly cut off. In an instant, most of the patrol team fell, suffering heavy casualties. Chapter 66 Feint to the east, attack in the west. Oh no, it's an attack. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. All personnel, on high alert. Quickly. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. A piercing scream shattered the stillness of the night. In the blink of an eye, a dozen or so guards from the Prince of Han's mansion fell straight to the ground, their blood instantly staining the bluestone slabs in front of the mansion gate. The remaining guards reacted quickly after realizing what was happening, shouting warnings while blowing their specially made copper whistles to their lips. Whoosh, whoosh. The whistle was sharp and piercing, like a blade cleaving through the thick night, echoing for a long time in the city center of Ningguta Prefecture. Upon hearing the sound, the guards on duty nearby instantly identified the direction of the sentry, grabbed their weapons, and hurriedly gathered towards the gate. The guards surrounding the Prince of Han's residence were all elite soldiers personally trained by Luo Wunming. None of them were newly recruited soldiers. With their keen hearing, they immediately pinpointed the enemy's attack location at the gate upon hearing the whistle. They quickly formed ranks, armed with long swords and spears, and charged toward the gate in perfect unison. You few stay here. Kill all these scum. The rest of you come with me. The third elder's face was ashen, his eyes as cold as ice. He gave a deep order to Wang Chong beside him. Before he finished speaking, he led 5 or 6 men in black, each carrying a sharp blade, and quickly retreated into the shadows at the alley entrance. Their figures soon disappeared into the night. Kill! Kill! The remaining men in black roared and brandished their weapons, immediately engaging in battle with the Han Prince's guards who rushed forward. The clanging of metal against metal, the splattering of blades into flesh, and cries of pain filled the air. Most of the guards were currently in the camp outside the city, undergoing rigorous training in cooperation with Lu Wuming. In particular, those seasoned veterans are a great help on the training ground, so only 100 guards were left in the mansion to guard it. The Prince of Han's mansion is located in the center of the city. Ningguda Prefecture already has 10,000 border guards stationed there, and the city has always been peaceful. It was thought that leaving 100 people here would be more than enough. Of these 100 guards, more than half are martial artists, and after recent joint training, their teamwork is far more seamless than before. The attacking men in black were elites handpicked by the sect, each a highly skilled martial artist, and numbered in the hundreds, giving them a significant advantage in both numbers and combat strength. In an instant, the battlefield in front of the mansion was in complete chaos. Amidst the flickering flames, figures crisscrossed and blood splattered everywhere. Although the men in black on the other side were well prepared and powerful, it wouldn't be so easy for them to break into the Han Prince's mansion in an instant. The sounds of battle cries and clashing weapons quickly spread throughout the Han Prince's mansion, instantly alerting the guards inside. A dozen or so Imperial guards acted swiftly, wearing heavy stab-proof vests and holding riot shields firmly in their hands. They nimbly climbed onto the roof of the prince's mansion, found concealed positions, mounted their AK-47s on their shields, and began firing in bursts and sweeps at the men in black below. Bang, bang, bang. Da, da, da. The sound of bullets whistling through the air was continuous, accompanied by the thuds of men in black falling to the ground one after another, and blood mist filled the night. With the assistance of these dozen or so Imperial guards, the precarious situation in front of the mansion was finally stabilized. They hit on the city wall of the prince's palace a dozen meters away and launched their attack using the terrain. However, their opponents were all agile martial artists. Even though these dozen or so Imperial guards had recently undergone rigorous marksmanship training and their marksmanship was quite good, the shooting effect was still far from what they expected. However, with their combined firepower, they quickly took the lives of more than a dozen men in black, barely leveling the gap in combat strength between the two sides. The third elder and the others, who had retreated to the alley entrance, saw the chaotic scene in front of the mansion gate, but remained unmoved, showing no intention of helping. He glanced coldly at the chaotic battlefield, then led a few of his men, leaping up and nimbly scaling the high walls of the Han Prince's mansion, silently slipping inside. The guard in the mansion should now be completely at their mercy. You will spread out, sneak into the palace, find the Prince of Han, and kill him immediately. The third elder's voice was deep and carried an unquestionable command. Yes, third elder. 8 or 9 skilled men in black exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with ruthless light. They immediately bowed and accepted the order, using their lightness skills to rush towards the palace they had scouted beforehand. Their figures moved like ghosts among the pavilions and towers of the mansion. The third elder followed closely behind them, but deliberately kept a distance from the group to avoid being ambushed. His movements were even more exquisite. With his toes barely touching the ground, his figure floated several meters away like a willow catkin. In the pitch-black night, it was impossible to find his trace without careful observation. Meanwhile, inside the Han Prince's palace, Li Qingji had just sparred with Jinjin for nearly an hour, but was ultimately defeated by her. He was panting heavily, and sweat was streaming down his face. With Jinjin's meticulous care, he took a comfortable hot bath and lay back on the soft bed. Just as he closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep, he was suddenly awakened by the sharp, piercing whistle outside, followed by deafening shouts of fighting and killing. "Your Highness, wake up! Something terrible has happened. Someone has attacked the Prince of Han's residence." Jinjin's voice was urgent as she gently pushed Li Qingji. Li Qingji suddenly opened his eyes, his sleepiness vanishing instantly. He saw Jinjin quickly putting on her clothes, and in no time, she was dressed in a neat black outfit. He didn't dare to delay and quickly groped for his equipment. Bulletproof vest, combat uniform, combat backpack, combat belt, knee pads, wrist guards, helmet, combat shoes, one piece after another, putting them on meticulously. He then hung grenades, smoke grenades, incendiary grenades, pistols, and night vision goggles on his combat belt. After checking them, he looked down at the AK-47 in his personal storage compartment, which was already fully loaded with bullets. Only after confirming that the weapons and equipment were in perfect condition did he breathe a slight sigh of relief and walk out of the palace. Just as I reached the door, I saw Han Weiwei holding a gleaming long sword, her brows furrowed, walking quickly and cautiously towards me. Her steps were light, clearly indicating that she had just been awakened by the commotion outside. Hero and Han, what's the situation outside? Li Qingji asked hurriedly. I don't know the specifics either. Han Weiwei gently shook her head, her cherry lips slightly pursed. I haven't been asleep for long. After returning from Li Qingji's palace, she kept thinking about how to complete the task Li Qingji had assigned her, to find a breakthrough among the intelligence-gathering forces within the Zhou family. She was too lazy to contact them one by one, so she planned to go directly to meet the leaders of those people and represent Li Qingji to discuss cooperation. If they could reach an agreement, they could. If not, they would arrange a time to bring the people back so that Li Qingji could meet with them in person. Therefore, she went to bed very late and was awakened by shouts of fighting and killing outside not long after she had fallen asleep. Judging from a noise, it should be an organized night raid. There are quite a few people here, and most of them are martial artists. Han Weiwei listened intently to the sounds outside, growing closer. Her tone was calm, and there was no trace of panic on her delicate and pretty face. Instead, her eyes were brimming with barely concealed excitement, and her fingers gripping the sword tightened slightly, her knuckles turning white. If she weren't now Li Qingji's subordinate, and her primary duty was to protect her lord's safety, she probably would have already drawn her sword and rushed to the gate to give these arrogant thieves a good talking to. Your Highness, be careful. Just then, a tall figure leaped up from the courtyard in front, and in a few bounds, he landed at the entrance of the palace. Upon seeing Li Qingji, he immediately knelt on one knee, clasped his hands in greeting, his forehead covered in sweat and his clothes dusty, clearly having rushed there. The person who came was Wang Dahu. Dahu, what's going on? Li Qingji immediately stepped forward and asked in a deep voice. Wang Dahu is now a centurion in the Guardian Division. His cultivation level is at the peak of the first rank of martial artist. In terms of strength alone, he is not qualified to be a centurion in the Guardian Division, which is full of experts. However, he was the elder brother of Princess Wang Yiye, and he was also quite talented. He had also become Lu Wuming's disciple, so everyone was convinced of his worth, and no one objected to his position as a centurion. Your Highness, there's an enemy attack. Wang Dahu's face flushed red, his voice urgent and filled with barely concealed tension. Hundreds of unidentified martial artists have suddenly appeared outside the prince's mansion. They are ruthless, their moves are cunning, and their teamwork is impeccable. Right now, my brothers are fighting them to the death in front of the mansion gate. Li Qingji's heart tightened, and he couldn't help but feel a sudden jolt of tension as a sense of unease spread throughout his body. He never expected that someone would dare to openly attack the prince of Han's mansion in the heart of Ningguta Prefecture. How is the battle going? Can the brothers repel the bandits? Ultimately, he was just an ordinary person from modern society. Under the protection of the country, he never even had the chance to see blood on a normal day. Where would he have experienced such a scene of swords flashing and life and death? To say that you're not panicked is pure self-deception. Wang Dahu licked his chapped lips, his expression growing increasingly tense, his tone tinged with guilt. Your subordinate is incompetent. The enemy is numerous and far more powerful than us. We only have about 50 warriors capable of fighting them head-on. Outnumbered, my brothers could only barely hold them off outside the mansion gates. This was only because the guards inside the mansion were providing remote cover on the city walls. Otherwise, they would have already broken through the gates and stormed into the Han Prince's mansion. Upon hearing the words secret guards, Li Qingji suddenly remembered that there were still more than a dozen imperial guards in the mansion. They were well equipped and hid in the shadows to cooperate with the guards in combat. Even though they were only first-level martial artists, they could still play a significant role thanks to the advantage of firearms. Where is Lu Wuming? Where is he? Li Qingji frowned deeply and asked in a deep voice, placing all his hopes on Lu Wuming. Wang Dahu quickly replied, Commander has been training at the main camp outside the city all day. However, I've just sent someone to inform you by fast horse. You should have received the news by now and are leading troops to reinforce this area. Li Qingji nodded slightly, feeling somewhat relieved. He had never interfered with the defenses of the Prince of Han's residence, leaving them entirely to Lu Wuming's arrangements. He had also made it clear before that Lu Wuming was solely in charge of such matters. The guard command now numbers 5,000, including 2,000 martial artists exchanged by Li Qingji. Lu Wuming is busy reorganizing and training, so he doesn't need to personally oversee the guard duty around the Han Prince's mansion. It wasn't that Lu Wuming was being careless or negligent in his duties, but rather that he felt that Ningguda Prefecture was an important border town, and it was just the beginning of summer, which was the most peaceful time on the border. Security within the prefecture was already tight, and with two experts, Han Weiwei and Jinjin, stationed in the prince's palace, there was absolutely no chance of anything going wrong. Li Qingji also knew the importance of keeping a low profile, so he spent most of his time in his palace, thinking he was safe and sound. No one expected that someone would dare to take such a risk and openly attack the Prince of Han's residence. Fortunately, the camp outside the city is not far from the prince's residence. It is believed that Lu Wuming will arrive with his troops in no time. Once he arrives, this crisis will naturally be resolved. Do you know who the other party is? Why did they attack the prince's mansion? Li Chengji composed himself and asked again, his eyes full of doubt. Wang Dao shook his head vigorously, a look of shame on his face. This lowly one is unaware. He was not a native of Ningguda Prefecture and was not very familiar with the various forces within the prefecture, let alone these men in black of unknown origin. What are the characteristics of the person leading the enemy troops? What is their height, build, or are there any special markings? Li Qingji asked again, unwilling to give up. I can't tell them apart. They're all wearing black masks, so I can't see their faces or any markings, Wang Dahu replied truthfully. Upon hearing this, Li Qingji frowned even more deeply. He looked out of the palace and saw the distant sky glowing red with firelight. Shouts of battle, the clash of weapons, and screams rose and fell, constantly reaching his ears. His expression gradually became serious, and the inexplicable unease in his heart grew stronger. This unease was soon confirmed. It was not unfounded. Just then, a very faint sound of clothes fluttering came from outside the palace wall. If the group had not all had exceptional hearing, they would not have been able to detect it at all. Immediately afterwards, a dozen or so dark figures like night owls swiftly floated down from the courtyard wall and landed steadily on the open ground in front of them, blocking their path. Your Highness, be careful. Wang Dahu reacted extremely quickly, immediately grabbing the long sword beside him and holding it horizontally in front of Li Qingji. His body was tense, his eyes were full of vigilance, and he stared intently at the man in black in front of him. Jinjin quickly took up her long sword and stood to Li Qingji's right. Her delicate eyebrows were furrowed, her almond eyes were wide open, and her sharp gaze swept over the people in front of her. Her aura instantly turned cold. Han Weiwei stood to Li Qingji's left, took a few steps forward, bypassed Wang Dahu, and faced a dozen or so men in black. Her wrist, holding the sword, rotated slightly, and the long sword emitted a soft hum, indicating that she was ready to fight at the slightest provocation. There were 9 men in black who came in total, 7 burly men and 2 slender women. All of them wore black masks, revealing only their eyes, which flashed with a cold, sharp light, and when they swept over the group, they did so with undisguised killing intent. These men were the black-clad experts who had just received the Third Elder's orders to leave the main battlefield and infiltrate the palace alone. The leader of the men in black coldly swept his gaze over Han Weiwei, Zhenjin, and Wang Tao, finally landing on Li Qingji, who was hiding at the very back, a scrutinizing glint in his eyes. A woman in black beside him immediately took out a portrait from her bosom, and by the faint light of the distant fire, she looked down and compared it with her own. Then she looked up, and her gaze locked onto Li Qingji with precision. She quickly identified her target and nodded to the leader. This man is Li Qingji, the Prince of Han. Take his head back to report. The leader pointed at Li Qingji, his voice hoarse and cold. After speaking, he put away the portrait, his eyes revealing murderous intent. Then, the remaining 8 men in black immediately surrounded Li Qingji and his companions, slowly approaching, their murderous aura growing stronger. Upon seeing the other party's actions, Li Qingji's expression instantly turned ugly, and he immediately understood. This group of people had indeed planned this meticulously. The fierce fighting at the entrance of the prince's mansion was just a feint. The real elite force was these 9 men in black, who had come straight for the palace, their target being his life from beginning to end. Li Qingji steadied himself, suppressed his nervousness, turned to look at Han Weiwei beside him, who was full of fighting spirit. A smile appeared on his lips. He shrugged and laughed. Harrow and Han, You said a few days ago that you were bored at home and had no one to spar with. Perfect. Tonight you can stretch your muscles and bones. Han Weiwei, without needing Li Qingji to say anything more, had already prepared her sword, and the gleaming longsword was eager to strike. Chapter 67. All of them are fourth-rank experts. What a grand gesture. I've been so bored lately, my bones are practically rusting. Time to stretch my legs. Han Weiwei's almond-shaped eyes widened as she looked at the 9 masked men in front of her, dressed in black outfits and with their faces covered by black cloths, and she shouted angrily. With a flick of her wrist, the long sword at her waist was drawn, its cold gleam flashing. With a slight twist of her wrist, the sword created a dazzling sword flower, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, and went straight for the 9 people. Although Han Weiwei is only in her early 20s and is a novice who has just entered the martial arts world and still has a bit of naivety in her eyes, she has learned the orthodox Xianmen sect and has a very profound foundation in martial arts. She has already reached the peak of the 4th rank and can be considered a master in the martial arts world. Her martial arts foundation was incredibly solid, and the moves taught by her master were infinitely mysterious. This seemingly ordinary sword flourish actually contained several subtle variations, each with a deadly move hidden within it. The chilling sword light instantly enveloped the 2 masked men closest to her. The crisp sound of weapons clashing rang out suddenly. As soon as they engaged in combat, the 2 masked men facing Han Weiwei were violently knocked back by a powerful sword strike. The 2 hurriedly swung their knives to block, their eyes wide open under their black masks, their faces full of astonishment. I never imagined that such a small Han prince's mansion would harbor a master at the peak of the 4th rank. One person said in a low voice, his tone full of surprise. Such a young girl, what a pity. Another person chimed in sinisterly, his gaze sweeping over his companion. If you were given more time, with your talent, perhaps none of us would be a match for you, but right now. At first, the group was indeed surprised by Han Weiwei's strength, but after exchanging glances, the surprise in their eyes gradually faded, and their expressions relaxed considerably. 2 more masked men immediately stepped forward, and the 4 of them surrounded Han Weiwei, working together to deal with her. Of the 9 of them, 4 dealt with Han Weiwei with apparent ease, while the remaining 5 continued their steady, menacing march toward the garden corridor where Li Qingji was. After several head-on clashes, Han Weiwei frowned, a sense of astonishment rising within her. She never expected that these masked men were not ordinary people, but were all martial artists of the 4th rank. Although they were all at the 4th rank, their strengths were worlds apart. In a one-on-one fight, none of them could match her, but when the 4 of them joined forces, their sword techniques and attacks intertwined into a net, and Han Weiwei felt the pressure increase exponentially, making it extremely difficult for her to fight. She could only retreat while fighting. Just now, when the 2 attacked from both sides, a masked man swept his long staff horizontally, and the powerful force of the staff grazed the weapon and struck her lower abdomen. A huge force came, and Han Weiwei was instantly knocked back several meters. Her stomach churned, her blood and qi surged wildly, and a faint taste of blood appeared on the corner of her mouth. She suppressed her discomfort, turned to look at Li Qingji, who stood calmly with his hands behind his back under the garden corridor, and quickly shouted, her voice tinged with urgency. Hey Li, these people are all highly skilled, each one above the 4th rank. This heroine can't protect you anymore. Stop watching and run. Han Weiwei assumed that Li Qingji was either stunned by the scene before him or mistakenly believed that she was in complete control, which was why he hurriedly called out to him, hoping that he could get away as soon as possible. Upon hearing this shout, Li Qingji's pupils contracted slightly, and he was quite shocked. They were all martial artists of the 4th rank or above. This time, the other party has really gone all out. To outsiders, Han Weiwei and Jinjin are both 4th-grade martial artists, as if 4th-grade martial artists are everywhere. But in reality, it is much more difficult to reach the 4th grade than imagined. He had previously consulted Lu Wuming in detail about the martial arts system of this world. In this world, 8 or 9 out of 10 martial arts resources are firmly controlled by aristocratic families, sects, and dynasties. For ordinary people to come into contact with superior martial arts techniques is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Even if you are exceptionally talented, without resources and techniques, you will ultimately be just one of the masses with little chance of making any progress. Just like Wang Dahu, as a rogue cultivator, being able to enter the ranks and become a first-grade martial artist, or even cultivate to the peak of the first grade, is the ultimate that ordinary people can achieve. If Wang Dahu wants to improve his cultivation level, he either needs to join the martial arts academy he studies, join a powerful family, or become a disciple of a sect. Otherwise, he won't even be able to learn about the subsequent techniques and cultivation methods, let alone break through to a higher realm. Moreover, every 3 ranks of martial arts cultivation represents a formidable chasm. With the support of resources and decent talent, reaching the 3rd rank is already quite good. With another 5 or 6 years, or even 10 years of hard work, one might have a chance to touch the threshold of the 4th rank. However, after reaching the 3rd rank, to break through to the 4th rank, one needs not only sufficient effort but also superior talent. Neither can be lacking. This is why, after reaching the 4th rank, Han Weiwei rushed straight to the peak of the 4th rank within a year, which made her confidence swell, and she felt that she had the capital to roam the world, so she went down the mountain to enter the world. She never expected to run into Lu Wuming after descending the mountain, and even less expected that the seemingly peaceful Han Prince's mansion would be attacked in the middle of the night by 9 4th-rank experts. Her sect was a renowned orthodox sect of Xianmen, with countless experts at the 4th rank or above. However, such a large gathering of 4th-rank martial artists was rare even within her sect. Li Qingji had previously learned about the strength of Han Weiwei's sect, so he wasn't too worried about the safety of the Han Prince's mansion. But who would have thought that the other party would send out 9 4th-rank experts at once? It seems that the person who wants to kill him has extraordinary strength behind them. Despite his surprise, Li Qingji felt a slight warmth in his heart. Han Weiwei is usually sharp-tongued and loves to tease and bicker with him, but when it comes to real matters, she is extremely reliable. Despite knowing she was outmatched by several 4th-rank experts, she didn't run away alone. Instead, she urged him to run quickly. Whether people can get along depends on the choices they make when faced with problems. While Han Weiwei was locked in a fierce battle, Wang Dahu saw the masked man approaching Li Qingji, roared, and charged forward with his heavy longsword. However, he was only at the peak of the 1st rank. In front of a 4th-rank martial artist, it was like throwing an egg against a rock. After only a few moves, he was kicked in the chest by a masked man. He flew backward like a kite with a broken string and crashed heavily onto the lawn in the garden. He lost consciousness on the spot, and his life was uncertain. Jinjin's pretty face was frosty, her expression extremely serious. As the masked man approached step by step, her eyes were full of anxiety. She quickly walked to Li Qingji's side and said urgently in a low voice, "Your Highness, these people are incredibly powerful. We certainly can't stop them. I'll do everything in my power to hold them off, while you run through the small gate below the back garden and head straight for the main camp outside the city, where there are garrison troops." Before he could finish speaking, the 5 masked men had already closed in, their chilling, killing intent emanating from them. Jinjin had no time to say anything more, so she could only draw her sword and rush forward to deal with the situation. Jinjin is also a 4th-grade martial artist, but her strength is slightly inferior to Han Weiwei's. The martial arts she practices were personally taught by Gao Zhan, a secret expert of the palace. The essence of her martial arts is ruthless and fierce. Every move and every stance abandons fancy moves and only seeks to kill as quickly as possible. During the fight, she didn't hesitate to exchange injuries for injuries, fighting desperately with every move, forcing the masked man opposite her to retreat repeatedly. Despite being slightly weaker in cultivation level, her battle situation was completely different from Han Weiwei's. She forced the 4 martial artists who came to her to defend themselves at every turn by relying on her ruthless fighting style. Those masked men clearly valued their lives more than Jinjin and dared not fight her head-on, so they had to temporarily adopt a defensive posture. However, this style of fighting, which involves trading injuries for injuries, is ultimately unsustainable. After more than a dozen moves, the masked man finally found an opening in Jinjin's defenses. Several sharp shockwaves struck her body, instantly leaving 2 wounds on her body and blood soaked through her clothes. With her injuries, Jinjin's movements became much more sluggish, and the speed of her swordplay also slowed down. The initial sharpness and ruthlessness are gone. Chapter 68, The Nameless Divine Might. Meanwhile, Han Weiwei's situation was also deteriorating. She had long since shifted from her initial offensive stance to a desperate defense, her figure moving from the center of the garden. He was forced back step by step to the northwest corner of the garden, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead, his wrist holding the sword trembling slightly, clearly at his limit and extremely strained. However, Li Qingji did not listen to Jinjin's words and turn to run away. He still stood under the corridor, observing the battle situation with a deep gaze, his fingertips slightly twitching as he quickly made calculations in his mind. What kind of man is he, a 7-foot-tall man, who lets two women risk their lives to protect him while he flees in a sorry state? Moreover, he knew in his heart that the other party's plan was meticulous and that they must have known the principle of feinting to the east while attacking in the west. They must have already laid ambushes at various exits of the prince of Han's mansion. If we try to slip away through the back door now, we'll most likely be intercepted as soon as we leave the mansion. Rather than walking into a trap, it's better to stay put and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. Wait for Lu Wuming to arrive. Given Lu Wuming's speed, he should be arriving soon after receiving the message. With Lu Wuming's 5th grade strength, plus Junjin and Han Weiwei, dealing with these 9 4th-grade martial artists should be a piece of cake. If Lu Wuming had arrived any later, he would have had no choice but to bite the bullet and go. His personal storage room was already stocked with firearms, such as grenades, incendiary bombs, and pistols, just waiting for the right moment. At this moment, the fighting speed of everyone in the arena was as fast as lightning, and the afterimages of clashing weapons filled his vision. He simply could not aim accurately, and if he made a rash move, he might accidentally injure Jinjin and Han Weiwei. Moreover, the other party didn't seem to be in a hurry, clearly wanting to get rid of Han Weiwei and Jinjin, these two obstacles, before dealing with him, who was powerless. Only when they get close will Li Qingji have a chance to shoot. Even the most skilled and agile warriors in this world are ultimately just ordinary carbon-based beings with flesh and blood bodies that cannot withstand the power of firearms. At close range, the firepower of the AK is simply unstoppable. A single burst of bullets would leave them riddled with holes. In Li Qingji's personal storage room, there were already 30 or 40 AKs with the safety off and the magazines fully loaded. Once one gun was empty, he could instantly switch to a fully loaded one, saving even the time of changing magazines. Is this thug scared out his wits? Why isn't he leaving at a time like this? Han Weiwei caught a glimpse of Li Qingji, still standing motionless under the corridor. She was both anxious and angry, wishing she could rush over and drag him away. She wanted to shout a warning again, but the 4 masked men in front of her attacked more and more frantically, their swords flashing and blades clashing, making it hard for her to breathe. She could only fight with all her might and didn't even have a chance to speak. Jinjin was in the same situation. She could only stare intently in Li Qingji's direction out of the corner of her eye, her heart burning with anxiety. Yet her swordplay became even more desperate. In order to buy more time, her attack style changed again, becoming even more brutal than before. She actually took 2 blows from the opponent with her own body. Blood dripped down the sword, staining the bluestone slabs under her feet red, but her face remained cold, showing no fear. She wielded her long sword with even more ferocity, and with her fierce courage, she forced the 5 opponents to retreat one after another. The 5 masked men realized that Jinjin was at her limit and was merely putting on a brave front. They exchanged glances, tacitly understood each other, and took a few steps back, ceasing their direct confrontation. They knew that if they could just stall for time, they could easily eliminate this madwoman. They had already realized that Prince Li Qingji of Han had no martial arts aura whatsoever. He was clearly an ordinary person with no martial arts skills. The prince's mansion was already heavily surrounded by their men. Once they dealt with the 2 women, taking down this powerless prince would be as easy as picking something out of a bag. After another dozen or so moves, Junjin's strength gradually ran out, and she couldn't muster enough power to continue. In the end, she couldn't hold on any longer. She and Han Weiwei were relentlessly suppressed by the masked man, forced to retreat step by step. Both of them sustained several wounds, their clothes soaked in blood and clinging tightly to their bodies. Even their attack speed had slowed down considerably compared to before. Gentlemen, I advise you to surrender. Seeing that the 2 were at their last gasp, the masked leader's face lit up with joy. He took a step forward and called out to Han Weiwei and Jinjin. Our target is only this prince, and has nothing to do with you 2. You may leave now, and we will not stop you. He paused, his tone suddenly turning cold. I'll give you 3 breaths. If you still haven't left after 3 breaths, then don't blame us for being ruthless and cruel. 1, 2. The cold numbers echoed in the air, and just as he was about to count to 3, a sharp, piercing, and chilling sound suddenly came from the night sky, threatening to shove into his eardrums. Uft! A long, black staff pierced the dark night sky like a shooting star, carrying immense force as it shot straight toward the leader who had shouted. The leader instantly sensed the deadly danger. His pupils contracted sharply, and he instinctively raised his long steel sword to parry, shouting sharply, "Watch out!" The moment he cried out, he knew it was too late. The long staff was too fast, and the force was too great. He could only grip the hilt of his knife tightly and use all his strength to block. Click! With a crisp crack, the long steel sword in his hand was shattered by the immense force of the long staff. Fragments of the broken sword flew everywhere, and the unstoppable black staff pierced through the broken sword and went straight into his chest, slamming his body heavily to the ground. The other end of the staff was deeply embedded in the bluestone slab, pinning him to the ground. The leader spat out a mouthful of blood. His body convulsed a few times, and then he fell silent, his eyes still filled with disbelief. Upon seeing this, the remaining 8 masked men immediately stopped, their faces filled with fear. They looked up sharply at the night sky around them, their eyes filled with vigilance. In the pitch-black night, a red figure flew in like a ghost, its clothes fluttering, moving at an extreme speed, heading straight for the leader. The figure landed with swift and decisive movements, casually pulling out the long, black stick nailed to the ground. Blood dripped from the tip of the stick, spreading into glaring blood flowers on the ground. The 2 masked men beside him were horrified when they saw their senior brother die so suddenly. Overwhelmed with grief, they brandished their knives and attacked the red figure with all their might. Court death! A deep, angry shout rang out, and the red figure, wielding a long staff, swept across the entire army. This attack was devoid of any fancy moves. It was purely a display of the overwhelming strength of a 5th-grade cultivator, unleashing all his power. Bang! The long staff struck a masked man hard in the chest. Before the masked man could even scream, his body flew backward like a rag doll, the sword breaking and the man dying. The force of the long staff had not yet dissipated when it struck another masked man behind him. The result was the same. The sword broke and the man died on the spot. With a single blow, he killed 2 people instantly, displaying unparalleled domineering power and murderous intent. Thump, thump. The 2 corpses fell heavily to the ground, blood gushing out and staining a large area of bluestone slabs red, without even making a sound. Who dares to break into the Prince of Han's residence and attempt to assassinate him? He deserves to die 1,000 deaths. The newcomer's face was ashen, his eyes filled with raging fury. He brandished his long staff, his moves ruthless and fierce, and went straight for the masked man who was closest to him and was surrounding Jinjin. He used the long staff in his hand as a long sword, raising it high and smashing it down with the force of a mountain splitting. Bang! With a deafening crash, the masked man had no chance to parry before being struck on the head by the long club, his brains splattering out instantly, and he collapsed dead. All 5 men who had attacked Jinjin perished. Seeing the newcomer's formidable power, Li Chengji finally felt relieved, let out a long sigh of relief, and a smile finally appeared on his face. Lu Wuming has finally arrived. The remaining 4 masked men who had been attacking Han Weiwei were completely stunned. They stood there, looking at each other in disbelief, their eyes filled with fear, and all their previous arrogance was gone. Seeing this, Han Weiwei seized the opportunity to break away, staggered a few steps to Jinjin's side, and the 2 supported each other as they retreated one after another, guarding in front of Li Chengji and watching the remaining 4 masked men warily. Lu Wuming paid no attention to the remaining 4 4th-rank martial artists. He took 2 steps back, gripped the blood-soaked Konglong mace, knelt on one knee before Li Chengji, his back straight, his face full of shame, and bowed deeply, saying in a deep voice, "This humble general, Lu Wuming, is late and has failed in his duty of protection. Please forgive me, Your Highness." Despite Lu Wuming's impressive display of power just now, Instantly killing 5 fourth-rank martial artists, he was actually breathing a long sigh of relief at that moment. When he received the news of the attack on the Prince of Han's residence, he was so shocked that he held his breath in his chest and hadn't dared to exhale completely yet. He never imagined that someone would dare to launch such a bold attack on the Prince of Han's residence. He didn't even dare to think about the consequences if Li Chengji were to suffer the slightest mishap. He was not afraid of being punished for failing to provide adequate protection. Instead, they were worried that if Li Chengji were to perish, what would become of Ningguda Prefecture, which had just begun to show signs of revival. Chapter 69, There Are Still Experts. Recently, Lu Wuming has devoted all his energy to training new recruits, determined to build an unstoppable elite force for Li Chengji. After leaving enough men to guard the safety of the Prince of Han's residence, he stayed at the new recruits' camp day and night, never leaving their side. Suddenly, a cavalryman rushed in with urgent news that the Prince of Han was in danger. Lu Wuming's heart tightened, and he immediately mounted his horse and spurred it on, galloping towards the Prince of Han's residence. His horse's hooves kicked up clouds of dust as it trod across the bluestone road, leaving only a swift shadow in the night. They rushed to the gate of the Prince of Han's mansion, where chaos reigned. The guards were locked in a fierce battle with masked enemies, with shouts of battle and the clash of weapons echoing throughout the mansion. Lu Wuming had no time to pay attention to the fighting around him. With a light touch of his toes, he nimbly leaped over the high courtyard wall and rushed towards the palace in the backyard. He had only one thought in his mind: to protect the prince. Only when he saw Li Chengji standing safely and unharmed in the corridor of the palace did Lu Wuming's heart finally settle down, and his tense shoulders relaxed slightly. When Li Chengji saw Lu Wuming arrive, the huge weight in his heart finally lifted, and his tense expression relaxed considerably. He spoke to Lu Wuming in a deep voice. "General Lu, we can discuss the matter of pleading guilty later. First, capture all these traitors. Remember, I want them alive." By this time, 5 of the 9 assassins had been killed, and the remaining 4 were putting up a stubborn resistance. Li Chengji was determined to extract information about the mastermind behind the scenes from these 4. "Yes, Your Highness." Lu Wuming responded in a deep voice, immediately stood up, gripped the Conglong mace tightly in his hand. His killing intent surged, and the majestic aura of the peak 5th grade realm spread out in layers, like a tide spreading in all directions. With each step he took forward, the chilling pressure intensified, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze. "Peak of the 5th rank. You are Lu Wuming, the commander of the guard?" Upon seeing this, the remaining 4 masked warriors cried out in alarm, their voices filled with barely concealed fear and panic. Their assassination plan tonight had been in the works for a long time. They had already found out that Lu Wuming was stationed at the main camp and not in the Han King's residence. Otherwise, they would not have dared to directly storm into the Han King's bedroom, even if they had 10 times the courage. They never expected that Lu Wuming would arrive so quickly, catching them completely off guard. Lu Wuming raised an eyebrow, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Good. You've even found out my whereabouts. It seems you've come prepared. You'll all stay here today." Knowing that the other party had meticulously planned and intended to assassinate him, Lu Wuming's killing intent intensified. Before he finished speaking, he did not hesitate to swing his dragon-slaying mace and launch a fierce attack on the remaining 4 people with the force of breaking through the wind. The mace whistled and the force was heavy. The remaining 4 exchanged glances, knowing that escape was hopeless and could only grit their teeth and fight side by side. These 4 were from the same school, and their teamwork was extremely skilled, with their moves closely linked. However, even so, they could only barely hold on against Lu Wuming's dragon-slaying mace. If they were not careful, they would be hit by the mace. The dragon-slaying mace is like a divine weapon. It will cause injury if it touches you, and will cripple you if it hits you. Han Weiwei, watching from the side, was filled with excitement, waving her arms and shouting, "Well done, Brother Lu, give him a good beating." She had just faced these 4 people alone and was completely suppressed, feeling extremely frustrated. Her anger had been building up inside her for a long time. Now that Lu Wuming had suppressed the group, she finally had a chance to strike while the enemy was down. Ignoring her injuries, she grabbed her long sword and charged forward without hesitation, determined to get her revenge. Although she had several wounds on her body, and her clothes were soaked with blood, she didn't care at all. For martial artists, the third rank is a watershed moment. Each advancement brings about a dramatic change in strength. The difference between the peak of the fourth rank and the peak of the fifth rank may seem like only one level, but the difference in strength is like heaven and earth. Even though these four are all fourth-rank martial artists, they cannot gain any advantage against Lu Wuming when they fight together. What's more, Han Weiwei, who is at the peak of the fourth rank, is also helping them. With the two of them attacking from the side, the situation instantly turns one-sided. In just a short while, all four martial artists were injured, their weapons were askew, and they could only barely parry with all their might, having no power to fight back. The reason they were able to hold out until now was entirely because Lu Wuming remembered Li Chengji's instructions to leave them alive. If he were to kill them all without restraint, with his strength, he could easily wipe them out. Looking at the situation before him, Li Chengji knew that he would be able to take down all of them in a few moments. His tense nerves finally relaxed. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, brought it to his lips, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled the smoke. Phew! Wisps of smoke swirled before his eyes, the taste of nicotine flowing down his throat and into his lungs, bringing a refreshing sensation. The tension and suspense dissipated slightly in that puff of smoke. However, in that brief moment of relaxation, a sharp cry of alarm came from the side, piercing through the surrounding sounds of fighting. "Your Highness, step back immediately!" The exclamation came from Xinjin. Li Qingji's heart skipped a beat when he heard it, and he immediately looked in the direction of the sound. He saw that a burly middle-aged man had been standing silently on the railing of the corridor next to him. The man was dressed in black and exuded a chilling aura. His eyes were fixed on him with a sinister look like a lurking beast. When did he arrive? Li Chengji was suddenly startled, and a layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. The burly man moved with lightning speed, like a black shadow flashing past. Before Li Chengji could even react, the man had already rushed to within a meter of him. The burly man clenched his right fist and, with a whistling force, slammed it down towards the man's head. The force of the punch was so strong that it made the surrounding air hum and hum. Don't underestimate this seemingly simple punch. Li Chengji knew that if it landed on his forehead, his head would explode like a ripe watermelon. He thought he had experienced a lot, and his reaction speed was fast enough to keep him calm in the face of danger. But at this moment, the shadow of death suddenly loomed over him. He wanted to raise his hand to take out his AK from his pocket and start shooting, but he couldn't stop sweating and his hands were shaking violently. He felt like he was nailed to the spot and couldn't move an inch. This was the first time he had ever felt the threat of death so acutely. The suffocating fear was like a huge stone pressing down on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe, and even breathing became difficult. "Your Highness!" Upon seeing this scene, Lu Wuming and Han Weiwei's pupils shrank, and they exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with panic. The two wanted to rush over to protect him immediately, but they were 5 or 6 zhang away from Li Chengji, and even if they ran at full speed,